WSFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Got him. Painter strikes out the side and closes the end of a 5-game losing streak. Astros win for the first time on this homestand. They get to shake hands here at home for just the second time in the last 11 home games, as they had lost 10 out of 11, actually second time in the last 12 home games, as they win tonight.
Oh, man, I hadn't realized it'd been that big of a nightmare at home. The Astros had been so good at home this year up until the month of July. Wow. 10 out of their last 12. That's good. They got to shake hands. It's like they're not even familiar with each other. Like, hey, I remember you. Let's shake hands. The Astros win last night. The nightmare is over, and the 5-game losing streak is over, and they beat the Washington Nationals last night 7-4. Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network, as we come to you live from Texans training camp. It is day 7 of Texans training camp. Sean Pendergast, we are efforting to connect Seth Payne. Technical issues, we'll get that worked out. But in the meantime, you've got me live from Texans training camp. Is still dark outside here, sun coming up in just a little bit. Man, we got a lot to get to. The Astros losing streak is over. We've got a trade deadline coming up tomorrow. So we'll turn our attention to baseball at some point later here in the 6 o'clock hour. But let's get started with Texans training camp. It was day 6 yesterday. We got a lot of stuff to get to, man. We had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday. We'll be sprinkling in some of that throughout the program today. Some good players coming to the podium yesterday. We had our yesterday, and we got a third one coming up today. From what I've heard, it's going to be a padded practice out here today. So a lot to get to on the show. I watched every snap of training camp yesterday, so I've got my observations, and we'll come right out of the chute with that. Today is day 7. So we've got the rest of this week, day off tomorrow, practice Friday. I would imagine a very light practice on Saturday. And then the team jumps on a bird to head to West Virginia. We'll be coming to you from West Virginia live next week as well. So we're looking forward to that. Looking forward to 70-degree temps out of practice. All right, so let's get things started yesterday with what we saw out here at the Methodist Training Center. At 6:20 today, I want to play some audio from the drive. Clint Stoerner came up to me yesterday and whispered in my ear when we were underneath the tents that I'm looking at right over there where the media stands, and he says, Chief, something's wrong with 7. And I'm like, I don't know. He looks like he's throwing. When he throws, he looks like he's throwing it pretty good. He's like, no, man, something's wrong with 7. We will have audio from Clint Stoerner from the drive at 6:20 today on why he thinks there may be something wrong with C.J. Stroud. And I'll give you my take on it from having watched C.J. Stroud. But we'll do that at 6:20. That was not in my observations. That was a Clint Stoerner observation. So this first segment, my observations. Let's start with number 1. I've got 5 of them. Number 1, the offense had several really good moments yesterday. Probably a split decision, but I'll give it to the offense. I'm always inclined to give it to the defense just because this defense is so good. But the offense had 7-on-7 wasn't so hot. C.J. Stroud, in one of his only reps in 7-on-7, threw a pick to Kalen Bullock. Thumbs up to Kalen Bullock for securing the football. That was good. But the offense had some really good moments yesterday in the 2 extended 11-on-11 periods. They played a couple of real long team periods yesterday. They consistently did some good things both in the run game and in the pass game. And when I say in the pass game, I'm talking from, C.J. to Davis Mills, who's had an excellent training camp, and even the backups, Graham Mertz, and not so much Keaton Slovis, but Graham Mertz. Graham Mertz feels like he has like one throw every practice. You're like, oh, okay, I guess he's worth a 6th-round pick. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday after the practice on how the offense has looked since putting the pads on.
You see it, things evening out more when you put the pads on. Defense kind of had the advantage there. early on. We weren't in pass defense to make a lot of plays. And now just see things balancing themselves out. Offense is making plays daily. Our quarterbacks are doing a really nice job just placing the football in the right spot. And our receivers are making some really tough, contested catches. And that's what we want to be. We want to be a tough, physical football team. And you can't lose sight of that play on the outside from the receivers, the DBs, how those guys play. That's the makers of a really physical team. So Jaden Higgins, he stepped up, made some really nice catches. Noel Hutchinson has done a really good job this year playing physical. Really doing a great job at the catch point as well. We got a lot of guys on the offensive side who are getting out in that receiver room to me.
Yeah, he went deep on the receivers there. That matches what I was seeing out here yesterday. It was, if you're D'Amico Ryans, yesterday was almost kind of the perfect practice because the offense had enough good moments where you felt good about them, and the defense, in particular, the guys you're going to rely on this year, were doing some things. You know, Daniil Hunter was still wreaking havoc. Will Anderson still looks amazing out here. You're getting some contributions in the team periods from guys like Jalen Smith, who they drafted in the 3rd round, who, look, we know from the cornerback position, after Stingley and Lassiter, if one of those guys goes out, it kind of falls off a cliff until we see what Damon Arnett looks like in a real game, you know, with this sort of life renaissance that he's had. So I say all this to say if you're just a Texans fan, I don't come out of that practice yesterday particularly overly concerned about either side of the football. It was a pretty balanced practice, as D'Amico said. Number 2, offensive line. They did the same thing yesterday as they did on Monday, where they kept the units the same throughout both team drills. Largely the same through both team drills. The only spot they were flipping between the 1s and the 2s yesterday was the center spot. Jake Andrews was the center with the 1s yesterday, whereas Jarrett Patterson was with the 1s on Monday. And so they flip-flopped those two guys. Other than that, it's the same, which was from left to right, the 1s, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Titus Howard, and Ariante Ursery consistently is getting reps with the 1s at right row, where he's gotten reps with the 1s. The 2s, for what it's worth, left to right, Zach Thomas, Jalen Thomas, yesterday Jarrett Patterson, and then the right side of the line is Ed Ingram and Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher's had a rough camp. We'll talk about some of the mistakes in a bullet point here shortly. But here was Nick Caserio yesterday. He actually laid out a time frame for when they're looking to kind of settle on who their first string is going to be throughout the rest of training camp and hopefully in week 1.
Yeah, at some point that will probably declare itself a little bit more. Probably once we get through another week here and then maybe right before Minnesota or after Minnesota, somewhere in there. At some point, if we think this is what the group is going to be, then, all right, we're going to go ahead and let those guys work together as much as possible. The reality is we probably have 7 or 8 players that are going to factor in to the actual game day rosters. So you just want to make sure that whoever those players are going to be, they get enough reps. But we've talked about this. We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple spots. Some of it's starting to declare itself a little bit. You know, we have, honestly, 4 or 5 starting tackles or starting level tackles. Blake Fisher, I know Trent's not practicing yet. Even if you were to take Titus out from guard and put him outside. So feel like we have decent depth there. And then inside we have a number of players, some guys that are center only, some guys that are guard only, some multi-position players inside. So I think these next 2 to 3 weeks we'll see a little bit more. We'll have a better idea and better understanding. So really at some point all these guys are probably end up playing with one another. Yeah. Eventually you want to get to the point where whoever the 5 are, from a communication standpoint, you want to be able to go out there and practice as much as possible in anticipation of being ready to go for the Rams.
All right, I think a couple observations there. Number 1 is that 2D right now out of practice. So Juice Scruggs, who was a second-round pick 2 years ago, might be on the outside looking in. It didn't even dawn on me Trent Brown hasn't practiced yet. So that's another veteran guy at the tackle position. When they're bringing 7 or 8 on game day, there's going to be some guys who you would have thought figured prominently into the future of this team who either aren't going to be on this roster or might be inactive on game day. Based on what we've seen, granted, just through a week of training camp, there's still a lot more training camp to go. There's preseason games where a lot's going to be determined. But it sounds like there's going to be a lot determined and maybe nailed down before the first preseason game. I was a little surprised at that answer from Nick Caserio that it was going to be that soon. And I'm no offensive line expert, but my thought would be they take a couple actual preseason games against, live bullets. Now, they're going to have a joint practice with the Panthers, joint practice with the Lions as well. there'll be plenty of opportunities, and nobody's going to be a sacred cow in all this. They may determine these are our ones going into Minnesota, but if Ariante Ursary struggles and has a bad game or a bad week of practice, then you're not going to leave him out there. So that's number 2. And by the way, I think the offensive line looks better this year than it did this time last year, when they had everybody in ink in the ones. So it looks better. Quick observations here, because we're up against it. Lots of quick game yesterday. The quick game is going to be a big part of this offense. Obviously, they want to run the football, but getting the ball out quick, CJ taking the easy money, taking a profit. They did a lot of that in the install period, where they're just kind of walking through things, ton of 11-11, everybody getting involved, wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. The running backs look good catching the ball out of the backfield. So there was that. Lots of quick game yesterday. That's number 3. Number 4, there were mistakes. Good day for the offense overall, but I mentioned CJ threw another interception. He's thrown a few picks in this camp, something worth keeping an eye on. He's thrown a few picks. Now, this could be like a spring training situation in baseball, where, pitchers out there in spring training are throwing pitches they wouldn't normally throw because they're working on things, and teams are taking them yard. CJ, they're like the pick that he threw to Kalen Bull, or there was a pick he threw, or a near pick he threw on Monday. That might have been the one that was the one that hit Kalen in the chest and wasn't a pick. CJ probably throws that ball into the stands in a regular season game. He's just working on some things. I'm not overly concerned about that. But there were penalties, pre-snap penalties, at least 3 false starts that I counted. Blake Fisher got yanked after one of them. The coaches were pissed. So there were mistakes. It wasn't totally clean on the part of the offense yesterday. And number 5, I'll give credit where credit's due. I kind of do when I do my 5 things. By the way, follow me on social media at Sean T. Pendergast, or on Instagram at Sean.Pendergast. And I'm posting a video every day summarizing practice like I'm doing right now. I do like to give out a play of the day. For me, it was a tie yesterday. They were both Davis Mills throws. Davis Mills had a throw to John Mechie, 15, 20 yards downfield to Mills' left, that Mechie had to go to the ground. Made a really nice catch. Mechie had a good practice yesterday. He needs it. It's going to be tough making Mills. Another one to Jaden Higgins, probably 20, 25-yard throw along the same sideline. But unlike Mechie, who had to go to the ground and stay in bounds to get it, Higgins had to kind of toe tap, and it was contested. He had to go to the ground. Made a nice catch. They've hit on something with these rookie wide receivers the Texans have. All right, so there you go. There's your training camp summary through the eyes of Sean T. Pendergast. Hopefully you guys trust me on these, all right? It's all about trust. All right, we're efforting Seth. As soon as we get Seth connected and hooked up, it'll be Payne and Pendergast, not just Pendergast. Up next, I mentioned it, Clint Stoerner has a theory or a fear over the workload of C.J. Stroud out here at Texans training camp. We'll let you hear what Clint Stoerner from The Drive had to say. We've got some highlights from our conversation with Nick Caserio coming up as well. The Texans GM met with us yesterday. You can get that whole interview on the Odyssey app in the Payne and Pendergast podcast section. Before we go to break, I want to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. And now when I think of West
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are close to getting Seth on here, I do believe. So once we do, we will we'll make that happen. All right, let's do this. I'll go ahead and play the audio from Clint. I really wanted to get Seth's take on this. I guess there's no crime in playing it again because it's only about a minute long. But Clint Stoerner comes up to me yesterday at practice, and I preface everything by saying Clint is the former NFL quarterback, so his opinion matters on stuff like this. He's the only one of us out here standing underneath those white tents who's actually been through an NFL training camp as a quarterback that I can think of. Spencer Tillman was out there yesterday, but he was a running back. So Clint has dealt with the rep load thing at an NFL training camp before. And he comes up to me and he says, "Hey, Chief, I think something's up with 7. And I said, "What do you think's up with 7? Because every time he throws the football, it looks pretty good coming off his hands." And he thought, well, I'll let Clint explain, because he pretty much said on the drive yesterday what he said to me at practice yesterday. Here was Clint. He's got a concern over exactly what C.J. Stroud's workload at practice looks like right now.
I'm not out here trying to tell you what's wrong. I'm not a crazy injury. I'm telling you right now, watching 5 of the 6 practices that have taken place, something ain't right with C.J. Stroud.
You just by you. You're not saying that you know anything. You have any inside information, but for you, what you're seeing numbers wise in terms of reps and all of that, the last since camp started, is just unusual, and it tips you to think like something's up because this isn't normal.
I'm not positive, Ron, because I didn't sit there and count every single rep, but they did 2 team periods and 1 7-on-7 period, and I know in one of the teams he got 2 reps, and I know in the 7-on-7 he got 2 reps. Point is, I'm not going to pin myself down to a precise number there because I was trying to watch other things. But there is today 7-on-7 and team combined. I bet you C.J. Stroud got a single-digit rep. I bet it was 9 or fewer. And
to me, the hope is that they're maybe potentially just still cautiously protecting his arm, and in a way they did during mandatory minicamp.
But that in itself, in itself is something.
Okay, and boy, did Clint kick a bee's nest yesterday with this. I'm getting messages on platforms that I don't get messages on from people. By and large, nobody Facebook messages me. That if your only avenue to get in touch with me is via Facebook Messenger, that's super tight. And I'm getting messages from people on there. Sean, I got to know. I'm hearing Clint. I mean, I must have gotten 8 to 10 messages yesterday while Clint is giving this out on the air, while he's dishing on the air about this. And look, again, Clint's been through training camps before. He knows what normal looks like. I have not tracked what the reps early in camp are with the ones. It's never dawned on me to sit down and see what the percentage is of how many reps the starter is getting. Maybe because it's probably normal for the starter to get more reps than the other guys. I will say that in certain drills, that has stood out to me, that they're done with CJ after like 2 snaps, and then Davis Mills gets like 6 snaps. There's an easy way, I guess, to get more clarity on this, and it's to ask D'Amico Ryans or Nick Haley about it. Both of them are going to meet with the media at some point here in the next 24 to 48 hours. At least one of them, D'Amico, will meet with the media sometime in the next 6 hours. So it's probably a fair question about the reps. Ask the coach. I don't know that we're going to get a great answer. We didn't get a great answer from D'Amico when CJ was sitting out of OTAs, and the lack of clarity on that, I thought, caused a lot of the uproar. As it turns out, minicamp rolls around and he's zipping the ball down the field. So I think it's an interesting hypothesis by Clint. He obviously has years of experience in the NFL to back that up. My worry level is not that high, because I think if it was something super urgent or very dangerous, that C.J. Stroud wouldn't be out here throwing a football. He's looked good when he's thrown it. I can't recall a rep where he's really cut it loose, and I know Clint made that point several times yesterday that, boy, have we really seen him throw, really unleash one. And I can't recall one here off the top of my head in the padded practices. Now, in minicamp he did. I can remember a deep shot he took to Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins made a great one-handed catch about 40, 45, 50 yards downfield. My concern level, my DEFCON level on this, DEFCON 1 being the most worried. A lot of people get that wrong. DEFCON 1 is the height of concern. I'm like a DEFCON probably 5 or 4 on this right now. We'll wait and see how it plays out. We'll see. We'll ask D'Amico today about that, about the reps, and see where it goes from there. But, boy, Clint had people talking yesterday, man. He had people talking. All right, let's go to Nick Caserio. We had Nick Caserio on the show yesterday, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager. I thought this was one of the better conversations we've had with him in terms of insight, where this team is in certain spots. We played the audio in the open about Nick kind of laying out the timeline for the offensive line and when they expect that to kind of come together organically. It's kind of interesting, like, to come together we expect it to come together organically on this date. He didn't say that. I'm just kind of joking around about that. But he said, sometimes either shortly before or shortly after the Minnesota game. If I had to guess, I would guess after. If it was me, I would want to see this group of ones in a game against, live, and granted, it'll be like 2 series maybe. But I'd want to see that before I make any determinations on the depth chart. This was interesting. Seth read Bill Belichick's book, read it in written word form and listened to it in audio form, which I feel like you deserve some sort of Purple Heart or badge of courage or whatever for listening to an audiobook read by Bill Belichick. That feels like something if you lost your fantasy league you'd have to go do. Listen to Bill Belichick drone for 8 hours about winning. Seth really liked the book. And one of Seth's big takeaways was, man, D'Amico Ryans and Bill Belichick are way more similar than you think. So we asked somebody who's worked with both of them, Nick Caserio for 2 decades with Bill Belichick, and obviously Nick Caserio for 2.5 years with D'Amico Ryans. Does he agree?
No, that's accurate. And you guys have had a perspective, D'Amico as a player, now as a coach. He's a no-nonsense, no BS guy. He's old school. Like that's what he believes in. That's how he was trained. He's the greatest person, like, in the history of the world. I mean, I've been on this show, talked about how much I love him, how great of a person that he is. His priorities are right, how important faith and family is. But when it comes to football, like, he has that trigger, he has that switch, and he doesn't really have a lot of time. But the reality is none of us have time for a bunch of things that aren't really impacting winning. So the quicker we can arrive at that point, the quicker everybody has an understanding of that. Winning is hard in this league, so what you're trying to do is minimize the things that aren't going to help you win and focus on the things that that actually matter, which is work, which is intent, which is showing up on a day-to-day basis, which is being consistent, and just keeping your mouth shut as a player. And he's not really operating that differently as a head coach than he did as a player. So he has that trigger, he has that switch, he's very invested in the process, and I think the players understand that, and, it's exciting to be a part of that.
Different personality types, but you agree with Seth's assessment that the two are similar.
Yeah, Seth's right
ways.
about a lot of stuff, so in this particular case, I would agree with it.
That's right, Sean. Did you hear that?
I forgot about that at the end. That wasn't my implication that Seth isn't right about things, Nick. I just look at it from the perspective, Nick kind of took it to what D'Amico was like as a player, and obviously Nick was not here when D'Amico was a player, but he scouted D'Amico, was part of the Patriots plenty of times going against D'Amico, both as a Texan and I would imagine as a Philadelphia Eagle once or twice as well. And that's how I look at it, is Bill Belichick probably would have loved to have had D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans probably would have made I know there's going to be a lot of you that are going to drive off the road when I say this, because you hate when I bring up the P word, Patriots. But D'Amico Ryans probably would have made a damn good New England Patriot back in the day. Bill Belichick would have loved having him. Play for him. Yeah, I think it's just interesting. The guy, guys can have sort of the same set of credos, sort of the same codes, and they can have completely different personalities. And I think D'Amico and Belichick are probably extremely similar behind the scenes and how they handle accountability and things like that. They're probably more similar personality-wise. The difference is that D'Amico is probably just friendlier than Belichick. Just he's at least outwardly in football environments. All right, let's keep it moving with Nick Caserio. Speaking of which, just dovetail off of that, Caserio talked about leadership styles and the accountability with mistakes. They've done a very good job, I think, of finding guys that adhere to, and not even the swarm mentality thing, not even the thing where guys just love hitting other human beings, but just accountability, guys that love football, and Nick Caserio talked about that.
No, I think that's the essence of leadership. All of us have to make a number of decisions on a day-to-day basis in our roles. Not every one of them is going to be right. And it's okay to admit, you know what, I was wrong about that, or you know what, I made a mistake, it's not good enough, and then just really work to get it fixed. So I think when you take accountability, individual accountability, hopefully people see that and respect that, and as long as it's done in a genuine fashion. Mm-hmm. So if you're wrong, don't be afraid to speak up and say, you know what, I'm wrong, I made a bad decision. Or, you know what, I don't know, let me go find out the information. There's a selfless nature to that, and it's okay to show, you know what, you're human, and we all make mistakes, and that's part of life, and that's part of growing up. So I think that's definitely a leadership trait or attribute that's important for people to possess. I mean, sometimes people act like they have all the answers, and they want you to know about that. You know, at some point, you're going to drown those people out and not want to listen to them. So, but it's interesting. It's an interesting observation. I'd say there's certainly a lot of validity to that, just, you know, from my perspective.
All right, so Nick Caserio talking about leadership and D'Amico Ryan's accountability with mistakes. Let's keep it moving with Caserio here. I want to get to some of the specific player stuff. Titus Howard, a holdover from the offensive line last year. Dumping guys last year. They trade Kenyon Green. They trade Laramie Tunsil. They cut Shaq Mason. And it felt like when you drive by one of those lots, you know, in like West U, where there's an old house, and they just tear everything down, and they're trying to build back up a much nicer new house. You don't normally tear down the house but leave the kitchen sitting there. You just tear the whole thing down and say, we're starting over. That's what it felt like they were doing on the offensive line when they were moving everybody. It wouldn't have shocked me if Titus Howard were gone, if they're just like, you know what, we're just starting this thing over again. They were that bad last year. And the scary thing is they were more talented than their productivity level, or lack thereof, would have dictated. But they kept Titus Howard, and Titus really does seem to be embracing a leadership role on this team. I think it's great for Titus to not have Laramie Tunsil in the building anymore, doing the little brother thing, the little bro thing with Laramie Tunsil. That was not working for Titus Howard. The only thing it did was get him a contract. That's what Laramie's best at, pass protection and getting contracts. So Titus did get a contract. But I think Titus is embracing this new role. He's playing right guard now. We've not heard a peep about him not playing right tackle. That was a thing a couple of years ago when he put right tackle for the Texans in his Twitter bio. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday on Titus Howard at this training camp compared to prior training camps.
Titus has been here for a number of years now, and honestly, he's probably seen as much change as anybody that's on the team. And, you know, to his credit, I mean, he's done a number of things that are very selfless, like we've asked him to triple spots. He really hasn't complained and bitched and moaned about it, so it kind of speaks to him. Titus is a good kid. He works hard. He's got a good attitude. There's been some ups and downs throughout the course of his career, but he continues to work and he get better. So, you know, we're glad he's here, and, you know, he's played good football for us. And even going back to, you know, my first season in 21 when he had to go out there and play left tackle, you know, he showed the ability to do that. So, you know, Titus deserves a lot of credit. It hadn't been easy, but I think he's really made a conscious effort to sort of work through it and try to do the right things. And the big thing with any player, and Titus included, is continue to work, continue to make progress, continue to improve, and do what you can to help the football team. And, you know, he's certainly embraced that.
All right. I like that. Just very basic. I like that they've got Titus Howard at right guard instead of left guard this year. You know, guys talk all the time about having to switch hands, you know, having to be ambidextrous. You know, it's different playing on the left side of the line than it is the right side of the line. Him making all those moves from right tackle to left guard, he wasn't great as a left guard. In fact, at times he was really bad. At times he was all right. I think he might be made more for guard than tackle, just physique-wise. But that he's playing right guard when he's been steeped in playing right tackle through the years, I think just that very basic thing, he's going to be more comfortable there. And Titus really seems to be embracing that leadership role with this offensive line. The offensive line right now, and it's hard to look worse than they did early in camp last year. I mean, it was bad. I remember last year in camp, CJ, that was the only time I can remember CJ like really lashing out, was early in camp. Ink number one unit. Now here, they seem to have settled early on a group, at least 4 of the 5 spots. But early on, the offensive line, they don't look great. And, there's certainly been practices where the defense made them look bad. But it's better than last year so far, in my opinion. Not a high bar to clear. But if they weren't clearing it, we'd be really, really worried about that. All right. That was Nick Caserio yesterday. You can get the entire interview up on our podcast page, the Payne and Pendergast podcast page on the Odyssey app. We went about 40 minutes with Nick and some really, really good stuff on there. All right, we got a lot to get to still, man. Let's circle back to some headlines. An update from Nick Caserio on Christian Harris. We've got the Astros winning a game last night. We've got trade deadline rumors going on with the Astros. We've got a prominent name in the NFL reporting to camp, and a whole lot more. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But I talked about West Point Lincoln to Sugar Land in the Open. Let's talk about the OG location.
Apply.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines. Still efforting Seth. Connection issues, technical issues. We'll get it worked out. If we don't, we don't. If we do, we do. But we move onward. Day 7 of Texans training camp. We are live at the Methodist Training Center. I believe we're getting another padded practice today, which is good. That's the best. The sprinklers are on right now. Boy, the sprinklers have been on for a while. That's going to be a wet field. That'll be fun there. All right, let's get to Texans training camp. Nick Caserio met with us. He sat down with us yesterday here on Payne and Pendergast. We had a nice long conversation with the Texans executive vice president and general manager. About a 40-minute conversation that you can get on the Odyssey app. Among the things, I went and checked the text page afterwards, so I was glad that I asked about Christian Harris because there were about 15 texts going, ask about Christian Harris. Now, Christian Harris, the way I framed this question to Nick on the update about Christian Harris, who, again, has not practiced yet, but he's not on the PUP list. He's not on the non-football injury list. He's on the main roster, but it's been very similar to last year when he, to this point, had not practiced nor even been seen out here. Now, he's at least been out here a couple of times during practice in a hoodie with his teammates, even jogged out here the other day. Everything throughout the spring has been an indication that Christian Harris is going to be ready to go at some point here, but we asked Nick Caserio about it yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this last Tuesday. There's a number of players that are at different stages in terms of their development relative to their health. I would say specifically in Christian's situation, the way the rules work with NFI, PUP, etc., if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So as a player makes progress, let's say you want to put him into a walkthrough in the evening or something like that, you just have the flexibility to do that. You're sort of keeping him alive. So you just, every case is a little bit different. So we're trying to do what we think is in the best interest of each individual player. So Christian's getting, so really I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just trying to look at the situation. What do we think makes the most sense? Sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists for a myriad of reasons. So I'd say, again, there is a thought process and a rationale behind it. I'd say that's probably the best explanation for his situation.
Okay, a couple things that I want to be clear on here. One, I have no problem with them being cautious with Christian Harris. Whatever the hell was going on with him last year was weird. I think it was weird to the Texans. We did interviews with Nick at least 3 times on this show while Christian Harris was rehabbing that injury. probably interviewed him during training camp about it, then at least twice asked him about it during the season. And my big takeaway from those conversations was that whatever injury Christian Harris had, there were a ton of curveballs that came with it that they were not expecting. Eventually, he got healthy enough to get on the field, but he wasn't productive enough to stay on the field. Christian Harris is a really talented football player. I want him to be healthy for this season. That's my first takeaway. I got no problem with them being cautious given how last year went. It's a big year for Christian Harris. This is a contract year for him, so I'm sure he wants to be out there practicing and playing and getting the best version of him. I also listen to that answer from Nick and think, like, okay, if they had to play a playoff game on Sunday, I would guess Christian Harris would be active for that game. That's just a guess by me. I'm just guessing by the way the whole thing's been framed that they're not designating him with any of the PUP and NFI stuff, so he can do things that maybe aren't on his regimen right now. You know, he can do the walkthroughs if they need him or things like that. He's out here. Looks like he's walking just fine. All right, let's shift gears and go to the Astros. The Astros win last night, 7-4 over the Washington Nationals. Joe Espada meeting with the media after the game saying, this is a good one. We scored seven runs, and we grinded out some at-bats.
Yes, we did. Our bats, we were in scoring position today, were phenomenal. I thought we put some really good at-bats from the beginning. We got their starter out, 74 pitches, and then we went to work with, against their bullpen. I thought we grinded our bats. We hit some balls hard. We did some small ball very well. We found ways to score runs.
Yeah, it was good. And for the second straight game, they scored first. Our nightmare is over. They actually won the game this time. 2 nights ago, they lost the game, but at least they're scoring first now on teams. They'll go for the series win today against the Nationals at Minute Maid Park. The big story over the next 24 hours isn't going to be whatever the outcome is. Oh, and by the way, the lead in the division is 4 games over the Mariners and 5 games over the Rangers, who are suddenly in the rearview mirror again. I don't like that, mostly because I don't like the Rangers. But the big thing over the next 24 to 33 hours, 5 o'clock Thursday is the trade deadline, 5 o'clock tomorrow. That'll be, I think, an even bigger storyline with the Astros and whatever happens in this afternoon's game between them and the Nationals. Reports yesterday from Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome of The Athletic that the Astros may be pursuing Dylan seeing it, that this feels like it might be a Jim Crane thing. Jim Crane likes star power. He does. He likes 2 things, and these 2 things are in direct conflict with each other if they go after Dylan Cease. He likes star power, and he likes not going over the competitive balance tax. If they trade for Dylan Cease, they're going to have to go over the CBT and pay some tax. And that's something that Jim Crane, the behavior of the team throughout this season has been one of a team that has no desire to go over the competitive balance tax and pay a luxury tax. They had to do it last year. This would make them a repeat offender. They traded Ryan Presley so they wouldn't have to do it. They got rid of Rafael Montero, a chunk of his salary, just to stay copacetic with that threshold. The fact of the matter is this team, while incredibly undermanned, has done an amazing job of building a 4-game lead in their division. And it may end up that the trade deadline reinforcements that they get are guys that are all in Sugarland right now. Like 30% of the Space Cowboys roster last night was Astro guys. Arrighetti, Garcia, J.P. France, Christian Javier, they're all at Sugarland right now. Jeremy Pena, we should mention, got the start for Sugarland last night in a rehab start. Went 0 for 2 with a walk and a hit by pitch. That sums up the Astros season right there from an injury standpoint, like an injury luck standpoint. I mean, the season's been a good one in the standings, but from a weird injury luck thing, Jeremy Pena, and I didn't watch the game, the Sugarland game, so I don't know where he got hit. Thigh. I don't know. We know that the reason he's been out for 6 weeks is because he got beamed in the ribs. Just that Jeremy Pena gets hit by a pitch on a rehab assignment, and the reason he's on a rehab assignment is that because he got hit by a pitch. I just had to chuckle ironically this morning when I saw that. So, trade deadline coming up. Dylan Cease on the Astros radar, according to Ken Rosenthal and Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Quick NFL news. Trey Hendrickson plans to report to Bengals camp. Trey Hendrickson, who has done as good a job as you can possibly do trying to agitate for a new deal from one of the cheapest, penniest pinching teams in the NFL, who've taken care of some guys, though. I mean, they took care of T. Higgins and Jamar Chase within the last year. But Trey Hendrickson, the leading sack getter in the NFL last year, they've not yet taken care of him, at least not to the degree that he wants to. They've exchanged offers, but they're not anywhere close. Trey Hendrickson had threatened to sit out the season if he had to get a new deal, which to me is the dumbest thing that you can do because your contract tolls for another year. It's not the contract doesn't expire when you sit out the year. You're still under contract to the Bengals. So if you're just trying to make a point, it's a very expensive point to make. Trey Hendrickson plans to report to Bengals camp, which I think is smart. Dude, just play out your contract for the $16 or $17 million and then get the hell out of there. You knew what you were getting into when you signed with the Bengals. That's why I shed very few tears for these people that complain about their contracts with ratchet front offices and ownership like the Cincinnati Bengals. So track the year and get out and go be the biggest free agent on the market. You'll be the biggest fish in the free agency pond next year. And you can go to an actually well-run team. So he's reporting. Henderson's doing the same thing. I remember Andre Johnson did that one time. He wanted a new contract, and he held out for like 2 days. Or like maybe a day. Maybe an hour. I think he held out for 6 minutes in the parking lot, and then he went in the building. DeAndre Hopkins did that one time too. Which I say that with respect. Like that. Like Andre's a guy who just couldn't be away from his teammates and the work. DeAndre Hopkins probably more his teammates than the actual practices. He didn't like practice as much as other guys did. Why did I do that? It's a Trey Hendrickson story, and I'm doing a drive-by on DeAndre Hopkins. That was uncalled for. All right, Sean Pendergast with you. Seth Payne, we're efforting right now. Johnny Harris might stop by a little early as well. All right, I love this exercise that ESPN does, especially because the Texans are number one in it. Talent, core talent under the age of 25 on the roster. The Texans were number one last year. Are we the champs again this year? We will have that for you coming up next. But the champs when it comes to getting your testosterone level right is the Men's T Clinic. I mean, like run away.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a what is today? I'm losing track. Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast, but playing the part of Seth Payne is John Harris for today. We're technically today, so that'll get remedied for tomorrow. But in the meantime, Texans radio, Texans sideline reporter, my first ever radio brother.
Yeah, how about that?
Johnny Harris joining me out here. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I saw Seth's tweet, and I was like, I'm just hanging in studio. I was literally about to watch Ruben Bain Jr. from the University of Miami start, my early scouting that I've been getting done. And I saw Seth's tweet. I was like, you know what? I'm 2 minutes away, man. I can just walk right on out and just, start chopping it up. So, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah.
It's always good when I, sit next to you.
Yep.
Done this for a long time. So it's good. Good day. It'll be hot as hell. But day 7 of training camp coming up, so it's going to be good.
Okay, so before we get into, I teased that ESPN article from yesterday that is all good news for the Texans when it comes to their young core. I don't know if you saw that, ranking that. We'll get
yeah.
I want to get your thoughts on that, obviously, in a minute. But as long as we've got you here, and obviously you and Mark will be chopping it up from 8 to 10 a.m. today, as you guys always do. I thought yesterday was a good day for the offense.
Absolutely.
Out here.
Totally.
What did you think? What did you like? What did you like of what you saw yesterday? What were the key things offensively? Because it's been, by and large, a defensive camp so far, but I thought yesterday might have been the best day the offense has had.
Well, I felt really good about what the offense is doing yesterday, and then it was confirmed after practice because I saw a few of the defensive personalities, players, coaches, staff, and they seemed to be a little bit disgruntled about things. So I was like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
All right.
I feel good. So I felt good about that. It was interesting. I thought, 7-on-7 was kind of the first group drill that they did. And I think it was the second or maybe the first throw. Caleb Block came up with another interception. You're like, God dang.
Yeah.
This dude is just all over the place. And it was like the next play was just a CJ throw to Kirk, I think just out in the flat. But from that point on, it felt like that kind of broke the seal, and the offense really kind of got it going. There was a great play by Sting and Petrie over here on Higgins that knocked the ball away. But after that, the receivers that made plays, Kirk had a deep over route, beating the nickel across the field, which is great. And it just had flashbacks to 23 when Kirk was doing that to Tavier Thomas in the building in that big game against Jacksonville. And it was like, I keep seeing Tavier Thomas on Christian Kirk, and I know that ain't good. And so seeing Kirk do that, what he did to us in 23 was just awesome. But Xavier Hutchinson had a one-hand catch on the sideline, which was awesome. You had Jaden Higgins, who came back later in practice and mossed somebody. I don't know who. He went up over somebody on our sideline.
It was right in front of us.
Yeah,
he got his feet down, and he kept the ball to the ground. It was great.
It was unbelievable. Those guys made catches. I feel like all the quarterbacks threw the ball exceptionally well. Now, Keaton didn't have as many chances, but my guest after practice today is going to be Graham Mertz. I'm really excited to talk to Graham because he's been throwing it really well.
He has.
I mean, really, really well. He's been very accurate. He's thrown a buddy of mine. We were talking about this last year, and he's like, three types of balls. One ball, which is a laser. The 3 ball is kind of the deep ball, the big parabola. And the 2 ball, which is the hardest one to be accurate with and be good with, which I think CJ's great with. The 2 ball, Graham's been throwing that 2 ball well. He's been throwing the ball in a cover 2 hole really well. Justin Watson, I thought, had a really good day. But I feel like Davis Mills is throwing the ball, and I told him this in the hallway. I said, I've been here 5 years, and I don't know I've seen you throw it better.
This is the best he's looked since he's been here.
And what's interesting, Sean, because in OTAs and minicamp, Mark and I looked at each other a few times. They're like, "What's wrong with Davis? Like, what's going on with him, man? He should be throwing it better." He came out here for training camp, and it was like from first throw through yesterday, he has been diming people. I mean, all kinds of throws, touch throws. He had a touch throw over the weekend to Brevin when the offense couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
He hit that touch throw to Brevin. He's made a couple of nice throws. But then Seven had a couple of throws yesterday that were like, okay, those are the ones we remember. The best one, I thought, he had Dalton Schultz kind of down the seam. And Dalton does a really good job of understanding body position. I know Dalton takes crap for he's not the fastest guy, he's not the greatest blocker, but he's extremely smart, especially in the pass game. And he did a great job of kind of widening Sting with his route, and he kind of broke it back in just slightly. And there was a spot about the size of a big purse, maybe, that CJ could throw it into from 25 yards away. And he couldn't have walked over and handed the ball to Dalton in any better spot. Because either way, either Kalen makes the knockdown, Sting gets the knockdown, but he stuck it right in between them where neither one of them could get their hands on it. Dalton had to catch it. I was like, that's 7. Like, that's what we've been seeing. But I think probably the biggest and positive thing is the fact that I thought the pass protection really improved. And Mark likes to say this term, aggressive counseling. Cole Popovich has done some aggressive counseling with that group after some periods.
He's fun to watch.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back, and I love him. He is a true. He played offensive line at Fresno State. I know if you go in the Wayback Machine, one of the great games in college history was 2005 against USC when Reggie Bush had like 515 yards or whatever it was.
Yeah,
a total offense that night. Cole was an offensive lineman at Fresno State team, and what a lot of people don't remember is in that game, Fresno State takes the lead.
Yeah, after
Reggie fumbled the ball. And then on the next drive, Reggie has the famous, put the ball behind his back, basically the guy fly by and then running for a touchdown.
Yep.
That changed everything. But Cole was an offensive lineman on Fresno State's team at that time. And so he's got a lot of experience in this thing. He knows. He just has, I think, the right demeanor. But he's a really good teacher. You watch him after every play. There's somebody he's talking to on every play.
Yeah.
And I think that can be good. But I think he also has the offensive lineman's mentality, which is, you got to know when to leave the guys alone. You blow a block. Like sometimes it's just best. Leave the guy, let it marinate a little bit. Don't mention it. Go to the other guys.
Yeah.
Come back to it later. But I think the offensive line has protected much better. The backs and tight ends have done a better job protecting. I think on Monday.
Well,
he was against Darrell Taylor, who's been fantastic.
Yeah.
And he went one-on-one against Taylor and kept him out of there and let CJ make a throw. So. I feel like that's improved now.
It's been better. It's definitely been better than it was this time last year.
Sure.
This time last year, CJ was dog cussing people. Remember that?
Couldn't get it off.
Remember that? And that was when they went in with, this is our offensive line. Like they had guys in ink.
That's right.
And this has been. It looks like it's starting to the combinations are starting to come together a little bit, but it's still a very competitive situation for
What's
sure.
What's interesting, Sean? I think I've heard Seth say this a few times. And he's right in that the starting offensive line was set in stone like day one last year.
Yeah.
The problem with that ultimately is the fact that it had to be set in stone because there wasn't enough talent on the second group to really push them for spots.
Yep.
So it was like, yeah, it was set in stone, and those guys knew it because the guys behind them weren't going to really push for opportunities. So you were kind of stuck with what you had.
Just cut to the chase.
Yeah. You're just like, all right, let's go with it. But I think one of the things, and I don't want to, I love Laramie. I love Laramie as a dude. I didn't love his approach. And Laramie's approach was, well, I'll get ready when I'm ready.
Dude, I was thinking of this yesterday when there was the video that surfaced of all the offensive linemen doing push-ups after practice.
Yeah.
Well, Laramie had been here for push-ups.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, how could you find cohesion? Because Laramie was going to get ready when Laramie got ready. And my point in that is, well, Laramie didn't show up till like week 3 of the preseason.
Yeah.
And look, it got Blake some good reps last year left and right. But you got no cohesion through the toughest part of practice, which was the pads. Once you get to the 3rd week of the training camp, you didn't have pads on all that much, so you weren't working things or seeing game speed like you wanted to. You knew Laramie was going to be able to handle it, but he had to work with the guys next to him, and that was gone for 3 weeks.
Well,
you're not having that now.
And I don't think that Laramie's approach is in one vacuum, and him getting all those false starts, especially early in the year, is in a separate vacuum.
Yeah,
those things are intertwined with one another.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's The false start, we were up the combine, and I was with Paul Allen and the Vikings team. We were doing a podcast.
He's their play-by-play guy.
He's their
right?
play-by-play guy. And so before we got started, they were asking me, "Hey, what was your experience with Stephon Diggs?" And so I said, "You know, it was good." I was like, we felt like we really needed Steph last year. Like, he was really, and you talk to people around the building, they'll tell you the same thing. But I was like, you know what? We really needed him. He gave us the offensive kick in the ass. And so I told him a story about being in Minnesota, about how at halftime at Minnesota, it's a long walk. And then once you even get on the other side of the – you got a long walk down the corridor to the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd finish up my D'Amico interview, and I can hear a voice just giving it to somebody. Go. I'm like, what? And so I kind of stopped, and I was like, all right, I'll kind of be a fly on the wall for this one. I turn around, and Diggs is laying into Laramie, like laying into him.
Well, that was the game where he had the 3 false starts.
Well, it was funny because I had forgotten about that.
Yeah.
And Pete Burstich.
Yeah,
buddy. That's what I was talking to. Yeah, that's what I was talking to. I was like, Pete, and I told him the story, and he goes, let me guess, Laramie Tunsil, all the false starts. I was like, how'd you know? Oh, yeah, all the false starts. Yeah, that was the game he had. So, yeah, and it's, it's week 3. You're on the road in a tough environment, and you have no cohesion. And, look, I'm not sitting here going to tell you that the offensive line is going to be, the Dallas Cowboys unit of the 90s and that kind of thing, but there is improvement in the overall unit and the cohesiveness of the unit. And I think that's, to me, what has to happen.
Yeah, there's way more of a 5 fingers in the glove thing going on. It feels like, that with this, there will be with this group whenever they set and determine who the 5 are going to be.
Yep.
All right, so ESPN.com, Johnny. Johnny Harris is out with me here today, live at Texans training camp, and then we'll pass the baton at 8 a.m. to him and Mark Vandermeer. So ESPN does this. I feel like you enjoy this exercise that ESPN does because it does correlate to the draft in some ways, and how well you are the preeminent draft guru that I know. You're on, by the way.
Thank you.
But the Texans, for the second straight year, finished first in this exercise, where they have the best, according to ESPN, the best young core in football of guys under the age of 25 as of September 1st of this year. That's the cutoff date.
Right.
Under 25 right now. And it's sort of a combination of subjective and some empirical stuff here. I mean, it's a lot. The criteria, there's 8 bullet points of this criteria.
Yeah.
Just know that the big ones are age, quality of play. It feels like they weight things. If you've got a quarterback that's under the age of 25, that really helps.
Yep.
But the bottom line is this. For the second straight year, the Texans are number 1 in this exercise. And, look, it is being largely fueled by C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr., which is awesome because I feel like when the Texans drafted C.J. and traded up to get Will, I don't think they sat down and said, man, we're going to be number 1 in the ESPN under 25 rankings. But I do feel like that this is a byproduct of what they were planning, what the plan was that day. They group them into blue chip players, and the blue chip players that they have for the Texans are C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, who, by the way, are both 23.
Yeah.
Texans are probably going to be number 1 on this list again next year.
Right.
Derek Stingley Jr. will age off of the list this year, but he's there. He's 24 years old. Kamari Lassiter is 22. Those are the 4 guys they have as the blue chip players, but, man, they go on to, Kalen Bullock is a guy who got a ton of love in that other exercise ESPN did with all the anonymous GMs and coaches and scouts. Henry To'oTo'o has been real solid. 24, and then the rookie class they mentioned, and these guys have all done well so far early in camp. Ariante Ursary is 23. The 2 wide receivers from Iowa State, Higgins and Knoll, are 22. Jalen Smith has had a bunch of pass breakups out here.
J-Rock's been good, man.
He's been good out
really
here.
Good.
He's 21 years old. So this, honestly, Johnny, and this is me getting greedy, like, imagine if they hit on just one of the offensive linemen that they've taken over the last. Like, if they Kenyon's 24 still, and Blake Fisher I think is 22. Yeah. Juice aged off of this list, but if they, my God, I mean, this is it's incredible to begin with, but holy crap that there was still some meat on the bone that could have gotten them, even more separation. This is a testament, I think, to the plan of attack they had on day 1 of 2023. And obviously Stingley factors into that as well the year before. But now that they've sort of kind of I don't want to say mastered because we've still got a lot of runway with these young players, but early on here it looks like the approach of getting out of the first round and sort of accumulating stuff in day 2 to supplement these elite guys that you have. It's early, but, so far so good.
It's interesting when you think back to that 23 draft. I mean, you and I talked about this a lot. I felt like that 23 draft was a 4 elite player draft.
Mm-hmm.
It was the 2 quarterbacks, Bryce and CJ. It was Jalen Carter, who obviously with some of the off-field incidents, I didn't think he was going to be in the crosshairs. And then it was Will Anderson Jr. And I sat down that entire spring. Assets, go get 2 of them. And I remember when the trade happened, and I would be asked by national people or asked by people from other municipalities, and he gave up a lot. I'm like, look, at that time we didn't have elite players. Like, whose jersey did you go buy? You're buying Sting's on spec, because it's a cool number 24, which I love, and you hope that Sting was going to be good. But even at that point, Sting missed the last half of that year. So, whose jersey were we going to buy? I.e., where were your elite players? Nico hadn't become Nico yet. And so, you drafted Stroud. Great. There's going to be a lot of 7 jerseys, built, but you still needed elite players. But you also needed an elite alpha. And that's why I felt like the trade for Will Anderson was more than just trading for defensive end Will Anderson. You were trading for the whole package. And I thought because of that, it made a lot of sense. You get an elite player that is going to be an elite locker room guy eventually. He is going to be the face of your franchise, especially on the defensive side. Mm-hmm. And he's going to set a tone that if what I saw at Alabama, what I heard about him at Alabama, that if that carried forward, which there was no reason why it wouldn't,
right?
Okay, you were adding elite players to the mix. What Nick has mastered since is, well, we're going to use our first-round pick. We're going to move down with Minnesota, but then use that pick to go get Diggs. Now, Diggs' injury kind of curtailed.
I would do it again. I'd do it again.
Right, because last
correct.
And this year in the second round, you get Jaden Higgins. And because you trade down from 25 to 34, you get Higgins and more capital. You get Higgins and the opportunity to trade up to get Woody Marks, who, by the way, I think Woody is going to be – I mean, you know how I felt. I reacted with you on the show.
I was 5 feet
really
away
excited,
from you. You went nuts.
But I'm watching him here, and I'm seeing what he's doing, and I'm like, this is the guy. And I know there's a lot of conjecture about Joe Mixon, and I was on the way up here, I was getting caught up on Reggie and John from yesterday. They were talking about that. Figgy had a camp question that I thought was interesting. Well, hey, if Joe can't go, like he goes on early season IR, is prime Nick Chubb enough to keep Joe as kind of the 1B or what? And I thought it was a really good question, but I didn't really mention the other 2 guys who I think have been as good as you could possibly be.
For sure.
In Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks.
Yep.
So because Nick maneuvered the board the way that he did, and when you're drafting down at this part of the board, which hopefully we're going to do that for a long time.
A long time, yes.
Those trades into the second round only piss off the people that had set up the draft party. My girl Disney Harris, man, she's probably like, God dang, Nick, I set this draft party up and then you trade out of it. Larry and Stafford screaming, we didn't draft anybody at the draft, And I'm like, look, man, we're going to get a good player tomorrow. And guess who it turns out to be? Jaden freaking Higgins.
Yeah.
And draft capital that you can then move down and go move back up at some point and get Woody Marks or whoever they drafted. That to me is where the genius is now. Like, Nick better, and he knows this, Nick better get Stroud and Will Anderson right. He better get them right.
Yeah.
When you get into the second round, it's a little dicier.
It's dicier, for sure.
But you look at Kamari last year and you go, yeah, he's that one.
Well, and I think they've gotten really good, especially once D'Amico got in the building, of evaluating their type of guys.
That's exactly right. And they said it to me at the Combine. I thought it was interesting. D'Amico said that. He said once the season was over and he started jumping into draft prep, he said when he would pick up the initial reports from the scouts, it started saying, not a D'Amico guy, not a swarm guy, totally our guy. Guy D'Amico would love. Like, those things ended up in the scouting reports, which I thought was fabulous, because now, as Sheldon said 2 days ago, now the culture is set.
The machine is working now.
Now everybody knows
What do Miko and Nick look for?
Yep.
The players know the standard of what's expected of them.
Yep.
And I'm talking all levels. Like special teams, I know people, when it gets to special teams, everybody gets on their phone, the media gets on their phone. I want you to pay attention an hour and 45 minutes into practice, and I want you to watch Frank Ross's dudes that have just gone through O&D, and they're flying down the field in 95-degree heat like it's the last rep they'll ever have in their life.
Yeah.
That's the standard that they have set. Now, the standard has to be winning that divisional playoff round.
Sure, yeah, of course.
But they're at least piling on the pieces. Being number one, it's not really, not too surprising. Like you said, they listed the blue chippers. They didn't put Kalen there.
No.
Henry was the leading tackler last year.
Yeah.
A guy who I'd like to see on that list, and if he's healthy, he could be on that list, is C. Harris, 48. I mean, he could definitely be on that list, but he's got to be healthy to be on it. And I think one of Cade Stover, Jalen Smith, Woody Marks, kind of a third or fourth rounder of the last couple of years, is going to be a guy that kind of bursts out this year. I mean, Cade's been my breakout guy, but watching Jalen Smith this year and watching Woody Marks, the two USC guys, man, they've been really impressive thus far.
I think the other interesting thing, about this exercise that ESPN did, and John Harris is in for Seth, and we're talking about this ESPN ranking of the under 25 years old cores of all 32 NFL teams. The interesting thing about this is, might the AFC South be on the cusp of a bit of a renaissance here? Because Texans are first, 8th on the list, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
And we'll see what the magnificent Gladstone ends up doing to either hurt or help that.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9 is the Tennessee Titans. And obviously they drafted a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick. That helps.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. I'm not reading their paragraphs here in this article right now. Indianapolis is 20th, which is, that can go either way. Them missing on Anthony Richardson, or at least looking like they've missed on Anthony Richardson, certainly hurts them. But if I did the exercise where you add up the rankings of all the teams by division, so the higher the number, the worse the. And the AFC South and the NFC East are tied in a runaway right now with 38 total points. They have the least amount of points, which means you're the best in this exercise. Right. How are you feeling about the division right now? Just in terms, is that rating of the young cores of the other teams in the division? Do you think that's indicative of the direction this division is going, or do you feel like this is still – because there's a big gap, in my opinion, right now between the Texans and these other 3 teams.
It is, and I think it's all dependent on 2 players, and that's Trevor Lawrence and Anthony Richardson. I think Cam's going to be good, Tennessee. They just got to let him cook a little bit. He's the type of quarterback where you got to let him cook. You can't put the reins on him all the time. Like, he's a creator, and he's going to make a mistake when he creates every now and again. But he's also going to make 4 or 5 plays that other quarterbacks in this league can't make. And I think he's going to give them kind of a lift in Tennessee. So I anticipate him, and not just because he's number 1 overall pick. The way he plays, the confidence he has, I think he's going to be the right fit in Tennessee. But really it comes down to Trevor Lawrence and Anthony Richardson. Because like you mentioned, Jacksonville, if Travis Hunter is all that on both sides of the ball, Tyson Campbell apparently has been having a really good camp thus far. BTJ has been unbelievable. I don't mind them having good receivers because I feel like our corners can match up. It was like when teams had, good pass rushers, it didn't matter because we had Laramie. Now a little different. We'll see how he handle it. But now when we face teams that have got really good receivers, like, all right, well, Sting's got number 1.
No kidding.
And Kamari's got the other guy, so we're okay. So, I think this is where it's going. The Colts, these good receivers, young receivers, Adonai Mitchell, Josh Downs.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, Josh Downs' brother is Caleb Downs, is at Ohio State.
Oh, yeah, the safety,
Holy
right?
crap.
Yeah.
If you eventually, I don't know where this goes to the Texans, and I don't know, what the extension might be if they give one to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, sticks around. But, man, if Caleb Downs came here and played next to Kalen Bullock, there wouldn't be an interception or a turnover they couldn't get. Man. But either way, the Colts have a great wide receiving core. Now you add Tyler Warren to it. But you got scattershot Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
It was interesting reading some of the Indianapolis stuff. Like, Anthony Richardson, the last couple of days, man, there's a lot of hope. And there's a lot of, look what he can do.
Have we heard that before out of there?
Absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. I just double checking to make sure.
Yeah. Now, Trevor's the one. Trevor should be a lot better than he is. And, look, can you blame it on Urban Meyer the first year? Sure. Doug the last couple years? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I mean, the game against us here in Week 4 last year, he had 4, maybe 5 opportunities to put knives right in us.
Yeah.
Just take us down.
Yep.
And he blew it.
Couldn't do it.
He just absolutely could not hit open receivers. Now, some of that was the pass rush. I'll give that. But we did not cover well that game, and he had all kinds of – and he missed – just flat out missed them. And then he's banged up. And then, of course, what happened in Jacksonville happened in Jacksonville. But he's that guy for them. If Liam Cohen can – kind of Baker Mayfield him, then okay, oh boy, now it gets really interesting because that level of talent, Jacksonville, he took a lot of crap and deservedly so, but he put together some really good pieces.
Yeah.
But those pieces never got cohesive more than that one run at the end of 22.
Well, the pieces are what get them to 8th on this list. It's nothing Gladstone's done. I mean, it's the pieces that Balke took.
Yeah.
And this exercise isn't about the chemistry of all the things. It's about just the sum total of the value of the parts.
And therein lies why I'd be excited as an AFC South fan and the Texans being the AFC South. But I think the difference with where the Texans are and the others are they're pieces that have come together and done things. And the others are just athletic pieces that, you don't really know. How did Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. work together? How does that work?
Yep.
Is Travis Hunter all that? Is he able to play both ways like he thinks he can?
I want to ask you about Travis Hunter because you watched every snap of him, I'm sure, at Colorado, and he's they're really giving it a go of him playing both ways. I've seen some tweets with the snap counts out of practice, and it's funny. On 11-on-11, it's skewed more towards defense, or at least as of 2 days ago it was. I don't know if that's balanced itself out or anything. He's clearly doing stuff on both sides of the ball at camp. And it's neither is a novelty. Like, he is working on both sides. If you had to guess, how long does that last and what side of the ball? If he winds up on one side of the ball way more than the other, which side do you think it is, and which side would it be if you were Liam Cohen?
I would lean defensively because I always feel like you can find – I mean, there's so many receivers you can find.
Yep.
But I don't know that you can find a corner that's got his smarts – his few. I mean, we've got the best one in the league right here, so you see the best. But Sting's built different. Like, he's built different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's thick. So he's really
he's
good.
Like literally built. Not one of these like the psychology built different.
Right.
He's just like a different he's out of a different lab than other guys.
So if you're game planning against the Jaguars, one of the things I've heard coaches mention this phrase. They're like, hey, have the littles come up and make plays. And the littles meaning the DBs. I'd run at that sucker all day. I'd force him to have to come up and run support all day.
That's messed
up, by the way. It's not me. I just repeated what
I know. No, I know. Yeah.
Like, make the littles make plays. And so make Travis Hunter come up and tackle 10 times in the first half.
Right.
Run at him. Run outside zone. Put a lead blocker on. Make him feel the game. Make him feel the presence such that, we can't put him in an offense this series. He's gassed. He's made 3 tackles on his drive.
Yeah.
You can't go in an offense. So that, to me, is what you really have to get to with him.
Yeah.
Because when he talked about the whole Ohtani thing, it's like, come on, man. Ohtani's got to do it both ways. But the one thing he missed and didn't say is, playing both sides is going to end up being physical. So is he going to go out receiver and not block?
Yeah, no. The Ohtani thing is only a comparison because they both go both ways in their respective sport.
Right.
There's not nearly there's no physical toll for Ohtani.
Right. Exactly. So there's 65,
no physical toll, but like no blunt force trauma.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are no collisions. So there's 65 plays on each side. It's 130 plays.
Yeah.
So you run the ball. I mean, I would run wherever he was all the time.
Yep.
I mean, I would run at him. I would hit him with wide receiver 1 and 2 in the blocking. I mean, I would just run right at him all game long. Like, come on and tackle. Because he's pretty in tune and he's not scared.
Yeah.
He's not going to back off physically. But that might ultimately be what takes him down. Because you think of the great players in this league that play one side of the ball, invariably they miss 2-3 games when they're playing at that level. And plus, when he goes and catches a ball, he's not going to be able to run away from a Big 12 defense. He's going to catch a ball and get blasted by Petrie. He's going to end up catching a ball and take a shot from Kenny Moore from the Colts.
Yep.
He's going to take those hits, and they're going to accumulate. So that's why I think being smart with him early is going to be kind of the wise way to go. Like, all right, they're going to have to kind of pick stretches of when they can. All right, this might be a 100-play game. This might only be an 80-play game. They're going to probably have to pick and choose. I love them giving it a shot. I really do. Just as a football fan, I love it. I love a unique player like that. I love guys that can go both ways. I would love to see Sting try it because he's got great hands, but it's unique for a reason.
Yeah. The first 5 games of this season are so interesting.
So interesting.
The opener with the Rams, a real 10. The Monday night opener, which a primetime opener, home opener for the second year in a row against Tampa is, that might have been the most exciting game of the DeMeco Ryans era so far was that game 2 years ago in Week 9. And then the 2 division games against the 2 opponents that actually have something new and interesting going on with Travis Hunter in Week 3 and then Cam Ward in Week 4. And then obviously you go try to take down the Beast in Week 5 going into the bye week.
You look at it, and I know a lot of fans will say, and you look at it and think, well, if we beat the Rams and Bucs, man, we'll be 4-0. Well, hell, Tennessee beat you here last year because you didn't take care of your business.
Yeah.
And you just were sloppy and tired and exhausted, basically. That was 12 of 13 in a row. So it's not surprising, but, man, going out to L.A. and beating them, we haven't played
those
so
are 2
far.
playoff teams you're starting
exactly.
with.
And, really, really good quarterbacks you got to face. Devontae Adams with the Rams. I think the Bucs are one of the more underrated teams in the league.
Yep.
But I think if the offense can get it going, I think they can run the ball at least against the Rams. And I think, and I said this after we practiced against the Rams, I said, man, teams are going to put a number on them up on the board if they can get the ball off.
Right.
The Vikings in the playoff game could get the ball off and end up scoring 9 points. If you get the ball off against the Rams, you got an opportunity to put up a big number. Now, running against Big Vita Vea in Week 2 is going to be a challenge. But if they can just get some semblance of a running game by then play action is a monster. And I don't think cover guys can stay with a healthy group of Texas receivers. I just don't think it happened. But to win both those games, look, you know it. You had a 2-win parlay on those first 2. I mean, that's a pretty decent number to beat those 2 to start the year.
They're about a field goal. I've seen 3.5 underdog to the Rams.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That Bucs game is hovered around a pick'em.
That's exactly.
The Bucs are viewed a pick'em at NRG Stadium, which means that on some people's power rankings, the Bucs are viewed as a superior team now.
Yeah.
So those are two tough ones right out of the chute. You've got two quarterbacks that can that you might end up getting into a shootout with.
And I know every team is different, and I know it's been a couple years, but thankfully DeMeco has faced Matt Stafford before. He's faced the McVay offense before. That helps.
Yeah.
And the Bucs are Liam Cohen-less. So they've got a new offensive coordinator that they're integrating. Now, the Bucs are facing, obviously, a new offensive coordinator here. But those two right out of the chute it's going to be really interesting. Now, Stafford's dealing with some back stuff. I kind of hope he continues to.
I would rest till week 2 if I were him.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be my advice.
Jimmy G. Come on, bring Jimmy G.
That's right. That's who.
Let's get Jimmy Garoppolo.
Can I tell you? I didn't realize Trey Lance is on the Chargers. Yesterday. I got to get back up to speed on my backup quarterback.
That happens tomorrow night.
Yeah, Hall of Fame.
We got football tomorrow night.
I know.
It's amazing to think about. That was us last year, and I remember being up there, and one of our great moments. Darren Rabel, who produced On the Road, 3 of us went over early that Thursday. We had never been to the Hall of Fame, so we go through the Hall of Fame. We go in the bust room, and I got pictures of all the Packers I was sending my dad. I was having a blast. And then we get to the end, and there's the guys going in, and the way they had set it up, it was perfect symmetry.
So they had the busts of the guys that were
didn't have them. They had the little platforms.
The space.
The platform. Yeah,
I got you.
So right in the middle is Andre's.
Yeah,
and it was just like, oh, this is cool. I'm telling you, we don't walk out the door. And Andre's walking in, and it was like, this is
that's so cool, dude.
Cool, man. We just saw where your bus is going. I've never seen the real thing.
That's so cool.
It was, other than the rain at the end, it was such a great weekend.
Yeah.
But It was so early, man. That team last year did not need to start that early.
No, dude.
It was a long marathon.
I was with CJ doing an event the day that the Hall of Fame game got announced, like in late March.
Yeah.
And we were doing an event. We were in the green room together. It was like a fireside chat kind of thing. We were in the green room together, and I'm like, "How you doing, man?" He's like, "I'm doing all right, but I just found out my summer vacation got short by a week."
Yeah, exactly.
He was saying it.
He wasn't alone, man.
Yeah, no,
he wasn't alone. It was all of us. Like,
no,
it's July 16th. We gotta go to practice.
It was
what?
It was. I mean, we were literally it just got announced like 45 minutes before that. It was really funny.
Yeah.
To CJ's credit, he put a happy face on during the event that we.
Here's the question. Would you rather have gone to the Hall of Fame game? Well, now that I look back on it, maybe I know the answer to this. Would you rather have gone to the Hall of Fame game or play the Vikings in Tottenham? I'd rather play the Vikings in Tottenham. I don't know. Just, kind of looking at it that way, like, hey, we'll go to the Hall of Fame game, but you take us out of London. Because we were told by the Vikings people at the Combine that year, we'll see you in London. We'll see you in London.
That's what I had heard, yeah.
And then
something happened.
Nope.
Something happened.
And then we got the Hall of Fame game. I don't know. It's crazy how that works.
Hey, okay, two things for the final segment here. One, you had Andre on Texans All Access this week. Okay, so I want to play a funny clip from Andre, as long as we're talking about him.
Okay.
I have an either-or that I feel like is right up your alley,
okay, all right.
and it's about the first 5 games of the Texans season.
Oh, okay.
Either-or for John Harris. This is a game we used to play all the time,
you
and me.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to do that in the final segment coming up next, and then we'll hand it over to Johnny and Mark at the top of the hour. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast live from Texans training camp.
Hey, you don't want to get stuck in your retirement the way I'm stuck right now.
Texans training camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, John Harris in for Seth Payne. Seth back in tomorrow. We're live at Texans training camp. It is day 7. The pads go on again today, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. I mean, it's a day before a day off.
Yeah.
But I've seen D'Amico at times, and this is where the sports science and the nutrition, all that comes in. Every single rep, every single player is measured for their output during. And I wouldn't have been surprised if last Friday was part of the bouillabaisse of why they had the walkthrough practice.
Yeah.
They look at all that, they study all that, and they're like, man, these first 2 days, it was really hot.
Well, they went 4 in a row also.
Right.
Wednesday through Saturday.
Right.
So
I think that might have been it. But, man, they monitor every rep, how much they're burning off, how much weight they're losing, how many, MPH they're going. All that.
Oh, the science is amazing.
The sports science is incredible.
All right, I want to make sure we get this in because we're out in a few minutes here. This is Andre Johnson. This was hilarious, I thought. This was Andre Johnson on with you guys, Johnny, on Texans All Access with you and Mark. You guys sat down with Dre and asked, what do you most miss? What do you most not miss about training camp?
To be honest, there's nothing I miss about any
of it. Exactly. I just want to hear you say it.
I don't miss nothing about any of it. I have people like, I was out here the other day at practice, and people was like, man, you don't miss playing. I don't miss any of it at all. Yeah. Actually, when I'm out here looking at it, I'm always like, how was I able to do this for 14 years? Yep. So to be honest, it makes you ask more questions than anything. So, but no, I just enjoy coming out though, watching it. I love watching practice and just watching the games and things of that nature. So, yeah, I'm a huge fan of football. So, yeah.
That is a man who is at peace with his retirement right
Absolutely.
there. I like hearing that. It's a big adjustment for guys, and Andre's been retired for a little while now. But that is a man who is, if anything, he's questioning his decision for as long as he did.
What I thought was funny about Dre, there was one year, and I can't remember if it was the offseason or his training camp, and he was kind of angling for a new contract. And he missed the first day, and everybody's like, whoa.
I talked about this very thing earlier in the show.
Yeah,
today.
Nothing happened, and he was back the next day. Yeah. Like, they're just guys that understood. And Dre being one of them, he understood his impact on the team. He understood his impact on the guys in the locker room. But he loved ball. And to play it at that point, when he started in 03, when he got here, man, there was 2 days, there were meetings in between. Those are some long-ass training camp practices in days.
Yeah.
This, you obviously have an hour 45 to 2 hour practice.
Yep.
And then it's a mental grind the rest of the day because it's a meeting. It's maybe an hour and a half walkthrough.
Yeah.
Sometimes
you're at work.
Sometimes I wanted to be at practice more than I wanted to be at a walkthrough. But that was a training camp grind.
Yep.
I think the NFL's gotten it right with the CBA, and it's filtered down to college and eventually high school. We don't have 2 days anymore, and that's good.
We don't have to kill these guys.
But him saying that, you talk to football players after the fact, and you're like, what did you love about playing a game? Sundays. What did you hate about playing a game? Training camp.
Yep.
Almost 100%. Now, there are some psychos that enjoy training camp.
Especially here, like it's 90 jillion degrees.
If we did training camp up at the 365 for the training camp up there, like, all right, you might, it's okay. There's just such a difference. Like when a guy walks over to you after practice here and he's just glistening with sweat.
Oh,
you're like,
soaked.
He wants to go into an ice bath. He wants to go get breakfast. You get the Greenbrier. It's like, yeah, man, I could go another hour.
Yeah.
So that definitely does play a role.
And we'll be there next week.
That's right.
We'll be there next week at the Greenbrier.
Awesome.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I want to get this either or in with you.
Okay, yeah, let's do
All
it.
right, you and I talked about the first 5 weeks of the season. Texans have kind of an early bye week this year, week 6.
Right, week 6.
Would you rather have the Texans going into the bye week 4-1 with the one loss being the typical convincing loss to the Ravens, or 3-2 but a convincing win over the Ravens in week 5 going into the bye week? 4-1 would mean that you were 4-0 to start the season, and you're feeling good. You're probably one of the big stories in the NFL.
Right.
And until and then that Monday after that Ravens game would be same old Texans. That would be the theme, right?
I know this answer 100%.
3-2 would mean you probably lost the game in the division already, in all likelihood.
Probably.
You know, like the other 4 games are L.A., the L.A. Rams, Tampa Bay, and then the 2 division games against Jacksonville and Tennessee. So that means you've definitely lost either a division game or that home opener against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because you will have lost 2 of those 4 games.
You could have lost the first 2.
Could have lost the first 2.
Then win 3 in a row, which would be the ultimate. I'll take 3-2 and win over the Ravens, because nothing will make a statement for the national landscape than beating Baltimore in Baltimore.
Yep.
Beating Lamar Jackson for the first time, beating the Ravens for the first time in Baltimore, and really kind of putting a stake in the ground that you're not going to shove us around anymore. And this team understands, okay, we know how to handle this team now.
Yeah.
You think about every start against Lamar Jackson, 19, 20, 23 twice last year. He has dominated.
Never a good one.
Every game. Now, it wasn't until the second half of the playoff game, but he eventually took over the game.
Yep.
If you go and beat them, that's the story going in. And I think also for D'Amico, he now looks at his guys and he's like, you just beat arguably the most talented team in the league and you thumped them in their own building.
Yeah.
What is it that you cannot do now? And there's nothing at that point. There's nothing that you cannot do.
Well, the one thing you can't do, and I know what you mean by can't do, like capable of doing.
Capable.
One thing you can't do is take that bye week and those 2 weeks to listen to all your press clippings.
And then go to Seattle.
Monday night is your first game.
And that's
coming
as
out
tough
of
a
that.
place as you're
late. It's a body clock late start. It's like 9 o'clock.
Remember the last time we were in Seattle? Do you remember that day? It could have arguably been the greatest sporting event day in the city of Houston.
It was during the World Series.
Because it was Game 5 of the World Series, arguably the greatest World Series game ever, and you just couldn't hang on.
Couldn't hang on. I'm with you, man. I'll take 3-2 with a win over the Ravens.
Yes, 3-2 and win over the Ravens.
It's a long season. We can get that win back. You know,
that's right. We got more division games after that. That's fine. I don't want you to lose the Titans here. The Jags knocking us off,
but in Jacksonville in Week 3, like somewhere. That 3-2 record means somewhere along the way in those 4 games, there's going to be some tribulations where we're feeling negative on the radio about the team.
That's right.
All right, Johnny, thank you, my friend.
Appreciate it, brother.
Have a good show. All right. Love you, Johnny. Appreciate you. All right, that's it. We're done. We're out of time. Seth will be back tomorrow. Texans Training Camp Live is coming up next. John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, they've got you for the next couple hours. In the Loop will be out here doing their thing from 10 to 2. Appreciate y'all listening. Have a great day, everybody.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive? play here.
It's time
Here we go!
to get back to the grind
Let's go to work, baby!
and prepare for the season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 7 at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and we are at Field 1 in the corner. We slid over a bit because NFL Network, you know, it's the NFL Network. We had to give them a little room here, a little elbow room to work with. Jane Slater's not even here today, so that's very disappointing.
They put up a little shield.
That's all I have
which
to say
blocks
about
the
that.
other corner of the end zone. So
yeah. Oh, they did put up a little shield.
Yeah. So I might need Aaron. Aaron looks out for me.
Yeah.
So Aaron's got this like 1,000-foot cord that I can go all the way basically to the middle of the end zone and walk on the other side of this.
Wait, do they really need this? Do they really need their privacy? Is
Probably
it for lighting? It's for the sun. Yeah,
That's
okay.
smart.
Whatever.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of
Little
for
sun.
us.
Yeah, whatever.
For me.
Anyway,
we don't want to look at him.
So I held Sean Pendergast over a bit because, you know, he got you out early, all
Yeah.
right? And you're burning up innings the way Charlie Morton did in the 2017 ALCS, man.
Okay, you know this is kind of weird. This is like standing between my ex and my wife, and I just, had relations with my ex. So this is now I have to explain myself. This is odd.
All we need is Seth out here in person, and it would be really weird.
Really strange.
Yeah, really weird.
The
really
incestuous talk radio host Shane, though, we could get a number of guys out here.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah.
6 degrees.
Family tree in shape of a circle.
All right,
no,
wait, you guys
listen.
were talking about the either-ors. Hang on a second here.
All right.
Hang on.
So let Sean present the either-or that he presented if you missed it.
Am I on? Am I on right now? Okay, good.
He's on.
Good. Okay, my either-or that I presented to John Harris at the end of Payne and Pendergast today. For the first 5 weeks of the season, we know the Texans play 5 weeks and then go into the bye, week 6. First 5 games are at the Rams, home for the Bucs on Monday night, and then you got the 2 division games at Jacksonville, home Tennessee, at Baltimore.
Yeah.
Those are the first 5 games. Would you rather the Texans, these are the 2 choices, Mark, 4-1, but the 1 loss is what has been the normal game against the Ravens, a double-digit convincing loss going into the bye week?
Yeah.
Going 4-0 to start the season would be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
That one day against the Ravens wouldn't be.
And then you hit the bye with that taste
with
in your
that
mouth.
thud, yeah. Or would you rather go 3-2, not as good a record, but one of those 3 wins is a convincing win over the Ravens? I'm not saying you beat them by 30, but you go into Baltimore and you show them what's up.
Statement.
Yeah, statement game against the Ravens. But you're 3-2, but you're going to the bye week on cloud 9.
And you guys both picked 3-2.
We both picked 3-2.
And
because I want that win against the Ravens.
My knee jerk was 4-1 because I said better record, and I've beaten the Bucs and the Rams in that scenario, and those are pretty good teams. You don't know what kind of situation the Ravens are in, right? Maybe Lamar Jackson's not even playing. See, you didn't tell me all these things, but I guess you're going to set it up with this is a healthy Ravens
you're
team.
You're beating a Ravens team that's the Ravens.
I'm
with
old
Lamar
enough
Jackson.
to remember Gardner Minshew and the Raiders beating the Ravens early in the season. Last night in Baltimore, and it ended up being a pretty good regular season for them anyway. So I understand. I love hitting the bye with a win because it feels like 2 wins because you get to talk about a win.
Especially against that team.
Yeah, against
that team.
team.
If you had to pick a team that has made the D'Amico Ryans version of the Texans look the most inferior, it's the Baltimore Ravens. It's not the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
You've been on the field with the Chiefs playing with them in the fourth quarter. That hasn't been the case in any of these Ravens games.
Good point.
Along those lines, let's say you did go 4-0.
Right.
You have 2 wins over NFC teams. But we know how this thing goes. It comes down to tiebreakers, and you lost the head-to-head to the Ravens. You might be going on the road in a playoff game as opposed to playing here.
Yep.
So you got that as well.
Right. That's a good
now, obviously, you're down a loss. But to me, if you go 3-2 and you do beat you go 3-2 to beat the Ravens, that means either, as Sean pointed out, you start 0-2 and will have lost to the Bucs. It will be hell to pay that week.
Oh gosh!
In our world,
There's
it will
a lot,
be hell
there's a
to
lot
pay.
of pain to get to
There's
that
a lot.
Ravens win.
Yeah. But then you beat the Jags. Like, okay, you're supposed to beat the Jags. But then you beat the Titans. Well, you're supposed to beat the Titans.
Yeah.
But then you beat the Ravens, and everybody's like, well, you're supposed to lose to the Ravens. And they beat the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
And a
okay.
statement game.
Right.
And convincingly.
Right. So
and then you come back Monday night against Seattle.
The flip side of that, right?
After listening to all your press clippings.
That's right.
For 2 weeks.
The other side of
How's
that
that
is
gonna go?
The other side of that is you split. Say you lose at LA, but you win here, but then you lose to either Jacksonville or Tennessee.
If they lose it, and that Tennessee games at home.
2 years in a row at home.
That'll be like
Holy
us
crap.
beating Tennessee there every time, no matter what we've got.
Exactly.
Tyrod Taylor, no problem. Davis, no problem.
Got it. We got this.
2021,
Throw Driscoll out there, we'll win.
Oh my God.
And then last year when we've got our best team, Will Levis did that.
All right, so your gut reaction when we asked you this before we went on the air was 4 and give me 4 and 1. Okay,
Yeah.
Does that remain after we hash
I'm
this whole
pretty
thing
sure it
out?
still does.
Okay.
I hate hitting the bye with a loss, but record means something. You're right about the tiebreaker, Johnny, but I don't know. Early season, think of all those Patriot teams that were so great, and they were 2-2 after 4 so many times.
This is all about beating the Ravens.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
all about beating
that
the
year
Ravens.
the Patriots the Eagles were 2-2 going into the bye last year. And everybody was like, Sirianni, fire him. And then they went on a beat everybody.
You're right, because they finished 23 so poorly for them.
Right.
And then they started off poorly, and then look what happened. Did Kirk Cousins beat them in Philadelphia early on in the season?
Yeah, that Monday night game when Saquon dropped that third down pass, they settled for a field goal, and then Kirk Cousins brought him on down.
Does that count when you drop a pass? Shouldn't you get credit for the win?
You should. If you're
that's Mark Andrews in the playoffs, right?
Should. Yeah.
Yeah.
Try not to give him any credit.
But you win that game, you come back Monday night, Seattle, you got a long break till that Monday night game.
To enjoy it.
And then you got the 3 games in a row at home, right?
Yeah,
you got the Broncos,
that's a telling
the Niners in there,
Yeah,
Niners, Broncos, and then I think the Jags again.
That's a telling part of the season because you're going to get back from Seattle at 8 in the morning, right?
Yeah,
so it's in a short week to get ready for the next one, and you do
Which
get
is the Niners.
Yeah. Short week.
Thankfully, and this is what I said to Sean, I said, you start the year, when you have that first game of the year, I think Nick's told us before they kind of prepare for the first 3 or 4 games over the summer. Like they go pretty detailed with the first 3 or 4 teams. At least D'Amico has some experience going against a McVay offense in the Rams.
That's true.
And he's faced Kyle Shanahan before with the 49ers. A little different teams over the years, but a lot of the concepts are still the same, a lot of things still the same. So that works a little bit in their favor from that standpoint. But to me, that San Francisco game is going to tell you a lot about what this team's focus is and how because like you said, you are coming back from Seattle really late the next day, which is typically your off day. So you're off, and then you jump right back to it Wednesday. That's when the coaches – it's like a short week. And one thing this team has not been great with has been the short weeks. The short weeks have not been tremendous the last couple of years.
All right, I'm going to keep Sean here just for another moment here. We'll do the hot reads out of order. Let me get to the first hot read, Ben, because this relates to the schedule, and it's something worth watching. We are monitoring from afar Matthew Stafford injury status. His back is not good, so he's not out there. Garoppolo is. Some awkwardness between he and Devontae Adams, but they say it's all good now. They're pros, okay? So it's okay.
I forgot about that.
But you have that situation out there. And look, with Jimmy G, be careful what you ask for because, he could have a good game. That offense, it's McVay. We give Liam Cohn all this credit for resurrecting Baker Mayfield, exhuming the body of Baker Mayfield and turning him back into a quarterback. McVay had a little something to spend, he had that one win, spent a couple of weeks, whatever it was, whatever the time was. I think that really helped Baker. And so I think Garoppolo can be helped in this system as well. It used to be you get cleansed in the water of Saban in college football. You can get cleansed in the waters of Sean McVay as a player in the NFL. Think about this. I think there's something to this, and it could really help Garoppolo out. It helps coaches out too, right? I mean, Nick Caley here's the offensive coordinator. Mike LaFleur, baby LaFleur, is hoping to be resurrected as well to get another OC job because it didn't work out with the Jets. He's actually the OC for the Rams, and he got bypassed for Nick Caley here, and D'Amico knows him. So it's kind of a weird situation. But what do you guys think of Stafford? Sean, start with you. Is this something to be concerned about as the Rams fans look at it? What do you think?
I would say, just because he's old. Like, backs when you're 30, that's different than a back when you're 23, man. A back when you're 37, I would be a little concerned about it. For sure, just because of the sheer age of Matthew Stafford, and he's becoming a little bit more injury prone as he's gotten older and whatnot. And I would. You're right. Like Jimmy G's a total wild card in this thing. Like Jimmy G could go lose that game by 4 touchdowns for you. He might go win it for you with McVay pushing the button. So I would be my concern level if I were the Rams. If I were a Rams fan, would be at about like between DEFCON 3 and 4. Not like DEFCON 1 is the worst, people. It's not 5's not the worst. 1 is the worst.
Yeah, where were you on CJ's rep situation? 4?
I was at 4 today. Yeah, just because Clint's planting that seed in my ear, like, Jay, Chief, he's not getting his
It's easy to get on these little trains, right?
That was one I was not anticipating.
Well, to me, with the Rams, look, if Stafford plays and I'm D'Amico, I have Stingley travel with Puka.
Okay.
And I double Devontae wherever he is. Even if he's in the slot, I put a guy over to jam him, but I let a safety play over him. And I blitz his ass all night long. Like, you want to stand in there with that bad back? We're coming, pal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're coming. And we're bringing all the big bad dogs you got, and we're coming from everywhere. I would put him on his wallet 30 times that game if I could. And if that means, he hits Devontae one time because he wins up this, fine. But I am putting a hurting. You want to play with that bad back?
Yep.
That's a great point. Okay, because your original question was how concerned would you be if you were a Rams fan? I was only looking at it through the prism of will he play or won't he play.
Right.
If you're a Rams fan, you should be looking at both of those things. If he doesn't play, that's obviously bad. He's your guy. If he does play, how incapacitated is he? And, oh, my God, look at the defense that he's going against. Like, I feel bad for CJ out here, and they're playing two-hand touch with him out here, you know?
If Garoppolo plays, my approach is completely the opposite. Completely opposite. I play a ton of zone, and I force him. You're going to have to go 12 plays down a field, bro. And I don't think you can do it.
Yep.
You don't think he can do it?
No.
It's funny with Garoppolo because you're
going to have to throw into small spaces. Yeah. You know, our four guys can get there against an offensive line. I don't think the offensive line is great. I think our four guys can get there. It's a good interior offensive line. Haven's little hole up. I just sit there and say, Jimmy beat 8 guys in coverage, beat 7 guys in coverage. And I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to do it. Ask Devontae Adams if he can do it. Devontae knows.
I stopped the show here because there's a guy in full uniform, battle red, and he's got the Robert Woods jersey, and he looks, from behind for a moment. I was like, I know Robert Woods is in Pittsburgh, but it really looked semi-convincing from behind because you expect players to walk down this gauntlet area that we're facing here in the corner of Field 1.
We sure he didn't just buy that in the Steelers?
Look at that.
Wonder if he just
all right, now that I see the full body view, I can tell he's not really an NFL player.
No, it's like when the new jerseys leaked out.
Oh, yeah.
You had
that dude wearing Stingley's jersey.
Definitely fake Stingley right there. Yeah. That guy, not built different.
No. Exactly. No, he's not built different.
Sean, thanks so much
No, it's my pleasure. We're previewing Week 1. Football is here, baby.
I know. We're talking actual games, but we got a long way to go. In fact, like I pointed out, 3 weeks from Saturday, the preseason is over. All the games are over. We're getting ready for Week 1. Got the Rams Sunday, September 7th in L.A., and it is going to be good. What is that, a 3:30 start Central Time, so 1:30 Pacific, whatever. We'll be ready for it. We'll remind you. I don't think you're going to miss the game. I don't think you're in any danger of missing that game, folks, listening right now. All right, let's get to another hot read. Well, we've been in pads now. Monday, Tuesday. We talked about the improvement of the offense. What were some of the things you were saying after not being in pads? Hey, you really can't block guys. Put it in a normal situation with pads, so maybe the defenders have a little bit of an advantage here as they're trying to get off the ball, make things happen, and get into the backfield and come up with fake sacks. But D'Amico Ryans had this to say about the offense in pads.
You see it. Things evening out more when you put the pads on. Defense kind of had the advantage there. Early on, we weren't in pads. Defense making a lot of plays, and now just see things balancing themselves out. Offense is making plays daily. Our quarterbacks are doing a really nice job just placing the football in the right spot. And our receivers are making some really tough, contested catches. And that's what we want to be. We want to be a tough, physical football team. And you can't lose sight of that play on the outside from the receivers, the DBs, how those guys play. That's the makers of a really physical team. So Jaden Higgins, he stepped up, made some really nice catches. Noel Hutchinson has done a really good job this year playing physical. Really doing a great job at the catch point as well. We got a lot of guys on the offensive side who are getting, really better, and it really jumps out in that receiver room to me.
Okay, so with pads, better offense. Take it away, Johnny.
Absolutely. Better offense at every unit of the offense. The quarterbacks, I'm glad Coach brought that up because I didn't feel like Keaton had as many reps the other day as the other guys did, but the other guys threw the ball. CJ started off the practice with interceptions, a great play by Kalen in 7-on-7. But after that, 7 got dialed in. He had a couple of throws. We talked about one last night where he ripped one into a small space. He threw the over route to Christian Kirk, which I think is the ball CJ throws the best. It's a 2-ball, as I had a buddy of mine that gave me that kind of language, like a 1-ball is just a laser. Zach Wilson all the time. The 3-ball is the big parabola, you're throwing it deep, and the 2-ball is kind of in between. If you throw the 2-ball well, you're going to end up being a good quarterback in the NFL because that's the hardest one to master. That's the one where you got to layer it over somebody, or the way you're throwing it, it's got to be in a particular spot. CJ put it in the perfect spot. Like I'm seeing the play now. He's hitting Christian Kirk going across the middle. So I thought he threw it really well. Graham Mertz has thrown the ball really well. I watched Mertz at Wisconsin. I watched him at Florida. And I do feel like at Florida, you did see some good things with him. But then he had the injury, and you're like, you just don't know. He had the ACL tear, and you're like, I don't know. Is he going to be back? Is he not? He's thrown it extremely well. Now, facing the 3 group, I get all that. And look, Graham Mertz, I hope he doesn't play one game for this team. But the fact that he's made those improvements and just keep putting pressure on the guys. Davis Mills has thrown as well as anybody. But I feel like the receivers and tight ends made plays. Mm-hmm. You mentioned it the other day. You can't drop the ball.
This is my analysis.
You can't drop the ball.
As a receiver, it does not help you at all to drop the ball. You are better off catching it.
Well,
yes.
We do draft write-ups, and I've done thousands of them over the years. And we do, this guy's releases, his routes and all that. Yeah. Kind of where, and Hop is the one that kind of taught me this. How's the guy catch a ball?
Yeah.
The guy does all that, and he gets open, and he drops the ball. Like, who cares?
Right.
And the guys caught the ball yesterday. And I thought much with the one-handed catch on our sideline over there. Higgins, a few plays later, going up over a DB and just mossing him on the sideline, which was, really impressive. Dalton making a great catch on a throw CJ made to him. Kirk making that catch across the middle. I didn't see many drops yesterday. And it just was it was a much cleaner operation. But it was a cleaner operation because guys up front did a good job protecting those quarterbacks. And it wasn't that the quarterbacks were back there like, oh, okay, we got all day. Balls were thrown on time. They had, room to step up in the pocket if they had the rifle one. It was a good pass protection day. Not perfect, but a good pass protection day for this offense yesterday.
A day of progress. Considering where they started without pads, now that they're in pads. Look, progress, not perfection, right? You are making progress. You are moving in the right direction. The arrow is pointing up, as Dom would say. I like quoting former Texans people like, hey, see? I'm telling you. Don't drop the ball. You got to be a good receiver here.
I don't want to quote, but.
Yeah. Well, no one knows who I'm
Rookies don't know anything.
That's the Charlie Caserio imitation, and he was the very first GM in the history of the franchise. I have to remind a lot of people of this because I was in a marketing meeting yesterday, and we were going over, next year is the 25th year of the franchise, right?
Yeah.
And we were talking about, what did we do for the 10th year of the franchise? And as far as the 10th season went, I said, not much, because that was 2011, and you're coming off the lockout, and 2010 was so disappointing.
Right.
They didn't really do anything to celebrate in 2012. And as people are listening, they're thinking, wow, I've seen those 10-year patches. That was 2012, the actual 10-year anniversary of the team. It was the 11th season.
Right.
And that was one worth really celebrating 10 years because you were coming off your finest season at the time with 2011 making the playoffs, winning a playoff game. So that's why I bring that kind of stuff up. I have to remind people of these things. And Charlie Caserio, that's ancient history in this franchise.
Yes, seemingly.
Cruz, I've been around a long time here. And speaking of that, we might get Billy Miller on the show today. I am geeked up for that.
Yep. Absolutely.
Let's go.
You're gonna put the sock on the proverbial radio door for that.
No, you got to participate in Billy Miller.
Well, I hope I'm, but if it's later in practice, I go and start to watch, part of practice at that point.
All right, let's get to another hot read here. And let's talk about Derek Stingley Jr. for a moment, who you may have heard of him. He's all pro. He's awesome, and he's making a lot of plays out here. And all of a sudden, and maybe it's not all of a sudden, but it's year 4 for Sting. And I'm not going to call him elder statesman, but we talk about how this secondary is. He's the straw that stirs the drink. He's the guy. He's the guy everybody looks up to. Lassiter comes in here last year. He sees Stingley. Oh, my gosh. And he starts making plays. Bullock starts making plays. Jalen Smith is here making plays. Sting said of his all-pro honor after last season, it's amazing because coaches talk about this in different ways. It's the name on the front of the jersey, not the back of the jersey. TEAM, team, etc. Here's what Sting said about being all-pro.
Because, I wouldn't be nowhere without the team. like everybody for stuff like that to happen. Like we make plays as a group. Like we just gotta trust and have that chemistry that the player next to you is gonna do what he has to do. So
outstanding.
I think what's telling about Sting, and I remember this play, and everybody that was there will remember it because I thought NRG Stadium was going to fall down. Whenever Sting makes a play, makes an interception, he kind of just runs off the field with the football. He keeps it. You know, he's happy. Mm-hmm. He maybe goes down to take a picture with the guys and all that, but you don't get much celebration from him. But against the Browns in the playoff game, Nelson had just run one back. Very next series, after talking with D'Amico, Christian Harris picked one off. And, you know, he and Christian are Baton Rouge buddies. And on the All-22, when Christian picked it off, you could see that there was a clear line for the end zone.
Yeah.
And Sting is emoting more than I'd ever seen him. He's jumping around. He's like, before Christian even gets in the end zone, like he's celebrating for Christian. And I feel Sting almost gets more excitement and has more celebration for when Kamari makes a play or Kalen makes a play.
Wow.
Like he gets really excited for them. Like he signed his big deal. He's back working out with Nico the next morning. And it's like he just exhibits everything you want in a player in this organization.
Yeah, absolutely.
He goes out, he balls out, he plays. He's a great teammate. And obviously he is supremely talented. And I've thought back to that 2022 draft and drafting him, and I know that not everybody was, we should take it Sauce, and even, you know, there was a thought that during the 2022 season, early 2023, man, we should take it Sauce. We had Sauce here. And then all of a sudden, Sting became Sting. And he's turned into everything that this organization could have possibly wanted with that number 3 overall pick. I mean, you went Trayvon Walker, and then you went Aiden Hutchinson, and those guys have been okay, but I don't think anything matches up to what Sting has done.
Yeah, he's all-pro. We've never had an all-pro corner, correct, in Texans history. Aaron Glenn made the Pro Bowl. Jonathan Joseph made the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's ever been all-pro.
All-pro.
I mean, that's a tremendous achievement right there to be recognized
one of the
that
two
way.
best in the league.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Surtain.
incredible. Yeah, so very good, and we're going to see Surtain again.
Yeah.
We're not going to see Sauce again unless we see him in the postseason. Doubt we see
would be
that.
fun.
But Aaron Glenn, good luck to you in New York. He's one of the corners who made the Pro Bowl for this franchise, so that's very good. Made it on the inaugural season. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
That defense had 2 Pro Bowlers on it during a 4-12 campaign.
Wild.
That was pretty good recognition. One more hot read here before we get to the break. Back to D'Amico now. D'Amico talking about what is important on this football team. And you know what's important on this football team? Hitting people very hard. Look, we talk about being a good father, being a good husband, being a good man. He really wants to coach these guys up off the field as well, and he does. And there's a certain type of individual on this team that you can see reflects that ethic for D'Amico Ryans. But the most important thing of Houston Texans working for the McNairs is winning football games, and these guys need to hit people very hard on the gridiron. So here's what D'Amico had to say about being a physical football team.
The Texans are going to be a physical football team. That's what I believe in. I don't like guys who don't play the game the right way, and that's being physical. Not only defensively, but offensively. Like, we're going to play field backs running behind your pass, O-line, finishing at the second level. That's what I truly believe in. And so when we come out and practice, like, we are a team. We have to work together, right? It's just when we practice, there's just no cheap shots. We still want to play physical. We're going to play between the whistles, but we don't want guys, we just always talk about protecting the team, not taking a cheap shot, not going to the ground, and guys are smart enough and aware enough that they know how to practice the right way, which allows us to practice hard, but also practice in a safe manner.
Okay, D'Amico Ryans talking about being physical. There's no question they have to be that way, and if you're not on the field, right, Johnny?
That's absolutely right. And I think Texas teams have been physical before, but I just feel that there's even more emphasis placed on it, even more so now, and getting the most out of what they've got. Even the guys, and I think where physicality becomes important is, look, we know about Nico and Sting and Joe Mixon and the studs on this team.
Mm-hmm.
The physicality's got to come from that other group, the interior defensive line, the rest of the offensive line. Those units have to be physicality plus, because don't have it in those groups. Now they got some seconds, but you don't have a bunch of first-round, stud that you just drafted at number 10 overall, and all of a sudden that guy's going to turn into a, Zach Martin tomorrow. But they've got to have those units, and I know it's in the trenches, but linebacker. And when I think about linebacker, I think about Azeez. He was an undrafted free agent. Jake Hansen, undrafted free agent. Those guys have got to play. Henry was a, 4th, 5th rounder. Those guys play so physical. And it sets a tone for your entire team. And I think that, to me, has got to be a tone that has been set by the defense, but now has to be absorbed by the offense. And it feels like we're moving in that direction.
Okay.
I don't know that we're all the way there yet, and I don't know when we'll get all the way there. But I feel like, is the line a positive slope?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Whereas last year I was like, I don't know, especially in the offensive line. Where you couldn't know because your best player was working on a side field and you were not going to see him for 3 weeks. Where do you get cohesion in an offensive line when your best player is not on the field for 3 weeks?
That's tough.
So,
yep, that's tough.
You need it.
They've got plenty of guys out there right now.
Right.
In fact, we'll talk about where they might line up. And one of the guys they line up against in practice is named Tommy Togiai, a name you heard a lot more as the season went down the stretch last year. Johnny caught up with him. We're going to catch up with some Texans legends today as well. Names that we will announce later because I don't want to tease anybody who might not be here, but we were promised Billy Miller. I will say that. He caught the first touchdown in the history of the franchise. A lot coming your way before the block on the field at 10. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
At Kroger, you never compromise. You get high quality and low prices. Like you never compromise your meal with our spring salad mix, guaranteed fresh. And you never compromise your budget with lower prices on over 1,000 items. And you never compromise your appetite with our golden brown bread that's baked fresh in store. And you never compromise your wallet with our lower prices. Hand it to Kroger shoppers. You never compromise. Kroger. Fresh for everyone.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your Victory Dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your Victory Dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
The sound of over 75,000 stampeding fans.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Field 1. Beautiful day, day 7. The gauntlet, we're right near it where they walk from the Battle Red Bridge, as I've named it, right onto the field. They walk by the fans, and some players sign an autograph or two, some don't. I get it. It's game face time because you're heading into practice, and it's a big distraction. And you got to say no to a bunch of people. I was just out there myself saying hello to Olivia, quarterback from Clemens High School, girls flag football program that the Texans support. And a couple of people asked me to sign some stuff, and I had to say no to some people because I got to get back on the air. And I'm not like autograph bragging, but it's just, imagine what these guys must go through.
The vortex is strong. The vortex is strong. If you get pulled in, it's on.
That's why I call it
if
the
they
gauntlet.
see you signing something, then other people are like, "Hey, sign this." They may not see you over there,
and then you don't want. He wouldn't sign my. Listen. I would love to sign everything. It's just tough. The best way for me to go through this is right behind a player because they kind of lead block for me because they want the player. Right. And then I sort of just scoot off to the side. I cut right, I jump cut, and up the stairs, and I'm gone. That's if I have a meeting and I got to get going quick here. So anyway. But I'm flattered that happens, and it's just great to see all the fans out here. And you want to just do everything you can for them because they're the reason why we're here. The fans in the stands, walking around here, the Houston Methodist Training Center, and getting a glimpse of these players and just wanting to be a part of Texans Nation. It's so cool.
It's very cool when you stand, because the gates open at 8, I believe.
Yeah,
and so right before, we walk down here to get here, various times, but there are many times walking down 5-10 minutes before the show starts and you just look off to your left and the gate is just waiting. Like they're just throngs of people just waiting. And then the gates open and it's like running of the Texans just taking off. Speaking of running of the Texans, there's Toro right there.
Toro waving hello to everybody.
People are just flying in and they want to get to a good autograph spot or a good spot where they can watch practice. But what was amazing the other day, was it the Saturday practice? I think it was Saturday practice. Standing over there waiting for it to get started. And people had, on this side, kind of the north end of it, it was filled. But then the far end, I was like, man, this is kind of wild. I would have thought there had been more people because the far end there was nobody. And I was like, wow, this is weird. And then all of a sudden, I just saw throngs of people coming in.
Well, they
filled all those spots.
Yeah,
they were just outside waiting, and they were all kind of where our old radio spot was and just going down. It was awesome. I mean, it was just awesome to see. I mean, in knowing, there are a few more open practices to see, but we will be gone for a few practices up at the Greenbrier. Now, not like it used to be. Like 2017, nobody saw what this team looked like until we came here for a preseason game for the most part. They've gotten to see this team, a few times with the open practices, especially with the pads and such. So it's been good for the fans to see. I think this is the perfect balance of it. Get a week and a half here, get some time away in a place where you can have some camaraderie, and you can have some not as much heat. Come back, good week, join practices on the road. I think it's a good mix of how this training camp is going to go. You think about it, we don't play outside until week 3 against Jacksonville.
All right, so you're outside there.
That's it.
Right?
Yep.
And that will be a little sticky.
That will be salty.
Yeah, because it's North Florida, which is a lot like here.
That will
really.
be salty.
I equate North Florida to here.
Yes.
I think the weather is very similar.
It's very similar.
Maybe a little more humid, who knows, but
very
in the
similar.
winter it can get cold there just like you can here, or you can have a really pleasant day in the winter. Right. But in the summer, you're going to get the sticky stuff, and it's still summer there week 3. So we'll see how they deal with that. But you know what? They're going to be practicing outside here all the time.
They're going to be,
as far as we go in the preseason, we don't have these thunder and lightning delays, which is going to be very cool because those are just, let's do a talk show, Hall of Fame game.
Yep.
They wouldn't call that sucker. And we're just begging them, call this game. It's ridiculous. It's a preseason. It's not like we're into the first quarter. We were into the third or fourth quarter, and it was time to just shut it down.
Yeah. That was kind of wild last year because I was down in the tunnel trying, giving you guys some updates. I would see the officials come in like, they haven't decided anything. The players kind of coming and going. Some guys eating some popcorn. I mean, it was kind of interesting to be down there. And then they were like, nope, we're done. Time to go home. Like, oh, cool.
So we've got Hall of Fame game tomorrow, huh?
We do. We got action tomorrow in the NFL.
Night. And
Trey Lance will be starting for the LA Chargers. How about
that? It'll be live on Sports Radio 610, I bet. I'm not sure. Parker?
I would think so.
You got to carry that sucker on Westwood 1, I would imagine.
NFL.
Trey Lance, huh?
Like game football. It's not. It's a preseason game. I get it. It's Hall of Fame game, but football will be going on.
Well, you know what I like to do? I like to listen to that. Listen to a few minutes of it just to feel it.
Just put it back into the vein, man.
Exactly.
Yes.
Just feel it on the air, broadcast. Good. Okay, I want to get to this now. We're going to get to Tommy in a little bit, Tommy Togiai. But Sean brought it up on his show, and it's funny because Brooke Kirchhoffer comes up to me after the show, after we get off the air. She said, what do you make of this C.J. Stroud rep count thing? And I'm thinking, what? And I guess Clint made a point about he thought the reps were not equal between he and Mills. Not that they think Mills is going to replace him, but maybe it's an injury concern or they're just trying to lighten the load or something. But, Johnny, I see him throw the ball well. You know, CJ's throwing the ball. It doesn't look like he's holding anything back. I don't know what kind of injury, if there was one, would make you just reduce reps, if that's the case at all. And I'm sure everybody's going to be counting him more than ever.
If you had some sort of injury, just back off altogether at that point.
Because what's the damage there? I obviously it'd be a national story. If C.J. Stroud is sitting at practice or two or whatever, it would be a national story. But so what? I mean, the whole thing is to get ready for September 7th. So I'm not sure what the deal is, if there's a deal to be had. D'Amico will get asked about it, and we'll all find out together what he has to say.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
Yep.
So when you get 10 yards, what does that typically mean?
First down.
First down.
Yeah.
And so when you get a first down, you get a new series of downs, right?
Correct.
So if you get a first down on the first play,
then
the next series starts, right?
Right.
So if C.J. Stroud throws 15 yards to Brevin Jordan, they pick up a first down.
And he leaves.
Then the next series is Davis Mills.
I don't know about that. You know they don't do it like that, though.
The hell they do. They were doing it yesterday.
Really?
They have situations going on.
All right, so maybe that was a situational thing. You're right. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they've been working on more situations lately. Like, the other day they worked on 2nd and 8, 2nd and 9. How do you run those plays? Then they had a third down situation where they're doing third down and then fourth down. There were a couple times where when the drill they were working on, they got a first down. And so they went to the next quarterback. So
they might have those kind on the drills or the situations they produce in practice, because red zone, they had one where, all right, if you went 3 and out, you're still out there for another set. And then you're done after that 3. Either it's touchdown or not touchdown, right? So
you know what?
They did it that way.
I chart every play, right?
Yeah, you do.
I chart every play for Harris hits.
All right.
And I can do, mental math, if you will, from practice.
Want me to vamp?
CJ 3 reps, Davis 3 reps, Mertz 3 reps, then back to CJ for 3, Davis for 3. That was the end of practice yesterday. Then they went 7-on-7. CJ 4, Davis 3, Slovis 2. Team, CJ 6, Davis 5, Slovis 6. And that was a situational drill because they were going 2nd to 3rd down. They had some 4th downs mixed in, and I think they were working in the red zone.
Okay,
so I chart every single play.
You just debunked it.
And
that was a debunk right there.
I don't think that any of the quarterbacks are getting more reps than CJ. I just think they've worked on some situational stuff where they're treating it like a game. Like, hey, you got a first down. All right, come off the field. The next group goes on.
I like that.
But I'm not – can I sit here and tell you, like, oh, CJ's got an injury or he's not, or they're holding him back or not? None of us can say that. Because to your point, if CJ were banged up or something were going on, I think you would just keep him out of practice altogether. I think you would do that. But either way, like I said, every single rep written down, he and Davis might have equal reps, or CJ might have 1 or 2 more, but I don't think it's a significant difference between them. And you got to keep in mind that in a few days, we'll be at the Greenbrier.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, we'll have joint practices with the Panthers. We'll have a joint practice with the Lions. Those are going to be big days for the quarterback, and they will get a lot of reps. So this is kind of almost a ramping up period to that point of the season where you're going to get a lot of reps. I don't imagine CJ's going to get a lot of preseason game reps, but he's going to get a lot of reps in those joint practices.
You think Gerard Johnson in the gym, 10 more pounds of muscle, he's a defensive end? I mean, look at him.
Dude, he was a quarterback.
I mean, he
was such a stud, man. Lopez, come on, man. You should have gotten him to the NBA.
I know, Lopez.
John, you should have gotten him to the NBA.
What kind of AAU coach
if you were a great coach, you would have gotten Gerard Johnson to the NBA.
He had a lot of players, too. He had Nick Wise. He had guys like that. Lopez had some serious D1 and beyond type players on his AAU basketball team. But that's the thing about AAU. You can get into these situations, right?
I'm joking.
And his son
John's
Jacob,
a good coach and a good leader.
No,
I'm joking.
He knows hoops, man. I did those hoops games with him, Southland Conference Finals, and Lopez is just giving you everything, and it's just he sees
he's
it.
Great. We're just messing.
Of course we are.
Because they'll play my quote of or my sound when Woody Marks was drafted every time my name comes up. So
oh really? They do?
I'll be driving home and I'm like, hey, John, every time Woody Marks gets mentioned, it's like they play that moment of my excitement for Woody. So
since we're on the subject, though, it's hard for me to tell with the backs out here. Jawar Jordan, to me, in a camp context, it's obvious progress. Mm-hmm. Really want to see him in the games.
Yep.
But I think there's an element of, we saw it out here with Dameon Pierce in 2022 in camp.
Yep.
Like, oh gosh, he's breaking tackles, he's getting through things. And then in the preseason game, or games, oh gosh, he's getting through things.
Yep.
And then you saw him in the regular season, angry runs. Yes, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
With Jawar, it's a different style, of course.
That's right.
But I see it.
Very much
Chubb,
so.
it looks like he's blistering through people. Not at an alarming rate for the defense, but he's making some progress. This defense is good, so it's going to be tough. I like that Nick Caley is running tough, running inside, tough physical runs. Again, you heard the cut from D'Amico. You want to be a physical football team. You're seeing it out here with what they're doing offensively and defensively. But what about Woody Marks? What are you seeing so far, John, with the fourth-round draft choice?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I think what we've seen in the passing game we expected. He had 83 receptions at Mississippi State when he was a sophomore. At USC, he had 47. So we know he's very skilled catching the football. Seen some good pass protection from him, which is exciting to see. But there is no backing off when they run the ball. There is no tippy-toeing into the hole. There is no where is this supposed to go. These guys are all hitting it fast, quick, hard. And you're an offensive line, that's what you want to see. You want to see as an offensive line, if I get on this block, are you going to get through it? Because I can't hold up against Dexter Lawrence for 3 seconds. I can't go against Jeffrey Simmons for 5 seconds. I got a shot to get into Jeffrey Simmons and maybe turn him one time, and you have to be there running back. And that's what I've seen from them is they are hitting it 1, 2, 3, go. There's no playing around. They run a lot of duo, and duo is kind of an inside play where what you're trying to do is create space with the double team that the back can then read off of that or maybe even bounce it to the outside. But duo is a play where you got to be patient with it, and then at one point when you got the patience, boom, hit it and go. And I've seen that with the backs. There's a little bit of up-front hesitation, like do I go, and then boom, then they're going through it. That's been the most impressive thing to me because I don't know that we've always seen that part. Now, they haven't always been a duo running team. It's been outside zone, maybe a little bit more gap scheme, power scheme, etc. But the way that they hit it so hard and then using their vision and their quickness to make a cut off of that, that's where I think Jawar is good. Jawar can get up into the line, get skinny through the hole, and then kind of slither and slide through open spaces where you're not getting a good shot on him. Now, if a team does a good job with their gap discipline, then he bounces it to the outside, but even that is kind of tough. So from that perspective, it's been really fun to watch these running backs work because what all can do. And, to me, I would think Jawar would be perfect for a zone scheme. Get outside, 1, 2, 3, bang it, bounce it, bend it. One of those three you do. But he's been pretty good in the duo and in the gap scheme stuff. Woody, I think, can fit kind of anything. And I remember my buddy Cole Kulick, who does great work in the SEC on radio in Birmingham. He texted me that night about Woody and goes, "What are y'all running next year?" And I said, "I'm not sure." I said, "It's probably going to be a mix of zone." And he said, "Woody's the perfect zone runner." I've seen out here, I think Woody's the perfect runner.
Good.
But
and he can catch the ball. We know that it's proven in college. We'll see what he does out here at the NFL level. And Everybody running behind a line coached by Cole Popovich, who just walked through here looking like he had raw meat for breakfast.
That's
so
right.
This is going to be interesting today. And Tommy Togi, I will hear from him next. Billy Miller will join us live at 9 o'clock. That is going to be awesome. Caught the first TD in franchise history. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Rooting for the family team.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
This practice is going to have some juice to it. I can feel it. This is the third day in pads, and guess what? Tomorrow's a day off. You know what that means? D'Amico might go long today.
Empty the tank, baby.
Yeah, this is it. Because we are over a week into camp now. Think about this. We began these practices a week ago. This is day 7 of Texans training camp. So we've seen some things now, and Cal talked about it with us. Cal said, Greenbrier, you're over 2 weeks, or he didn't say over 2 weeks, you're 2 weeks into camp. You're not necessarily exactly 2 weeks, but it's going to feel like 2 weeks since you began practice last Wednesday, and you have today, Friday, Saturday. That's 3 practices. That's as many practices as you get in a normal game week during the regular season, and these are far more intense as far as the physical demands go. So, yeah, you're going to need that Greenbrier week for sure when you get there, but we're still here, baby. Houston Methodist Training Center, surface of the sun temperatures. It is on today, day 3 in pads.
So my brother-in-law, I'll show you this. My brother-in-law sends me this picture, or my sister-in-law sent me this picture, and it is a picture of wrong one. It's a picture of what is that?
A fireplace.
Fireplace. Mm-hmm. Sending love from Maine.
From Maine. They need a fire.
Response training.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you had the fireplace on. I wouldn't even think about putting the fireplace on.
I'm standing in the fireplace.
We are standing right here. We are right in the cauldron, right here.
I'll bet you get up the northern coast of Maine in the summer at night. It probably gets down to 55.
Yeah, they said it was 54 at that time.
Yeah,
like 7 at night, 54.
So cozy.
They turned the fireplace on.
Oh,
like,
yeah, sure.
You jerks.
That reminds me of Vanderkid, too, wants to, we had a little solo stove thing in the backyard.
Yeah.
He wants to ignite that thing in 95-degree heat. It's like, because he's a pyromaniac. He's a pyromaniac, little kids like that. They just want to light the fire. All right.
Of course.
You caught up with a very interesting guy, Tommy Togiai. Now, Tommy emerged late last season-ish to make plays for this football team, and we talked about him yesterday. He stands like he owns the line of scrimmage, but he's not that big for a defensive tackle, yet he makes plays. Here's your conversation with Tommy.
All right, here we go. One of our favorites, Tommy Togiai. John Harris here on the Houston Methodist Training Center. First of all, how you feeling? Good and hot in the pads. How you feeling?
I feel good, man. It's good to be back out and popping with the pads. We gotta fight the heat every day, but it's a good thing to be back in the pads and out here with everybody.
Okay, man. I want to negotiate a new jersey number for you. 72, but you stand out so often because it's not a defensive line number. Okay, but can we get you a new jersey at some point?
Maybe. 72 is what I've been rocking since college, so that's why I'm rocking with 72. I'm glad it was open when I got here because I used to rock 93, and then whatever numbers was available when I went to Atlanta. That's my college roots, so I had to go back to it.
Okay, I'm good with that because you were a stud in college and you've been a stud here. Early on with pads went on earlier this week. How do you feel getting them back on? You guys don't get to hit anybody during OTAs and mini camps, but then you kind of get to let loose. Felt like first day in pads, you were all over the place making plays. What was it like kind of putting them back on and kind of getting back in the action?
Doing stuff during the week, getting us prepared, I think, like repping up to it. So then when pads came on, it was just like take the seatbelt off, and we were just going through and through. So, I think that was the biggest thing, just that ramp up. And then when the pads came on, it was like really no switch. It was like I was already going.
Henry talked about this when I talked about him earlier in camp. I asked him about the 2025 defense because every defense is different, every year is different, every team is different. And I said, what's different about 2025? And he said, confidence. He said, we got a lot of confident guys. You agree with that statement?
No, I definitely 100% agree with that. I think the guys we got that came back and everything around this defense and the coaches we have imbued us with confidence to play fast, play physical, and I think everybody on this defense knows how to set the tone.
Tommy, there have been a couple of additions to the room, but for the most part, it's a continuous roster from last year, minus maybe a guy here or there, but it's a lot of the same guys. How does that help the room?
I think it's great having when you guys, because it's rare you get a room to come back together like this. So I think playing with guys from last year, you just enhance what you guys did on last year. So I think it's only can take it even higher this year.
You got some OGs in there, Sheldon Rankins, Mario Edwards. What do those guys mean to you individually? That you've got some vets that have been through it. They've been through some years. What can you gather from the
just trust in what they do, what they put on tape through their years of in the league. So what they have done. So just learning, soaking up all the information I can from them. Talking with them, seeing what they see, can enhance my game. So it's great to have them in the room. A big help.
I know Houston loves you, and I know you're growing to love Houston. However, at the end of the week, we end up going to the Greenbrier for practice. A, how excited? B, how much more excited?
I've been to the Greenbrier before previously.
Yeah.
It's a cool little spot. I'll say the training facility and everything. I'm not too big of a fan of the hotel, but
that's okay.
but
okay.
But, it's a great atmosphere. It's a good thing to, camaraderie, big thing to bring the team together. Guys, you might get to know better and everything like that. So I think it's good from camaraderie.
Do you get involved in the Uno games in the locker room?
No, I have not yet. I've seen guys been playing. I have yet to be initiated into that yet, but no, I haven't been into it yet.
It might be best to stay out of it, how intense that gets, I would imagine. Tommy, you're the best, man. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will not be sending cuts of that interview to the Greenbrier people, the marketing department there.
He's been there with the Browns.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
the hotel is old but very well kept. It's perfectly preserved.
It reminds me a lot of the Grand Galvez down at Galveston.
It has that feel. Yeah. It's old. I always say it's the Titanic on land, except it never sank. It's that kind of thing.
I'm excited for it. I like
you.
I think you and I are saying in a sense, like I appreciate and love the history of the Greenbrier. Now we're being busy.
Now we're staying there.
Now we're staying there. So I'm looking forward to it. So my wife reminded me last night that you're going there to work. Mm-hmm. You're only there for a week.
Yep.
Don't blow our mortgage in the casino. And I was like, okay, I'm good. I'll be good.
Oh yeah.
There'll be a lot of blackjack playing, I would imagine. That was the fun part of that Greenbrier. We had Cal and Hannah in studio. That was really kind of the first time I got a chance to kind of hang with them and get to know them. Was
at the Greenbrier.
Yeah, at the Greenbrier in those 2 years. So it was always really cool.
Johnny, the head coach just shook everybody's hand on the line.
He signed. Mark, I don't know if you could see him. He's been signing autographs from the start.
Yep.
From getting off the Battle Red Bridge, he signed autographs for about 10 minutes.
Just like every coach in Texans history. Never mind. Okay, coming up, scheduled to appear, the man who caught the first touchdown in the history of the franchise. He is here for the first time in a long time, maybe for the first time since he played here. Let's get to Billy Miller next, among many other things, as we continue rolling here at Texans Training Camp. It's Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
How do we solve the world's most complex medical problems? At Houston Methodist, we're leading the way in performing double lung transplants for critically ill patients.
We're also performing advanced heart transplantation for adults with congenital heart disease, giving them new hope.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
We are, and we are ready to roll here for the 2025 season. But the problem is the team has a lot more practicing to do, Johnny. So,
yes, I don't know if it's a problem.
You know, preseason games, all of that. But we'll be here for all of it as they'll play against Minnesota a week from Saturday. That'll be a 3 o'clock start in Vikingville. Mm-hmm. Then here against the Panthers after a joint practice Thursday of that week. And then at Detroit, joint practice Thursday of that week. And then we ramp up for the regular season September 7th at the Rams. So it's all going to go very quickly here. And we are expected to be joined by Billy Miller soon. So we'll let you know what's happening there with the first tight end who did anything in the history of this franchise. I think I actually see him on his way over. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, I want to ask you this, though.
Okay.
I've got a couple of questions about things going on around the league, and we'll get to them. So file this one away, which would be Shane Steichen, head coach of the Colts, and I mispronounced that purposely, has said that it's a dead heat between Anthony Richardson, and I want to know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for the Texans, meaning is it good for the Colts? Is it bad for the Colts? How would that play out? We'll get to that among many other things. But walking in right now, I see Billy, and he's making his way over to our broadcast position.
He's got Trap J with him.
Yeah, he does, because what better ambassador for the franchise? Billy, it's so good to see you. All right, it's been a while. Let's get the headset on him here as we are joined by a man who led the team in receiving in 2002, the inaugural campaign, and also caught the first touchdown in the history of the franchise. Billy, how's it going?
Fantastic. Thank you for having me.
Billy, how often have you heard his call of your touchdown?
A lot.
Well, let's hear it one more time. This is an opening drive of the history of the franchise against Dallas, September 8, 2002. Let's listen to this.
Here's Carr calling signals. Takes the snap. Stands tall, throws, short left, caught by Miller, takes it over the 5, into the end zone, touchdown Houston! David Carr to Billy Miller, the first touchdown in Texans history.
If you are a diehard Texans fan and the hair doesn't stand up on the back of your neck listening to that, then seek medical attention. Billy, thoughts on that play?
The hair stood up on my neck, too. Yeah. It still does every time. It's unbelievable. What a great play and a great team to do it against.
Do you remember the play call?
No, but I did remember looking at David and thinking, I'm going to be the guy. I didn't think got scored.
Yeah. Well, you really extended for that, and the pictures are great. You really dived to get over the plane of the end zone, the goal line.
I think the picture is more of a remembrance than the actual play at times, because the picture was kind of iconic at the time.
You know, it's funny. I wasn't here for that, Billy. I got here later than that, but when I got in the building, I remember you walking in a building, there were pictures all over the place. And there is that picture of you just stretching out and knowing that's the first one, and the effort you gave to get it in the end zone. It was like that was kind of my introduction to you with that play as you stretched out. That was pretty cool. When you got back to the sideline, what was kind of the reaction? Because you guys had gone against the Cowboys in practice. Yeah. And it was obviously famous. Dave Campo was talking about how they dominated. You guys scoring that first drive. What were you guys thinking on the sideline at that moment?
Well, first of all, for me, for that play, diving across, the week before I thought I was getting cut.
Really?
Wow. So I was so happy to be on the field, so excited to be a part of the Texans and then to play the Cowboys. And I've been to a Super Bowl with the New Orleans Saints, and that by far is the greatest game I've ever played in. That crowd and the fans and everybody, it was awesome. That was one of the greatest games I've ever been a part of in my life.
That is strong stuff. So you started with the Broncos, right?
I did.
And then you came here. What were your thoughts on coming here to an expansion team in the very early days of the Houston Texans? And by the way, Jake Moreland is the tight ends coach here, and he was part of that offseason leading up to 02.
Yeah, I think for me it was an opportunity because I was coming from wide receiver, which I played in Denver. And then that offseason kind of became this H-back thing that they were kind of creating at the time. And so for me, it was a fresh start. There was no other tight ends that had favoritism with coaches or that I would be kind of an 8-ball. I could just go play. And so for me, it was vastly important to come here at that time.
Billy, had you had any experience in Houston at all before you came here? And then what was the reaction in the city of Houston being a part of the first team back after how many ever years that they had been gone? What was kind of the fan reaction when you'd be out and about and see fans?
I had never been to Houston.
No.
Yeah, it's too hot for me out here, so I tend to stay in California. But I think the fan reaction and just how the fans embrace that team.
Yeah.
I remember that year with a lot of ups and downs, but always very supportive. Then having an opportunity to score that first touchdown kind of made me, solidified me on this team, which was fantastic. So, I mean, my kids were born in Houston. I mean, I have a lot of great memories of Houston.
Yeah. So what do you remember about that camp? Because it was interesting. You had the scrimmage against the Cowboys. That was August 2nd, 2002. A few days later, you're in the Hall of Fame game on August 5th.
Yep.
And you scored the first touchdown in that one, too.
I did.
You had both.
I did. I remember camp. Honestly, it was just so hot and humid that it was just such a difference from where I had, went to college at USC, then go to Denver, where it's a little bit of humidity, but nothing like we got going on down here. And then that camp was just hot and a little bit draining. And I thought the coaches did a great job of taking care of us, going out to that Hall of Fame game. Again, it was like, I don't know who wrote the article, but Billy Miller was like the making team. And then I caught the first touchdown in that game as well. And it kind of bought me a couple weeks. And I was like, but at any moment they could probably let me go. And luckily I stuck around, man. It was great.
You definitely stuck around. You're going to go back to the future today, Billy, because it's supposed to be the hottest day in Houston in a little while. So we're going to kind of take you back in that sense. But now you're out in California. Is that back home for you?
Absolutely.
Obviously you went to USC.
Yeah.
Where in California? What you doing?
Southern California. I'm in, I say Calabasas because everybody knows Calabasas because of a family that lived out there.
Yeah.
But I'm one city up from them.
Gotcha.
And no, man, I'm retired and loving life and being a fantastic father.
Awesome.
And just trying to, live every day and make it the best.
What are your thoughts on your career as you look back? I know what stands out, that first game against Dallas and everything, but in general, Billy, what can you share with us?
You know what? I was like every single person that's here, was a highly touted high school kid who went to USC and played behind Keyshawn Johnson. Really struggled my sophomore year. Ended up leading the team my junior and senior year with a 7th-round draft pick to a team that just won 2 Super Bowls in the Denver Broncos. Was on practice squad. Didn't think I'd make that team either. They released me. I came here. Didn't think I would make this team either. Scored a first touchdown and kind of get a feel for the NFL. Go to, unfortunately, Cleveland. One terrible, horrible year.
Yeah.
So worst football year of my life, just because it was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And then I went to New Orleans and played 4 there, which ended up being fantastic. And when my career just kind of gutted it out, kind of just stuck in there, and I never got too high or too low on myself. I just tried to make sure that if I do what I need to do, then I'll be okay.
Really, I think a lot of, when we think about NFL players, everybody's like, oh, they think about the C.J. Strouds and the Will Andersons. I think a lot of times I end up thinking about the guys that are on the 53-man roster 1 week. They practice squad for the next few weeks, and they're back on the 53. And you talked about it.
Yep.
It's a grind for those guys at the bottom 10 of the roster because you don't know when you go into cut-down day. You might get cut.
Yep.
And it can turn like it did for you. Was it just that for you, that you couldn't get too high, couldn't get too low, you just kind of rode the wave? What was kind of the key in your career of just sticking to it year after year, practice after practice?
Yeah, I think those guys make up the majority of the NFL. Right. There's only a couple CJs, right? Like those guys are elite status.
Yep.
They're going to play as long as they want to play. But the league is mixed up with guys who are going to play 3, 4, 5. I was lucky enough to be on a roster for 11 years. But, the league is made up of those guys.
Yeah, right.
And those guys make the NFL. How many times you go, what happened to he had a good season, something happens, maybe he gets hurt, and then it's just over. Right. So that's kind of the NFL. We always hear about, the David Carrs back,
right.
For me. But that team was made up of a bunch of guys who just wanted to work hard and be productive.
Yep. Billy Miller joining us, caught the first touchdown in Texans history. So, Billy, a few more things here. As Mike Tobin, president of the Houston Texans, walks by. Is this your first time back to be around the Texans.
I came one other time. I think it was in 2012. It was the 10-year anniversary of that game.
Okay.
And since then, I have not been back. This is my first time back in Houston. I'm going to be here for a week, so just kind of being out here and loving it.
So when I go to a high school reunion, I find that connecting with some of the people I wasn't necessarily close friends with at high school is really endearing. It's kind of fun. What is it like for you to connect with some of the players that you didn't play with but have a shared Texans experience?
Well, it's phenomenal, too, because I'm a football fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm a Texans fan. So I'm always, I thought, Mr. McNair was one of the greatest human beings that's ever walked this earth. I really loved Mr. McNair. So I was rooting, even if I was playing against him, I was rooting for him.
Okay.
I wanted him to get a Super Bowl. I wanted his family to be a part of something special because I feel like they do still deserve it. And so I've watched a lot of these guys play, and I'm a fan, right? Like I was still, what you said, the 53rd man, and looking up at all these superstars. I mean, I ended up playing with like a Drew Brees and Reggie Bush, and
right.
I'm still like in all that these type of athletes even exist. I mean, it's awesome.
Speaking of some athletes, I don't know how much you follow your alma mater, but we got a few out here.
You do.
From USC. Woody Marks, Jalen Smith. Last year we went and got Kalen, who has turned himself into a fine safety. What can you give us as a scouting report for what you remember of watching him at USC and then moving on to the NFL?
All great players. I mean, I'll just start with Woody. I thought Woody was phenomenal in college.
Yeah.
I was actually surprised that he wasn't drafted, higher. Like, I really did think that he was an excellent back. And the other two guys, I mean, these are guys who put on a show playing at the highest level. I mean, USC, we haven't been good in a while, but that school's always going to play at a high level. They're always going to put out great athletes. You're always going to get, most of the time, the best kids out of California. Because you're not going to UCLA, because who would want to go to UCLA? That's just awful.
You got to get that in. You got to get that in.
Yeah.
Got to get it in.
So, yeah, man, I love the tradition of USC players still out here in Houston, and it's a great city. It's a little warm, but at the same time, man, it's such a great city to come from California.
Yeah.
Because it could be way worse.
Yeah, they're learning it too about the heat. They're learning it too. Talking to them, they're like, man, this is hotter than anything I've been a part of. So they're getting it too.
What can you share with us about your life now, Billy, or since the NFL?
Since the NFL, I mean, since I retired, a couple business avenues that went into. I was going to train athletes because I missed the game so much, and didn't know an ounce of business.
Okay.
And just lost my butt on it.
Okay.
Then I wanted to be around athletes. Then I went into something that, kind of a sports agent type of thing. And then just realized I didn't want to deal with college kids.
Yeah.
Right? And the needs. I can't imagine it now with NIL and everything that's going on. I would lose my mind. And then now I'm doing concierge service for retired NFL players. So we make sure that they get all their benefits. We're making sure that they have all their insurance intact. We're making sure that they're healthy. We're making sure that, their family's okay, or any concierge service that we can provide. So that's kind of what I'm doing now.
That's awesome.
So what do you think of the way the league is set up? Do you have that kind of thing now? You did a camp with 2 a day, many camps.
Yeah.
Now we have 1 a day. They've cut back a lot of the off-season stuff. What do you think of all of that?
It is a blessing to the athletes, although I feel like I could have played 17 years if it was the same thing. I mean, those 2 a days, and they were hitting 2 a days. They weren't just, it was a different life back then. But, I mean, listen, the NFL has to protect the product.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
So this is a player, so you have to protect them and make sure they're healthy, and they put something great on the field, which is why football is the number 1 sport, in America, but it should be in the world.
Yep.
But it's the reason why. So you got to keep everybody healthy and have them perform on TV, and it makes sense.
Well, Billy, it's so great to catch up. I know you love California. I wish you were in Houston. You're such a treasure to this franchise.
I need to come back more. I need to come back a lot more.
That's right. I mean, your contribution will live on forever, and that's got to feel special. That will never go away. What we just listened to, that moment, it's incredible, really.
Yeah, it is. What a blessing. I mean, it was a huge deal, and I didn't realize it at the time. I was just trying to win a football game. But as the years gone on, I realized, like you said, it's a Hall of Fame moment. It's something that can never be taken away, and I was able to share with a bunch of great guys on the football field.
Wait, one more thing about that season. Johnny's like, please stop. One more thing about that season. You guys beat 2 playoff teams because you beat the Giants, you beat Pittsburgh. Now, I know that wasn't the greatest day for the offense.
It was not.
But it's a great day for the defense. But what about that defense? Seth Payne is still on the radio here on the morning show. Aaron Glenn and Gary Walker make the Pro Bowl. That defense had some juice.
The funny thing is, if our offense was a little bit better, we could have been a pretty dangerous team. field. We sputtered a lot. I mean, we were young. David was young. It was my first time playing tight end. We had a young Chester Pitts. We had, like, just young players, right?
Yeah.
And I think the next year when we got Andre, then it kind of changed everything because it was Andre Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Like I tell people all the time, I played with some great athletes. I've never played with one like Andre.
Wow.
Andre is the greatest athlete that I've ever played with, and it's not close.
Wow.
And I played with some good ones.
And you played on a Super Bowl team.
Athletically, physically, Andre's at a whole nother level.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, one more thing. I lied. One more thing. Drew Brees, just being around a quarterback like that, what it means to the team, the culture, the whole thing, both sides of the ball, the whole organization, an institution like Drew Brees.
Absolutely. So when it comes to Drew, number one, Drew is always going to be the smartest person on the field. Always. He's going to know everything that's going to happen on that defense. He's going to know I could hear in the headphones, the coach would start calling the play and be like, I got it. He would just hear the formation, and he'd be like, I got it.
Okay.
I mean, he was so tuned into every aspect of the game, the way he took care of his body, the way he took care of his friends and his linemen. And it's like he was just so dialed in with every single thing that he did. And even off the field, it was, I played pickleball with him before, I played tennis with him before, I played basketball. Like, he's just a great athlete as well. Everybody talks about him being a shorter quarterback, but he was as athletic as they came. I want to say a story. He beat maybe not Andy Wright. He beat somebody in, like, youth tennis.
Yeah, I heard,
like some crazy story, right? Like, so you always feel like you're in it.
Right.
There's never a game you feel like you're going to lose. I don't care if you pulled the all-Madden team out. If Drew Brees is your quarterback, you feel like you got a shot.
I remember we went there on a Monday night, that Monday night game in 2019, and I got there early, and I'm just trying to get my bearings, and I look out, and Drew's going through a passing session with his wide receivers, and they're just working slants or just working, off the route tree, whatever. Drew would take his drop, he'd make a throw. And I've never seen any quarterback do that. He'd make a throw, and then he'd stand there, and then he'd take another drop, and then he'd fake a throw here, and then he'd come over here and fake a throw. Like, he was going through every single progression.
Every play,
for that particular, and he'd change it on every play, depending on what the route was. And I was mesmerized. I'm just standing there like, I've never seen a quarterback do that. That's incredible.
He would do the same in practice, meaning, let's say he would drop back and throw a slant to Colston, but he would point at me.
Yeah.
Right, so he I see you. I know you're there, right? Like, it could have been you, right? Because he could just see the entire field. So wherever he threw it, he knew what everybody had going. Right?
Exactly.
So there'd be times where guys, like, he just knew he wanted to take advantage of a corner, but would tell me before the play, you're going to be wide open, but I'm going after this guy real quick. And I would run down the field wide open. And he just knew. He would just, in the huddle, he would just be like, hey, I could get this to you, but I'm going outside over here. Right? We're going to throw this bubble to Reggie, but keep running, because the next play I think he's going to call, it'll feel like he was just it's amazing to see. And I'm sure there's other guys like that, but as far as the art of being a professional, he had it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was 3.
Yeah.
He was doing that.
Yeah.
I was amazed by that.
Amazing. All right, Billy. Great stories, great stuff. I knew it would be great. Thanks so much for being with us.
Of course. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Great to be back. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Billy Miller, Texans tight end, the first touchdown in franchise history. Don't go anywhere. Got to get a picture. We're going to break. We're going to get you updated with camp. They're doing a ball warm-up right now here on the field at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
How can we help the body heal itself? At Houston Methodist, we're transplanting a partial liver from a living donor, regenerating 2 healthy livers, and saving a life sooner.
We're also developing a regenerative mesh to heal the most complex bone fractures and ensure lasting strength.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
With Whataburger's new Bigger Better Bundles, you can upgrade your favorite Whata meal into 2 meals. You can add a Kids Whata meal for $4 and take it home to your little you. Or you can add a Double Meat Junior Whata meal for $5 and save it for later. For you. Or you can add a Whata Wings 9-piece for $6 and just enjoy that now. Yep, with Bigger Better Bundles, you can bring the kids along. Or give it to your Uncle Mo. Or stop by and surprise your coworkers. Upgrade your Whata meal with Bigger Better Bundles for a limited time. Only at What a Burger.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals. So remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans take the field this season against exciting opponents like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, San Francisco 49ers, Buffalo Bills, and Las Vegas Raiders? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your crew and secure group tickets now for one or more of these exciting games. Visit HoustonTexans.com now to learn more about group ticket opportunities and the awesome benefits you get just by coming as a larger group.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
You know what having fun your way is really like? It's never-ending options and rewards at over 50 destinations nationwide. It's Caesars Rewards. Dine at Hell's Kitchen at Caesars Palace, Las Vegas. Party the night away at Harrah's, New Orleans. Or bet big on table games at Horseshoe, Bossier City. With Caesars Rewards, you earn benefits for every way you play. Book your trip at Caesars.com and sign up for Caesars Rewards today. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Amity Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amity banker with banking experience than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Groom.
Sam, 30 seconds on the clock. The Ford Summer Sales Event.
Great time to buy.
Correct. What do we have amazing deals on this summer?
Ford trucks and SUVs.
Is Ford America's all-time best-selling auto brand?
Let me think. Yeah, it is.
3 for 3.
What do I win?
You get to work at the Ford Summer Sales Event.
Amazing. I think I was going to do that anyway.
You betcha.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast some exclusive insight into the Christian Harris situation.
The way the rules work with NFI, PUP, if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists.
Sure. The Texans play here.
Row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Looking at Field 1, individual work underway here in full pads. Day 3 in pads, day 7 overall. Texans Training Camp Live. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. We'll get Brooke Kirchhoffer in here soon enough to give us an update as to how things are going out here. We still have... Who's in the... Is it Arnett in the red jersey?
No, Arthur Marlette.
Oh, it's Marlette. Okay. I get those two confused because they're both relatively new additions.
I'll tell you what, for Damon, look, his as Nick said, his past has been well chronicled, but there is nobody working harder at everything than Damon Arnett. Asking coaches for technique work, staying after, working with the DB coaches, then working with Frank or Coach Burnham with special teams. Nobody is working his butt off at this more than Damon
he wears
Arnett.
41, right?
He's 41.
Which is Kalen's number last year in camp.
Training camp, yes.
Jeez. Okay. And, I got to get to know him because we're going to call preseason games. And then you got to get to re-know them. It'll be fine.
Here's what's going to trip you up is
what?
The dual numbers right now. Jalen Thomas, Tommy Togiai, 72.
Yeah, that's fine, though, because I just worry about Tommy. Jalen Thomas... Whatever. He's an offensive lineman. Here's a play-by-play.
Look at you. Wait a second. Hold on.
Here's inside baseball on play-by-play for football.
All right.
It's offensive line numbers. You don't need to memorize them the way you need to memorize other stuff. Yeah, it's penalties. You can look that up. But, I get to know them, believe me, during the regular season. Boom. But for the opponent, I don't bother memorizing those. I just have a quick glance.
Right.
You need to know the DBs, the wide receivers. Obviously, anybody's going to touch the ball, tackle, that kind of thing. Right. But as far as the O-linemen,
I got you.
They don't. If they have the ball in their hands, it's rare. Now, some teams have the tackle.
Lions.
Yep.
Okay. That was
Yeah, but that's he's
that's what I'm saying. He's
guy.
one. He's one guy.
I know Laramie because his number gets called a lot by the officials. Never mind. So that happens. Wait, before Billy joined us, and I love talking to Billy Miller. Before Billy joined us, I threw that one out there. Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson allegedly, well, not allegedly, according to the head coach, in a dead heat for the starting quarterback position. What do you make of that?
Well, there's been a couple of articles about Anthony Richardson having his two best practices back-to-back the last couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
And that actually got my wheels kind of spinning if I were the Colts. If I were Chris Ballard and I were Shane Steichen, I know Richardson could probably drive you crazy. But Richardson's ceiling to me is 10-11 wins. I think Daniel Jones' ceiling with that team is 7-8 wins.
Wow.
And if my butt is on the line, my job is on the line, Daniel Jones at 7-8 wins, is that going to keep my job?
No.
And you don't make the playoffs again? But what happens if Anthony starts a little slow, but he stays healthy and he gets better every week going forward, and all of a sudden you win 8 or 9 with Anthony Richardson? Still don't make the playoffs, but you win 8 or 9 with Anthony Richardson, and he looks better? Your job is probably safe.
I think that's going to happen, though?
No, I don't. But
I think the inconsistency is going to flare up again.
But what's the ceiling on Daniel Jones?
I know.
8 wins?
Because you're Steichen, and this is it.
Right.
This is it.
That's what I'm saying.
Can you get to 9? Look, you got to 9 with Gardner Minshew. Can you get to 9? You almost had 10 with Gardner Minshew. Can you get to 9?
I totally understand what you're saying. There's just a part of me that hit me this morning. I'm like, it's not so much like go for broke. Not, like I'm, sitting at the blackjack table and I'm going to double down on something or, that I shouldn't, or I'm going to split fours or some crap like that. It's not like that. We drafted this guy. He's now in year 3. Let's roll the dice because we're on the spot here.
Right.
And this was our draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get him to work out for us. Let's see if we can do that. I just don't think the ceiling for Daniel Jones, and the ceiling for Anthony Richardson are two different things, as are the floors. That said, is Daniel Jones' ceiling enough to keep coaches and everybody intact for the following year? I don't think so.
A question I will ask you every other week at least. More wins. Colts, Jags. More wins.
Jags.
See, it feels that way right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They have their quarterback. Liam Cohn's there.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about him working in Mayfield with him.
Yep.
I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it just seems more stable because you know who the guy is in Jacksonville as opposed to Indy. What are we really going to do here?
Trevor hasn't
And we're in danger of being fired.
Right.
In Jacksonville, they're not.
At least Trevor had those moments in 22 where you actually saw it for a little bit.
Right.
You haven't even come close to seeing it with Richardson. Richardson, it is a high-risk role. It's like, man, this can be better. Mm-hmm. Maybe some technique changes, some individual work, that maybe a scheme change helps. Maybe having 2 total just monsters in Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr., maybe that helps him get better. But then again, he had Christian Kirk and Zay Jones and Brian Thomas Jr. What did he do with it? Not much. Now, Christian was hurt a part of that, and Zay Jones ended up falling off a cliff. But he's had some talent, and he's got even more talent now in the outside receivers in particular. He doesn't have Evan Ingram anymore, and that was always his guy. So, to me, if Trevor hits, I think Jacksonville is dangerous.
All right, so here we are, day 7, day 3 in pads. Day off tomorrow. We'll still be on the air 8 to 10 a.m. with interviews and whatever else we come up with based on today's practice, and there's going to be a ton. So you tell me, Friday, Saturday, how do they handle those? Because those are 2 kind of outlier practices to me before you head to the Greenbrier. And I would figure the last day in pads at the Greenbrier would be Wednesday, perhaps?
Yeah, that's what I would think.
So you'd go, practices Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know if they go all 3 in pads, but at least 2 of those days in pads. I don't know how they handle Friday, Saturday here.
I've thought a lot about that. I thought about today whether they would be in pads or not, because there have been times where I'm expecting like a 3-day run here, 3 days in pads, and then the first 2 are in pads, and then the third one is not. So I'm a little like, not thrown off. We'll see him bang the pads a little bit. But I think Friday they could maybe put the pads on, but Saturday maybe not, or maybe flip-flop. I don't know that I have the right reason for either one, but we got to get on a plane on Saturday.
Yep, they get on a plane on Saturday because they cannot travel on a day off. They have to give them a day off. Right. So Sunday's going to be a day off. They'll travel late Saturday, get to the Greenbrier, get off their feet Sunday, and then get back to it Monday morning in the cool weather.
Yeah, so there's a part of me that thinks Saturday with the travel, take the pads off, let's not bang, let's clean up our stuff, let's make sure we're solid, get the day off Sunday, and then crank it up on Monday, have 3 pretty intense practices Monday before we end up going to Minnesota. I don't know if all 3 of them are in pads at the Greenbrier, but I would think they would be because the weather is going to be that much nicer. You're going to want to maximize all of that, I think, when you go to West Virginia. So I think they'll be in pads Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I think.
I know you might need to go watch something, but you're up for a quickie position group breakdown.
Let's do it.
This is a super quick
one.
Let's do it. Because we had Billy Miller on. And, Ben, can you fire up the music when you get a chance here? Because we're going to break down tight ends. I said quickie because there aren't that many of them, so we can get through them. Billy Miller, tight end, first tight end in Texans history. Well, among the first, but he caught the first touchdown. So let's do this. Tight ends position group breakdown, and we'll start with Brevin Jordan. He's back, and he's making plays.
Yeah, he's reconfigured his body. He just looks strong, well, catching the ball well. He's getting separation in his routes. He can play all the tight end positions. He's probably best as kind of an H move guy, which can free you up to do some different things with Cade, and we'll get to Cade in a moment. But I think you can run some 12 personnel, maybe even some 13 personnel, and still have realistic passing game options when you put Brevin and Dalton together, or you put Cade and Brevin together. I think Brevin, again, just staying healthy. Look, early in his career, he got banged up a little bit. 22, he didn't play until week 7 or 8. If he can stay healthy, I think he is a great fit in this offense.
Just looks so big and strong, looks ready for a big campaign in a contract year for him. Luke Lachey's a rookie. He's 6'6", 250 from Iowa.
He's noticeable. Now, I felt like he was probably going to be, this is more your Y inline tight end. I think he's more of a pass-catching tight end. I think he reminds me a little bit more of Ryan Griffin. And Ryan had great hands. Now, Ryan got tough and feisty on the inline stuff and ended up being a decent blocker. I think Luke can be that. Obviously, he's been schooled at Iowa. He's played a lot in line, but he's got really soft, strong hands and has made some plays in the passing game. It's uphill climb from the 7th rounder, but we're one injury away from the top 4 from Luke Lachey being in the top 4 and being active on game days potentially.
Yeah, and Irv Smith, he saw time last year. You and I caught up with him, veteran from Alabama. He's been around the block in this league. What's he bringing?
Yeah, no doubt. And even though he's probably slimmed down a little bit from last year, and I don't think he's kind of the guy that uses their inline tight end. And he is physical. He gets after it. He is strong at the point of attack. He does a lot better job in one-on-one base blocking at the line of scrimmage than people think. And he's a perfect component for this team because he doesn't really demand touches the passing game, but he's got good hands if you throw it to him. He could, if you needed to, if you had a big hulking tight end or you went 6 offensive linemen and you put Irv in a game, he could be a move guy as well. A move guy that kind of stays attached to the line. He could definitely do that as well. So you get a little bit of versatility with Irv. I like that he's here for sure.
All right, let's go with the salty veteran, former Cowboy, but he's a Texan, baby. 2 years as a Texan, going into his 3rd here at NRG Park. It's Dalton Schultz.
There's a lot expected of Dalton. A lot. And maybe it's because of the contract. Maybe it's because, the Cowboys do this, whatever. I don't know. But Dalton can catch a football. He can get open. He has all the subtle nuance things and the ability to get open. And he still catches the ball. He's competitive as hell. He's smart as hell. He actually does a pretty decent job when he's healthy of kind of holding up against some of the defensive ends and defensive ends, edge rushers in the passing game. We'd all love our tight ends to be better, all these guys to be better in the run game as an edge blocker. And maybe that happens. Maybe there's acceleration there. If there's one thing that they probably could use a little bit more, it's somebody that could really win on the outside. Fedorowicz got that way in his final year. Even though he was catching a lot of passes, he got to a point where he maul. To see one of these guys, if not two, get to a point where they could fist fight on the outside and win some of those fist fights a little bit more than they have in the past.
Boy, Fedorowicz, he was a large unit.
God, he was massive.
Cade Stover, who was a rookie last year, played with CJ at Ohio State, and here he is in year 2. And, boy, he looks like not exactly the finished product, but certainly a veteran presence in his second year. That's nice.
Well, you know I've mentioned this numerous times. I think he's the breakout candidate for this team.
Okay.
You know, when you're thinking about a former day 3 guy that you want to see take that step, I think Cade is that. And, you know, Billy said it a little earlier. He was talking about Woody Marks should have been drafted earlier. I think Cade should have been drafted way earlier. You go through the draft and you're kind of monitoring it. And you're like, man, who's on the board, who's not? And then when his name is called, it's like, man, Cade Stover's still sitting here in the 4th round. Cade should have gone before that. I don't know if that changes the perception of Cade, but I think Cade's ready for a breakout. And I think part of it is we've got to know Cade over his rookie year. He doesn't say a whole lot, but you can tell that he's so honest with us about, like he talked about that Minnesota game against Grenard and the lessons he learned from that. And you could see him apply those lessons as a rookie. Now give him an offseason and even more time, I think there's an opportunity there where he can catch more passes. He can be more involved in the run game. He can be their H-back. He can lead on ISO. You can put him in there with Jakob Johnson and really kind of be heavy with Jakob, give more run, but then he can, run the flat route on the boot and be due for breakout year. You can define breakout however you want. I just think Cade's going to be an impactful figure for this offense, especially led by a former tight ends coach, O.C. Nick Caley.
Yes, O.C. Nick Caley, and the tight ends coach is Jake Moreland, and we talked about him in the Billy Miller interview. Yeah. Okay, that's our tight end position group breakdown, but let me throw you this. Fullback situation, you brought up Jakob Johnson. Mm-hmm. What do you think they ultimately do here with that so-called position? I say so-called position because some teams don't even have one, but this offense needs one. So what's going to happen? Is it Brooks? Is it Johnson? Is it one of the tight ends who will fill that role, if you will? What do you think ultimately happens?
Wasn't there a coach in the past, you said game plan offense?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. I remember
I think this is kind of a game plan offensive roster because I think there might be some times when having Jakob, a 270-pound fullback, is going to be very useful. And there might be some things they can run, some wham crunch. They can run insert ISOs. They can do some different things on
Did you say wham crunch? You just named a new cereal. I want some wham crunch. Hey, Mom, serve me up some of that wham crunch with some milk.
Wham crunch is what it's called. It's a double trap play.
Okay.
It's like 2 trap blocks.
Okay.
And it's a big one in this well, it might be in this offense. We'll see. I think it's going to be. But I think Jakob ends up being a guy that you can use in a lot of different ways. He can be your H. So if you run split zone, and split zone is basically a zone play, which people know, zone play one way, and a tight end or fullback comes across and kicks out the defensive end. So now you've got zone this way, but hey, if I get that zone, that split block back here, that running back and forth movement, because that can be a tough block because of defensive ends, it's Danielle Hunter. Well, Danielle's quick and he reads it. Oh, I know it's coming. He closes down so hard, man, that's got to be somebody with some heft that can kick that guy out. Sometimes that's been Dalton. That's not really Dalton's thing. Sometimes it's Cade. Cade's tough. He'll do it. But I think you want to have somebody with a little bit more mass, and that might be where Jakob comes in. So there might be games and times where the split, whatever you come up with a game plan, you're like, you know what, I just don't know that there's a plan for Jakob this week. Maybe having 4 tight ends is the better way to go. Okay, we're going to go 4 tight ends this week. And then there might be, hey, we're going with 3 tight ends. We need to have Jakob. And, man, we need to have British Brooks too. So I think it could end up being kind of a game plan situation for them. Jakob he's a monster now. And he will hit.
Right.
Like he is strong and he's big at 270. And he's not scared to knock you into next week if he needs to. So I think that's where when this team really wants to run the football, when Jakob is in the game, it looks like 21 personnel where you have 2 backs and 1 tight end, but he's kind of a tight end. He's got good soft hands. He's made a couple of catches in OTAs and minicamp, but he's also made a few out here. So even when he's in the game, it's not just, hey, 43's in the game, it's a run. You can slip him out to the flat, and he's going to be out there wide open. And now when he's got the ball in his hands, he's a pretty good athlete. He moves really well for a guy that size.
Jakob, I want him to make the team just because he's on the all-interview team, all right?
Yes.
I've not gotten him after practice yet, but I will. Today I'm going to catch up with Justin Watson. Who do you have today?
I have the rookie.
That's good.
I'm ready for that.
See, that's a broadcast sock on the door interview right there. You and Graham Mertz, my gosh.
Happy.
Well, we're going to hear that tomorrow for sure at the latest, and this evening, much more at 6 o'clock. Next up, Brooke has some things that she's going to ask us about, observations. Well, I don't know if we'd call them that, but she's got some takes on what is happening at practice last couple of days, plus anything else Johnny has to say before the close of business this morning, because in the loop, they are swinging the headsets in the on-deck circle here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
In my continuing obsession with what is going on in Indianapolis, Chris Ballard, GM, I just think eventually Anthony's going to be this year or next. I don't know when it's going to happen.
Okay, all right. Well, it better happen this year.
I mean, this
I love Chris, but it better happen this year.
I know. He's a nice guy, and he's a Houstonian too, right? He's from
Texas City.
That's
how I met him.
And
His
lived
dad's
up in
tire
Tomball
shop
or something. Or has relatives up there.
Yeah, he did. He did. That's when he was scouting for the Bears. He was living up in Tomball.
Okay, I have friends who are in Tomball, and they mentioned that to me. So that happens. They're in special teams right now. Brooke Kirchhoffer joins us. Brooke, another surface of the Sunday here at training camp. But it feels nice right now because you know why? Matt Irvin has set up this nice fan for us. So I'm not noticing.
Good job,
it yet.
Matt.
Yeah, they treat us well over here at the Texans radio tent, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Somebody out on the field, though, who might want some of this, who has been out here consistently early every single day, though, is Jalen Knoll. Mm-hmm. I know we've talked about him a lot, and you guys played the sound this morning of D'Amico Ryans talking about him as well as his former Iowa teammates, Hutchinson as well as Higgins.
Yep.
I think those are the three who have continued to stand out every single day. And we saw, too, Higgins was able to take a pop yesterday and get back up and continue to make plays. I think the three of those have continued to stand out to Coach for two reasons. He wants players who are relentless and who are also still growing. That's what he said when he mentioned Will Anderson yesterday, too.
Yeah, he loves Will.
Yeah, Will's still going. I had I was trading texts with a friend of ours, and his one-line text to me was, 51 should be DPOY. He's got to beat 24 to it. But I kind of used the term that I can't say on the radio about 51. I said, yeah, but 51 is a bleepity bleep. And he just wrote back in all caps, absolutely. Like, it's so clear that Will he can take over a practice.
Yeah.
And that's, Sting won't because they won't throw at him, which is smart. Now, when they did throw at him yesterday, to your point, Brooke, they threw Higgins. They're working on a situational drill. It was like third down. CJ threw a dime over here on the sideline. He had to kind of lay it over a safety and a DB to get there. Higgins goes up, and when he goes up, he goes up. He went up and grabbed it, but as he came down, he kind of got boom, boom, hit by Petrie and Stingley at the same time. Right. Now, they weren't trying to hit him with a elbow or whatever. They just hit him.
Yeah, collision.
And just a collision had happened, and the ball ended up coming out. But then a little while later, Higgins ends up making that catch we talked about earlier on the sidelines, going up over, I think it was Tremont. And I just look at Tremont like, what am I supposed to do? Tremont's 6 foot. Like, this guy's 6'4". Like, he went up over him. Like, what am I supposed to do?
That's how I feel playing basketball with really good, tall people.
Right, exactly.
What am I supposed to do? They're way up there.
He's 6'8", I'm 6 foot. Like, what do you want me to do? Hit him in the gut? Like, there's just only so much you can do. And so having a guy like that in Higgins, having a guy like that in Nico, it just helps CJ because he's like, I'm not really open. Well, let me just throw it to this spot and see if they can get it. Because I know the DB can't get it there, but I know I can. So, the growth also comes in, Brooke, when you're there every day.
Yeah.
Having a practice, really good practice, and we've seen this a lot from rookies in the past. Have a great practice, we talk them up, like, yes. And then they're gone for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Right.
We're like, well, dang it, you can't.
Yeah, can you be the same guy every single day?
Just
and I think that's what
every day.
Be at practice every day. And I think that's what D'Amico Ryans is seeing from specifically with Knoll too. Coach specifically said you can't lose sight of the plays on the outside. The three of them have all consistently made plays on the outside, whether they get one opportunity, one practice, but they make the most of it. Now, we have seen a handful of drops. What are we, day 7 now? It's going to happen. That's a credit to the defense, too, putting the pressure on. But, showing up and being – what's that?
Don't you think fewer drops yesterday?
Fewer drops yesterday.
Yeah. Good.
But he's been consistent.
And there's the difference between a drop and a DB gets his hand in there, so that's good.
No, not to a receiver coach.
Okay, all right.
You know, Benny Mack is going to be like, hey, that ball should have been caught.
Yeah.
I don't care who that is over there.
I gotcha.
Whether it's Stingley or Deion Sanders or whatever. It's like receiver coaches are going to think, what's the old adage? You get your hands on it, you're supposed to catch it. Mm-hmm. With 6'4" guys, it's a little bit different because the ball's thrown all the way up here. Sometimes you're not going to be able to come down with it. But Saturday was drop Saturday. So hopefully we got that out of our system. And these guys, I know there was some talk about Jalen Knoll and some drops that, punt return drops and maybe some drops otherwise. But Jalen also gets to the ball where other guys can't because he's so explosive. And so there's sometimes he's going to be able to get a hand on the ball that other guys won't, because I think Jalen Noel, man, I didn't remember seeing him the second half of practice yesterday. So hopefully that was maybe just a cramp situation or maybe I just missed it. But Higgins and the rest of the crew, they were making some plays. It was kind of fun to see.
Brooke, I am no expert on a lot of things, but I am an expert on where you're going to be after practice, and that would be at the tent where C.J. Gardner-Johnson is scheduled to appear at the podium.
Oh, is he talking today?
Yes.
That will be fun.
Yeah, he's scheduled to appear. So this is it.
It's what CJ are we going to get at the podium is what I'm looking forward to, right? Yeah. But, no, I think based on how he's played, how the players have responded to him, how they are outwardly defending him. You heard Stingley talk about him yesterday. I think he's going to be a guy who takes the leadership perspective, gets to that podium, answers the questions thoughtfully, and gets out of there. But we'll see.
It might depend on what kind of practice he has today.
Might depend on the practice. We see Jalen Petrie back out. Want to circle back real quick, though, on Will Anderson.
Yep.
Johnny, you could speak to this a little bit, too. I saw him yesterday not the stab and things like that, just punching his D-line coach like he was in a boxing match yesterday off to the side. And Coach D'Amico said it's something about him this offseason, two things that he has worked on, which makes him think that his pass rush somehow is going to excel this year. He said he's been more dialed in on the moves he's trying to execute, which is the jab swipe and the stab club, as he has told us. But he also said he's not trying to prove he wants to be instinctual.
Yeah, he's got to have a rush plan.
Yes.
He can't be robotic. And there were times in his rookie year where it kind of felt robotic, like he was thinking through the moves. If he can get to a point where he can run that stab club, that's a hell of a move because you're bracing for his power. So if you marks the offensive lineman and I start to come here with a punch, you brace. But then that means you're leaning over a little bit. So now I can club underneath and I can get there. So being better with his hands instead of just being power, I think is going to help him in the long run. His fastball, when he needs a strike, when he needs to strike somebody out, he's going to power. He's going to power, and that's fine because he's one of the most powerful guys we have. But there are going to be times where he can learn and has learned how to use different moves. It's funny because he's been one of the better pass rushers out here. Like JJ, he doesn't have a spin move.
Right.
Really. And I think Will could end up with I think he could grow a spin move and be really, really good.
I'm coming up with some great names for podcasts today. Wham Crunch, what was it? Stab Club.
Jab, swipe, and stab club. But D'Amico said, stay away from my quarterback. He's getting a little too close.
Oh,
said that
really?
Yesterday. So.
Yeah, so they got to hold up, obviously. Do not damage the quarterback. That is practice 101. Thanks a lot, Brooke. And we look forward to more, as we'll be back on the air tomorrow, but in studio because it's a day off practice. But we'll have interviews and other information for you as to what happens today and what's going to happen Friday, as this team has two more practices after today before they head to the Greenbrier. I want to thank Matt for engineering today and Aaron, and they set us up because NFL Network will be back in our regular spot on Friday. That's going to be cool. And In the Loop is coming up. They've got Henry Toa, so you're going to want to hear from the man who led the team in tackles last year. That's all on the way. Have a great day. Thank you, Ben. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, hey. Hey, thanks for meeting me here.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
Dumb and Dumber? Awkward at all. When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You know what it is. Big Voice Man gave you a little bit of an idea. We're at the Houston Methodist Training Center for yet another practice out here at Training Camp 2025 for the Houston Texans. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, making it sound good back at the studio. We are in the midst of practice, and we're already seeing some fun stuff happening. Always get involved with the program by texting in 713-572-4610. Also, you can get at us on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. There's some fun things happening in baseball as we are just over, 30 hours away from the trade deadline, thereabouts. There's some fun rumors that are coming out here for the Astros after they get a win last night. All those things we'll talk about, but we're looking at some football, so let's get some passing thoughts.
Who's having fun, man? How about some passing thoughts?
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse, and I just...
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, let's not bury the lead here. We got a lot of passing thoughts. I said who's having fun because this is a very fun day. Crowd is here again, 11 on 11, right in front of us, coming out of the back end zone, which would be the north end zone. I sounded like Mark Vandermeer right there, didn't I? That is definitely the north. That is definitely the north end zone. Anyway, here's the first passing thought. Let's not bury the lead. Defense is kind of taking it personally today, man. They're kind of taking it personally that the offense has had a couple of decent days in a row. Big-time plays. Who just had that interception?
Jalen Reed, 34, the safety. Nice for him to get a little bit of love as one of the rookies in the defensive backfield because I thought J-Rock was going to take all the shine. Jalen Smith had been doing a lot of stuff. I think that might have gone as a pick six. I kind of lost it.
It was close
in the corner. But, I mean, he got it to the point where the entire defense was starting to create a caravan going the other way.
Yeah.
So I think the defense is taking it personal, but they should because it feels like the offense is starting to air it out more offensively today compared to where they had been previously as you get another PBU right in front of us, this time by Russ Yeast, another safety.
Yeah, he's the one that I said he's not just playing for here, he's playing for football.
Correct.
Yesterday. Definitely a big time so far. We got plenty to go, and we'll keep you up to date. Defensive day so far. But here's the play, and it happened just as we were sitting down, and you and I both kind of, raised the eyebrows a little bit. This is the play that was so intriguing to me. Nico is still Nico. Nico is still Nico. They were airing it out, as you said, down the left sideline, and he had at least a step and a half, maybe 2 steps on the DB. But you know what? Kamari is still Kamari. Kamari Lassiter closed the gap and got the interception.
That was a Kalen Bullock interception.
I mean, Kalen Bullock. I said Kalen program,
which he has been you can.
He's been amazing.
You can see the kind of shift in him, and shift feels weird as if he's moving from bad to good. He's already been good. We saw a little bit of a shift through the last season. Early on in the season, you could very much see a guy who was a rookie and trying to find the speed of the game. When he found the speed of the game, we know this. We could look at the stat sheet and see the interceptions. He was that guy that was played the football. Obviously, you saw the kind of the ball hawk nature of him. Somehow it feels like it's turned up. Are you seeing that, getting that sense as well?
I said it yesterday. I've said it a couple of times during camp. Kalen Bullock is just taking it to another level. He did right there. And here's the one downside to that issue. The one downside to that issue, it was vastly an underthrown ball by C.J. Stroud on that interception by Bullock. We'll keep you updated on everything going on the field right now. But here's another thing. let's just put it where it is. The defense is just kicking their ass right now. I mean, it could change, but it's absolutely kicking their butts on the run game. And that's another passing thought. I don't know what we're going to know about the run game. I don't know what we're going to find out about the run game. They have not had a lot of success today, and they just recently, this right there, the last play has been, it was a tackle for loss. Obviously, it was number 56 in your program, Jamal Hill, who made the tackle in the backfield. The run game is having some issues. Another couple of passing thoughts. I guess we got to mention what's happening right here. We're not going to say anything because we don't know anything, but players are on a knee, and it seems as if a cart has been taken out to the middle of the field. We will keep you up to date on what we learn from that as soon as we do. All right, another couple of passing thoughts right here. Let's lighten it up a little bit.
And we have a little bit of a better, before we lighten it up, we have a little bit of some folks that have a better angle than we have at this moment. It looks like it's the rookie defensive tackle, Keontae Hamilton.
Okay.
He's had a few splashes early on in camp. Like, I wouldn't say that he's been, everywhere by any means, but he's had a few splashes, so this is absolutely sad to see. It's always sad to see, obviously, but for Keontae, 7th-round pick, you were hoping to, obviously, a clean bill of health and an opportunity to, shine a little bit.
Reportedly is what we need to
I appreciate that.
To add there that it is him. What is the NFL Network doing over here, man?
Giving us a slightly less good angle.
Not bad. I thought it would be worse.
That is true.
I thought it would be worse, but
to answer your question, big dogging us. That's what's happening, man.
Yeah,
Look, Sports Radio 610 is the home of the Houston Texans. NFL Network is the home of the NFL. Of the NFL. That's right. They're gonna big dog us a little bit. But you know what? I think we are the Southern hospitality, the Houstonian hospitality.
If they asked nicely, I would have let them.
I have a feeling that they didn't ask you. I have a feeling that they didn't ask you.
But ESPN's own the NFL Network.
Are you reporting that? Is that what's happening there?
Is here. How about the new? There's a new slogan that Texans fans need to need every staff member, every coach on the field, including from the hierarchy of Cal and Hannah on down, is wearing a new shirt. It says, "Not iron sharpens iron."
It doesn't say not iron sharpens iron. That'd be very counterintuitive to the thought processes.
It doesn't say iron sharpens iron. It doesn't say swarm. It says collective belief with the skyline of Houston over, behind it. It's over on the front of the shirt. So collective belief, is that one we're going to have to learn now?
I think I'll leave that to if we get D'Amico preaching that in the and more importantly, if we get players saying it on the podium, I think then we'll hit that space. I do understand and appreciate every campaign, right, has its slogan, has the messaging that it needs to rally their guys behind it, right? And this is another campaign, the 2025 campaign. And so I would understand why you have that as a perspective, because you need a level of oneness to get you in line to be, to have the level of success that they're hoping to have. It's not just another, AFC South championship. That's cool. And of course that is a goal, but it's not the ultimate goal. And you're going to need a level of belief that you can reach the heights. Look, I think it's fair the people that might not have belief in this team to go and beat the likes of Baltimore and Buffalo and Kansas City. But them on the field and everybody that's, within this apparatus, they need to have a belief that's collective.
Just to keep you up to date, they are taking the player off, about to. Players are gathering together. I'm sure they're regrouping, saying we've still got to get our work done, and their thoughts, as ours are, with the Texans about to get back at it with their 11-11 or whatever the next drill might be. Here's a passing thought I had during what they call ROA/Indy, which is basically a fancy way to say run on air and individuals.
That's what ROA stands for.
Yeah, run on air.
I was trying to figure that out.
Yeah, ROA/Indy. They put on the scoreboard. It's run on individuals and run on air and individuals.
Player gave us a thumbs up on the way off the field.
Out of baby. Yeah. There's always a late-round pick that somehow, some way, maybe not immediately, maybe not even by the end of the season or toward the end of the season, but eventually makes a splash. You noticed Luke Lachey, right? You've noticed him.
I've noticed him a few times, for sure.
He seems to Again, take it for what it's worth. Getting into the reps with the first and second team, he has made a couple with the first team. Now, it might just be somebody needed a break or whatever. I'm not saying anything along those lines. But he's getting really good looks. Luke Lachey, the tight end, and it goes back to what we talked about yesterday. This is going to be I'm very, very encouraged by – I think there are going to be multiple tight ends on the field multiple times.
I think you're right in the idea that there will be multiple tight ends. As much as I have enjoyed some of the things I've seen from Luke Lachey, I think I like his movement.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more fluid than I had anticipated coming in. Maybe that's more of a me thing in my anticipations than it is about Luke. I think I've liked what I've seen from him. I think, though, you go back to DeMeco Ryans when he starts talking about tight ends, talking about only three, Dalton, Cade, and Brevin.
Right.
And I think that Luke is in a place where maybe in a future perspective.
Good look.
Right.
I think they like what they're looking at.
I think they like just looking at all of these guys. You mentioned it yesterday. I thought it was an apt, kind of thing to bring up. Is just the notion that all of these guys are getting rotated, including a guy who is ostensibly a fullback. Jakob Johnson is again being utilized fully like a tight end, and I'm very intrigued as to what that ultimately portends for this offense.
Yeah.
But I think also that might mean you're not going 4 deep at tight end this year.
Yes, one of the reasons that we love being out here and being able to share our thoughts and passing thoughts with you is something that just happened on the field. You may have heard the crowd with a little bit of a roar. I believe that was Dalton Schultz with a little
absolutely
catch.
was Dalton Schultz.
That was a sack all the way. That was 100% would have been a sack. Two guys, I didn't see who they were, held up on C.J. Stroud. So don't read too much into that little roar you heard. It was just finishing the play after what would have been.
What you mean don't read too much? That was a ball that was a little bit, it might have been just on the outer reaches of Dalton Schultz's catch radius. He manages to tip it and catch it and bring it in himself. That's a relationship that I think needs to, show even more fruitfulness this year.
Yeah.
And so it's good to see, even though he was sacked, opportunity to get some work in, get the ball out there, and Dalton Schultz making good and making CJ better in that instance, which I think is something that we have clamored for from Dalton, is, hey, you're the pass-catching tight end. Make your quarterback better by catching the football, and he just did that.
That's fair, but in a game he would have had to complete that pass from his back. All right, so.
Who's the Debbie Downer now, huh? You hear that?
Into this a little bit. C.J. Stroud getting a lot of reps. I've been wanting to see that. I want to see more of it as they try to iron out these kinks that we are seeing again today. Not so sure that wouldn't have been another sack right there.
Oh, I am sure. Because
he didn't even throw it.
He didn't even throw the football. Yeah, no, that absolutely would have been. And it looked like our guy Lakin, the Jamaican, was the guy who got beat on the offensive line there.
Okay. I'm sensing more push-ups for the offensive line today.
If they're not careful.
If they're not careful.
But bicep's about to be bicepping here in a second.
And here's one that I really want to kick around with you, because you've mentioned this once or twice. And so they had the individual punt return drills, off the jugs machine with Frank Ross there. They only had 2 guys back. They only had 2 guys back on individual punt return. Those 2 people were Braxton Berrios and Jalen Knoll. So there's a couple of things there that we need to kind of monitor and pay attention to. Number one, Jalen Knoll, I think they really want him to be a return man. Number 2, Braxton Berrios is smack in the thick of things right here. And Berrios, as it pertains to the number of wide receivers you keep, this is what you've talked about, the lineup, so to speak, in the wide receiver room, Berrios could kind of be a fly in the ointment here, huh?
In some ways, but I do wonder if they go with the Steven Sims school of thought, where one of those wide receiver spaces is simply just kind of, we view him as punt returner. Yeah, I mean, I think Berrios can give you routes as an offensive player, don't get me wrong, in a way that it felt like Steven Sims was not at least believed to in this organization. Plays where you don't even hold that position against the rest of the wide receivers. You go, hey, Braxton Berrios is so far and away ahead of what you've got going for your punt returners and your kick returners, that he holds that spot as a returner, and whatever we can get offensively is additional. But it is nice to know that Jalen Knoll is in a space where they feel comfortable, where he is starting to slide in there as primary backup return, at least in my estimation. I'm not saying that that's what they've said, but as the primary backup for returning, that's going to be good, because, again, that's going to be, I think, where he has the easiest chance of having value in year 1.
Yes, you're absolutely right, but it is something to monitor. Arthur Millette out on the field, but in a red jersey.
Yep, just like yesterday.
Yeah,
non-contact.
Yeah. Arthur Millette, at least he's getting some reps. He was doing all the drills, all the ROA and Indy.
How long before that feels like a thing that you aren't happy about there? Because he feels like, especially with Jimmy Ward not available or not out here actively getting work with his legal situations, he feels like he is the heir apparent to that second, to that backup role behind Jalen Petrie, which, as we know, in this defense is very, very important.
Brother.
I got a brother. You hear that, Figgy? I got a brother out of Lopez.
Brother. If this was it Rocky 2? Throw in the damn towel. I mean, the defense just got another interception.
That was Henry. We'll talk to him a little later today.
And we talked to, and as we were talking, there was another sack, or at least it was on the line of scrimmage.
Oh, earlier was that the one with CJ? Yeah. So that one I actually don't blame on the offensive line. That was a coverage sack. Actually, it wasn't a sack. CJ actually escapes to his left side, picks up a few yards with his feet. That one was more of a coverage situation. So,
nevertheless, really good pressure, and had to scramble out of the pocket.
But I think I didn't actually count in that instance. But if I had counted, I think that would have been to the place where I go, all right, offensive line, I'm not holding that one against you.
Maybe
now, of
not.
course, like we talked to Lakin yesterday, they hold themselves to a high account, so that might add to the push-up count. We'll let Cole Popovich tell it, so we'll see how that ultimately plays out.
I mean, this is it's either impressive. How would you describe today? It's either really, really impressive, they took it personal, or it's such a bad whooping right now. The offense can't do anything.
Now, you know me, I'm going to find a way to be in the middle of all this. I think it's a little bit of both. So I do think it is a level of impressive from the defense. We know that they are going and they're attacking the football. They're attacking the notion of being a takeaway defense, and we're seeing that. It's also worth noting this is an offense that's now opening up and they're putting the ball downfield a little bit more than they had previously in camp. That's going to expose you to more pressure. However, that also means that the offensive line, hey, these are your challenges. Because if you want to attack downfield, like we know CJ has the capability to, and we know he itches to at times. I don't know how much this offense is geared towards that, but you want to be able to attack downfield. You want to create explosives, especially being able to go over the top, because that changes the way defenses have to affect you. You need to be able to hold up. They have done, I don't know if I had to put a letter grade on it, they've done about a C grade job feel. Again, a tougher thing to ask than when you're getting into quick game or you're going quick outs or things of that nature. But I think I have a C here for the way that they're protecting right now.
I have a much lower grade than that.
All right.
It's a D minus. The offense can't do anything. And here's the last passing thought.
I wouldn't say that. They're getting the ball downfield. Now, of course, there's some interceptions. There's some interceptions, which I think are more about the way that the defense is jumping. And honestly, some questions that we have about CJ, which I think we'll get to. But one of those, I mean, there's a great ball down the sideline. Jaden Higgins I feel like he didn't know how to adjust to that football. And that's another thing that we're going to have to see. How is Jaden Higgins' relationship with CJ coming along? As it seems like he's been placed pretty easily and handily in that spot as the guy who's going to be opposite Nico Collins.
No, it's early. It's training camp. Long way to go. A lot of improvement to be made. But I couldn't disagree more. I mean, this is an ass whipping. Right now. This is an ass whipping right
Somebody
now.
said, Reggie, don't give them excuses.
but again, let me qualify it because I've been pretty positive about everything I've seen out here, especially the last couple of days from the offense. But I got to tell you what I'm looking at, man. I mean, this is an ass whipping, and that leads to my final passing thought. The best part of the defense so far today for me, depth. A lot of these plays are being made, by I mentioned Hill earlier, with the TFL.
Jalen Reed with the interception.
Jalen Reed with an interception. Another pass breakup just right now, but with depth, on the field. So that's the great thing about this is the defense is not only really, really good and dominating today, but the depth is there as well.
Agreed. That was the one thing that how does the depth look like? The depth is showing up. So again, I give them their credit. I don't think you're wrong in saying that the defense has clearly won today. I just feel like I want to add some context to what's happening offensive line. If you want to say that I'm giving them excuses, that is fine. But I also want it noted on my own ledger. Wasn't yesterday the day that I was saying I'm still not sold on what's happening with this offensive line.
You sure were.
But I want to be as contextual as I possibly can as we're giving you our passing thoughts here. Houston Texans training camp. We're in team 2 out here. So I think we're going to get some more opportunities to see a little bit more of what this offense and defense has as they're going up. against each other. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. One of the beauties of Sports Radio 610, we've got a lot of different personalities on this station. They have a lot of different viewpoints, literally and figuratively. And so the quarterback on our station, Clint Stoerner, had an interesting thought about C.J. Stroud that got the people going yesterday. So I want to kind of get your thoughts on it. Are you at all concerned about the rep count and the rep share that we're getting at quarterback? Because Clint yesterday had a comment on it, and I kind of want to see if we talk about it. Let's do that next.
Let's talk about Bronze Roofing right now. Bronze Roofing.
Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right, big voice man. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yet another day of practice out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025, babies. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Again, feeling like a redheaded stepchild. It's not my fault, Fig. I would have had you out here, if I'm being completely honest.
It's all good.
Yeah, see, I just wanted to make that clear. I know you don't hate me, but I feel like I have to actively always work to make sure that we're on a good space. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like if you're proactive, you don't have to go back and fix it on the back end.
That's right.
But yeah, we are watching a little bit of break. These guys are getting a breather out here.
They were doing some special teams.
Yes, they were. And again, I'm glad you mentioned that, because a couple of things, some conversation that we have here. Tremont Smith, number 11, getting a little bit of work in kickoff return as well. I haven't talked a lot about Tremont Smith because he's one of those veteran depth cornerback guys out there, and I haven't made a lot of notes of him, so I do wonder, have you seen anything of him? What are you thinking? Because him being involved a little bit in special teams things, I don't know if that means he's going to make the roster or what have you, but I'm like, all right, cool. Like, could that be where he latches on?
Oh, I think he's going to be in the mix. He was definitely a guy that they liked a lot last year, that had a very specific role for a while. No, I think Tremont Smith's definitely in there. And then you mentioned another thing that was quite intriguing to me. We've been biggest fans around for Kalen Bullock. He seems to be doing it all on every type of team, including special teams.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to give him his love, and I feel like I need to give somebody a pet cat point. Hey, man, there's at least 2 really good return reps on kickoff return, right? These are the dynamic kickoff returns for number 82, Jalen Knoll. Like, not, we talk about the kickoff return being a little bit almost like a running play where you catch the ball, you need to find your blocks and go, and it's a little bit different than punt return that we've seen these guys work at a little bit more. He's had some really good read and react situations. Some of these kind of bouncing back to the other side of the field when the place that he had planned to go, it seems like, closes up. And so
give me that point.
He looks really, really good in that, and I do wonder if it'll be him next to Berrios on return, like on kickoff return.
Yeah,
there was one of those reps where it was Jawar Jordan next to Berrios on kickoff return. But yes, very, very fun. I guess it would also be a guy that you feel comfortable going up and blocking. So I think that'd be the interesting thing if you had a Berrios
totally agree
pairing. But anyways, we'll see more about what's happening as we are watching camp. But yesterday, somebody who was also watching camp, our guy, Clint Stoerner of The Drive, you hear every afternoon, 2 to 6 p.m., right here on Sports Radio 610. He had this to say about what he noticed when it came to the reps, the number of reps, the rep share that was happening with the quarterbacks, particularly C.J. Stroud.
I'm not out here trying to tell you what's wrong. I'm not here trying to tell you that there's some kind of crazy injury. I'm telling you right now, watching 5 of the 6 practices that have taken place, something ain't right with C.J. Stroud.
You just by you're not saying that you know anything. You have any inside information, but for you, what you're seeing numbers wise in terms of reps and all of that, the last since camp started, is just unusual, and it tips you to think like something's up because this isn't normal.
I'm not positive, Ron, because I didn't sit there and count every single rep, but they did 2 team periods in 1 7-on-7 period. And I know in one of the teams he got 2 reps, and I know in the 7-on-7 he got 2 reps. Point is, I'm not going to pin myself down to a precise number there because I was trying to watch other things. But there is today 7-on-7 and team combined. I bet you C.J. Stroud got a single digit rep. I bet it was 9 or fewer.
Still cautiously protecting his arm, and in a way they did during mandatory minicamp.
But that in itself, in itself is something.
He's not wrong if that's true.
Okay, so let's start, because I think I want to get to the larger and meatier point in my perspective of just the rep share, because we have noticed that there's still a lot of reps going to Graham Mertz and Keaton Slovis, and I think that the quarterback depth chart is one that is, I think you could write in pen right now. You could probably type it up. You could send it off to the printing press at this moment. So I think we'll get there, but do you have any concern of CJ health-wise out here for maybe factoring into a lesser or maybe not as a robust snap share when it comes to some of this practice work?
Long story short, no. But I'm not going to say that Clint is necessarily wrong, nor Ron. I think it's somewhere between maybe he's taking a few fewer reps, and maybe they're just being a little more cautious. I think that's definitely the case. All I'll say is he just threw a magnificent ball back shoulder to Nico Collins, and I'll say this too. I am counting the reps in this 11 on 11.
We have a number of eyes at Sports Radio 610 counting reps.
I am counting the reps right now as we speak it, and it is ones versus ones. You got all the big names on the defense out there, offense as well. They did a couple of handoffs before that throw to Nico Collins. But here's okay. My big takeaway from what we just heard, like I said, it could be a little bit of both. I think very cautious, maybe not just because of something lingering with his arm. They're throwing a lot at their starting quarterback.
Yeah,
they are throwing a lot. You remember the first couple of days of camp, he got the lion's share of reps. Like, he got a lot of reps, but they weren't really throwing a lot. It was just sort of kind of half-speed stuff. So I think it could be just any number of things, but for me, the overarching thing is this is a brand-new offense, and this is an offense that is hinging on the quarterback making all the calls, all the reads, all the throws, all the everything. So maybe that's part of it, too.
That was where my mind went when it came to reps was I wonder how much they want him to do active physical reps and how much they want to get mental reps where you can see the breadth of the field and get a feel for what's happening. Because I do want to start from the place of I think we can agree. I don't know how many reps I want to give to Keaton Slovis and Graham Mertz. I understand that there's the idea of like a project that you're working towards, and camp is the time where you would be working on that project for like a Mertz into the future or Slovis into the future if that's something that you have within your mind. All right, cool. I personally am not moved by that. I want to see, if we're just talking about getting an opportunity without any other considerations, CJ and then Davis as well, because I think that he has an opportunity to get into a game, a meaningful one that you might need. Obviously, knock on wood, because I don't want that to happen. But I think that those ones would matter. Outside of that, though, the idea of mental reps does intrigue me because we've heard from players. Sometimes, really good players, they get hurt or whatever, and they have to be out, and they find value. And I don't know if it's just them, finding a silver lining and seeing the play from a different perspective and being out. And I do think that you're right. With all of the work and all of the newness of this offense that CJ is interpreting and digesting, I do think that there might be value in that. The question I then have is, do you think that this is the right perspective, or the right way to going, if they are indeed doing that, to have such a even share amongst all the quarterbacks, or do they need to adjust that in your mind?
No, and for the record, C.J. Stroud is just taking 6 reps with no backups taking any. I believe he's still on the field. No, they're kicking a field goal. So he took 6 reps. They were trying to run. It wasn't 2 minute per se. It was just kind of run the length of the field. No backups took any jet. That's just in this particular drill. Sure. To your point about the backup quarterbacks, that's a non-factor to me because you've got all season, you've got practice squads, you've got meeting rooms, you've got extra drills on the field after practice, extra looks. So, like, if you're trying to develop something, that to me, that's just not even a factor.
Okay, so that makes it even more so that it is a little odd that we have this kind of snap share, though, isn't it?
Yes, it has been. But, again, it could be one of the 3 things. Maybe there's something there they're being careful with. Maybe it's just a matter, of learning the offense and taking your time, and putting so much on him. So they're being deliberate. And maybe, they're just trying to be a little extra cautious. So we'll see.
Okay. Some more things that we're noticing looking out here. There was another, the run game, it's interesting because I feel like at times the run game has been pretty good for this offense out here. In that drill, at least I saw one play where I believe it was 98. Big tackle for loss in the backfield. Like, we're still how are you feeling about the run game to this point for the offense?
Well, that was one of my passing thoughts. I have no idea what to expect. Again, the defense is playing so well. Joe Mixon is not out there. Nick Chubb, I think they are bringing him along slowly and being deliberate, even though he's getting a lot of first-team reps. You've talked about, the shake that he has or doesn't have compared to what he used to be. This is going to be another one of those, as I said yesterday, preseason games don't really matter and you get a lot of backups. I think it's going to matter a little more for this team than usual, man, especially with the run game and certainly some of the things they're doing with the tight ends and the passing game.
Greenbrier will be good. What will matter even more is when you get that joint practice the week after.
Exactly.
Going to be huge in telling us some things on that. But, yeah, back to the quarterback thing from the 713. It hasn't even been 24 hours, and just the fact that we're discussing CJ injury is scary. I don't know that I'm not sold on the idea that he is injured. Yeah. However, I do think that pops up, and I understand where Clint, again, a man who has been through this type of process of figuring out, seeing what reps are, seeing what training camp is from the most inside of the closest perspective as anyone that possibly can. And I think he's right at least to look up and say, this is an oddity
with
the snap share.
Yeah.
And as you're looking to find reasons for that, I can understand how you pull that one out. I am still intrigued as to what their reason would be for the ways that they've gone through the snap share, because I don't know that I'd agree with the way that they've gone about it. But I'm still very intrigued to see, because, again, it's a lot. We've talked about it. CJ has a lot that he's putting out, maybe even a more even share of on hands-on experience, hands-on kind of like feel and working through it in that laboratory environment.
Yeah.
And I would like to, I know it sounds weird, I'd like to see him work with more of the guys, because, again, all these guys, if they factor in, if you're doing well, all these guys are going to be getting the ball from CJ, not Davis, not Keaton, not Graham. I do think that I would like him to be involved a little bit more, even if he is getting some mental reps on the side.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still watching camp out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. It seems like there's some people that very much agree I don't know. I was just going
to open that.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're looking at.
Do I want to?
That's fine. It's fine. I think everybody's getting involved with the conversation in a very fair way. Keep doing that, by the way, 713-572-4610. As coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. What's a breakup you wish never happened? Because if rumors are to be believed, the Astros might be remedying a breakup that happened with them and a player. Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's go fishing, man. Who wants to go fishing?
877-6152.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're headed into another team.
Man, they're going at it.
All right, let's go. At one point you mentioned, and we mentioned that the defense has had the better for the most part. What is C.J. Gardner-Johnson saying?
He was on the sideline apparently yelling, "It's belt to ass." It's belt to ass. You know what? I wish I'd have thought of that. I just said they're kicking.
You ain't heard that before?
Oh, I have.
Okay,
I have, but I'm just saying. I just
John
said
ain't never heard that before.
No, I've heard that. Come on, man. I've said it.
Say where?
All I'm saying is
where?
All I'm saying is, like in basketball. Come on now. All I'm saying is I said they're kicking their ass, but it's a much better way to put it. It's belt to ass right now.
He got to post the meme of who was that the NBA player that was holding the belt.
Oh yeah,
I forgot. I
can't even remember myself.
He played for the Rockets. Irritating ass.
Yeah, irritating ass.
But yeah, so that's But that also brings up a point. Someone asked us on the text line from the 832-713-572-4610 is the number to text. By the way, no fights in camp yet, or is it still early? No fights thus far.
No.
Now the closest I saw was when they were working gunners. Gunners were getting a little bit of work in special teams. I think it was British Brooks and Nick Neiman got into a little bit of a hand tussle, but it didn't last. But during the rep and a couple of seconds after, it seems like they've been very diligent in their work. Yeah. I imagine that D'Amico has stressed it and made it very clear. And then also, they've been very focused. I don't know that it's gotten to that point where it's gotten hot and heavy, which is probably a good thing.
And D'Amico, he's on the record. He gets it. He's done it as a player, but he doesn't encourage you to more on what they're doing. You keep saying it's belt to ass. We'll see what happens.
All right. Let's switch gears. Question of the day. Again, 713-572-4610. What's a breakup that you wish never happened? Because it is possible that the Astros are feeling a certain way about a breakup that happened, or maybe they're just trying to remedy it. I know there's a lot of fans I've heard at times that feel this way. Former shortstop for the Astros, Carlos Correa. They are, according to reporting, I believe it's Bob Nightingale of USA Today, he's reporting that the Astros are mulling a reunion with Carlos Correa this season. I think that the actual mechanics of it would be so that, the Twins pick up a little bit of that extra money, and then they don't have to continue to play him and find some use for him. Maybe they send him to the Astros. Astros send on some prospects that could eventually be useful, and then you end up with a guy in the lineup that you trust, a guy that you know, and a guy that can play in the infield, especially as you need. He can play third base if you need him to.
He'll be third baseman, yeah.
He can slide around into the middle infield if you absolutely need him to as well. That is an interesting prospect as we near the trade deadline. What say you? Because we mentioned this in passing at one point, but we didn't talk very much about it. Is that intriguing to you?
Oh, absolutely. Third baseman coming home, knows the system, knows still some of the players. Obviously beloved in town, absolutely. And for what it's worth, Reggie, Bob Nightingale, 17 minutes ago, saw the Minnesota Twins lineup. They're playing an afternoon game just like the Astros are. Carlos Correa, not in the lineup today.
Ooh.
Not in the lineup. No, it's happening. But what is a breakup? Because it was a breakup. It was his money, it was length of the deal, all that stuff.
That was the second in line of the MO and the trend that we've now seen with Jim Crane and the Astros
Springer and all that stuff. So what's a breakup that you wish had never happened? I got a few. I got some from the Wayback Machine. I got some from more recently. Let's talk about Wayback Machine. Beatles.
They didn't do enough for you?
That damn Yoko Ono.
Oh, you're one of them?
Damn Yoko.
Why does nobody make John take responsibility for his own actions?
Take control of your woman? Is that what you're saying?
Take control of your wife? What you mean?
More recently, Destiny's Child, man. I get it.
I actually would argue that I'm good with the way that happened.
You're good with the breakup?
Hey, sometimes a superstar got to break out and go her own way.
I get it.
They actually had a reunion recently.
They did.
Yeah, I guess Vegas. Beyonce had a concert, right?
Yeah, it was her last stop in Vegas for a Cowboy tour.
Cowboy Carter, yes, sir.
Yeah, Cowboy Carter, and she was accompanied by Michelle and Kelly.
How about that? See, they wish the breakup hadn't happened either.
No, they all love what's happening.
Beyonce over there like, yeah, right.
Figgy, where do you stand on that? Forget Beyonce. I mean, that sounded bad, but I'm saying like breakup. You wish,
especially in Houston, buddy. You better be careful.
I'm talking about
will come get you.
Just the concept of a breakup you wish didn't happen.
Just anyone or just Beyonce?
No, Destiny's Child, and anyone that you might have.
I think it lived up to his expectations. I don't think they left a lot on the bone or anything like that. I think we got. What wasn't good to me, I felt like a breakup that I wish didn't happen personally was Outkast.
See, now we're talking.
Yeah. I felt like that one hurt. I felt like they could have went on a legendary run, and their run was legendary still, but I felt like it was way too early to end.
That's a good one.
What did we get? 4 albums?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
album of the year.
Yeah, and if you want to count that last one, they technically did, but it was 2 separate albums.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Love Below.
Yeah,
and
Speaker Box. Yeah,
Speaker Box, Love Below.
And I wouldn't even count that as them doing the album together because it was 2 separate albums.
Yeah, I wish Steve Carell had not broken up with The Office. I still watched it.
Oh, those last season.
Yeah.
Was it 1 or 2 seasons?
It was 3 or 4, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, either way. I still watched it. It was still very good. But Steve Carell, man, come on. I mean,
no, for sure. Like, I don't even think that they had anticipated him being like the superstar hub of the show as much as it did. But then, I mean, it just became that. It became very evident that that's what it was. He was the heart of the show, and they tried to keep it going without him. Obviously, that's some TV kind of contract type stuff. No, I think that's fair. Even as someone. And I know I'm going to make some people mad. Even someone that has not actually watched The Office, like all the way through, I've caught spots here and there. Like, it's very clear that was kind of different. Some other things that have come in on the text line. Somebody said the Hot Boys. I appreciate that. Someone said Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless. They thought it was a funny show until later, of course. Yeah, but the problem is that one
ran
had
his course, though.
That one had to because you can't have big old Shannon Sharp with all the he had proverbially and maybe possibly actually literally putting his finger in his face talking about how he ain't do nothing. Like eventually that one has to separate. Some other ones that came through 832 DeAndre Hopkins trade clearly.
Oh yeah.
All right, so which one would you put higher? DeAndre Hopkins separation from the Texans, Andre Johnson separation from the Texans?
I would still say Andre, I think.
Okay.
I think I would still say Andre. What about this one? And it's kind of in the old school, but a lot of new school people still enjoy their music. Van Halen. They actually had more top 40 hits with Sammy Hagar than what was his name? Anyway, but when Van Halen broke up, that one hit as well. Charlie Sheen and 2.5 Men. Someone says.
Yeah, I think that one needed it. I think that one was good. You know what's funny? There's a couple music ones I thought of, and I think, Fig, you were great, spot on with Outkast. One of the ones I thought of that kind of made me feel sad, and it was Hall & Oates.
Oh, yeah.
Like the way that the way they're like having an active legal battle and the way that they very clearly do not like each other anymore just makes me feel bad.
Yeah. Texter with a great one also from the Wayback Machine. The Astros and Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. That's a really good one.
Yeah, I was going to mention J.J. Watt in the Texans. I didn't like the way that ended, man. I felt like he should have stayed with this team the whole time, man. But I know there was a lot of stuff going on. Easterby lurking around and all that stuff. It made me sick looking at him in that Arizona Cardinals.
It did.
Deeply frustrating. He should have finished it out with the Texans. There's a lot of ones coming in. TNT in the NBA. We still remain to be seen what it looks like with the inside the NBA going over to ESPN and then also. But yeah, I understand. There's been a lot of fun moments watching the NBA with them. The Fugees, Hootie and the Blowfish. Somebody met David Lee Roth was the name.
David Lee Roth
earlier. Kobe and Shaq. Actually, I'm 100% good with that one break. I think that one needed to happen. Like Kobe was an ascending star, and there's only so much oxygen and bandwidth.
It's a lot of championships.
Shaq had to be the number one player on the team that he was on at that point.
Okay, so they had issues, but that doesn't mean you wish they would have broken up. I still didn't want them to break up.
You know, some breakups need to happen. Like some divorces are actually a good thing. Sincerely, I think that whenever we I was hoping I could get through that, but I didn't speed past it fast enough.
God almighty, if I heard that once.
And, of course, I think of one. There's two that, of course, Houstonians will 100% agree with every single time. That is Hakeem and the Rockets, because seeing him with that damn cartoon raptor on his chest just felt so very wrong. And then also it is the Oilers in Houston.
Yes. Oh, God. Of course.
I got one. I think Houston hip-hop one, Paul Wall and Chameleonaire.
That one came in as well. Yeah, man. But I feel like Chameleonaire went on to a space that serves him very well. But, yeah, no, that very much.
But that was a good duo, man.
100%. Yeah, so 572-4610, because it seems like the Astros might make good on repairing
Not in the
a relationship. Not in the lineup, Carlos Correa for the Twins. Is it possible if the Astros could bring him back? Would you be okay with utilizing like Miguel Yola, who feels like he's the best prospect that the Astros have to give? Would you be good if they use him for that trade? Because that one feels like that one's not like a major one for what you're doing.
Yeah. Yes. To answer your question, I mean, just based on what what their needs are right now, and window open, and Jim Crane willing to go over the luxury tax, because even though they might take on some of the contract, he's still going to go over the luxury tax.
Yeah, and that's one of the conversations. We'll talk more about this, because there's a lot to be had as we are nearing the trade deadline. That is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central Time. So, yeah, there's more to talk about there, but it does feel like you have to be very diligent. It's when you walk into the store and you only got like $10, you got to be very careful. You can't buy up the store. You got to know exactly what you want. I think that there's some intrigue into, if you do make that happen, how you make it happen. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center watching Houston Texans training camp. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL and let's talk about some of the things that are happening around the league when it comes to camp. We'll do that next.
Coach D'Amico likes the back. Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You are getting a little bit of around the NFL here. We're live at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston, Texas training camp. It looks like
wrapping up.
We're wrapping it up. All the people come to the center of the field to break it down, which means we are on Henry To'oTo'o watch, number 39 in your programs. The linebacker for the Texans will be joining us today. Before we get there, we will go around the NFL, and it is worth noting that we were asking, hey, man, we done gotten through, how many, 6, 7 practices? And ain't nobody scrapped? And I don't know that we still have an answer on, like, a full scrap. I do like the varying hierarchies of, like, ways that you can describe fighting.
Yeah.
And this wasn't no brouhaha. This wasn't no real fight. But I think tussle.
It was you
right.
push, I push. You push again, I push again.
A little bit of a shoving match.
And
I still don't
everybody
I couldn't identify who was happening.
Mixed it up pretty good, but not necessarily a big.
Was it Josh Simmons type of pushing?
That is exactly where we're going to go. I see. Look, you saw the segue that I was trying to set up for myself. Apparently, Russ Yeast was in it. I don't know if we have the other guys, but the defensive guy involved was a scrappy young fella in Russ Yeast who's trying to make.
We've talked about him a couple times.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Hey, man, come with a little bit of energy, baby. Let's raise the level of intensity out here. So yeah, though, definitely. I think that's like a game doesn't, or a playoff series doesn't start until someone wins on the road.
Yeah.
Training camp don't really start until you get a little bit of pushing and shoving.
Exactly. I totally agree. And it's officially on. But here's the other part about that. They were clock watching like crazy at the end. This was a long practice, and they were getting a little bit, all right, I got to get out of here. A little bit frustrated, a little bit hot, a little frustrated. Very understandable.
I see you 281. Fisticuffs is best, but it doesn't fit here. But fisticuffs is a good synonym for scrapping out there. All right, let's go around the NFL. I mentioned a little bit of pushing and shoving. Training camp don't start until you get a little bit of that. It seems like training camp has officially started in St. Joe for the Kansas City Chiefs. Josh Simmons, as Figgy mentioned, you're right on the nail. Josh Simmons, the tackle out of Oregon that was drafted by Kansas City. What was that, 32? Was that 32 or 31?
Yeah.
They were literally 31. That's a guy that we were looking at. We talked a lot about when we were talking about offensive line guys, and he was dealing with that torn patella tendon that really pushing people off. It seems like he has, one, been antsy out there, or like feisty out there, but two, there's been a lot of praise for Josh Simmons. He is already starting, like with a starting lineup of offensive linemen out there. It feels like there's been a lot of praise for him. He's been effective. They might have gotten a steal in the 30s and an offensive tackle.
And you just mentioned what I was thinking. Keep in mind that he's going against some pretty good guys out there.
George Karlaftis.
He's going against some pretty good guys out there. So, yeah, I'm with you. And, boy, wouldn't that just stink to get a guy like that on that defense? Man.
What do you look intent on something right now?
No, I'm trying to find our guy To'oTo'o. See if he's coming.
All right, so
give the heads up.
No, but I found that to be intriguing because again, that's going to be one of those guys that we always look back at previous drafts and we go, should you have?
Yeah.
I think that Josh Simmons is already making a case for the idea of there's going to be a number of teams that we're looking for offensive linemen that might have an opportunity to look at Josh Simmons and go, damn, we left him on the table. So, some other things that are happening. Earlier today, we learned of another Bengals running back cast-off, which, of course, like Joe Mixon, then gets people's ears going. Zach Moss has been released from the Bengals, and so he ends up out there on the street. He was dealing with a neck injury that took the remainder of his season last year.
Right until you find out, for sure who's looking good. First of all, once preseason begins, and status. How much into the season, or is it even into the season? Is Joe Mixon, going to be brought along slowly? You're looking at everybody, aren't you?
I guess. Yeah. I feel like this one I don't put on the short list. There's kind of parts of the body that I don't think stop ailing you, and necks and backs, especially how fundamental they are to your corporeal form and your health. A trick neck don't stop tricking is what I like to say, and that one feels like dangerous territory for Zach Moss. So, yeah, I know that people kind of got interested there. That's not the big Bengals news on the day. The big Bengals news on the day.
He's back, baby. He
is back. They have got the Bengals and Mike Brown somehow win, I think. Or maybe you'd view it differently. Trey Hendrickson, big-time pass rusher, was looking to get paid along with, like his peers. Like you saw Myles Garrett get his money. T.J. Watt eventually gets his money. But Trey Hendrickson has not yet. He thinks that there's going to be a level of good faith, I imagine, in returning to practice. But he stops the $50,000 a day fines that cannot be wiped away. Remember in the past that you could be able to, kind of waive those fines. Those fines will remain for him. And, I mean, he just stops the fines that he's getting. He will return to camp, but he did not, at least yet, receive that ultimate goal of getting the paycheck that he was wanting. Is this the right decision to make for Trey Hendrickson?
I think it's the decision that the right decision to make, because I think they're getting close. I think he would. I think you talked about good faith. I think that's what it is. They feel like maybe the parameters are in place and he's going to get paid. I wouldn't be surprised where he's at.
I know I've seen a lot of people say that this is the right decision, right? Like you're going up against an ownership that kind of don't care at some point. Like the thing that they care about most is trying to establish dominance, set precedent. We've seen that specifically with this offseason with the likes of Shamar Stewart, where they made it very clear they wanted to set precedent in getting an avenue to claw back guaranteed money should they have the opportunity to. And in this way, I don't think they wanted to have to pay that big money. But I thought that the reason why Trey Hendrickson would have a level of leverage here is that this is a team that has aspirations of being good. They have a very clear clock on Joe Burrow. They just paid big money for their wide receivers. When you talk about T. Higgins, you talk about Jamar Chase. And so that defense continually being not good enough is a huge problem when you look at what the AFC is. And he meaning Trey Hendrickson, is a large part of that. So I thought he would have a lot of power here in a holdout. It seems like, unless you're right and they already have kind of gotten themselves close and they just need to get this over the goal line, this feels like one of those things that really hurts me as someone who likes looking at labor negotiations from a player perspective, because if you can't win this one, right, like that's where my brain goes. If you can't win this one, which are the ones that you actually can win, at least against the Bengals?
I'm kind of laughing because, what I just said is generally the case for most NFL teams. Once the guy gets into camp, you got to figure that the deal is very, pretty much about to go over the goal line. But this is not most NFL teams, as we all know. So maybe I'm wrong, but generally that's what I would believe.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking about. Football tomorrow.
We do. How about that?
I had completely forgotten that until yesterday. We have football tomorrow. Hall of Fame game is tomorrow, and we know at least one of the starters, quarterback-wise. Did you realize that Trey Lance plays for the Chargers?
Trey Lance is starting.
So Trey Lance will start for the Chargers versus the Lions in that exhibition game. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for Hall of Fame game football?
Well, 10 for now.
That's not a genuine 10. It's not a genuine 10.
Because I don't know how much of it I'm going to watch, but I'm getting in on that. You're getting in on that only because it's like –
it is football?
It's football, and after a long drought, I mean, in any other circumstance, maybe a 2. but today –
You don't want to see if Trey Lance can put it all together?
I think I'm good on that, but I want to watch some football. That's for dang sure.
That's fair enough. I can understand how you get to that space. But, that's something that is happening out there. I guess this is kind of a nice thing to see, and I wanted to kind of an uplifting story because – anytime you have an opportunity to do that, you can. Yes, Dallas did let Trey Lance go. He is with the Chargers. They have Joe Milton, Dallas now has, as a backup. So they still have opportunities to try and bench Dak, as their fans tend to do from time to time. But this is worth noting, a AFC foe, but we're all teammates in a fight against cancer, are we not? Jaguars defensive end Josh Hines-Allen, he announced something really cool, which is that his son, who has been in a battle with cancer, his 7-year-old son, he's announced that he is in full remission and in the final stages of his treatment plan.
I can't remember. Was it leukemia? I don't remember, but I mean, come on, who doesn't feel really, really good about something like that, especially with a child and so public like that?
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, from the 832 here on the text line, would you pick up a flyer on Breece Hall, who seems like he might not be the guy in New York?
I always used to like Breece Hall.
I did as well.
Yeah, I think that would be something. Again, you're looking at everybody. I'm looking at Woody Marks right now signing autographs. and that guy's got some lower body strength. Let me just put it that way.
Solid base.
Those are some trunks, man. Those are some tree trunks that he's got. But good for him signing a lot of kids' autographs here as they exit the field, and we're waiting for Henry To'o.
We are waiting for Henry To'o to sit down and join us. That'd be really cool to have a conversation. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break. And on the other side, I believe we'll be able to sit down with the linebacker for your Houston Texans, Henry To'o. So that's a little bit of around the NFL. And we'll talk to Henry To'o next in the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio. Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp 2025. And what a treat. Practice is over for the day, but we're sitting down with the man number 39 in your program. His name is Henry Toa. Henry, what's happening, man?
Yo, what up?
Hey,
wow,
man.
What a day.
What a day. That was a big one.
Dude.
That was damn near a game out there.
It was, and that's where I wanted to start. I was telling Reggie, maybe you guys took it a little personal that the offense had a little success the last couple days.
Man.
But you guys put it on them today.
Look, every time we step on the field, we see red. I ain't gonna lie. I think that's everybody's goal when we step on that field is to hit somebody and make some big plays.
Oh, man, and you guys did a number of that, including yourself. You got your hand on the football, you caught it, and you went the other way. There was a big deal, and I know you talked about it with the Assemble Media earlier this week. You and Aziz going and working out with your secondary. For one, I know that it's, let's start here. You guys in coverage in the linebacker we've been looking at, what has been the process for you in working on your coverage, and how far do you feel like you've come in this offseason?
Man, I feel like I've come a long way, and I think that just comes with the understanding of our defense and what we play. Mm-hmm. It takes some time to develop in Coach Miko's system to know exactly what he wants and how it looks. But then when you got great vets in there like Aziz, and we have good guys like EJ, adding EJ in the group, and then Christian coming back, we all kind of gel off of each other and pick each other's brains, so we're able to just learn one little thing from each other. So I think just spending time with those guys and then adding their little thoughts into my game, it really helped me.
What about, you talk about working in pass coverage, working with DBs and stuff. You always hear these catchphrases. He's got good hips.
Yeah.
He can track the ball.
Yeah.
All these. Were those real things that you could sense that you were improving on?
Yeah. I think that's a big thing. I work on my hips every single offseason. I work on ball skills every single offseason. But I think for me, I've always been athletic my whole life. I've played football since I was young. But I think it's just me getting comfortable being in the NFL, having my third year, playing all last year, and then gaining confidence and coming out here and doing that today.
Yeah.
One of the things I love, though, is I feel like DBs, they're a different type of dude.
Yeah.
What was the most fun thing, or what was the thing that you kind of learned? I know you were working with them all the time. But what was the thing that you kind of got to feel working with them individually in a while?
Man, I think just tracking the ball. Mm-hmm. I think, us linebackers, we think about smashing, hitting something, going downhill, and making a kill shot. But the DBs have just a unique way of when the ball is in the air, or even when the ball is having a straight shot.
Yeah. I want to go back to last year for a second because, there was a lot of transition in the linebacker room.
Yep.
There were some injuries and such. And I'm not trying to blow smoke or whatever, but you saved this team's bacon. You saved their bacon a couple of times, a lot. In fact, did you? People talk about the game slowing down.
Yeah.
Your next year in the league.
Yep.
Did it just get easier? What helped you rise to the occasion like last year?
Yeah. I think I say this all the time, and I tell everybody I didn't have the rookie year I wanted to have. I came in, with high expectations for myself, and I didn't excel how I wanted to excel. So I took that whole offseason, I took it personal. Mm-hmm. I lost a lot of weight. I worked out with my dad, my lifelong coach, and just hit the ground running ever since that last game we played versus Baltimore after my rookie year.
Yeah.
But man, it was just all hard work. I think that was the biggest thing, and being pissed off of a narrative of that this guy from Alabama can't play football. So that kind of pissed me off.
First of all, a guy from Alabama not playing football, I don't know who says that.
Who are the people?
I don't know.
I heard some guy.
I don't know who says that. But secondly, like to me, I'm just going to be completely honest. We talk on the radio every day. I was a little bit surprised, and that's what you wanted. I mean, you had a role, but you expanded that role.
Yeah.
I mean, what went on into that?
It was just taking that and running with it. Yeah. I think just building confidence as the season went, and for me, and I'll be honest with it. It took me to realize that this is my life. Like, football is my life. This is how I feed my wife. Mm-hmm. This is how I feed my dog, and then support my parents back at home whenever they need it.
Yeah.
So it took me to realize that this is the only way I'm. So why not, invest myself in now and take this as serious as I can. So I think that was the biggest thing. Mindset.
Was there a particular moment that clicked for you that had where you had that epiphany?
Yeah, that offseason. I mean, I've never played football, and I was on the sideline for so long, my rookie year, and that's not saying nothing to nobody, but
you were just
that was just myself, my confidence, and that just kind of built up into me having a great off season and surrounding my guys around like Aziz and listening to his story and how he works and just implementing into that to my game.
Now let's talk about this defense, because what a day you guys had today, at least from where we were sitting.
Yep.
Just really dominating. Some guys have said, who was it that said, we don't want to be one of the best, we want to be the best? I think it was Kamari. I think it was Kamari said that. Is that on the table?
Oh, man, we have high standards for us. We came in the first day setting the standard high, and we know what we're capable of. We have a lot of talent in the room, and as long as we all play our part, do your job, and swarm to the ball, I think we can make Kamari's statement true.
How does that accountability manifest itself? We were making kind of light. We saw the offensive linemen. They got out there and they were doing push-ups to hold that accountability. But I mean, you guys hold each other accountable. It's very clear. How does it manifest itself?
I think it's just a testament to what we do, man. We go out every single day knowing that if our job has to be done, and if we do our job, performances like that comes to fruition. So
what happens when you don't, though?
Oh man, it's over with. It's over with.
Is it Matt? Is it D'Amico? Who is it?
It's everybody. We're all pissed off, and we know if one guy's off, it's like not the job, and a big play happens. So we know that all 11 guys have to be on the same page. So we meet a lot. We talk about it a lot in our meeting rooms. So we're doing a really, really good job so far.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was on the sideline today saying that was belt to ass. He said that was belt to ass.
So, hey, y'all gonna hear him.
Well, that's where I'm going. You already have the culture. You already have people like yourself, Aziz, other players, Will, Daniil. But then you bring this guy in. Is it making – what kind of difference is it making?
Oh, man, he's big time for us, man. He's like the –
belt to ass.
He's belt to ass. He's like that key to your engine. He's going to turn you on. He's going to get you fired up. But, man, he's been a big-time addition. Not only him communicating, but how he plays the game of football, how he loves it, how he talks about it, and how he goes about his day. Man, we love that guy.
Man, I'm sorry, but some people say, flamboyant, loud, boisterous. They interpret that the wrong way.
Yeah, man.
I mean, but that doesn't seem to be him.
No.
It's just what he is on the field.
That's football. That's how he plays football. And in my opinion, I think they're all tripping. I think they're all tripping. They're stupid. They don't know what they're talking about.
Now, you worked with the secondary. We're talking to Henry To'oTo'o. Actually, let me stop. We're talking to Henry To'oTo'o here in the loop. And I usually say this as somebody who has a name that gets messed up from time to time. Can you give me, like, the proper, full pronunciation of your name? Because I'm good at mimicking, but I want to make sure I get it right.
It's To'oTo'o.
To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
So what's your whole name?
Henry Moses Ito. Yes, To'oTo'o.
Damn right it is.
Damn right.
I love it. So you worked with the secondary. It feels like when we were making note, Kalen Bullock this year, here's another level that he's turned up. Because I was saying, early on, you could see the rookie in him last year. You saw where he was starting to get dominant in ball hawking. Have you noticed as well, like, a different level for him this year?
He's kind of like turning it up a notch. His mindset, how he approaches practice, how he walks out, how he talks in the meeting room, you can just tell he's developing into probably one of the best safeties that's about to be out here in this league here soon. So just that maturity part, but he understands the game so well, and he's so long and lengthy that he's able to make plays that nobody else can make.
How ready are you, as much as you're used to this, how ready are you to get to West Virginia in 70 degrees?
Oh, man, I'm ready. This damn heat out here.
It's been brutal.
It's been brutal. Today actually wasn't too bad. But, it's been brutal. So I feel like we get to West Virginia, we're going to be able to run all day.
All right, I see you wearing the wedding ring. You practice in the ring with the ring on?
I practice with it on. If I break my finger, I break my finger. I don't never take this off. That's how much commitment I got to my wife.
I see it, and I've seen it. She likes having fun on social media as well. Like, what does your wife mean to you?
Man, she means everything to me, man. That's my backbone. I never, growing up, I always loved my mom. And I never knew that I would be able to love a woman more than I love my mom. So being able to have that backbone, the one I can go home to and lean upon when times are hard, and we can celebrate the good times. So she's been everything I ever wanted in my life.
A couple more things for you. From your perspective, I want you to talk about the offense. D'Amico talks about iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
You were sharpening the hell out of that offense today. I mean, like from your perspective, you can't let up. You can't be easy. You got a job to do, but at the same time, the offense is trying to catch up, so to speak.
I don't think they're trying to catch up.
Well, catch up to their game, to their new plan, to their new offense.
They're kind of our offense is so damn talented. They're just adjusting and getting new to Coach Caley's system. But, man, our offense is so damn good. The way they pick things up so quickly, our O-line moves so fast, and we have a talented back end. So, man, us being able to go against them is only going to make us better, and it gives us an opportunity to play against one of the best offenses in the NFL every day.
So we were talking to Laken Tomlinson yesterday, and I'm not going to lie, it was a fantastic interview, but I was a little upset. He dodged a question that I had that I thought was an easy one. So please don't do that for me here, all right? But I'm interested because you were talking about, like, feeling that not playing as a rookie. What was your welcome to the NFL moment? Like, do you remember it clearly?
I think my welcome to the NFL moment, man, was obviously not playing and how real it gets. But I remember my very first camp, I think it was like our third day of pads, and I could pull it up on film. Laramie Tunsil, he runs a screen, and he picks me up by one hand. Laramie Tunsil. I'm 230 pounds. I was heavy, 235 pounds. Laramie Tunsil grabs me with his left hand. They're running the screen the other way. He grabs me and says, I could have dipped you. I could have dipped you. And just takes, and I look at him like,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to. Grabs me by my chest plate. I was like, I could have dipped you. Look me right in the eye. I was like, all right, cool. You got it, bro.
It's funny. You've mentioned this a couple of times about sitting and the frustration. I'm putting words in your mouth, but you came from Alabama. You came from Tennessee. You know, these are monster programs. You always played. You were a big-time talent, coming into college. Is that still sort of motivating you? Like I had to sit, man.
Oh, man, that drives me every single day. I think just the whole process of me getting into the NFL, I have the list of linebackers that all went before me on my phone and my notes, and I think not that drives me, but it's always on the back of my mind that people thought that 12 guys were better than me. So that's not my main driving force, but that's always on the back of my mind.
Always there.
So you clearly have some goals that you're working with, and you already checked one off. You led the team in tackles last year. Are you willing to tell us what one of your, or maybe some of your goals are for this season for yourself or Henry?
I got a lot. I think I want to keep that duck down until I definitely got to get my hand on the ball.
Okay, so at least one, two? How many?
Maybe I got to get two.
Okay, two. We got that. We're writing that one down.
And I don't want it to be a tip like I caught it the last time.
You want to jump the route.
I got to grab it.
You want to jump the route.
I got to pause.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, fair enough. That's touche. Touche. We don't want to have you out here looking back.
I actually know what that means.
We've been schooling and we've been hipping him the game. We have been.
That's crazy I just said that.
He's an OG. He's done this, how many,
30-something years. My 30-something camp.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
You've been here for a while.
Yeah.
Damn.
And he doesn't want to carry my backpack.
Do I have to? It's my first one. Do I have to?
I ain't gonna lie. That's the name of the game. I ain't gonna lie.
But real quick, the last thing I wanted to ask you is something I've been real intrigued by. Again, it's my first camp. It's kind of giving me the perspective.
Yeah.
The advice that people either you've gotten or that you've given. And I know there's a couple took one back for 6. What is the best advice that you've had or you've heard when it comes to training camp?
I think the biggest thing in my 3 years so far having camps is that this is your job. Like, this is your livelihood. This is how you're going to make money. This is how your wife and your family's going to eat. This is how you're going to pay your bills. So just realizing that, the quicker you can realize that, and then the quicker you can be able to enjoy and play football how you normally play football. Because, man, it's all laughs and giggles until, shit hits the thing and it's over with, Mm-hmm. So, sorry for my cursing. But,
it's all good.
but like, yeah, man, I think that's the biggest thing, but always have fun with it. Just, at the end of the day, always have fun with this. No matter how hard it gets, always have fun with it. Enjoy it. This only lasts for so long, so why not enjoy it and give it everything you got?
Yeah. Man, it's been our pleasure.
It has been. And
you got me wanting to do the haka, man.
Right.
You got me wanting to you got me ready to
Don't let him lie
to you. You done it, right?
You know, that's my coach right there.
Don't let him lie to you. He doesn't have that.
I've never done it in my life, but I have it in me once.
Yeah.
I can do it once. I just got to learn it.
And we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. It's no wonder that this defense gets after it the way that, you talk about taking food off your plate. You're like, no, we're going to go hit somebody.
You got to go get it.
Yes, sir. We appreciate you stopping and have a great camp and a great season.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. Henry Toll sitting down with us here in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including we are just over 24 hours to trade deadline for the Astros.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the rumors that are getting out there. We'll do that next.
asked about Nick Caley's new look offense.
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just a copy and paste from other places that he's been, and he's been very successful at other places. It's just him.
SportsRadio.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. Let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still live at Houston Methodist Training Camp, but we got to talk about some Astros. Appreciation to Henry Toll for sitting down with us, letting us know that his favorite of the uniforms that he wore last year, the all-black joints. The all-black joints, but he gave us a lot of fun sitting down with us. We appreciate him giving us a little time. The only thing I didn't appreciate, we was about to talk about some Astros, the trade deadline.
Yeah, man.
Fast approaching for the Astros, and we're getting rumors that are very, very intriguing. We know that they need a bat. We know that they have some interest in maybe some pitching. And so there's a couple of rumors that are out there that are very interesting. One of them, we were talking about a little bit in the question of the day, breakups that you wish never happened.
Mm-hmm.
This does feel like the possibility to remedy one of those for the Astros, I imagine, and some Astros fans. Bob Nightingale of USA Today reporting that the Astros with concern that, Isaac Paredes might be done for the season. We talked a little bit about that earlier in the week. They might be looking at Carlos Correa, the shortstop for the Twins, possibly bringing him back. He still has 3 more seasons after this one on that contract. But he could play third base, though, right?
I think he absolutely 100% will play third base. You don't want to mess with what I think. Obviously he has the arm, he's versatile enough to do it. Just sort of to recap what we know so far from reporting, Bob Nightingale and others now reporting as well. Carlos Correa and the Astros sort of engaged with the Twins regarding Carlos Correa. He does have a no clause contract. He would have to, no trade clause, and he would have to waive that. I don't expect that would be a big issue.
No, there was rumors before we had an actual name that there's a guy in the AL that would be willing to waive his no trade to get to Houston.
And the Twins are playing an afternoon game today. Carlos Correa, for what it's worth, is not in the lineup. He also left yesterday's game early, and they said it was lightheadedness, which is one of those vague Astros-like, things that, lightheadedness. Yeah, maybe maybe he was just delirious about potentially coming to the Astros. So a lot happening with Carlos Correa, but he's not the only one.
Before we move away, I do think it is worth noting, though, as I'm looking for, Carlos Correa, we think he could play third. One thing, though, is Isaac Paredes played a really good defensive third base in addition to being a very strong bat. I feel like defensively, I'm looking at it, Fangraphs obviously, does really good baseball analytics. His DRS, defensive runs saved, has been steadily declining, and it was a solid -11 to this point this season. That's something I have concern about, and then on top of that is just the war chest that the Astros are working out of.
Yes.
If you trade for Carlos Correa, how much are you trading for? Now, of course, the amount on track, whatever, will it'll modulate what the get back is. But I don't think that I'd be happy if you end up in a circumstance where you shoot your load, so to say, in a large part for Correa, and you don't necessarily address some of the other circumstances that you have.
You're right. Another couple things worth noting before we move on to some of these other rumors. For what it's worth, Jacob Melton is not in the Astros lineup today, afternoon game. Now, he doesn't play all the time, so it's kind of weird, but he is a young prospect that maybe the Twins would want in return. And then one last thing, this is a non-factor if we're talking Correa, in my opinion, but I'm curious on yours. Not a left-handed bat.
No.
Not a left-handed bat, and that seems to be one of the things that the Astros are coveting.
Exactly, and I think that's one of the reasons why this would be kind of a sweetener, but it's a big-ticket sweetener that you'd be looking for. Plus, again, I think it'd be fair, anyone who is a potential detractor from this possible deal, what do you do with him beyond this season? Because, again, Isaac Paredes, you anticipate coming back, and you still have control on him. Jeremy Pena is your shortstop. You're not doing any level of movement there. Once Isaac comes back, and obviously maybe he's not back this year, what do you do for the remaining 3 years of his contract? Is he now a second baseman for you? And is he playing at a high enough level? Because you just moved the dude off of second base for maybe not playing enough defense.
And those are things that the Astros clearly are mulling. And they also are mulling, and this is on all the potential trades that we are hearing about, luxury tax. Jim Crane has never really been afraid to go over the luxury tax, but he will absolutely, especially on this one and a couple of others.
For a guy that he really likes. That has been the MO for Jim plays. We'll see if this rises to the level. What reportedly might rise to the level is Jim Crane's reportedly might have a level of intrigue in starting pitcher Dylan Cease for the Padres. He has like a low fours ERA, which seems like it's off kilter for what he typically is and what we know from that name. I saw like an expected ERA number, and I know that you're rolling your eyes. Here come Reggie with these statistics again, but. I think it does make sense if you look at the expected number, maybe what would happen if the defense was a little bit better for him or what have you, is in the mid-threes. And that feels like that is right in the wheelhouse of end up with the Astros, go through the car wash, and then get a pitcher on the other side that you can depend on. How much are you interested in this? Because I do wonder, though, Dylan Cease does feel like he might be a big money guy you have to get.
Another one that would fit the characterization of you are definitely going over the luxury tax, obviously. And then the other thing that intrigues me about these bigger trades, because that would be a big trade, as you're absorbing his salary. I believe it's 13 and change, 13.75. That would put you over the luxury tax, but also the cost. Clearly, the Padres are in the hunt.
Yeah.
They are not in sell now mode. They're just thinking about trading Dylan Cease to bolster their lineup. I mean, they're 10 games over 500 last time I looked. So you're going to have to Bryce Matthews? I mean,
I don't even know if Bryce Matthews does it.
But I'm saying, would he be in it? And so the Dylan Cease thing intrigues the hell out of me, but that's not a.
And mind, Matthews also not in the lineup today. So
yes.
Maybe they're just. I think that actually probably is just good business to give yourself opportunity and wiggle room should you be working the phones. But I imagine that they are looking for a guy, and mind you, it's a rental, right? Like he is going to be a free agent, Dylan Cease. They want a guy that's going to help their big league roster.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, that's basically all the things you were talking about. They want a big league type guy. Can you afford to give up any big league type guys right now? Are there any big league type guys that you can afford to send?
Well, I hate to do it because he's a local guy, but I think Bryce Matthews fits that role.
I don't know if Bryce Matthews fits the role.
And whatever else might come. Yeah. Well, I mean, hell, maybe, Jason Alexander last night, bolster their pitching staff a little bit.
Lopez, I said big league guys.
No, I'm saying like more than one player. I
don't think that they want a haul of high prospects. I think they want guys that'll step in and be able to play. And I don't know if the Astros
that's what I said. I mean, they're in the hunt.
I don't know if the Astros have guys that they can bring in.
So is that the sticking point with that deal? We'll have to see.
Yeah, so again, those are some of the names that are out there. It's going to be very, very interesting what's happening here. But it seems like also they might be leaning very heavily into a starting pitcher. You agree with that sentiment? We've been talking about this back and forth. You think that they can get it done?
They've said both.
On both?
They've said, I don't know if they can get it done, but they've said both.
If they can only do one, pitcher or bat, preferably left-handed, which way do you go?
Well, I would have to say bat at this point. I don't know what you're going to get with Paredes, but you're right. It does open up in a kind of a hornet's nest of things down the road. Maybe we can just worry about that later. Another name mentioned, Brandon Lau has been mentioned.
Brandon Lau is interesting to me. He's left-handed bat, has some
left-hander,
power, and he plays in the infield, middle infielder. He can play that second base role. And I think, if I remember correctly, doesn't he have some control left on his deal as well?
I don't remember that, but he kind of fits the profile of what this team might need in the here and now. And again, depending on what you think about this, the Astros apparently have reignited talks with the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado. That's been reported. That's not a rumor. That's been reported. I'm trying to find out exactly who did it, but that's been reported as well. So Nolan Arenado out there, Brandon Lau out there. Obviously, we just mentioned Dylan Cease, and the big ticket in terms of Houston Astros fans would be Carlos Correa.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
That's a lot of big names out there.
Arenado's interesting because I know the defense is still good. The offense is solid as well. But right-handed bat, and I'm trying to remember what his deal looks like. He does have that no-trade clause, which, again, that stopped the last time that you got to the goal line with that particular deal. I think I might be in the place where Lau is the most intriguing to me, especially because of the hole that you have at second base.
For baseball and moving down the road in the next couple of years reasons, maybe. I'm trying to figure it out here in my own head how I feel about this. He fits the profile of what they need in the here and now. But boy, Carlos Correa would be something, man. Correa would be something.
Also for the vibes, he's definitely a vibes guy. And if you talk about leadership, leadership in that? How do you feel about the possibility of him stepping back in and bringing some level of leadership? Because I know that some people scoff at that, but I do think that obviously that is one that you might bring up.
Oh, it would be enormous.
Okay.
It would be absolutely enormous. I absolutely think it would be great.
All right, some other things that are popping. I should have mentioned, we got some day baseball today. The Astros try and get a victory or get a series win over the Nationals. They got a win last night, and they were a number of situations where they were putting pitchers under pressure when they had full bases, and they were really good with runners in scoring position, getting good at bats. Does this at all, do you have any long-term takeaways from this, or was this just a good game from the Astros?
It was a good game from the Astros, but there also is a longer-term takeaway, actually a shorter term as well. They ended up winning it, rather comfortably. As you mentioned, there was a couple of hiccups here and there. But in the early innings, they consistently went minor leaguer with 2 men on base and didn't get a run. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where, good game, good win. But, boy, this lineup, I'm trying to think, I think it was in the 3rd inning, if I'm remembering it correctly, they had first and second, nobody out. And then you go, was it Melton? And anyway, it was 3, guys that are basically have been in the minor leagues, not producing with men on base. Now, that's going to happen with big league, with big-time players. But, boy, it was just sort of eye-opening. Those are the guys that, if you had, bigger bats, more experienced bats, maybe you're scratching out runs in those innings.
Well, you're on the cusp of having another more experienced bat. Jeremy Pena yesterday played in Sugar Land.
Yeah.
I think it was 0 for 2, but he did have a run.
Got on base twice. Got hit by
it wasn't a bad one. It grazed him, but it is funny to see hit by pitch in the box score when that's the reason that he's having a rehab start right now.
Lord.
Is that he had a ball to the ribs.
Oh no, not hit by pitch.
And great point 832. They weren't scared to play some small ball. They have not been.
Yeah, that has been good.
I do appreciate that from Joe Espada, the willingness to play some small ball. Your probables for the weekend series versus the Red Sox: Hunter Brown, Colton Gordon, Framber Valdez. So you'll get at least 2 of those guys that you really truly depend upon this weekend. And I don't know. I think I might be willing to go out on a limb and say that I think you see Jeremy Pena in that weekend series as well.
Yeah.
Especially with the way that he's coming back. What's happening there? All right, real quick. Another baseball thing to mention real quick. There's a couple of things that are odd when it comes to this time of year, trade deadline. And one of those is something that I don't know that we've seen this before, which is a pitcher who plays for 2 teams on the same day.
Dude, this was just so intriguing. Go ahead.
So it is Sir Anthony Dominguez, who is a reliever, at least he was, for the Blue Jays. Did he go Blue Jays to Orioles, or Orioles to Blue Jays?
He went Orioles to Blue Jays.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought I was getting that wrong. But they had a doubleheader on the day, Orioles and Blue Jays. He's pitching for the Orioles, did he make an appearance? No, he didn't make an appearance in the first game, I believe.
No, not in the first, yeah.
But he gets traded to the Blue Jays, so he's just going to go down and change locker rooms, and then they're going to come back for the second game, and he'll pitch for the Blue Jays on the same day. What a wild thing that happens this time of year. But
got a strikeout against one of his former teammates.
It highlights once more just like this time of year, a moment at any point to remember the humanity of this, as much as we're like, hey, what can this player do for the team? It's a human being that is having to have their whole life uprooted in a way. In a moment, we were talking about Charlie Morton having the hugs and handshakes and everything in the dugout. In the same way, he immediately goes from I'm here, on this side, and now I'm over there, and my entire thing is shaking up.
The visuals was just what was fascinating to me, like going around the tunnel behind, in the stadium, and going from one clubhouse to the next, and then getting out going out to the bullpen with his new team, and his former teammates in the bullpen are clapping and giving him a hard time. Then he gets into the game and pitches there, and you talk about the visuals of it and the weirdness of it, et cetera, the humanity. Did you see what the Marlins, I think it was the Marlins did? They did the fake hug. They did fake dugout hugs just for the cameras.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they had one of their players start giving everybody hugs and kind of the hand, man, good game, man, good luck, all this other stuff. And then they did psych.
It's still that part of the season. Find a way to have fun however you can. And then real quick, little fair or foul, because I see this on the run sheet. So Nick Kurtz, who at this point I'm just going to go ahead and hand him the Rookie of the Year for the AL. Supposedly he gave Cooper Hummel an autographed bat with "Thanks for throwing a strike."
That felt foul to me. To me, I was like, what are you doing? That's a position player just finishing out a game. You hit a home run, then you give him an autographed bat that says, "Thanks for throwing a strike. Cooper Humm's a big-time autograph guy. Like he has autographs and collects autographs from all kinds of people. So I think where I'm going to finish on this is if he asked for it, cool. If it was kind of like a funny thing, hey, this is the day that I pitched, or whatever, all good. But if Kurtz did it unsolicited, I'm still kind of like, come on, man. Come on, don't do that, But apparently Hummel collects all kinds of autographs.
I think I think that's the tongue-in-cheek type of thing that you do amongst competitors. I think I'm assuming that Cooper Hummel was all in good fun. Yeah. And even if he was to get a little bit upset about it, hey, man, you wasn't doing the thing that you get paid for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you was moonlighting. I don't think that anybody's going to – I imagine I would not get mad if I was moonlighting. If y'all had me out here like if Matt Burke took us up on our offer and was like, hey, get out here and play scout team defense and I did something wrong, I'd be like, hey, you the one who had me out here doing something that I don't do typically.
You realize what I am, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, that was fun. And then real quick before we go, Jeremy Pena playing shortstop again, or rather, not again, playing shortstop for AAA Sugarland because, remember, he DH'd yesterday. So we are really fast-tracking the idea of Jeremy Pena making it back to the big league club, which is very, very necessary and very appreciated for this Houston Astros team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Wednesday as we're really winding down here at training camp. With that being the case, coming up next, let's get a little bit of audio from the post game. I believe we'll be hearing from the head coach of the team. Let's do that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Houston Methodist Training Center, Houston Texans Training Camp 2025, all that jazz. Another day in the books. I said this
all
a lot.
That jazz.
You know what I'm talking about at this point.
Yeah.
It's almost become a little routine, which, again, I think we're starting to get a feel from the players. It's a little routine, and it's kind of cool. They have a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
They'll work again on Friday, and then very soon they will be at the Greenbrier in West Virginia getting a little work, a little change of scenery. I kind of love the way that camp is setting up in the way that it feels. I don't think that there's going to be time for guys to get complacent. I think that and of course I'm projecting forward, only God knows what it actually looks like once we get to these places.
Yeah.
But it feels like mentally, as I'm looking at it, feels like it really is lining up for them to get the most out of training camp this year.
It is, and D'Amico Ryans, who we're about to hear from, has long sort of, not preferred, but enjoyed getting away, at some point during training camp. And the weather isn't going to hurt either.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But another good one out here today. We'll talk more about what it looked like. But why listen to us talk about it when you can hear that since D'Amico Ryans talk about the day of practice? Here it is.
Good morning. Good morning. Fire away.
It looks like you guys need to go hit somebody else. It look like y'all getting tired of getting each other already.
Yeah, right now, as we're coming in, it's the third day of pass. Anytime you have 3 days of pass, it's gonna get chippy. Guys are sore, guys are beat up. That's training camp, so it's expected. Guys get a little chippy at times, but also just keeping it confined, not letting it get out of hand. Thought guys did a good job of that.
You saw the concern from the guys, the passion for their team. How tough is that to really see that on beach trying to do this thing?
Yeah, as we're practicing at training camp, unfortunately injuries and things happen. You never want to see a guy go down like Keontae went down today and had to be carted off. We just wish him the best. We'll continue to evaluate him and see where he is, but you never want to see that. Just got to make sure we're staying up, protecting each other.
How would you assess the two in the first team tonight?
We'll go back and look at it on film. I thought overall, as I assessed practice, just overall thought, it looked like from the field, defense had the upper hand, made a lot of plays on the football, and they continued to do that all throughout camp. And we just had to find a way, continue to not make those plays. We got to protect the ball from an offensive perspective. Really pleased with what the defense is doing, but you don't want to see that too much, from an offensive side. So we'll continue to look at the practices. This is, I think, day 7 for us. This is continuing to learn from what we're doing. So we'll continue to put guys in different situations. It's the first time doing the 2-minute drill today. We'll continue to work on that and continue to make sure guys are situationally aware, playing smart football when it comes down to the end of the game.
Having said that, how can you...
They've been playing well block camp. It's kind of that balance of offense having to fight for every inch. Sometimes making plays, but at the same time, kind of wanting to see more football. It's kind of that balance. Just playing really well, the offense still trying to be able to play back consistently.
Yeah, for me, I don't swing back from the pendulum. It's a matter that we go evaluate the film, consistently look at the decision making, all right, how guys are protecting, how guys are rushing, how guys are covering, running their route. All of it is evaluated. So it's not like one side has a good day and it's we're not good. That's not the case. It's always our offense made a lot of plays, a lot of explosive plays yesterday, and usually in camp, that's how it goes. One side gets the best of one side the other day, the other side comes out and do it. So it's not anything for me to pull out the panic meter about. It's just camp. Guys are competing, and I love that we have a very competitive team. And that's what stood out the most to me about our team throughout this camp, just how competitive these guys are and how both sides continue to show up and make plays. Secondary, they're doing a really good job. They guys are playing together. They're communicating really well. You see Kalen, Kamara, young guys, they're getting just more comfortable with what's asked of them, and they're playing within the structures of the defense and still making plays. And CJ, adding him back there, he's done a really good job of getting acclimated to how we do things, done a great job of communicating, working with the young guys. So I'm pleased with where the guys are in the back end. I think they can be, really a strong unit for us, for our entire team, and we need them to play well for us to have a good team.
What did you see from the corners on the depth chart behind Stingley and Lassiter?
Oh, you see a lot of guys continue to make plays. Jalen Smith, you see Tremont, Arnett, D. Ross, all those guys, they show up every day. I go and I show highlights to our guys in team meetings of our practices, and there are different guys every day, at the corner position showing up. And so that's encouraging when you have guys who you can count on to step out there and make plays. And now all those guys will be evaluated as we go through our preseason games to see, how we can do it versus other teams, different looks, different routes. But right now at this point in camp, still very, very excited to see how this group will continue to grow. Jaden's done a really nice job. I think our coaches have done a great job with all of our rookies. Like, that's the one thing I harp on is that growth, all right? And having that steady every single day. Our coach has done a great job working with the rookies. Jaden has done an outstanding job, and Coach Ben McDaniel's done a great job, not only with Jaden, but with Jalen, all of his rookies, and all of the vets as well.
We'll close with Will and Sam. How far along is he for a rookie receiver compared to some of the guys that you've seen in the past? Where do you still want to see him improve?
He's right where he needs to be. For me, I'm not comparing him to anyone else, just for him and where he is. Jaden is doing a nice job, and he's improving every day, and that's all I can ask of him. I think it's unfair to try to compare him to someone else. He just has to keep improving his game, and that's all he needs to worry about.
Do you have a stat that you think is just really overrated?
Say that again?
Do you have a stat that you think is just really overrated?
A stat that's overrated? Nah, I don't know. A lot of them. The one that matters to me is winning. That's all I care about. How do you win a game? But what stats are you thinking about?
Well, yesterday you were talking about sacks. It's all right if you get a sack, or pressures, and two type of deal. It's something that we talk about that just doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can say, as I mentioned the other day, sacks, they do get overrated. If a guy gets 10 sacks, wow. But always taking the mindset, you think about, a season. A guy has, you talk about guys playing 800 plays, 900 plays, and he gets 10 sacks, and that's a great year. So you talk about 10 plays out of 900. Well, what about a guy who gets 50 pressures and the ball has to come out? You're able to get a pick, interception off of that football. Which one? If a guy gets 20 sacks, it's a Hall of Famer. So it does get, kind of, I'm not downgrading sacks. I love sacks, and I want to lead the league in sacks. But it can get a little overrated. All right. Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. The head coach of the Houston Texans, DeMeco Ryans.
Reggie's
here.
coming out of his skin right now.
About what?
About the stats.
No, not at all. I understand the perspective that he's coming from there. That's the head coach, and that's a head ball coach. That's a football answer. Hey, man, damn on them stats. Are we winning football games? I think that it is convenient to say that, though, because I think the stats will help you understand why you're winning football games and whether you're winning football games in a way that is repeatable or in a way that is not. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, here I am telling DeMeco how football works, which makes me a little self-conscious.
Let me tell you about
to be completely honest. Who am I to do that? But no, I appreciate where he's coming from, and there was a lot of things that he said that 100% I think are repeatable and get you to that place. In fact, speaking of repeatable actions that help you win football games, I found it very interesting when he was talking about the guys in the secondary and the defense, the way that they're making plays. He made a point that I thought was really good, which is the secondary is communicating really well. They're playing within structure of the defense while still making plays. And I hadn't considered that, and it's my fault for not doing that, but it's a good point. These aren't we're gambling to make plays in order to take the football away. These boys are taking the football away within the normal structure of everything is covered up, and we're making plays on the football. Again, I think we were all in a place where I think those are the things that make me assured that it will be.
Yeah, look, there were a couple things that he said that were interesting. First of all, on the stats, I do want to take your side for a minute.
Yeah!
Because he said, what if the guy gets 50 Well, that's a stat too. Pressures is a stat, but that's neither here nor there for this discussion. But to your point, a couple things that stood out with D'Amico. You could tell he was really clear, really pleased and clear that how good the defense was. And if you weren't listening earlier as we were sort of giving our thoughts on what we were watching out on the field, the defense didn't just win today. The defense dominated today.
What's your favorite phrase now?
It was belt to ass.
There you go. Shout out to C.J. Gardner-Johnson breaking that one out on the sideline today.
It was belt to ass. That's what he said on the sideline, and I totally agree. No, they whooped them. But to your second point, let me finish on that one first.
You got it.
Because the thing that stood out when he was talking about how the defense controlled the day, he really, I don't know if you could sense it or not. I don't know if I sensed it. I just kind of made note of it. Like, he's like, we got to watch film with this offense. Like, you could tell he was pleased with the defense, but there's got to be a point where the offense can have more success, with what they're trying to do, because they were dominated today. And then the other thing that stood out is what you taled about. Go ahead.
Before we move on, can I mention, though, how do you, and maybe this is a question for the coaches, like, how do you balance the idea of this is a new offense, you're trying to find it, and I think that growth is going to be necessary. Yeah. But then also, you need to be able to make plays. It can't be a whole bunch of turnovers. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what that is, what that balance is, because you do need to be able to see signs of life. You need to see what proof of concept is the phrase that I like using. But also, I think you have to give a little deference to the idea of the large goals that they're trying to achieve with the offense, which, again, to be fair, this is not excuse-making. This is the thing that I had problems with when they made the hire, when they were going with the offense, and we're like, we're going to get competition. The ways that you're trying to do this, it's tough to thread that needle, and I think you might be seeing the effects of that needle that you were trying to thread being small.
And I think that's what D'Amico was saying. Like, this was great. But boy, we really, maybe too great. He didn't say proof of concept, but I think that's what he was heading toward. He wants to see the offense, actually, and this is a trite word, but it's absolutely true. Execute some things, do it the right way, and so at some point we're going to have to see that, whether it's versus another team in the preseason or whatever. And I think D'Amico has to see that.
Hopefully, I don't know that you can wait till another team in the preseason to start seeing that.
Yeah, maybe you want to see it tomorrow on Friday.
Yeah, by the time you hit halfway through, I think your time in the Greenbrier, you need to see some things that this offense does well.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, because we talked to Henry Toto, and you will hear from him here in a little bit. And I was kind of asking him something along the same lines. You guys are just doing great. What are you seeing from the offense? And he says they have so much talent. It's clear that they're helping us, etc. And then to what you said about not just turnovers and big plays, but being in the right spots too. The play that just absolutely was the highlight of the day was a deep ball in which Nico got behind Lassiter and Bullock. Bullock was helped from the inside. Got behind him, step and a half at least, maybe more.
Help from the inside. I think he might have been over top, but he knew he could play right into that space.
That's kind of where I'm going. He was coming from the inside.
Yeah.
And he had a step on both of them. The ball was slightly underthrown, so maybe that's on C.J. Stroud. But they were in their defense, doing their job. Lassiter was on the outside. Bullock was coming from the inside. Boom, interception. They closed and got it done. Now, certainly the underthrown ball was a factor there, but that was exactly what D'Amico was talking about. Great defense, in the right spots, still made a big play.
Yeah, from the 3-4-6, defense knows the offense well and understands player tendencies better than other teams will at this point. We'll be fine. I don't know that that's the case, because I don't know how many people. I don't know if everybody knows the offense well at this point. I think that everybody is still trying to figure out what this offense is, and I think you can give the defense credit for the principles that they have and the way that they execute it. They work on most offenses, right? So, look, this is the tough thing about training camp, is trying to figure out on these grounds what you're seeing that is some level of okay for the time being, and what you're seeing that portends, maybe issues. And it's one of those things that we only ever get as answers on the back end, right? Yeah. We end up 3, 5, 7 weeks into the season, and we go, okay, so what we saw in training camp meant this then.
And we will do said. We were wondering, and it is true, or it's not true, or whatever.
So, I mean, we'll talk about it for the time being, but I think there's also the room to acknowledge that we'll have a better idea of what all this means later. Of course, not really all that helpful in this moment. On the YouTube page, what's wrong with 7? Look, I know that Clint's talked about it. We talked about it earlier in the show, the idea of that rep share not kind of cycling in a certain way. And I think he took that to be kind of a question that, is there something wrong with C.J. Stroud? I know that we had talked about things in the offseason and in minicamp where he did not throw. But I don't know that I believe that there's something wrong with him in that way. However, you did make mention that he was leaving some footballs a little short today, wasn't he?
Well, he did that one for sure. Another one he missed, maybe a little inside, and it should have been an outside throw. But neither here nor there on how he played today. Clint was, and we played the audio. He was talking about the reps that he was getting and such. I don't know what to make of it. I think there's a lot of possibilities. Just to answer the texter's question, it could be bringing him along slowly. Just to make sure. It is early. It could be, and I think this is where I would lean if I had to pick a side. To me, they're putting a lot on C.J. Stroud's plate. The entire offense. They're putting the entire offense. He wanted it. He's gotten it. But maybe they're just sort of slow pedaling on it a little bit, so he knows what he's doing, and he's still trying to play catch up. And then the third thing is what Clint said. Something ain't right. I don't know. No, we haven't seen any reporting. We haven't. I can't tell you that he's looked necessarily. But if that's what Clint's seeing, and some of those balls that we just talked about are a little off. Maybe there is something there.
Well, one thing I can say is in the off chance, and from my perspective, that there is something happening. It's not with his legs. He had to use them a couple of times to escape some circumstances, which again points to something that somebody's talking about on the text line. You talk about the offensive line, and maybe the lack of success there, and they are still finding some level of gel.
There's that too.
But that was tough. There were some rough patches for him. One of the things that I did give in way of context is the way that I'll say it. This offense was trying to get the ball deep a little bit. We were talking about Matt Burke, and we know this about any given practice, particularly in training camp. They're working on something in particular, and it definitely felt like they were trying to get the ball downfield, push the ball downfield. Yeah. This offense is not ready, offensive line-wise, to be able to hold up for pushing the ball downfield.
Well, that's the other part of the offense not having a good day. If I had to put a number on it, 3 sacks and a couple of flushes, over that ain't gonna cut it.
Again, it's a work in progress. This was a whole competition thing, but I don't want to say this is the thing that we're worried about, because I don't know that it's inherently just pure negative at this point, but it ain't like all sunshine and rainbows with this offensive line. This was the thing. Hey, you did not some could argue you have less talent necessarily this year on the offensive line, but the idea was that competition was supposed to raise the boats. Right now, I'm not seeing the raised boats of competition as of yet. We're not done yet. There's still a lot of work to be done out here on these practice fields in West Virginia as well. But that's the thing that is worth watching, and it was the thing that became a big talking point for good reason. Always more to talk about with your Houston Texans as we keep going here at training camp. I done forgotten the days. I'm gonna be completely honest. We're getting into that space. Thank you, Figgy, for giving me that number there. Day 7 out here. And it was a good one. It was another good one, at least to get some more insight, even if everything wasn't sunshine and rainbows, because when is it ever? All right. You're in the loop, though, here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions, which we always do at this time. We'll do that next.
Low T Center right now actually fixed my
preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
These are my confessions.
All right, on the Carlos Correa trade, I can't
the
be...
potential Carlos Correa
trade. You want to break some
news?
news?
It's like it happened, bro.
You want to break some news?
That kind of happened weird, didn't it? On the Carlos Correa reported trade.
Thank you.
That's out there. I can't be the only one that feels this way, and this is my confession. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. You had some reporting from Rosenthal?
I think it was actually Passan. It was
Jeff Passan.
Who was saying that while the Astros, actually I'll read it verbatim.
Yeah.
While the Houston Astros have interest in Minnesota Twins shortstop Carlos Correa, and there has been dialogue on a potential trade, the sides are far apart at the moment, and no deal is close. Sources tell ESPN.
All right, that feeds right into my confession. Blah 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 blah. My confession is, now that it's out there, I feel like they kind of got to do it, right? I mean, just because it's Carlos Correa, the city's already buzzing about it. To be able to bring him back, they need him. Familiar face, clearly a guy that came up, won the World Series, got engaged on the field. We still
I forgot about that.
We still have the audio of that. I know, and it's not fair. That's it. That's it right there. I was trying to see if you could find it, Figgy, but. I get it. If the trade breaks down, talks break down, they break down. But I kind of feel like you got to do it. You got to get Carlos Correa back now.
I mean, it sounds interesting. I think that there are some things that could throw a wrinkle in what you're trying to do. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, not a left-handed bat. I would not be upset like the absolute best way of going about the trade deadline. However, again, trade deadline is not the place where I think you wait for the absolute perfect answer because by nature, I don't think perfect answers exist often at the trade deadline. So maybe that is
it's
just
out
me.
there, though. It got me and a lot of people going, I'm sure.
Oh, it's very intriguing. It's very fun. And at least for our purposes, not for the baseball purposes, fun is all that matters. Like, what is the fun thing to kind of consider and rattle around in your brain?
Exactly.
I feel you in where you're coming from.
These are my confessions.
Let's bring it back to the practice field out here at the Houston Methodist Training Center. With the way that, D'Amico talked about the likes of Tremont Smith and Jalen Smith and some of the other rookies, and with what I've seen from them, I think I've been a big, proponent of, hey, man, secondary depth, I think this is an issue. I'm good on chilling on that for a while. Like, obviously, joint practices and preseason games
what do you mean
tell us
chilling?
a lot. I'm good on just not worrying about it. Like I think I'm okay. Like you know me, I could be a little bit of a worry wart at times, and particularly but if you don't have depth and if you have to have the equivalent of Jeff Okuda out there again,
I got you.
But I don't think I'm worried about that anymore. I think I feel confident that you have some guys that have a level of ball to them. With this system that I think that you can withstand. Like I think you're good with some of the depth. Of course, that remains to be seen.
Today certainly helped that cause.
It did, but some of these secondary guys I think have been pretty solid. In a way that makes me feel comfortable. That was on some of the cornerbacks.
I'm actually with you on that, 100%.
Like the rookies, both Jalen Reed making a play today. Jalen Smith has gotten so much love, and it feels due. I feel like he could come along pretty quickly. Yeah, it does feel like they're probably okay when it comes to secondary depth.
These are my confessions.
My first confession is they need to cut that damn lawnmower off, man.
Dude,
that stuff is loud, man.
Those blowers are the worst.
It's loud.
Man. But you think it's loud. It's loud over here.
Yeah, I know it's loud over there. I've been in that spot before. So they need to hurry up and move on. Yeah. But my real confession is I feel like the Cleveland Guardians need to change their name to the Cleveland Gamblers at this point, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if y'all discussed this on Monday.
A little bit.
But, so if you didn't know, Emmanuel Clase is now the second pitcher who you got to sit down and time out for a little bit while they investigate some little gambling issues or I don't know. But they put the video out there of him throwing
Oh, those first pitches?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Dirting those pitches.
He was spiking them.
Yeah.
He spiked like one
it
after
wasn't even
another.
close, man.
It was not. He was throwing them 52 feet.
Clearly it was some type of prop bet or something where I bet you ain't going to throw a first strike. Clearly that was it. And I think the second pitcher was a guy by the name of Luis Ortiz.
Yeah.
But my confession is I'm really intrigued to see what's really going to happen because I feel like it's a lot of this going on. Whenever I think about gambling in sports, I always think of the heaviest thing, which is paying money to lose or do something that costs a game and stuff like that. I never really thought about just the first pitch, betting on the first pitch a strike. I feel like that's a lot. It's a lot of that going on, and I'm really intrigued to see, is it more people? Hell, if it's more people in the Cleveland Gamblers at this point.
Yeah, you can bet on anything.
But but the thing I thought about with that is like I've seen like football, you end up get caught gambling.
Yeah.
They'll take you out for a year, a la like Calvin Ridley. Baseball, betting on baseball, at least in the past, has gotten you thrown out. Like
you gone.
Does that shift at all with the new landscape, or are they going to stick to that history and just be like, if we find out that you was doing this like for real in a major way, we're just getting you out the paint entirely?
Yeah, see, I'm kind of curious because it's one thing to be Pete Rose with it, where it's actually affecting the game and stuff like that. But if you just in the first inning and say, hey, spike the pitch, let's throw a wild pitch. Like, I'm wondering, like, are you going to ban somebody for that?
I don't know. It's gambling, and that's a great question. I just laugh about it because, like, in his view, if that's the case, they were betting on the first pitch. Like, that's easy money, man. He's got to figure, I can make up for that. I'll still strike out the dude, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only the first pitch. Like I said, it's not throwing the game or it's not giving up the game-winning home run or anything like that.
It's the hit to the integrity, though.
Yep.
Because it's the notion of the slippery slope. It's like, well, if you do that,
what else?
What else did he do? And that's also a question that I imagine the investigation is getting after. Yeah, this can't be. This has got to sting though for Cleveland. Not that I'm really all that worried about what they need, but I mean, you was getting ready to send him off and get you stuff for your team.
He was going to get paid.
That is also another thing.
Yeah.
And now he is just a dude who is on administrative leave.
Somebody made a lot of money though.
If he would have just threw a first pitch strike, he wouldn't be in this mess.
Yep.
These are my confessions.
Figure you have the audio, but I heard this and it was just sort of you're scrolling, haha, kind of funny, cute video. The Buffalo Bills were doing like the Texans do this as they walk over the bridge. They ask them some question, who would you want your sister to date? Whatever, and the guys have some fun with it. Well, this was what the Buffalo Bills were asking. Who's the most famous bald person in the world? This is what it sounded like.
Who is the most famous bald person in the world?
Jeff Bezos. Most famous bald person in the world? Jordan, for sure.
Michael Jordan?
The Dalai Lama.
Most famous bald person? Probably Dwayne Johnson.
The Rock.
Alex Caruso. Amber Rose. Alex Caruso. Heisenberg.
Alex Caruso.
Alex Caruso.
Alex Caruso.
Alex Caruso?
Gotta be Alex.
Oh, there's only one answer. The bald mamba.
Alex Caruso!
He said there's Caruso. And it made me realize we don't have a lot of famous bald people anymore.
That's a good point. I feel like that's because we done gotten to a place where I feel like in the 90s in particular,
there are a lot of bald people.
It was a style choice.
Yeah.
Where are your bald icons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we had a number of bald icons in the 90s. I could point to Tupac. I can obviously point to Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Like you had people who were bald, who were cool, and they made it cool. Who are the bald icons right now?
What happened to all the bald people?
We got like Jeff Bezos out here, and I don't know. Like depending on how you feel, is that who you're choosing to fall behind?
Because Alex Caruso might be the answer. You had like 5 guys answer that. The other one said there's only one answer: the bald mamba. I mean, the white mamba, whatever they call him, a bald mamba, headband
he can't
mamba.
be a white mamba because that is still.
But he might be. He might be the most famous.
It's not Alex Caruso.
Well, according to the Buffalo Bills,
who
it
is
is. Yeah.
I think somebody said Dr. Phil. send in your who's the bald.
But he's not
OG
bald. I'm talking bald.
Who is the most famous bald person?
Alex Caruso. And that's what made me realize.
Bezos is more famous than Alex Caruso. Please stop that right now.
Well, that's the Bills.
Stop that. Stop it right this moment.
A lot of people don't know Jeff Bezos. They know Alex Caruso.
Man,
In this demographic,
a lot of people don't know Alex Caruso.
In this demographic, a lot of people do know Alex Caruso.
All them people be on Amazon all
but
the time.
The bigger point is we don't have a lot.
Somebody said Steve Harvey.
Maybe Sean Pendergast.
Sean needs to put on stronger to try and get more ball folks around here.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Rogan comes through, Stone Cold. I feel like he does not qualify in this time period.
Yeah.
Although don't let him hear me say that because I don't want no smoke with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Bruce Willis, again, of a different time. Like, again,
what happened?
Who are our modern...
We need more bald people.
No, what it is, people don't want to go bald anymore, and they got all these things you could do to keep your hairline.
That is also true.
Yeah.
People going to Turkey and stuff instead of just accepting the bald head.
Yeah, man. It was a style back in the day, man. I think the guy from Onyx, the one allegedly started that style that made Michael Jordan want to cut his hair off.
That man was lying in front of us like we weren't there. Like we can't do the math. He said that Michael Jordan was bald because of Onyx. And it's like, dog, that don't even line up. The years don't even make sense there. But, yeah, shout out to Alex Caruso, who then on that tweet retweeted and said, go Texans. So shout out to him.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
Mr. Clean comes in.
Mr. Clean, he's still around.
I know that's a name that I don't want to read on air. Appreciate you, 409, for sending that in.
But, again, it really, the bigger point for me is, what the hell happened to all the bald people, man?
Yeah, man. So eventually it's going to circle back around to where going ahead and shaving your head bald is cool. Mm-hmm. And I think at that point we might see it again. But for the time being, stop all that cheating. That's the point that I
know what was wild? People used to shave their head bald when they had a hairline.
Correct.
That's how much of a style it was.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Sean Pendergast did. He shaved his head.
Even with the hairline,
I think he'll answer this.
Yeah, no, some people go bald when they losing their hairline, which I totally get.
Yeah.
But some people still had a hairline and they just went bald.
Hold on, Figgy. I just realized something. Who was the person that brought up this confession?
Lopez.
Me. All right, so John Lopez, where are all bald guys? You want to start?
I'm not bald.
You want to start?
I'm not bald.
You want to start?
You want me to take my hat off?
Start the trend.
I've got.
I didn't say you were bald. Go ahead.
Dude, that would be a big ask.
We tried to get him to do it. He refused.
Go ahead then.
You know me. I'm Mr. Own What You Are. When I started going gray, I grew a goatee so everybody could see that gray.
You'll look badass with a bald head and that goatee. Yes, you would.
Oh, with a bald head and a goatee.
And with the goatee, you got to keep the goatee, man.
Bald head goatee is a good look.
Yeah.
Somebody said Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, Lopez, go ahead and do it for the bald community. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
All right, those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we sat down with Henry To'oTo'o. It was a fun interview, and you get to hear that one more time coming up next.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on
Conditions apply.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Another good day of practice here at the Houston Methodist Training Center for Houston Texans Training Camp. Earlier, we got a chance to sit down with Henry To'o, linebacker for your Houston Texans, led the team in tackles last year, and we had a very fun conversation with him. This is what it sounded like right here on Sports Radio 610.
Look, every time we step on the field, we see red. I ain't gonna lie. I think that's everybody's goal when we step on that field is to hit somebody and make some big plays.
Oh man, and you guys did a number of that, including yourself. You got your hand on the football, you caught it, and you went the other way. There was a big deal, and I know you talked about it with the assembled media earlier this week. You and Aziz going and working out with your secondary. For one, I know that it's, guys encourage in the linebacker room. That's something that I know from the outside looking in, we've been looking at. Like, what has been the process for you in working on your coverage, and how far do you feel like you've come in this offseason?
Man, I feel like I've come a long way, and I think that just comes with the understanding of our defense and what we play. Mm-hmm. It takes some time to develop in Coach Miko's system to know exactly what he wants and how it looks. But then when you got great vets in there like Aziz, and we have good guys like EJ, adding EJ in the group, and then Christian coming back, we all kind of gel off of each other and pick each other's brains, so we're able to just learn one little thing from each other. So I think just spending time with those guys and then adding their little thoughts into my game, it really helped me.
What about, you talk about working in pass coverage, working with DBs and stuff. You always hear these catchphrases. He's got good hips.
Yeah.
He can track the ball.
Yeah.
All these. Were those real things that you could sense that you were improving on?
Yeah. I think that's a big thing. I work on my hips every single offseason. I work on ball skills every single offseason. But I think for me, I've always been athletic my whole life. I've played football since I was young. But I think it's just me getting comfortable being in the NFL, having my third year, playing all last year, and then gaining confidence and coming out here and doing that today.
Yeah.
One of the things I love, though, is I feel like DBs, they're a different type of dude.
Yeah.
What was the most fun thing, or what was the thing that you kind of learned? And I know you were working with them all the time. But what was the thing that you kind of got to feel working with them individually in a while?
Man, I think just tracking the ball. Mm-hmm. I think, us linebackers, we think about smashing, hitting something, going downhill, and making a kill shot. But the DBs have just a unique way of when they're having a great shot, of playing the ball instead of the guy.
I want to go back to last year for a second because, there was a lot of transition in the linebacker room.
Yep.
There were some injuries and such. And I'm not trying to blow smoke or whatever, but you saved this team's bacon. You saved their bacon a couple of times, a lot. In fact, did you people talk about the game slowing down, your next year in the league.
Yep.
Did it just get easier? What helped you rise to the occasion like last year?
Yeah, I think I say this all the time, and I tell everybody, I didn't have the rookie year I wanted to have. I came in, with high expectations for myself, and I didn't excel how I wanted to excel. So I took that whole offseason, I took it personal. Mm-hmm. I lost a lot of weight. I worked out with my dad, my lifelong coach, and just hit the ground running ever since that last game we played versus Baltimore after my rookie year.
Yeah.
But man, it was just all hard work. I think that was the biggest thing, and being pissed off of a narrative of that this guy from Alabama can't play football. So that kind of pissed me off.
First of all, a guy from Alabama not playing football, I don't know who says that.
Who are the people?
I don't know.
I heard some guy.
I don't know who says that. But secondly, like to me, I'm just going to be completely honest. We talk on the radio every day. I was a little bit surprised, and that's what you wanted. I mean, like you had a role, but you expanded that role.
Yeah.
I mean, what went on into that?
It was just taking that and running with it.
Yeah.
I think just building confidence as the season went, and for me, and I'll be honest with it, it took me to realize that this is my life. Like, football is my life. This is how I feed my wife. This is how I feed my dog, and then support my parents back at home whenever they need it. Is that this is the only way I'm going to be able to make money for the next couple of years. So why not, invest myself in now and take this as serious as I can. So I think that was the biggest thing. Was
there a particular moment that clicked for you where you had that epiphany?
Yeah, that offseason, I mean, I've never played football, and I was on the sideline for so long, my rookie year, and that's not saying nothing to nobody, but
you were just
that was just myself, my confidence, and And that just kind of built up into me having a great offseason and surrounding my guys around like Aziz and listening to his story and how he works and just implementing that to my game.
Now let's talk about this defense, because what a day you guys had today, at least from where we were sitting.
Yep.
Just really dominating. You know, some guys have said, who was it that said, we don't want to be one of the best, we want to be the best? I think it was Kamari. I think it was Kamari said that. Is that on the table?
Oh, man, we have high standards for us. We came in the first day setting the standard high, and we know what we're capable of. We have a lot of talent in the room, and as long as we all play our part, do your job, and swarm to the ball, I think we can make Kamari's statement true.
How does that accountability manifest itself? We were making kind of light. We saw the offensive linemen. They got out there and they were doing push-ups to hold that accountability. But I mean, you guys hold each other accountable. It's very clear. How does it manifest itself?
I think it's just a testament to what we do, man. We go out every single day knowing that if our job has to be done, and if we do our job, performances like that comes to fruition. So
what happens when you don't, though?
Oh man, it's over with. It's over with.
Is it Matt? Is it D'Amico? Who is it?
It's everybody. Well, if one guy's off, it's like damn.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes. It's just one guy to not do his job, and a big play happens. So we know that all 11 guys have to be on the same page. So we meet a lot. We talk about it a lot in our meeting rooms. So we're doing a really, really good job so far.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson was on the sideline today saying that was belt to ass. He said that was belt to ass. So,
hey, y'all gonna hear him.
Well, that's where I'm going. You already had the culture. You already have people like yourself, Aziz, other players, Will, Daniil. But then you bring this guy in. Is it making – what kind of difference is it making?
Oh, man, he's big time for us, man. He's like the –
belt to ass.
He's belt to ass. He's like that key to your engine. He's going to turn you on. He's going to get you fired up. But, man, he's been a big-time addition. Not only him communicating, but how he plays the game of football, how he loves it, how he talks about it, and how he goes about his day. Man, we love that guy.
Man, I'm sorry, but some people say, flamboyant, loud, boisterous. They interpret that the wrong way.
Yeah, man.
I mean, but that doesn't seem to be him.
No.
It's just what he is on the field.
That's football. That's how he plays football. And in my opinion, I think they're all tripping. I think they're all tripping. They're stupid. They don't know what they're talking about.
Now, you worked with the secondary. We're talking to Henry To'oTo'o. Actually, let me stop. We're talking to Henry To'oTo'o here in the loop. And I usually say this as somebody who has a name that gets messed up from time to time. Can you give me, like, the proper, full pronunciation of your name? Because I'm good at mimicking, but I want to make sure I get it right.
It's To'oTo'o.
To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
So what's your whole name?
Henry Moses Ito. Yes, To'oTo'o.
Damn right it is.
I love it. So you worked with the secondary note. Kim Bullock this year has been it feels like there's another level that he's turned up. Because I was saying early on you could see the rookie in him last year. You saw where he was starting to get dominant in ball hawking. Have you noticed as well, like a different level for him this year?
He's kind of like turning it up a notch. His mindset, how he approaches practice, how he walks out, how he talks in the meeting room, you can just tell he's developing into probably one of the best safeties that's about to be out here in this league here soon. So just that maturity part, but he understands the game so well, and he's so long and lengthy that he's able to make plays that nobody else can make.
How ready are you, as much as you're used to this, how ready are you to get to West Virginia in 70 degrees?
Oh, man, I'm ready. This damn heat out here.
It's been brutal.
It's been brutal. Today actually wasn't too bad. But, it's been brutal. So I feel like we get to West Virginia, we're going to be able to run all day.
All right. I see you wearing the wedding ring. You practicing the ring with the ring on?
I practice with it on. If I break my finger, I break my finger. I don't never take this off. That's how much commitment I got to my wife.
I see it, and I've seen it. She likes having fun on social media as well. Like, what does your wife mean to you?
Man, she means everything to me, man. That's my backbone. I never, growing up, I always loved my mom. And I never knew that I would be able to love a woman more than I love my mom. So being able to have that backbone, the one I can go home to and lean upon when times are hard, and we can celebrate the good times. So she's been everything I ever wanted in my life.
A couple more things for you. From your perspective, I want you to talk about the offense. D'Amico talks about iron sharpens iron.
Yep.
You were sharpening the hell out of that offense today. I mean, like from your perspective, you can't let up. At the same time, what are you seeing in terms of the offense trying to catch up, so to speak?
I don't think they're trying to catch up.
Well, catch up to their game, to their new plan, to their new offense.
They're kind of our offense is so damn talented. They're just adjusting and getting to Coach Cayley's system. But, man, our offense is so damn good. The way they pick things up so quickly, our O-line moves so fast, and we have a talented back end. So, man, us being able to go against them is only going to make us better. And it gives us an opportunity to play against one of the best offenses in the NFL every day.
So we were talking to Laken Tomlinson yesterday, and I'm not going to lie, it was a fantastic interview, but I was a little upset. He dodged a question that I had that I thought was an easy one, so please don't do that for me here, all right? But I'm interested because you were talking about, like, feeling that not playing as a rookie. What was your welcome to the NFL moment? Like, do you remember it clearly?
I think my welcome to the NFL moment, man, was obviously not playing and how real it gets. But I remember my very first camp, I think it was like our third day of pads, and I could pull it up on film. Laramie Tunsil, he runs a screen, and he picks me up by one hand. Laramie Tunsil. I'm 230 pounds. I was heavy, 235 pounds. Laramie Tunsil grabs me with his left hand. They're running the screen the other way. He grabs me and says, I could have dipped you. I could have dipped you. And just takes, and I look at him like,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to. Grabs me by my chest, but I was like, I could have dipped you. Looked me right in the eye. I was like, all right, cool. You got it, bro.
It's funny. You've mentioned this a couple of times. I'm putting words in your mouth, but, just referencing it. You came from Alabama. You came from Tennessee. These are monster programs. You always played. You were a big-time talent, coming into college. Is that still sort of motivating you? Like I had to sit, man.
Oh, man, that drives me every single day. I think just the whole process of me getting into the NFL, I have the list of linebackers that all went before me on my phone and my notes, and I think not that drives me, but it's always on the back of my mind that people thought that 12 guys were better than me. So that's not my main driving force, but that's always on the back of my mind.
Always there.
So you clearly have some goals that you're working with, and you already checked one off. You led the team in tackles last year. Are you willing to tell us what one of your or maybe some of your goals are for this season for yourself or Henry?
I got a lot. I think I want to keep that duck down until I definitely got to get my hand on the ball.
Okay, so at least one, two.
Maybe I got to get two.
Okay, two. We got that. We're writing that one down.
And I don't want it to be a tip like I caught it the last time.
You want to jump the route.
I got to grab it.
You want to jump the route.
I got to pause.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, fair enough. That's touche. Touche. We don't want to have you out here looking back.
I actually know what that means.
We've been schooling and we've been hipping him the game. We have been.
That's crazy. I just said that.
He's an OG. He's done this. What? How many?
30-something years. Then my 30-something camp.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Yeah. You've been here for a while.
Yeah.
Damn.
And he doesn't want to carry my backpack.
Do I have to? It's my first one. Do I have to?
I ain't gonna lie. That's the name of the game. I ain't gonna lie.
But real quick, the last thing I wanted to ask you is something I've been real intrigued by. Again, it's my first camp. It's kind of giving me the perspective.
Yeah.
The advice or the given. I know there's a couple of rooks. I saw Jalen Reed took one back for 6. What is the best advice that you've had or you've heard when it comes to training camp?
I think the biggest thing in my 3 years so far having camps is that this is your job. Like, this is your livelihood. This is how you're going to make money. This is how your wife and your family's going to eat. This is how you're going to pay your bills. So just realizing that, the quicker you can realize that, and then the quicker you can be able to enjoy and play football how you normally play football. Because, man, it's all laughs and giggles until, it hits the thing and it's over with, Mm-hmm. So, sorry for my cursing. But,
it's all good.
but man, I think that's the biggest thing. But always have fun with it. Just at the end of the day, always have fun with this. No matter how hard it gets, always have fun with it. Enjoy it. This only lasts for so long, so why not enjoy it and give it everything you got?
Yes, sir. We appreciate you stopping and have a great camp and a great season.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. All right, coming up next, Jaden Higgins actually talked in front of the media, the wide receiver that's going to be very important for this Houston Texans team. What did we see from him today, and what did he talk about at the podium? Let's get into that next on Sports Radio 610.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense? Play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's Texans training camp at the Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All the parts that you know. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig here in front of me now. It's always good to see you. I love, people are always like, how do y'all make it across the city?
Like that. Like Star Trek, we beam here.
I don't actually know if I'd be comfortable with that technology. Like, if they came out.
Oh, I would do it in a heartbeat. You kidding?
Oh, you want to be the guinea pig? That's a lot. You taking the first transport.
The option is 610 West.
713-572-4610. You have to be the guinea pig on the teleportation machine, or you have to go on 610 West. Which one do you select? Let me know what you think within.
Biggie?
I don't know about being the guinea pig, but I would be interested in it though. Yeah. I'm just not being the first person to try it.
All right, what number person to try it would make you feel comfortable to do that rather than going on the West Loop?
I would say honestly, it ain't even the amount of people. I would probably say give it like a year.
Okay.
Once they kind of get it going, and then they might make some adjustments, and then I come out of nowhere like, all right, I'll give it a shot.
I'll try that.
Yeah, I'm very much realized that in the bell curve of like adapting to new technologies, I'm not an early adapter. I don't want.
It's funny. I feel like Reggie would be the technology guy, but you're really not. You just skeptical about a lot of stuff.
I like playing with all that stuff.
That's a real Ayo moment, which again reminds me of appreciation to Henry
Toto. I play with it all the time.
All right, dog. Henry Toto sitting down with us. Because there was one of those moments that he called out audibly, and I appreciate him for doing that. All right, let's continue talking about this Houston Texans team because there's a guy that we have not talked a lot about. We've talked a lot about a few rookies, also not condolences, but like good vibes, thoughts, and prayers, and all those things towards Keontae Hamilton, the 7th-round rookie defensive tackle who was carted off from the field today. We did mention as he was carting off, he gave kind of the patented thumbs up to the crowd. But in case you did not, hear or see what happened with that, he was carted off the field, and D'Amico Ryans did confirm that it was Keontae. So I did want to make sure that was clear here. But Jaden Higgins is the first rookie that you drafted, the one that you signed to a guaranteed contract as a second rounder. That I know Nick Caserio won't call it this way, but that set off a little bit of a chain reaction before training camp got going. We haven't talked much about him, but it's very clear, I think, that he is going to be a guy that slides in as the counterpart for Nico Collins in that first group. What have you seen from Jaden Higgins thus far?
Well, he's not. He's built close to what Nico Collins is, but what I've seen is he's more of a. He's not as physical, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I think he knows how to use his body, like to be drafted where he is, and the where he is in the depth chart, et cetera, at least the one that we keep in our mind's eye. But he's more, he kind of, it looks to me like a finesse receiver that has, and there's a place for him on this team if he can just do that.
Yeah, I think so. The thing about it, though, and I do feel good about this for him, I do think that defense, I was talking with Randy McAvoy about this last week, or I think it was Saturday's practice. We were chatting a little bit. And I do think the defenses, understanding that, all right, he's good, but he's a rookie, they're still going to key in on Nico Collins entirely, and they're going to make the other guys in this offense defeat them or challenge them to then at that point force any defense to then account for them. I think that will open Jaden Higgins for opportunity. But I think he's going to have to show up. And right now, it still feels like the rapport with him and CJ, it has a way to go. Ways to go. I saw at least one pass that was a deep shot that they just quite didn't connect, and it wasn't that somebody missed. It was just CJ was expecting him on a go route to maybe kind of, once that ball goes up on the outside shoulder towards between the shoulder and the sideline, for him to kind of curl out that way. He didn't get his eyes on the ball over his shoulder early enough. And those are things that will be worked out over time. But it does feel like there's still ways to go on that. Plus, And maybe this defense is just going to make it tough because somebody did ask, like, what are the chances that you're just dealing with a generational defense? It's non-zero, but it's something that you're just going to have to find a way to deal with because you're going to face good defenses.
Yeah.
That also matters for Higgins. You're going to face good cornerbacks, and I do think that we've seen him go up and get his hands on the football. We've also seen him get the ball dislodged as he's trying to come down. And I think for a guy of that size and stature, I understand that there's going to be some leeway. I'm going to give him some grace, but I think finding a way to come down in some of those circumstances will matter.
I think he can contort his body in good ways. I think he has good hands. You're right. There's been a couple of instances where the defense has done defense things and knocked the ball free or jumped, as he's catching it, swiped the ball, all that stuff. But with regard to, some of the adjustments that are being made and that he's going to have to make, C.J. Stroud is going to have to make some of those adjustments too, because he's not the only one that C.J. has maybe expected something and threw something else. So I think it's just altogether kind of a work in progress. But I'm glad you brought it up because we're talking about Jalen Noel. He looks to have had some really good moments. We're talking about Christian Kirk has had some moments. Obviously Nico today as well. But Jaden Higgins has very much looked the part, and he looks like he's going to slide right in.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what it continues to be for him. This was him talking today after practice about what it's like going up against this secondary in particular.
No matter who you go against, it's going to be a good matchup. You got to be real decisive with your movements, and then when the ball comes to you, you got to make a play on the ball no matter what. It's going to be competitive rep. So really just go out there with the mindset that you got to win.
I mean, that's absolutely a mindset that he has to take. I think look, I'll ask you if you saw it this way, and I'm very intrigued to see what this also continues to be for like Clint, who's out there and having a different viewing experience than we are as we're on air, how successful he's been at that just yet. But he was also asked, how does it help you going against this secondary?
Whenever you have good DBs, good secondary, of course you feel like if you can make plays against your own time. So I feel like it's going to only boost our confidence as a whole unit and, help the DBs get better as well.
And that's the good part, about this defense playing so well. And D'Amico referenced it. You heard that earlier. If you didn't, you can go back on the Odyssey app and hear everything D'Amico said. But no, it's absolutely true. You just want to see more of that. And it's not just Jaden Higgins. You want to be able to see them have some success offensively against this defense.
No, 100%. I mean, just as in general, that is something that matters. And you know what? He was also asked about that. Higgins, very quick, very succinct. I think also, I will mention, as I was listening to, his answers, I was like, I thought he would be more long-winded, for lack of a better term, more verbose or whatever. But it also understandable. Like, he's still early on to this. I think that he will open up more. But I believe this was, and of course I lose it as I'm looking for it. Oh, this is cut 10, right? So this is Jaden Higgins talking about the offensive perspective after the defense has a better day for him, because you're talking about they're going to need to string some of these together. He's going to be one of those guys that has to have that happen, but he's also coming from a rookie's perspective. Yeah. This was his thought.
Really, for the offense perspective, we're really just trying to come out here and be clean. That's that win in our book. When you're clean, you can make plays down the field. You can be explosive. So as long as we're having our alignment, assignment, and being clean with that, then that's a win in our book.
Yeah, and as far as his candor, behind the podium or whatever, he's a rookie.
I'm not saying that he's holding back. I think he's being he's the candor, the word that you there. I think he has candor. I think also
he's just trying to be
being quick with it.
Say it the right way. And by the way, we had an example of that. Henry To'o, his rookie year, he was good, but he wasn't what he was today. I think just as you kind of develop and get comfortable in the league, he does. With regard to just the things that he's seeing, the things that he's doing. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. I'm glad you brought it up. He's one of those guys you almost have assumed since the day he got drafted. Oh, yeah, he'll be in there. No, he's playing like he should be in there. Absolutely.
Yeah, to some degree. I want to see at what level. Because, again, he's not just playing like he should be a part of a rotation. He needs to play like he is a number two. And I know, obviously, I say number two. Christian Kirk, I think, will exist in that role more largely. I think that then you have to lean on the tight ends. Clint Stoerner, who is supposedly taking a big leap, and I think we've seen some of that very much so in practice. Dalton Schultz obviously is just always going to have that expectation being here with the Texans. So, I mean, maybe you can view him as maybe like a fourth option after Nico and Christian Kirk and whatever tight end happens to be in. But I think also still you're going to be out there on the outside or moving around in that space. I think I'm excited to see how he continues to develop. But you're right. The ball skills are there. The raw materials that we saw that led to him being drafted very clearly, selling the bill of or delivering on the bill of goods that was sold. I'm intrigued to see how it continues to come along, because early on, you've seen some of that, but you've also seen him be a rookie, and how much it's almost unfair to him. But because of the space that you're going to put him in, kind of can't afford to be.
That's exactly what I was going to say. By the way, as much as we're about. We can't really be in the business too much of giving too much grace here with the wide receiver room being so crucial to this offense.
Talking about the wide receiver room, just going further. So how are you seeing the wide receiver room and the wide receiver battle as we've talked about? We talked a little bit earlier about Braxton Berrios and his clear return prowess. We're really kind of paring this down. And I don't know that we're ready to start building 53-man rosters, but if you were starting to think towards that, it feels like he might have a spot. How are you looking at this wide receiver?
Well, let's talk about the room. How many do you think they're going to keep wide receivers? 6?
I could easily see 6. Mm-hmm. And then I also wonder, was it last year that they had 7?
In the course of the season, because they had
with Sims as well on the back end that they did not consider as a wide receiver.
Yeah, and we're going to dig into this more, but let's just sort of lay it out, because I was talking earlier, and this is a definite other factor. Braxton Berrios seems to be integral in punt return. And returns in general and special teams in general. So I think Braxton Berrios has definitely some sort of edge today, day 7. Things can change. So you got Nico, Jaden Higgins, Christian Kirk, Jalen Noel, Braxton Berrios. There's 5, man. There's 5 right there. So that leaves Mechie, Hutchinson, who else? So it's going to get interesting in that room.
Have you seen anything from Mechie and Hutchinson in this week? Because I know early on last week, especially without the pads, I was doing my thing,
you were crushing
the Mechie. The Mechie, I guess, crush is the word that you would use, so I'll follow suit in that. But I mean, Hutchinson, heavily
and
Mechie,
special teams.
How do you read that?
I think Hutchinson has a slight advantage because he's got a few more pelts on the wall, and he plays a little more special temes. So, it's going to get interesting with John Mechie and Hutchinson and some of these others. Justin Watson, who's just he is as prescribed or as described. He's just the dude who he seemingly just does what is expected of a major league as an NFL wide receiver. He's just running his routes as he's supposed to. When it's a catchable ball he's supposed to catch, he catches it. Yeah.
That is exactly what's expected of him, and I know that they value highly just having a guy who does what he's supposed to do in those moments. All right. Day off, well-earned day off tomorrow. You could start to see the way that the wear was happening. Hell, Henry, when he sat down in the chair with us, was like, man, it felt like we played a full game out there today. It was a longer practice, and you could kind of see it get chippy as well with all of the pads of 3 days in a row of pads. So another fun day of practice. They'll get a day off and back at it on Friday, where we're going to have some real fun conversations in the loop as well. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Baseball is on right now at Dyke Park, a rubber match that's happening between the Astros and the Nationals, where looks like Jose Altuve getting a base knock himself early on in that game. We'll keep you abreast of what's happening there, and we'll continue to watch as we are just over 26 hours towards trade deadline. That's going to be a very, very interesting space to continue to keep loop. Coming up next, we turn things over to Figgy Fig from Figgy's Mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got to give the fellas out there a heads up, the single fellas. If you talking to a woman and she going back and forth from Dubai, leave her ASAP.
What?
And I will explain why. Plus, I got some words for Slim Thug, man. He said something that really bothered me, and I'm going to talk to him like a man.
Oh, a man-to-man conversation
Man-to-man.
coming. All right, listen up for that next.
Nick Caserio gave And ears on everything at the Greenbrier. Right here on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
The D stiffens.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. He's mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there, fellas. If you talking to a chick and she keep going back and forth to Dubai, and she got
city in the Middle East.
Yes,
beautiful city.
Yes, if she going by herself, and she got all this money and these fly cars and bags and all that stuff.
Yeah,
leave her immediately.
Leave her.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, she can't be a world traveler? You hating?
Nah, she going back and forth to Dubai. Listen,
all right.
She going back and forth. You have to leave her. This is why. So it's a rapper by the name of Janaski. I never heard of her. Didn't want to listen to her music. Maybe I'll check it out.
Who? What?
Yeah, Janaski. So
that is
Jennaske. Check her music out on your own time.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that it's pronounced Janaski?
Nah.
Janaski?
Yeah, nah. I made sure. And shout out to Nessa from Hot 97. She was on with her.
Got you.
Yeah, and did a little interview. And she gave Nessa the rundown on these girls going to Dubai.
Okay.
Girl, do you want me to tell you them Dubai stories? What? So I had like a stripper friend. She will always go to Dubai. And when she come back to, I always love her going to Dubai because when she come back from Dubai, she buying me hair. She getting my nails done. We going out to eat. I never knew girl in Dubai. Right? So I'm like, I said, let me come to Dubai with you. She was like, I gotta be honest with you. She was like, I get on and on for like 20, 30K by different men. And different men do it, like, at one time.
No.
And then she would say it would be like a row of them, and it would be all of them doing it. It was like, she explained it to me, and that's why she would be on private jets.
All right, so I'm just gonna ask the question as delicately as I can. Those bleeps, that ain't what I think it is it?
So
you talking about bathroom stuff?
Yes. Yeah. So she go over there to be a restroom.
Right. And other things.
Probably other things, but yeah, who gives a damn if you over there be in the restroom?
Okay, so as I process this, and I hear you on this. If your girl goes back and forth to Dubai,
and by the way, I've been hearing these stories for years.
What circles are you running in?
No, that's just some of the stories, man. Some of these women that's living these these type of lives.
Yeah,
they go over there to make a whole bunch of money, and you don't know why, and then it's stuff like this.
Okay, so if you get these kinds of signs, sure. If your girl goes over to Dubai and she's a hooker, that's different because that's what's going on.
But see, I said if she going back and forth to Dubai, and she rolling real nice.
Well, that would be a sign.
I think that's I feel like my teeth stand right.
So what was that? Mike Rowe who did the dirty jobs? Like, hey, get him on the case because that is definitely a dirty job. Who are these people? Not the
I've
people that
always
are
wondered that.
Who are these people that are like,
you know what I want to do?
I've got this particular proclivity.
Yeah.
And not only do I want to do this particular proclivity, not only do I want to do this, I got to export or import it.
Yeah.
Because, like, they are spending a lot of money in order to make this happen, which I guess, to be fair, if you want some weird, I imagine that it's going to cost you. But, like, they got to export it, or they got to import it in order for that? There's no one already in Dubai that'll do that? Like, I'm sorry. The curiosity is beating me out here where I'm asking all the questions that I definitely don't want answers to.
Yeah, I was going to say, you saying it ain't nobody in Dubai. Maybe it's people there that wouldn't do that for any amount of money.
Well,
which is kind of normal in my book.
I want to go back to Reggie's first point. The whole concept to me is beyond bizarre. Whether
that's just not your get down.
But
that's not the thing that gets you to that
Who
place.
are the people whose get down that is? That's what gets me, whether it's number one or number two.
Well, I don't think they out in the open.
Well, here's the thing, and that's the problem.
I don't think they bragging about it.
I was gonna be like, I mean, we could say things, but also you might know some folks that just would never admit it to you. But
they walk among us.
It is possible that they walk among us, and I don't know how I feel about that. Like, and
I don't
say,
either.
Genuinely, I don't know. I'm not doing the I don't know in a way of I'm trying to be nice and not say. I genuinely don't know how I feel about that.
I know how I feel.
You can like one situation where Young Miami, a rapper, the City Girls, she was doing her podcast or show, and she did admit that she liked. I guess I don't want to say it, but she liked number one.
Yeah,
people like what people like, and
so that I thought that was bizarre.
It is.
Here's the thing. Also,
you thought that because it is.
Yeah,
I've never gotten that.
Like I think it's way more normal than what you guys think.
Consenting adults are entitled to their own things and their own spaces. I think the really weird part is just I would like to not know about it.
Yes.
That's the biggest thing.
Yes.
Like I would.
It's one thing, and then all of a sudden you start talking about it to your friends. What?
So as much as some people will use the phrase keep your stuff in the bedroom or whatever as a response to other things, I think this is where it's very much appropriate. Like again, like what you like. I'm trying to be the least judgmental possible version of myself as possible. I would personally just not like to know.
Yes,
I'm doing the bad thing of thinking of the visual. Like, do the girl do she wear a mask?
Ooh, yeah, that feels like that would be.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do the guys are they taking any like diarrhea type?
All right, see, you went too far.
Like I wonder,
you went way too far.
All right,
way too far.
All right, I'll move on from that. It's in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on the mixtape. Man, I got a beef with Slim Thug.
Well, be careful.
Houston's own.
Yeah. So Slim Thug was catching some heat on. I want to say it was something about Megan Thee Stallion. So, little backstory: Megan Thee Stallion. She is talking to Klay Thompson, formerly known as one of the Splash Brothers. He's in Dallas right now, and she get to him a $300,000 watch. I want to say it was called an AP watch. I don't know anything about.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with the AP. I don't remember how to pronounce the name, but it is a very, very expensive timepiece. You don't call them watches at that point; they timepieces.
Yeah. So she paid $300,000 for this
Audemars Piguet. Audemars Piguet watch.
Okay, yeah, just call it AP. That new AP.
I'm too poor to be saying that whole name.
Yeah. So this is what Slim Thug, he actually had a reaction to Megan Thee Stallion gifting him this.
That's expensive. Did you see the watch she bought that $300? Man, what kind of gift you got to buy back if she give you a $300,000 watch? I can't have no woman, little boy in me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm representing boss energy. I cannot have a woman buying me a $300,000 watch expecting me to buy her, some that magnitude right back. Hey, baby, I know where I'm supposed to be, and that ain't it. I'm King Joffy, man. That's the only thing I'm gonna accept. Nobody doing that of that statue. You know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm looking for. You feel me? I know what I need. I'm acts of service is my love language.
So I got a beef with this, man.
Go ahead.
I do not like big deal about this brother getting a really, really nice gift. We gotta make this normal for us.
Yeah,
like there's nothing wrong with the fellas getting an expensive gift. And I always hated that notion, man. It's always the notion that the guys got to buy all the expensive stuff, but we get acts of service, or we just get them as the gift and all this other stuff. It's nothing wrong with getting an expensive gift from your lady, man.
Lopez.
Huh?
You want to have a real quick sidebar?
Yeah, man. What is it?
Is Figgy venting about his wife in a roundabout way right now?
Oh, maybe. She got you something expensive?
No.
Where he's wanting something expensive?
No, she look out for me.
Yeah.
But it's always the stereotype of, a woman can't get you that. Nah, he just mentioned little boy.
Yeah.
He about to little boy me. Come on, man. We got to make this normal.
I'm
man.
actually with you. Who's to say that she wants something in return or expects something in return?
Or it's not a competition.
Maybe she just loves her some Klay Thompson and said, I want to get you this. And that's that.
Yeah, like
frankly, I thought we were past this.
Yeah,
you know?
We can't be out here. This ain't a competition.
Mm-hmm.
So since she got him a $300,000 watch,
he
got to get her one.
Write her a nice poem.
You know what's funny? Write her a nice poem.
And by the way, he's
again, Jan is a saint.
Yeah.
But
by the way, in your truck, I wrote her a poem.
By the way, he's getting a lot of heat from this.
He should.
Yeah.
He should.
Yeah, and it's not even that. That part, they like, damn, the fellas deserve some nice stuff too.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Like, I think that this can kind of harken back to like the outdated notion of, oh man, women can't out earn you or whatever. And I think that's all.
We're past that too.
I think we're past that in the way this is that you're talking about. But I didn't think that I would have this thought process on like a story like this, which is I don't entirely hear what he's saying, but I kind of hear it to this point. I feel like I've heard kind of like guy relationships at this point boil down to like gift giving. We passing the same $20 back and forth. Like, in human relationships, we are kind of inherently thinking about, like, the ledger of, all right, how expensive of a gift do I have to give you when you give me a gift? Not even necessarily that it is required, but just as a level of reciprocity and showing you that I also. So I do kind of understand the thought of that, but I don't like the ways in which he is expressing.
I disagree. Just real quick, Figgy. I think that's like an office thing or a neighbor's thing. Like, hey, my neighbor, clearly they spent like $80 on this, so we can't spend $20. But if it's your guy or your girl, who cares?
Yeah. Yeah, if he wanted that watch and she wanted something clearly cheaper.
Yeah.
Like, it's not wrong. He ain't got to, beat the price that she got him.
Yeah, I got
it. That's a bad sign, man. That's a bad sign.
Yeah.
Someone says they've been dating for less than a year. Trust me, she gonna expect something similar in return. And here's the beautiful part about all this. He got it.
That's what I'm saying.
He got it.
Yeah, he might be cool. It might motivate him a little bit. You like, all right, I'm gonna rent out the whole. What's the name of the where they play Dallas? What's the name of that?
The American Airlines Center.
Yeah, he might say and make it all about you. I'm gonna do all. He might try to outdo it.
You know what's honestly happening here.
What?
And I say this with as much respect as I can muster for an OG in the city. Slim Thug hating. Like, that's all this boiled down to. And you know what? To be fair, I am too. Because I also very much appreciate Megan Thee Stallion and her body of work and her body. And so, like, with that being the case, I get it. You hating. But we could just say that. I think we could be honest.
Yeah, and I think he also, I couldn't play it all in this clip, but he did say he had no issues with all the women. He had to make it clear.
He's got some issues. He's got some issues.
Yeah, $300,000 watch, the AP watch. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So I want to give a special shout out to Glorilla. Speaking of female rappers and speaking of Slim Thug, who actually owns a Checkers out here somewhere.
Wait, we got Checkers out here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a big fan, but that's cool for him.
I'm actually a huge fan. I love some rallies. We used to call them rallies in Cleveland.
That's that Midwest he couldn't wash out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't get down with Checkers yet. But salute to Glorilla. So for those who don't know, before she made it big as a rapper, she used to work at Checkers.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, she actually have her own meal at Checkers right now. And here is the little commercial for it.
Checkers and Rally's $4 unbeatable meal deal is getting glowed up. Glorilla.
Yeah, I rocked the drive-thru back in the day. Let's glow. Guess I still do.
Get fries, drink, and dessert. Just $4.
Watch me cook.
Build your meal deal with our quarter-pound crushing cheese double, spicy chicken, or Glow's new barbecue jack burger. Only at Checkers and Rally's.
This is different.
What was that last part?
This is different. I love the way the Glow talks. That is so aggressively
This
Memphis.
is different.
Can I be honest, though? You know what the part is that jumped out to me? It wasn't the accent. It wasn't the meal itself. What kind of meat is in there for $4?
Well,
in the year of our Lord 2025.
Hey, you asking that at a fast food spot?
No.
Did I mention I'm not a big fan of Checkers?
Hey, fast food spots will run you $15.
Man.
As a grown man, if you want to get full, you spend $15 to $20.
Yeah.
$4?
$4. $4.
Wait, what do it come? Is it a whole meal?
Yeah.
Checkers and Rallies $4 unbeatable meal deal is getting glowed.
Okay. I guess it's a full meal.
Yeah. Not a big fan.
Maybe it's a small meal.
Maybe
I
that's
don't
the
know.
reason why. Maybe you answered the question for me. I do love this, though. That's got to be – I bet you that's one of her prouder things. I used to work at Checkers, man.
Yeah.
Or Rallies.
So I wanted to ask y'all, at a place y'all used to work, what is something that could be named after y'all to kind of put out on display? So the first thing I thought about, I used to work at KFC.
Yeah.
So I was trying to think. I would probably bring back them honey barbecue wings.
Yeah.
And maybe
the
call
figgy
them,
wings?
Yeah, maybe call them the figgy wings. Starbucks, the other place I used to work, Starbucks, probably make some type of figgy drink, refresher drink or something like that.
Like that. I used to work at a drive-through, kind of like a Sonic. It was it had like 2 stores. When I was growing up, it was called the Black Cow. And a Black Cow is a root beer float. But they also had the Purple Cow, which was grape soda with vanilla ice cream. Dude, I must have had 1,000 of those. Like, give me the Purple Cow. The John Lopez Purple Cow, 100%. Now I'm
the OG Purple Cow.
OG Purple Cow. Now,
Sounds good.
Now I'm craving one.
I'll try that for sure.
Yeah.
I used to work at a taco shop in college, and one of the things I did is I always made sure to make a shrimp quesadilla. And I added all the additional fixings and stuff. So it'd probably be like a shrimp quesadilla of some sorts that really was really good.
I'm gonna go home and buy a grape soda and vanilla ice cream.
Gonna make it yourself. Is that place still open?
I think it is. It's been there forever. There's been like 2 of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have all kinds of hamburgers and stuff, but their signature is the floats.
Okay.
Which floats? We need more places that sell floats. Floats are delicious with the vanilla or whatever ice cream.
I'm not a float guy.
Really?
Yeah, man. I'm not a float guy. I don't like root beer.
Yeah. Try the grape. Dude, with vanilla ice cream.
Know. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
That's another thing we can add to the list of things we want to do.
That we will never actually get around to. There you go. That's Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something mixtape worthy, might shout you out. All right, coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron. Let's wrap up training camp next.
Coach D'Amico.
Time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Yeah, been another good day. Just in general, but of course, of Texans training camp here in 2025. Another defensive win. In fact, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think, established what for Lopez was the mantra on the day defensively, which was what?
And that was, what was it called? It was the...
See, I knew he wouldn't remember.
No, I'm trying to remember.
I knew he wouldn't have it.
It was...
He was telling Henry, I say it all the time.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about the T-shirt thing. Oh, no, I thought, what did the T-shirt say?
Collective belief.
Collective belief. I thought that's what you were talking about. Nah, man. What was it? Belt to ass.
There it is. It only took him about 40 seconds.
We got to get him a shirt to say belt to ass.
Belt to ass.
He's going to get in trouble.
Y'all act like I never heard it before. I just thought it was the perfect way to describe it.
I still don't believe you.
It was
the way that you demonstrated right there.
Yeah.
I don't believe that you said it. You've said it before.
And by the way, shout out to our listeners. Sent me a link. ILovePurpleCow.com. There's a place that sells.
Oh,
great
boy. I was like, brother.
Yeah. The purple milkshake.
Sent me a link, and I love Purple Cow, and I was like, I
thought you talk about that link about Dubai.
Yeah, no. Man, they're all over, and I'm gonna take a road trip next time. Go with Clint.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. Next time that he's put in the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, like I said, another good day of practice. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, put out a piece that I thought was kind of interesting in evaluating like the value of players. And I don't think the Texans are anywhere near trying to make any of these moves. In fact, to be fair, I don't think that any of these teams that are in here or would be necessarily immediately or very soon looking to move any of these types of guys, because in football, unless there's like an issue that arises, people don't move on and trade away their best guys.
Mm-hmm.
But Bill Barnwell put together a kind of a tier list when it comes to each team's best players and how many first-round picks they'd be worth.
Oh,
yeah. And I found it to be very interesting. So I kind of wanted to put you guys up to the test here and see which of the Houston Texans you believe would be in these various tiers. You think you game for this?
Yeah, man.
All right. And we can, if you would like to, you can also give your thoughts on these guys in camp just to make it more training camp-wise, which, by the way, quick pause here. Astros up 4-1 right now on the Nationals.
Oh, it was 1-1 a second ago.
Altuve sent one to the Crawford boxes.
I turned my head.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
All right, 3 first-round picks and more.
C.J. Stroud.
Correct. Is there anyone else that you think would fall in this?
No.
You're also correct in that space.
How about that?
I mean, clearly.
Makes sense.
It would require that in order to give up a quarterback of his caliber. We were talking about the top 100. In top 100, I think we've reached, 50, 54? In fact, you know what? I didn't give you your top 100.
You didn't.
Today. So you know what? I have to remedy that. I will do that here shortly. But, I mean, with him being, clearly he's going to be a top 100 player. He might even be a top 50 player. It would require that level for a quarterback of his caliber. Even as we're still seeing the development, we're still seeing to what degree and what the altitude or the entire altitude of his ability is.
Yeah.
Clearly he was going to have to take a number of draft picks in order to get him.
Right.
But today at camp, it feels like, are you okay with him? I know that we were talking about the possibility of him being hurt, as was kind of hypothesized by Clint. I don't know how much I feel that, but you did mention, he a little short-armed at least one of those passes out there.
Yeah, a couple were off target. One was short. I just don't know if it's an injury, because it could be a possibility, but I just think there are other things that are in play. Learning the offense, coming along slowly, maybe taking it easy because he did have that whatever it was with his did they decide it was his shoulder?
What with
C.J. Stroud during minicamp?
I don't even remember.
Whatever it was. So there could be any number of things.
I forgot all of this when I saw him back out there throwing football. I was like, ooh, all right, let's throw this football.
Yeah.
2 first-round picks and more.
I'm going to say...
Are there any Texans in this range?
Will Anderson?
I'm going to say Derek Stingley.
One of you is correct.
Yeah.
Which do you believe it is?
I think I am correct.
I'm a
As often is, Figgy is correct.
Hey!
Will Anderson Jr. is the guy ranked third in pass rusher.
Pass rusher, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah, but
incredible.
cornerback, shutdown cornerback?
Pass rusher's pricey, man.
So is a shutdown quarterback.
Not in the same way. We got the actual numbers this offseason when we talk about the guys at the top of this.
Yeah.
And pass rushers have dominated it. Will Anderson Jr., it would take two first-round picks and more to get him. Again, he feels like that you would never even see that because of how foundational he is, not just as a player, but as like a personality. He's the leader of the defense, and he has been since he got here. And you know what's fun is that Miko's talking about him getting better.
Yeah. And that's something that we're all looking forward to seeing.
You feel like D'Amico actually called the dogs off of Will today?
No, God, no. They were just completely dominating him, start to finish.
Yeah, but Will calling the dogs off still looks like dominant.
Well, that's true, too.
All right.
Yeah.
So we mentioned 2 first-round picks and more. How about just 2 first-round picks in this space?
It's got to be Stingley here.
Okay. You are correct on Stingley. There's also one other player.
There is?
That would get you.
Daniil Hunter.
Nope.
No? Nico
Collins.
Yeah.
Nico Collins and Derek Stingley. You'd need 2 first-round picks by the estimation of Bill Barnwell to get off of.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like, I mean, again, Nico's got to get his love this year, just in a general sense. I know that there's been spaces and pockets that have appreciated Nico Collins. He needs to be appreciated as
up with those other ones that are always mentioned.
Yes, like we need to start talking about him in the ways that
Chase and Jefferson.
At least like it needs to be clear. And then all right, so there's one more tier. Obviously, we talked about 2 first-round picks. How about a singular first-round pick to get this player off the team?
A first-round pick. You got me on this one. I'm gonna just kind of take a stab in the dark and say that's got to be Daniil Hunter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Figgy, do you want to take a guess?
I'm gonna say Daniil Hunter too.
Apparently not Daniil Hunter. I don't know if you could kind of sense a theme. There's also a youth element that comes in here.
Kamari
Lassiter.
Yeah, I was going to say
first-round pick. Man,
I was going to say Kamari.
And I think also some of this is when you have a guy that's young, it's easy for a team, especially with the control that they have in their contract, to also still view them as it's like having a first-round pick that you know is going to deliver. And Kamari Lassiter is going to deliver. What are your expectations for Kamari this year? Because we've talked a lot about Kalen Bullock and the ways in which it's clear that he's taken another step. What have you seen from Kamari? Because, I mean, we were talking about that on that big play that Kalen Bullock ultimately got an interception on. Kamari was staying with Nico as much as I think anybody usually does stay with her.
Right. No, I think the secondary, we've talked about that, but the cornerbacks are going to be, Kamari's going to get a lot of attention because the book is written on Derek Stingley. I think he's going to be outstanding. I think the big breakout star is the one you just mentioned. That at least from what we're seeing so far, and that's Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, so I found that to be interesting, and also no Daniil Hunter, but of course deservedly a Pro Bowler this year, 31 mileage.
Yeah, I think the age that was in play right there.
But I mean, I think it highlights, and I think there's another way that it also highlights this because I think ESPN does their top players under 25, and of course the Texans are very very well represented. As evidence there, it just highlights just how well this foundation is built for the Texans team. And, that's what they're leaping off of here into the 2025 season. From the 713 on the text line, David Johnson for Nico, who says no? I have a feeling
Bill O'Brien texting in on the text line, 713-572-4610.
How you been, Bill? How you been?
Another good day at practice. Of course, thoughts and prayers are with Keontae Hamilton, who was carted off during team work, and so he gave a thumbs up to the crowd. He went. I don't think we've had any follow-up there. But other than that, another defensive day. Offensive line, I think we're starting to watch it. They will have a day off, and then we get back to another day of practice with pads on Friday, which I think offensive line I'm going to be dialed in a little bit more, even more so than I have been.
What if, we mentioned this last week, so I'm not going to pose the question, but just kind of say, I don't think we know a whole lot more about the offensive line than from minicamp, but I think we have the names that are going to be involved at the top of the depth chart, but we don't know how much more, how really good they're going to be by any stretch.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to look at that as we go. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for always giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellas of the drive. Ron, the show, Hughley, what's happening, brother?
What's good, man?
Ooh, what was that?
just got that of the injuries today. No, man, there's a lot to get to in the city. The Astros with the trade deadline, a lot going on there. Like you said, Altuve stepping up with a big bomb. You need your big players to get going right now, and then training camp. It was so hilarious to listen to you, to listen to the both of you, as I could just feel. I couldn't see you. I wasn't on YouTube and Twitch. I wish I was. But I could just feel the face Lopez was making.
You were right.
The way in which Reggie was describing his view of the offense and the defensive day today. And then he handed it over to the veteran, and the veteran just said, my grade's much lower.
And I said a C on the offensive line.
Hey, and I promise you, I'm riding. When you gave your grade of a C, I said, oh, boy, it's got to be lower. It's got to be a D or an F. And then my man Lopez, he didn't even need to give a grade letter because he said it was just an ass whipping. like not, and Clint knows it, not whipping, an ass whipping.
Yes.
Like not ing.
Yeah,
not ing, an ass whipping is what he said.
Dude,
not ing or if. It's a whoop.
Hey, Clint.
Yeah, that's right.
I would have been embarrassed.
Yeah, Clint. All right, so Clint, I was trying to add context to, because again, I think that you would agree. The offense was kind of field today.
Yeah, I think
I was trying to add context saying that does obviously require more from the offense, and so I ultimately gave the offensive line a C for their performance today. And Lopez was like, no, it got to be lower.
Look, you can be generous if you'd like.
Okay, I hear you.
There's just, it is what it is. I mean, I was, because of what I brought to the radio yesterday, I was out there counting reps and paying really close attention to reps. Right, everybody, it's fair. I think it's the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And C.J. Stroud, in 8 reps, there were 6 pass plays called, and there was 3, and if I'm not being generous, 4 sacks/pressures.
Yeah.
And so the rep count was better. Everybody should feel more comfortable. I feel more comfortable about CJ's health and kind of his mentals and that kind of thing. But on the flip side, the pass protection was absolutely brutal for a stretch. And then you look out there and all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, well, boy, it's getting better. Well, yeah, you got 52 and 72 rushing the passer.
Yeah.
I mean, 51, 55, 98, and cats ain't in the game right now. So, it was an interesting day at practice, to say the least, from my perspective as I watch it.
And I think we're all very intrigued with your perspective as you continue to watch it. I'm going to zig a little bit where I think others would zag, because obviously you guys will cover trade deadline as we are nearing that for the Astros. You guys will give even more of your insights from practice. But obviously, we hustle back over here from practice in the midst of the show.
I've always found that interesting, by the way. I mean, is the heat that bad? What the hell are you guys doing? But go ahead. We'll figure it out later.
Until done. Some of my coworkers not really built like that.
Lopez wants to get a little closer to
not
home. I know what's
different.
going on.
I don't know. But we did kind of end
30 years into this thing, man. He needs some rest.
We ended up with a weird hypothetical. If there was a teleportation device, but you were the first one to use it, and you can take that instead of sitting in Houston traffic, would you?
I ain't got no problem using traffic. I enjoy using traffic.
Enjoy?
I'm with you.
Enjoy it.
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard.
Get the hell out of here. It's one thing to say it don't bother me. You enjoy it.
Enjoy it?
Get the hell out of here.
Hey, roll the windows down.
Yeah.
Get you a good smell that secondhand weed. Absolutely. Hey, whatever you're into listening to, whether it be The Drive, whether it be In the Loop on the Odyssey app,
there you go.
Maybe it's The Bull, a little country music.
Maybe it's the big orange wagon for your Astros.
Maybe it's the big orange wagon. Whatever it is you enjoy, roll your windows down, get you a good deep inhale, and turn the radio up a little bit. Everybody needs a little windshield time. Hell, relax.
Yeah, but not in Houston. You
don't enjoy it.
So you would have enjoyed being on the Texans offense today.
Lopez. That was not traffic. That was a collision, my friend. I mean, here's the deal.
It was traffic at first.
I don't know. Yeah, it started out as traffic, right, Ron? I don't know how y'all are wired, but the only time that my wheels quit spinning and I can somewhat relax,
traffic,
is when I know there ain't. Almost cussed, Tyler. You want to hit that dump button. There ain't a damn thing I can do about it.
Yeah.
And when I'm gridlocked in Houston traffic, I can get mad. I can think
I'm
about
like just cheesing real big though. Like, man, I love this.
Windows down, get out of it. Until that jerk leg pulls up next to me with them loud ass pipes, I'm good, man.
Oh boy,
I'm telling you,
I believe you. I just think it's crazy.
I mean, to J-Lo, to be honest with you, 43 years of my life, I didn't even entertain it. Now I've done it for a couple years, so I'm late to the party, and it's new to me. So it's not like I did it every day for 20 years. It's still new, kind of like fatherhood. I love having 2 little girls, and everybody looks at me like, what?
Not when you were 25.
All I know, nothing about.
I was professionally hunting, Ron. I was out there hunting, baby.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I do want to say that if you have to sit in traffic, unfortunately there's no teleportation device, but you got the best damn show in all the afternoon radio in Houston to listen to. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
I'm talking about at the buzzer right there, baby.
0505, baby.
205's the buzzer.
At the buzzer. Yeah, you can't you get past 205, man. At Station
I think things have changed since the last time you got them rules, Ron.
Yeah,
Got to be a little closer than 5 from what I've been told.
I've been told 205 is the ending point. Supposed to be at the top of the hour.
We're counting it, though,
you're going to flirt with it, ain't you?
It's supposed to be from 55 to 05 is where it is. But whatever it is, first off, I just have to step in here on the not only Tyler, did that man say he enjoys the traffic?
Enjoys the hell out of it.
Then he said the next step is to roll the window down in Houston, Texas. That's what he said.
Not 100 degrees outside or anything.
There is a 75% chance you roll them windows down, you're going to get you a good, strong second wind of some of that Mary Jane, baby.
It's also
the damnedest thing I've ever run. I mean, I'm telling you, man, I've lived in some places. I've traveled. I've been around it. I mean, I've been in clubs and bars with it. I like to think I've been around it quite a bit. Other than living in the house with it consistently, I've been around it quite a bit. There ain't nothing like rolling them windows down in traffic in H-Town and getting you a good whiff. It's the damnedest thing I've ever done, and I do it about twice a week.
Man, I ain't rolling my windows down for nothing.
You sissy.
It's hot. It's hot. Yeah. Messing up that good air.
Come on, man. A little heat ain't you trying to get a sweat anyway. Drop a couple LBs, man.
It's hot as hell. By the way, shout out to the Astros as they are looking to take this series. They win last night when Tyler doesn't bet on them, and they are up right now 4-2.
Tyler bet on them today.
Hey, bro, they're winning again today, and they're putting money in my pocket.
Tyler's back on that train today, Ron.
It's just the third inning, so look out. But
doesn't change Altuve over 1.5 bases, mother effer.
Hey, he didn't need that, Ron. That's dirty. He didn't need that,
change
man.
over 3.5, bro. It's already hitting, sucker.
He is absolutely on cloud 9 right now, and you just poked the damn balloon.
Don't
you ain't worth
change the
a damn,
$350
man.
in my pocket on a Wednesday afternoon.
Hell.
Well, you in the green yesterday. That's the question. Was you in the green yesterday?
Damn right I was.
He told me I could bet today. If this score holds up, I can bet. Problem is, there ain't a game.
Yeah. No, yeah.
We are.
So bad. He had a little cash on bases with Jose Altuve. Oh, darn it. Jose Altuve hits a 3-run blast, and then Cam Smith just runs into an out at the plate with a chance to add to this lead. But it is 4-1 in the third inning. I almost cussed right there, and I ain't got a dump button.
Did he get him? Wait a minute. Did he get him?
We'll see.
Did he touch the jersey? I think. Hey, let's earmuff this thing.
Well, we'll look at it.
No.
We'll take a look at it. I think he was out.
We got Dubon in an aggressive batting stance. Clearly, they ain't reviewing that one.
Yeah, they're not reviewing anything.
I mean, the ball hit hard at a third baseman playing in. We return to the bag, don't we?
I don't know, man. Who knows what Cam's doing, man? Gary Pettis is somewhere yelling it. But the Astros.
Pettis said, I'd have had you back. I'd have had you back.
Thought Pettis I felt that windmill.
Gary Pettis said, you wouldn't even have been at third right now. I'd have sent your ass a long time ago. I'd have sent your ass.
Be home with the kids.
I'd sent your ass a long time ago. But no, they lead 4-1 to go ahead and try to take this series. And Ryan Gusto is pitching pretty well. He's giving up 1 run, but pitching pretty well here as the Astros are looking to take this series and kind of get things going again before they head on the road coming up. But there's a lot going on with the Astros, and this is a day that Cheryl and Tyler and we're all hands on deck. We're going to be on it. I'm sure certain listeners will be helping out as well. But it's It's a big day up tomorrow, and we're hearing all kinds of news. Hearing all kinds of news about the Astros and players that they may be connected to. We will get into all of that as we continue. But anytime we hear anything breaking, we will punch the gun in. I just made that phrase up, but we will punch the gun in to let you know what is happening if there is any news with the Astros adding players to their roster.
We're 27 hours. We're 27 hours in, boys. I mean, we are inside 27 hours from the trade deadline. 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Ooh, that's Altuve's number. That could mean something right now.
Well, I didn't. I mean, you are really Altuve horny right now, but I don't blame you. Made you a few bucks.
It's picking up too.
Come on, man.
It's picking up. It's picking up.
Baseball boner.
Yeah, it's picking up. We've heard some guys connected, pitchers with the Astros connected, said it's all but a done deal. So we'll let you know the latest there coming up. But day 7 in camp ahead of an off day as they are in pads. They've been in pads all week. And we talked about it a little bit during the crosstalk, Clint. If yesterday was appearing to be a step forward for the offense in playing better, looking better, getting more things done, it appears today was maybe back to the way it has been. Your assessment of what you saw today, training camp day 7.
Well, Ron, I'll say it several times today. It's a great day for what I mentioned yesterday in terms of C.J. Stroud's reps. I thought he got several reps. He threw the deep ball today. I thought today was much, much better, so everybody relax a little bit on that front. Number 2, on a less positive perspective here, the pass protection was absolutely awful. And for those out there that didn't like our conversation about Will Anderson needing to relax a little bit, back off a little bit, well, I think it's blatantly
ass cry babies.
Fair, very fair, Tyler. Thank you for saying that. I think it's very obvious that 55 and 51 are getting removed from practice, so simply the offense can execute a little something and they have a chance. So,
you were seeing that today. You were seeing that they were taking them out.
No question. I mean, the reality of it is the offense, the protection, the offensive pass protection. Now, again, I don't know what's going on in the run game, but today was a pass-heavy day. C.J. Stroud had 4 reps in the first team period, 4 of 10, by the way, that's 40%. 4 of 10 in the second team period. That's 40%.
Be careful now here, Dirty. You're telling the folks what you saw with your eyeballs, how many reps with Stroud and everything. People are going to get upset. You got to be careful.
There's some sensitive folks out there that like to challenge me. But however, there was 4 reps in 2 different team settings. There were 6 passes called, and I would say, I'm being generous, there was 3 sacks, if not 4 sacks. Definitely pressures in those reps. And so it was a pass-heavy day. I would say a not very good day for the pass protection. Even when they put, again, I keep talking about 52. He's coming now. He's jumping off the field. For me, he's jumping off the field. He even made some nice pass rushes against Ariante Ursary today that were a little suspect. So yeah, it was a rough day for the offense in terms of pass protection, no doubt. The interesting thing is you got a bunch of people watching practice that would say, well, boy, Dalton Schultz caught a good ball today and turned it up the sideline and outran C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which I don't know if he outran him, but was kind of a ha-ha, he-he right there on the sideline. Well, in reality, that was a sack 2 seconds before the ball was thrown. So it's
not 2 seconds.
Well, it's nice. I mean, it's great. I get it. It's fun, but you got some folks that are taking shots out there that at the end of the day, I mean, it was a sack. You can keep the play rolling if you want to for feel-good reasons, but the reality was the pass protection was rough today, brother.
But another quarterback hit. And, yeah, okay, I guess it's just day 3 of camp.
Is that what we're doing now? It's just day 3 of pads? It's the 7th practice. It's the 3rd day of pads.
You're trying to get clicks with this, man.
Yeah. By the way, Davis Mills threw 2 picks as well today in his 8 reps. So it was a rough go for the offense.
I saw somebody, I can't remember who it was, said Graham Mertz is playing well, but too bad there's no chance that he could compete to take the job of Davis Mills, who is locked locked in as.
Yeah, Davis Mills has been really good up to date.
Yeah.
But today was a rough day for Davis Mills. I mean, he threw 2 interceptions in 8 reps. C.J. Stroud got sacked at least 3 times, if not 4 in 8 reps. So, I mean, it was a rough go for the offense there to start out. And then once they got to moving the football a little bit, they had a Team 3 session and a Team 4 session where one of those was a 2-minute drill. It got a tad bit better, but it was still a rough day for the offense. There's no doubt about it, Ron. What we talked about the first week of camp in a sense of this is an offense that's in the infancy stages of installing the terminology and the scheme and everything, and this is a defense that's championship caliber defense. That is a major problem for the Texans, right?
Well, I mean, Jarrett Verse is going to be a major problem for him,
No
though.
question.
Week 1. I mean, that D-line from the Rams
No
is
question.
one of the best D-lines in football. So, I mean, this is going to be something they're going to have to deal with.
Agree, Ron, wholeheartedly. That is why these guys get paid the money they get paid, right? Is exactly what you just said. Is how does D'Amico manage that dynamic during training camp? And then how does Nick Caley handle it when rubber meets the road and you've got to play these guys? Because I think 2 of the first 3 games, you got a pretty serious defensive front coming at you. So, how do you handle it? I think is definitely something to look out for. But right now, when you look at it, it's we've got to get this offense installed, and it looks like D'Amico is leaning towards calling the dogs off a little bit.
Now, it's just that bad. Listen, I think the defense is really, really good, and I think that's what Clint is saying. The combination is a thing that is maybe set up for this, but at some point it does need to even out. But I will say that defense, from videos and things we watch, they look really confident, and I would say I think they would do this to a lot of offenses right now. I think they would probably make a lot of offenses today look bad.
Yeah, look,
their defense.
Ron,
so I do want to say that.
No question, this defense is really, really good. That is the part of the Houston Texans that I don't think we have any. There's no debating. Like the Texans' defense is really good at all 3 levels. The secondary is absolutely eating. They're really good at the number 1 corner, number 2 corner spot. They're really good at the nickel defender spot. They're really good at their top 2 safety spots. In fact, Kalen Bullock has been the brightest player in this camp. The pass rush is absolutely ridiculous. They can play off of each other. They can be multiple. This defense is absolutely ridiculous, no question about it. But as we have these conversations, get your feelings out of this and just have a conversation about what the Texans are doing in training camp. The dynamic is you're trying to install an offense and you've got a championship caliber defense. That is a bad combination, right? Because you got to call the dogs off. Like at any point in time, if D'Amico Ryans wants to boost the confidence of his defense, he unleashes them dogs and they eat. You can't go into every single day of training camp and go, how can we get D'Amico? I mean, how can we get Nico Collins the football, right? How can we get Christian Kirk matched up in the slot against the defender? That's not how you install an offense. Right? So that's the difference is you got a defense at any point in time, if they need confidence, we can turn this thing up a notch and we can eat, and it gets ugly real quick. Offensively, you're methodically trying to install something. You're not trying to get your playmakers the football. Right? I mean, that's the difference, and that's the dynamic that they've got to juggle throughout training camp.
No. Yeah, and they're juggling it, but as we said, it's day 3, and yes, it is early for some. And some of you have expressed I know Clint, you said about 2 weeks is when your concern levels would change. And so it is still early for those who feel that way. Very, very fair to think that. You just hope that it does even out, and they don't have to, as Clint says, it feels like, have to turn to secondary guys out there to try to make them have the ability to try to run something and see some success.
Ronald.
Or to call the dogs off.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We are up against it, though. If you do not, my friend, figure out this mic situation,
what happened?
I'm going to curse.
What is the mic situation?
I think You just get good hitting. I love it.
But we got to figure this out because my eardrums are bleeding.
Well, I don't even know what the hell just happened, but
it's been happening every segment since yesterday.
All right.
I mean, he just said he needs to address this live on air.
Wait, you really don't know?
I really have no idea. No one said anything. I have not said anything.
That makes me at least feel better. Then.
I don't even know what I was saying.
I guess I should have said that. That's on me. That's on me.
Coming up next.
Coming up next, the Astros have a lot going on currently. We'll give you an update on the game, but have a lot going on when it comes to potential trades. We'll let you know the latest on that. As we continue right here on The Drive.
All right, Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Look, we got two things going on right now with Academy Sports and Outdoors. We got an end of summer sale, which is swimwear, sandals, flip-flops, pools, patio sets, bikes, backyard fun, anything to get them kiddos outside, huge discounts. We're talking 40, 50% right there. End of summer sale at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Now, looking forward, we've got the back-to-school sales and deals going on at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Whether you're talking about backpacks and lunch boxes and drinkware that all match, and I get it. I got a 1.5 and a 3.5-year-old. They go to day school, baby. They got to have everything matching. More importantly, it's mama that wants everything matching. But needless to say, you can get that at Academy Sports and Outdoors. How about the shoes that last all day long? Playground, classroom, back home, outside with mom, with the babysitter, whatever it may be, the shoes that are comfortable all day long, all kind of clothes. I'm telling you, Academy Sports one-stop shop for everything into summer sale as well as everything back to school. Stop by your local store today or shopacademy.com and enjoy easy 1-hour in-store pickup. Get your summer wrapped up and your school year started at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Prices that you'll love.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on Payne and and John Harris have you covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610.
Really, really happy.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Altuve's back is Wood. He is looking up. He's watching a 3-run home run. 4-1 Astros. Altuve, number 18 on the year.
And that is the big blow in this game thus far. And that is one of 2 hits for Jose Altuve. So if you put money on total bases for Jose Altuve at 1.5, you got paid, as he has a 3-run homer to go along with another hit. 3 RBIs already. And guess what, fellas? Slides into the leadoff spot. Hey, slides into the leadoff spot today.
That Stroud goat.
As Joe flipped a coin and had Yainer Diaz hitting second.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Yainer Diaz, who can't get in front of Jacob Melton when he comes back in the lineup, but hell, why not? Day game, let's move him up to the 2 spot. But it's working. He's got a hit too, as the Astros, are leading 4-1 over the Nationals, looking to take this series.
Could it be 2 in a row?
It could be, man. They need it. They need it. And not only that, that's just some of the news here. As we'll keep you updated on what's going on out there at the Daikin Park. But the Astros are potentially in some serious trade discussions from things that we're hearing. We already heard the Dylan Cease news yesterday that he is a, quote, priority or a primary target for former general manager Jim Bowden. But he also today then said, fellas, Dylan Cease to the Astros will probably happen. As it was reported that Dana Brown was looking for a bat, specifically left-handed hitter, as well as a level 3 starter, a third starter, very similar to Kikuchi last year.
Who?
And Kikuchi. You say Kikuchi.
Kikuchi control.
You say Kikuchi, I say Kikuchi.
Well, this time it may be Cease saying Kikuchi, because it could be Dylan Cease coming to the Astros, and according to Jim Bowden, that will happen. But that's one piece of it. The other piece is, apparently, according to our guy, he had it first. Hotel Bobby, 2 Chainz Bobby Nightingale, said that the Houston Astros are mulling over a reunion with Carlos Correa.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm talking about.
How about that? Comments. I think we are clearly seeing potentially, fellas, there is something serious with the Paredes injury that they're in discussion with. Not only Carlos Correa, they've been linked to Nolan Arenado, Suarez, who has been the top pick, free agent, or not free agent, but trade candidate from Arizona. Those are all third basemen, potential third basemen. Now, Carlos Correa would be open to waiving his no-trade clause for the Astros. It's the only team that he would be open to doing so, with the understanding that Jeremy Pena is the shortstop and he would move to third base.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
Yeah, I like that, Tyler. Turn me on a bit, Tyler.
What's the feel about Correa coming back and being the third baseman here?
Well, I can tell you, I don't know about outside this studio right here, but me and Tyler are I think we're on the same page here. Absolutely love it. It would be absolute, especially go to third base. You got that gun at third base, that defense at third base. You add a bat that is the meat of this lineup, a guy that we know brings a level of leadership and a standard to his game, much less the game with the Astros. I absolutely love bringing the thought of bringing Los back to this squad, especially given that if it does happen, Minnesota's going to have to bite off a huge chunk of that that contract that they doled out a couple years back. So you get him at a discounted rate. I don't know if it's going to come at the Verlander discount that we got a couple of years ago, which I don't know how much of a discount it was after he messed the bed a bit. But there's going to be some level of discount there for Correa. So, yeah, I'm all about it, man. I am all about it.
2 words for you, Ron, about these rumors, about a possible Los Correa return to the Houston Astros over there at Daikin. Baseball budge.
I'm sure it is.
6 to noon. 6
that's
to 12.
But that's my thing, and that's the only other part to it. They obviously need help, and while you have that boner doing whatever it's doing, they obviously need help.
Up.
And clearly, fellas, the Paredes thing is more serious to where that you don't go and look at and make a move like this potentially, and expect to have who is supposed to be your current and future third baseman, who was an all-star, to be ready to come back. So it's serious there. But Cheryl or Tyler, if you could, back to what Clint said, what is left on his contract, and how many years of control would the Astros have? Because you have Pena, who you're trying to get an extension with, but you do have him long-term, and you have Paredes, who you have long-term. And it's like you throw him in the mix, where does he play?
There's 3.5, Ron, there's 3.5 years left on the contract. There's big monies left on the contract. If you look at Spotrac or Spot Rack, however you couch it, that it even the dollars, the even push into years beyond 2028. And so I don't know exactly what that's but the point here is Minnesota would have to bite off a huge chunk of that. So you're going to get the player at a discounted rate, I would think, at a significantly discounted rate, I would think. And then you look at it in a sense of, remember the conversations that we were having if Alex Bregman were to come back and where that would leave Isaac Paredes and what he could play, second base, and that whole deal. Well, look, I look up, and if you go Christian Walker at first, Paredes at second, assuming he gets healthy, best case scenario, Pena at short, Correa at third, you've got a nasty infield right there, assuming Paredes can play second, and that wasn't just Bregman reaction going on right there. So I love it, man. Hell, I love it for now. I love it long term. I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's the part. The long term thing is that way, because Paredes was playing a Gold Glove caliber third base.
No question.
And I don't know what he looks like there. And the whole reason to move Altuve out of second base was because defensively you didn't have a good spot at second base, and you had Bryce Matthews, who's your number one prospect, who plays second base, that you've brought up. And is that the future, or is like? So to me, it's an interesting thought that you have, as you said, 3 years of control. Now, they need help, and maybe you just figure out what the hell happens after that. I don't know. Maybe Paredes can play in the outfield. I don't know. But maybe you figure out what happens after that, maybe down the line. But as of now, they could use him, even though he's not having a great year. Someone said he's not even been that good. His slash line, Correa, that is, 265, 317 on base, 384, 7 homers, 31 RBIs. But he has that weird knack of when the games matter that he takes his game way up.
Let's be honest. We're looking at Zach Short. We're looking at what's the other fellow's name that made three errors at third base last year?
Shea.
We just can't. Well, Shea. What's his last name?
Whitcomb. I believe it was 4.
I mean, yeah, right.
The nightmare at third continues for Shea.
I mean, let's be honest to what we're looking at here, y'all. Half of our lineup for a good chunk, if not more of the season has been guys that have been in Sugar Land or Corpus Christi level players. And so, I mean, I don't, no disrespect to those guys, but we're talking about Carlos Correa here. I mean, you're talking about adding a difference maker to the lineup. You're talking about adding an elite defensive player in Major League Baseball. You're talking about adding a leader to the clubhouse that's familiar, that's been here before with every aspect of the organization. Like, I mean, I'm not too worried about a slash line at this point in time. I'm all right with that.
You heard that. You heard the slash line. You remember him in his time here in Houston. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Are you in favor and a fan of Carlos Correa returning, them doing what they would have to do, prospects giving up to bring Carlos Correa with 3 more years remaining on his deal? Are you in favor of that, yes or no? We'll look at some of your responses on the other side. And I know Clint won't love this. Something that I saw said on the practice field today for the Texans, and the upside of the ball needs to find, and I don't know if they found it yet. We'll discuss that next.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
Welcome home.
What excites Coach D'Amico the most about Nick Caley's new look offense?
It's being tailored toward the Houston Texans and the guys that we have on our roster. It's not just
Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros at the end of 5 continue to lead 4-1 at home against the Nationals. Ryan Gusto, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, 1 walk. So he is pitching pretty well. We'll see if he comes back out. He's at 86 pitches already. So good start right now for Ryan Gusto. Exactly what they need out of him. And if you missed it, the big blow in this game from the Hall of Famer to be Jose Altuve.
Really happy.
He was. It's a 3-run bomb as they lead 4-1 there. We'll keep you abreast and all of those other things as this thing continues. I said it on the other side, and I see some people texting in on YouTube and Twitch. Would you be in favor of everything that it would take to get Carlos Correa and everything when you get him back and all of that? Would you be in favor of him coming back in the Astros trading for him? And some of the text line, could Carlos Correa play second, but just get him and figure it out later?
What?
Maybe you trade Pena down the line if he wants too much money for the Stros. All right, that's aggressive.
Don't put Correa's cannon at second.
Correa is very clutch, gold glove, strong arm, hit 270. I'll take it in a heartbeat. Someone else texted in, I do like this. Could you imagine the spark in the clubhouse he would bring if he arrived? So
that story would light a fire in this city, man.
Also, Champ Slice on YouTube and Twitch. As fun as it would be to see Correa back, I think I would rather pass. Dude is locked in for 3 years. I'd rather take that money and pay Fromber. To be honest, take that money and pay Fromber, Hunter, Pena, not Correa. I think to that part, Champ, that's where Clint is saying that he believes if they were to make a deal like that, that the Twins would have to come up with some of that. Would have to do something to help.
Yeah, look, everything I've read, you're talking about the Twins picking up a big chunk of it, and so if you can get this level player at a discounted rate, and a player that, by the way, you are extremely familiar with, where look, if at any point in time, spot is no, thank you, I don't want any because of this, or that, then I totally understand. But my understanding is Carlos Correa would be welcomed with open arms in a big way. And
absolutely.
Look, to add a little context to what you just said. Callis and Blum both in the booth with Dana Brown 2 games ago literally said and asked him the question. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but asked him the question of, the moves that could be made being a shot in the arm and motivating his team, and he said absolutely it would be huge. And that was without Carlos Correa even being mentioned. Now, maybe they knew behind the scenes that Carlos Correa was being discussed, but this is precisely, to me, what they were referring to. Is that this is a move that not only is bringing in a really good bat and a really good defensive player, but a guy that moves the needle in the clubhouse as well. For what it's worth, there's a lot of change in Houston, and Jose Altuve is not it can't be the only guy carrying the torch of this chemistry, this amazing clubhouse and this standard that's set in Houston. I mean, maybe he can, maybe he can't, but it would never hurt to bring in a Carlos Correa that knows what it's all about and could help that as well.
Yeah, someone texted in they miss his leadership as well, Ray. Tyler with a good nugget in my ear to keep an eye on. The Twins did not have him in the lineup today. So that is a good sign.
Well, Miller was just on the phone in the dugout, too, up here in the game.
Yeah, might be. Hey, man, when you come out, though, when you come out and make it clear, I will put my no-trade clause down. When you make that clear to the place that you want to go to, some stuff is shaking. So
I'll waive a no trade clause to go back to Houston. It's the grass ain't always greener. Not that Correa wasn't forced into that, but he got his opportunity to make big bucks. He made big bucks. It hadn't worked out the way that he was. Come back on home, and let's see if we can't make another run for 2 or 3 years here, Los. That gets me good and stoked up, baby. Los, you kidding me?
That would be some juice, and to figure things out later. All right, Clint.
By the way, Ron, real quick, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I mean, this whole Dylan Cease to the Astros thing will probably happen, by the way. We've kind of overshadowed because of Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's big, bro. That's not just, hey, he's on the radar. I mean, you got folks out there that are talking about, well, it'll probably happen. That's big as well.
Yeah, no, listen, the medical staff for the Texans, for the Astros, as you would say, leave a lot to be desired. But the pitching staff and what they're able to do to get the best out of pitchers, that is very, very real. And yes, Dylan Cease's numbers, as we said yesterday, are not great, but very similar to Yusei Kikuchi.
Who?
Yusei Kikuchi. Once he season forward, and it was a thought of, man, do the Astros really need to bring him back? So you can see that this pitching staff, the staff has a clear track record to improve guys once they get their hands on them. So that's the other part with Dylan Cease. When you look at his numbers right now, it doesn't look like what you would want to bring in. But you put him here with these guys, they seem to get the best out of guys. I mean, good Lord, what they're doing with Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon and some of these guys, it just kind of shows it.
Well, they either get the best out of them or they break them smooth down, one of the two. So either way it goes, I'll roll the dice.
Or there's Blair Hindley. But
I don't think
the Blair Pitch Project.
Is Dylan Cease a local guy? Can his grandma sit in the stands? Is he too much of a veteran for grandma to be sitting in the stands randomly? It's only if he's a local
I don't think so. I don't think he's local. He's got a hell of a stash, though. Hopefully we get a chance to see it. But listen, man, this was out at camp and reported, Clint, and I just want to know, did anybody else respond to this? Because it just feels like they have a lot of this on one side of the ball, but not much of this on the other side. And when you hear D'Amico talking about we want to be physical and all of this stuff, you really feel it from that defensive side of the ball. But the other side, you wonder. Today, this coming from DJ Bieniemy, today the Texans defense is dominating the Texans offense. After cornerback Tremont Smith broke up a pass from Davis Mills, DJ Gardner-Johnson shouted, "We own their ass," and said it's belt to ass while swinging an imaginary belt while pointing to a Texans camera. Wow, dude. And I'm just wondering, did anybody on the offensive side, now I know you get your ass kicked, but still, did anybody on the offensive side buck up to that? Or did they just walk around there and just accept it?
Not a damn soul. I watched C.J. Gardner. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he busted up. Actually didn't bust it up. Brevin Jordan caught it, and he hit him up under the chin and pushed him out of bounds and did his little belt-to-ass dance. And Jordan got up and tapped him on the helmet.
Talk crap.
And then at one point, Ron, I see a pass breakup down the opposite sideline in front of all the stands, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock are both belt-to-ass dancing on them at the same time, and they just kind of eased on. Actually, it was Dalton Schultz kind of just eased on back to the huddle. So, there's not a lot going on the offensive side of the football that puts him in a position to buck back at all, to be honest with you.
I understand that, but there are – I think as you talked about, there's a clear separation of – I don't care what you want to call it. Some people call it dog. Some people call it aggressiveness. Some people call it just whatever. But even if you are getting your ass kicked, I just know, and you know, there are some offensive teams or some defensive temes in football that like enough's enough on the belt to ass stuff. Enough's enough. Something's gonna happen. We're not just gonna sit here and tap people on the helmets and just, even if you are kicking our asses, you ain't gonna be up here belt to ass dancing.
Ron, look, a week into this thing, like today is the day for me, and again, for everybody out there that likes to get real sensitive, I've seen all but one practice, which I think it's 6 of 7 practices over 8 days, I think is where we're at right now. this is the first day. There's been a little jawing, there's been a little dancing, there's been a little smack talking. This is the first day. C.J. Gardner-Johnson 2 or 3 times was belt to ass dancing, like well after the play. And I got to believe that at some point, within a week, if things don't kind of change and the offense start getting the betterment of the defense, I got to believe that there's going to be a little buck back, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson may cause a little bit of a stir in practice, which I would love to see if I'm being honest.
But because Clint, maybe I'm wrong here, but I just believe, let's say the offense is having a day. Let's say they come in Friday and they're having a day, and Nico and Christian Kirk start doing belt-to-ass dancing on it. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the rest of them boys back there, Kamari Lassiter ain't going to be tapping them on the helmet and high-fiving them. Like, even if they get their ass beat, they're going to do something. I would imagine they're just not going to sit there and just accept, like, all right, man, you getting me, but you ain't going to embarrass me out here.
Well, who's he going to be? And that's, I mean,
I don't know.
That's the question, right? Is Dalton Schultz is not always one to necessarily buck back. I think Cade Stover may get ate up. He may get fed up with it a little bit and buck back. Brevin Jordan got up and tapped a helmet today, so I don't know how much of that he's got in him. This is where we get to, Ron, again, this is where we get to that friendly brother, stroke everybody, everything's positive approach. Look, defensively, you get to, within the game and within the rules, you get to be physical, dominate, and embarrass folks. Like, offensively, you got to take a little bit of the brunt from time to time, right? You got to receive a little bit. Every now and then, you're going to have to initiate the blowback.
Yeah.
Who's going to do that on this offense?
I was going to say.
Who's going to do it?
I'm just saying, let Darren Woodson just keep going belt to asses over there, and let's see how long Emmett just keeps rolling over there. Let's see how long Larry Allen sits over there and just, rest in peace, just sits in there and, all right, man, y'all just have the asses and high five you. Or here, Andre Johnson, he would at some point have lost it.
Andre Johnson, Wade Smith. I mean, all these cats at some point are going to be like, hey, man, enough's enough. That's a good point, man. You make a great point in a sense of just big picture looking at this training camp. And given the dynamic, I'm not saying that one group is behind schedule and is better than the – forget all that. Like, just the dynamic that is the Houston Texans practice, Ron, at some point somebody on the offensive side of the football has to get so frustrated they throw a punch.
Well, it's been a clear separation. We've been talking about that. And I do think Joe Mixon probably, if he was out there, wouldn't have just sat there and tweeted out to you, Champ Slice. Joe Mixon might have lost his mind a little bit, but you've been talking about it. We've talked about it. Like there are dogs on this team, however you want to put it, that are about it. But there is a clear separation on where most of those guys are, if not all of them.
They reside on the defensive side of the football, is what you're saying.
Yes, it seems like that.
Fair. No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, it seems like that. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on what the Astros are doing as they try to win this series with the Nationals. And C.J. Stroud. Clint, our quarterback's been watching C.J. Stroud. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw from him today, a little evaluation on 7. That's coming up next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast some exclusive insight into the Christian Harris situation.
The way the rules work with NFI, PUP, if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists.
sports station. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Shout out to old Big Cooper Hummel in the building as he goes deep and adds to the Astros lead. 6-1 now, the Astros lead here in the bottom of the sixth, and they still have runners on to add to this lead as they are looking to take care of business with the Washington Nationals. Coming off of that 5-game losing streak, they are looking to add on here and take this series after dropping the first game. So that is the latest there with the Astros as they lead 6-1 there in the bottom of the sixth at home at the Daikin Park. All right, Clint, you're out there today. Yesterday, I know you kind of made a little buzz. I heard the fellas on In the Loop talking about it. Obviously, we talked about it yesterday about C.J. Stroud, and the big point for you was just his overall reps and how much action and work he's getting, which is a little abnormal for how much a starting quarterback, especially installing a new offense, gets. What about today? A bit of a day for, I know, the offense, but overall for CJ, what would be your evaluation from what you saw from the quarterback today?
Well, look, I mean, when you're talking quarterback play, I think there's a lot going on around the quarterback. So to be fair, it was ugly around the quarterback. But I think as we look at just the quarterback play, I will say in response to my report yesterday about C.J. Stroud and appearing to be, I couldn't put my finger on it, but something being off, the rep count today was, I would say, still left a lot to be desired, but a little bit more even. That we did see a deep ball as well, so I don't think there's any reason to be concerned based on what we saw today from a rep count and again, we finally saw a deep ball thrown. So that was good. Davis Mills was not good. He threw 2 interceptions in 8 reps in a team period, and then he came back and had some later team periods, but in those first 8 it was really ugly. So the quarterback play overall I don't think was real impressive today, but there were some things I think that we can look into based on past conversations and see a little bit of a silver lining. But today, look, overall I think was not good. C.J. Stroud, in a team period, in 2 different team periods, there was 8 total reps in 2 team periods. 6 passes were called, and I think there was probably 3 or 4 sacks involved there. And so that was ugly. And then, as I mentioned, the 2. If we're just looking at quarterback play, it was the pieces around it weren't real pretty today, and the overall quarterback play I think was probably a little bit suspect.
And it sounds like what you're saying, Clint, is a lot of what he dealt with last year. And that's early in camp, clearly, but as you said, it wasn't great around him. It wasn't pretty around him. The pass protection broke down a lot that had him on the move. And this feels like, Clint, potentially, especially depending on what their run game looks like, which we really don't know yet, that this is going to be a lot of life, where he is a lot of life for him this year, that he is going to be under pressure, and having to make throws in tight windows and get the ball out early, and teams are probably going to play tighter. This hopefully not, but this feels like this may be a lot of what the passing game looks like for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, you hope, because I've said this a million times. I mean, once you start game planning for defenses, then you hope there's some creative screens, there's some creative quicks. Sure, there's shots and there's aggressive throws down the field, but really, to me, where offensive coordinators make their money and they make their hay and they really kind of separate themselves is, can you create opportunities behind the line of scrimmage, or can you create opportunities within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage?
Yeah,
I think we'll find right now everything is pretty vanilla. I go back to, it's so hard to install an offense. It's so hard. Like you asked me about C.J. Stroud, Ron. I saw in the first 2 team periods, I saw C.J. Stroud take 8 reps. 6 of them were passes. 3 or 4 of them he was pressured. What does that leave? Like, how do you evaluate that? You know what I mean? Like, we can look and say, well, there was a good throw to Dalton Schultz. Yeah, but he would have been sacked, 2 seconds before he threw the ball to Dalton Schultz. So that's all great. Hell, I know C.J. Stroud can throw the ball on the run. But when you look, you got 8 reps, and there was 20 total reps in those 2 team periods. C.J. Stroud got 8 of them, 6 passes, 3 to 4 pressures, 2 runs. I mean, you're left trying to evaluate and having a good, clean install rep with 2 or 3. So, that's where we're at right now with the quarterback play and with C.J. Stroud. You're spot on, though. I mean, it's one of those that it's with C.J., he ends up doing the best he can, and he ends up doing a lot of what he did last year during games in camp. But how do you navigate that as an install versus during the regular season? We'll see.
Well, it is really interesting the last 2 days, right? The last 2 days, and again, this offensive line and pass protection, the hope is will grow and will improve and get better, and maybe not have bearing down their throats every game like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and the gang. But it is interesting. Yesterday they had some success. It was probably the best day for the offense, and a lot of it was around short passes, 3-step drops, timing, getting it out quick. And then today it seems as if they tried to push the ball down the field a little bit more. They tried to go more than just getting it out immediately or quick stuff. And what happened today was belts to asses, as they were saying on that defense. And it does wonder, is that how this team is going to have to run offense in the passing game? Again, we don't know what the run game looks like, and play action could be big off of that. But is this team, in order to throw the football effectively, have to be a team that has to rely on the quick passing game and not downfield stuff because they can't hold up in pass protection?
Look, I think there's going to be, let's just say this O-line is mediocre, right? There's going to be half the season, so you're looking at 8 or 9 games where you can do whatever the hell you want to do. The reality of it is with this Texans offense and with Nick Caley, and the bar is set at 10 wins, second round of the playoffs, so it's going to come down to what do you do against the better defenses in the league when Nico Collins won, Christian Kirk can immediately win versus man? How does the play caller make a difference there and create an opportunity there, right? I mean, that's really what this team, I would say, the standard, what the expectations are for this team. Right now, we're talking about installing an offense and kind of what are we going to look like, the base, and who's going to be the answer, and how you're going to run the football, and what's the base pass game going to look like, and are you going to be able to pass protect? In reality, the expectations are going to be versus those better teams creating opportunities. So we're nowhere close to that yet, but with what we're seeing in camp, it's about can Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, can they have enough success in the midst of trying to install some stuff in the frustration, and can they have enough success to keep the dauber up, if you will, to keep the confidence up, if you will?
Let me ask you this, because you've said this a couple of times, and I think there's some people who also are wondering what the difference is. You've spoken a lot about, all right, they're not game planning. In specific to what we are watching them struggle with in training camp right now, a lot of it is protection, especially today and most of the days. How much would you say game plan for a specific defense can change and help what they're struggling with right now?
Well, I'll say this. I don't know Cam Robinson and Ariante Ursery or Blake Fisher. I don't know what level they're going to be able to play at come season time. I have no idea, right? But I'll say this, that a lot of what I'm seeing, this is a positive, right? For all the fans out there, this is a positive. What I'm seeing from a distance at practice, I'm seeing the pocket collapse from the tackle position. I'm not seeing a ton of penetration from the inside, a ton of swing and miss from the inside like we saw last year. I'm seeing the quarterback getting at his depth and the tackles, boom, meeting at the quarterback, right? So I'm seeing tackle struggle, which is to me, I'm okay with. If I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm watching, I'm going, okay, Nick Caley, fix it. Right? If you're sitting back there and you're D'Amico Ryans and you're watching your guards get their ass kicked and your tackles can't figure it out and they can't handle a TE twist, then you're like, well, I don't know exactly what to do here. I don't know do I want to talk to the O-line coach? Do I want to talk to the offensive coordinator? Do I want to talk to the tight ends coach? Do I want to talk to the running backs coach? What I'm seeing right now is tackles kind of collapsing and tackles being overwhelmed, right? And with that being the case, it's like, okay, Nick Caley, get your tight ends, get your running backs involved. Let's chip this thing. Let's keep them off balance. Let's do some things to slow down this pass rush. I think that is the answer of what I'm seeing right now, which you're not going to – obviously, the Texans aren't going to do that in training camp. They're not going to game plan the Texans' defense. But to me, I would say on the confidence side of it, because I do think it's more of your normal NFL problems dealing with edge pressure than it is – boy, this protection just stinks.
Yeah. I think that's. I just wanted you to explain kind of that point of why you've kind of harping to they're not game planning yet for people to kind of get that understanding of how different that would look.
Well, you're looking at, Ron, we're looking at a defense here where you don't come into a game against this defense and openly, let's say you don't come into this game against the Texans, offenses aren't going to come in and go, hey, man, we're just going to impose our will on this defense.
Yeah.
They may in the run game. They may just say we're going to run this thing between the tackles downhill and we're going to dictate to them the tempo of this game. But when you game plan for the Texans, you're game planning, you're going, okay, how are we going to handle these two ends? All right, we got to always know where Derek Stingley is. All right, now we got to always know where Kalen Bullock is, right? So this is one of those top-tier defenses where the preparation for said defense is a little bit different than just we're going to come in and, we're going to do what we do. So I just don't think that the Texans again, they're trying to install. They're not trying to game plan, which is a problem in itself.
Yeah. No. So yeah, we'll see, man. CJ had a tough day along with the offense, and they get a day off, and hopefully we start to see some more movement and improvement. By the way, Jaden Higgins, obviously he was the top pick for the Texans in this year's draft. We hear a lot about Jalen Noel, his teammate, not just his teammate with the Texans, but his teammate at Iowa State. We've heard a lot about him, and you've talked about it yourself. The ball seems to find him. He has jumped out. I've heard Brandon Scott talk about he's jumped off the field with they're not in pads and when they are in pads in every way. Not hearing as much about Jaden Higgins. What's your thought and what you're seeing from a guy that I think they really expect big things from this year?
Well, I've said it before. I think Jaden Higgins is a guy that a year from now could be a monster big play guy for the Texans. I don't think he's a guy that's going to be a volume catch guy, right? I mean, I don't see how he fits in this offense of a guy that's going to have, 60, 70, 80 catches. I mean, he is if they overplay the run game, if they overplay Nico Collins, let's throw a 50-50 ball and see if we can take advantage and really swing field position. He's not a guy to me, Ron, that's going to go out there and he's going to be first in a bunch of progressions, run these whip routes and these stutter routes and these underneath routes that are more of your ball control type routes that I think this offense is going to consist of, right? I just think he's more of a young potential big play guy than he is Yeah. And the problem is if there were no Nico Collins, then you could expect more from him. But the reality of it is you've got an outside receiver that's going to be a go-to guy, right, in Nico Collins. And then you've got Christian Kirk and even Noel and even Tank Dell when he comes back. They're going to be more of your underneath settling zones, types of guys that are going to be high volume. I think somebody in that group, if all together, if not just one of them, is going to be your higher volume, 100 catch guy in this system. I don't know where Higgins fits in that mix more so than just a threat down the sideline from time.
Yeah, I was going to say potential, fade, back shoulder throws. Yes. We've seen
red
that
zone,
a lot.
Red zone specific.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Now, he's a big target over the middle. There's no doubt about it. They like him on them in-cutting routes, and he's a big target. But, again, you've got that in Nico, and you're going to be run heavy, and you're going to be ball control. And so how do you fit in that mid-range to deep pass threat in Higgins? How do you fit that in to make a huge difference this year? I don't see it being a big plus early on. Maybe late, but not early on.
All right. It is Wednesday, so that means we do a little stock up, stock down. And, yes, we are knee-deep in training camp. Stock up, stock down, training camp edition. You can text in on YouTube and Twitch or 713-572-4610. Text in your stock up, stock down right now. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right. I don't know about that stock down stuff, but I know stock up. That's them cold Coors Light, baby. When you go to your favorite watering hole, or you go to dinner, or maybe you go to a ball game somewhere, look around, man. There's a lot of folks that
Payne and Pendergast direct from the practice field every morning. Exclusive player interviews and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's your eyes and ears on everything at the Greenbrier. Right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
All right, let's get it in. A little stock up, stock down. I'm seeing already from the text line, stock down, this damn heat. Is someone text in? Yeah, I can hear you on that one. But we are sticking to training camp. It is training camp, 7 days, 7 practices in the book, stock up, stock down. And as Tyler would do, let's start with the kick in the nuts. How about it, Clint? You're stock down when it comes to Texans training
down in Texans training camp thus far. Ron, it's hard to go anywhere other than the offensive line, and I'm going to go with one that may be a little trivial to folks. I'm going to go with Cam Robinson. At what is it, $14 million a year here?
Yep.
I expected Cam Robinson to be treated along the same lines of Laken Tomlinson and Titus Howard at the guard position, and maybe he is. Maybe I'm overvaluing the rotation that we're seeing. But I thought he was a plug-and-play left tackle, no doubt about it. And I've heard a lot of conversations over the last couple of weeks about, hey, what does this look like? Is it Blake Fisher at right tackle? Is it Cam Robinson at left tackle? Ariante Ursary can do both. Is he a swing tackle? Where's he going to play? I'll go with Cam Robinson on the offensive side of the ball in a sense of I just expected to have 3 offensive line spots.
Yeah,
just chalked up. Ron, this is the way it is, and I'm not real sure that is the case. It may be I may just be responding to this heavy rotation that is just how Nick Caley and DeMeco Ryans want to do things, which I hope that's the case. But it's been interesting kind of how that left tackle position has been handled since Laramie Tunsil has left.
Yeah, Champ Slice ducking in with the same thing. He says, can we do stock down on Blake Fisher where he was supposed to be projected? I would say the stock down is for Blake Fisher. It seemed like he was in the mix coming in, and not just in the mix. Now he doesn't get first-team reps at all, and hell, he's out here getting yanked after he has a false start. Yeah. So, no, I think the stock is down on Blake Fisher. I think that's a good
look. I mean, we're going. I mean, I went Cam Robinson. You're going. I'm assuming Blake Fisher. I mean, you're going tackles, and I think when you look at this thing, it seems like the struggles, as I said earlier, and this is really a positive observation, but I mean, some may take it negative. It seems like the struggles in the protection category for the Texans, as far as what I've seen, are coming from the tackle position. Right? And it's coming from the pocket collapsing from the outside in. And so no surprise Cam Robinson and Blake Fisher are on the radar of this stock down thing we got going on.
Yeah, Blake. I'll let Champ have Blake Fisher. I'm gonna go stock down Dameon Pierce. I am very.
That's easy.
I don't know what the injury is. Do we even know? I don't know what the injury is. As you said, he may be working on stuff. He's not even getting, mental reps because I don't think he's been out there. And there's an opportunity of something. Joe Mixon's going to be out for all of training camp, and it really seems like, let's just be honest, now that we have all of everything we can see right now, season ended year one. I mean, it's been not just a disappointment, but a grave disappointment. I know some of it is injury stuff, but it is bad.
Yep.
And you said it yesterday when we did Real or Fake. I cannot believe he has not practiced, not one time, or even been seen out there one time. Obviously, we don't know the extent of what it is, but his stock is way down.
I like it, man. I mean, I think there's several guys in a sense of that backup role that you expected to take that next step. Dameon Pierce. I think you can throw John Mechie in there. There's guys that boy you just expected to be available, and so we could at least see if they were able to take the next step, and they haven't either they hadn't rose to the occasion or they haven't even been present. So yeah, I'm with you on that. The stock is definitely down on DP.
All right, I'll go stock up. My stock up here, Clint, as we do stock up training camp edition. You can text in your stock ups and stock downs. Clint, mine is Christian Kirk. The way that it looks like this team is going to run offense and the successful way they're going to run offense, man, he's going to catch a lot of balls if he stays healthy. He is going to be a guy in the middle of the field that is a first read, second read, safety valve. I mean, he may have 90 catches or more with how quickly they're getting the ball out to him. Offense getting the ball. And he's a good player when healthy. Was good in Jacksonville in this role when he was healthy, and I think it can continue to be good as well here. So my stock up is with Christian Kirk.
I like Christian Kirk. My stock up is this is a tough one for me. I think the obvious one is Kalen Bullock this far in camp. We've talked about that multiple times, so I won't take the low-hanging fruit there. Yeah. I'm going to go to the tight end position, Ron, and I really want to go with Cade Stover because he has been a real not surprise, but it's been fun to watch him kind of develop here. But I'm going to go with Brevin Jordan. We've known the kind of athlete that he is, the explosive athlete that he is. But I'm going to be honest with you. I've watched a couple of reps, and it hadn't happened a lot, but I've watched a couple of reps where Brevin Jordan is not afraid to stick his head in there. Brevin Jordan isn't afraid to get physical and give everything he's got to pass protect on the end or kick an end out in a run scheme. And then you add to that him going to the podium a couple of days ago and talking about, that's our job is to be able to pass protect against the defensive end, to be able to get to the second level and block a linebacker. Like the fact that I've seen him do it a couple of times and then he was willing to talk about it in his presser, I got to go my stock up with Brevin Jordan, man. I'm excited about what this kid brings to the offense.
And I can't remember. I think it was Lopez. It might have been Vandermeer, but I believe it was Lopez to the physical point. It looks like he's gotten bigger. Just by walking past him and seeing him, he looks like he has gotten bigger as well. So
right.
that is a help.
It's a small sample size, and it's just flashes here and there. But whether it's me watching practice and seeing him being willing to buck Will Anderson or be willing to buck a defensive end or whoever it is in the whether it's a pass protection game or kicking out in the run game. And then I'm gonna tell you where else he's jumped is we've always known he's a great athlete, but today he catches a ball over across the field from us, and in practice you could just kind of coast out of bounds if you wanted to, especially if you're more of a finesse player that plays with speed kind of deal. But he delivered a blow before he went out of bounds. There's a willingness to be physical there with Brevin Jordan that I just don't remember in the past.
Yeah.
And so that stock up, I think, is real with him.
All right, we'll get you caught up on what the Astros are doing as they are opening things up on the Nationals. We'll get you updated on that. And maybe the most important thing, they won last night, and they're looking to win 2 in a row, but the most important thing we'll let you know about. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're not saying that
Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. In the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here's Yainer Diaz. Yainer drives one high. He drives one deep. Forget about it. 3-run home run. Yainer Diaz. The Astros separating this game. It's 9-1.
Yainer trying to tap that train with that Yainer bomb.
What was that? Whoa.
Trying to tap that damn train, baby.
Trying to tap that what?
Trying to tap that train is what old Jeff Blum said. And he damn near did. Man, he damn near hit that thing to Frank's Pizza.
He ended up on them tracks, baby.
Yeah, he drilled that bad boy. And that's one of 3 homers today. Altuve led it off with his 18th. He went deep for a 3-run shot. And they've all had runners on. 3-run shot from Altuve, 2-run shot from Cooper Hummel. And then that one you just heard there, Yainer drives on in front of him for a 2-run homer, and now it is 9-1. 9-1 in the 9th inning, and they are 2 outs away from getting a win today and a series win over the Washington Nationals before they head out and take a look at the Boston Red Sox this weekend. But exactly what they needed after losing game 1 of this series. They go ahead and looks like they will take this series. We'll keep you updated and abreast and have you ready when the Astros win this sucker, and they're leading 9-1 right now in the 9th inning. They won yesterday, Clint. That is absolutely the case. I also believe, Clint, the biggest thing we saw yesterday, and obviously we'll see what happens with the trade deadline because Dana Brown is clearly on the phone getting after it. And we should probably be hearing some news here in the next 27 hours. But the most important thing I think we saw last night, Clint, was what happened with Sugar Land. And that is Jeremy Pena. He went 0 for 2, but he scored 2 runs. He got hit by a pitch, had a walk, and was moving around and rolling around and looking like he's ready. Clint, to me, 0 for 2. I don't care if he had 2 strikeouts. That part's not a big deal. It is. How did you feel when you swung? How was it? He got on base. He ran around. He scored a couple of runs. I would hope that he is on the next road trip.
Yeah, look, I don't. I didn't watch it, but really, I guess, straining the ribs, the obliques, the rotational ability. Strike out a couple times. I mean, unless he just stood there and watched strikes, as long as he was hacking and missing and taking some cuts, strike out a few times. We'll really see if that rotation is there. And so I have zero concerns about the strikeouts. I'm with you, Ron. It just active in a game. Get some cuts and let's get to Dyken Park. Let's get to the big league. Let's get to the major league roster here for Pena. I don't know what else we've got to prove.
Yeah, and it's got to be, you would think, getting close to that. And again, like, it doesn't matter if he went 0 for 5, right? It's more how is he feeling, because he went. And Clint and Tyler, and maybe I'm off my ass a little bit here. I can't believe I'm saying this. You wouldn't have told me this 3 months ago. But he's as important as anybody they have on this injured list to get back.
Hold on, so.
He's as important as anybody. And I know that's Jordan, that's some of the pitching with the issues they have, with guys injured. But Jeremy Pena this year has just been everything for them.
It's a panty dropper.
And that leadoff spot, and he's just done a little bit of everything. He's shown some power. He has shown some speed. And obviously he plays a premium defensive position. And what many of you are complaining about, which I think he's been all right. But he is one of the players out there that they need.
Absolutely,
they got to have it.
Absolutely, Ron. I agree. I think at first glance, I think some people probably sat back in their chair and thought, wait a minute, Jordan's out there. Yeah, I mean, look, Jordan is obviously one of the best hitters in the bigs, but there's a defensive element to Jeremy Pena that
and a
changes.
Speed element.
Yes, that's where I was going with it. Like to me, I mean, not only is his slash line significantly better this year, although Jordan was a small sample size, not comparing the two. But the ability to manufacture, the ability to find a way to get on when he's not necessarily swinging it well, and then you get on and your ability to steal second base and get in scoring position. Yeah, look, I think, maybe not to make a championship run because I think Jordan's probably a little bit bigger in a sense of being able to make a World Series run. But if you're just talking about rattling off some wins and giving this lineup a little bit more of a boost in terms of creating some action on the base pass and bringing something to the table that will move the needle immediately, I'm with you on Pena.
Yeah. Hopefully they get him back soon. And if he's doing that, I would imagine he is back on this road trip coming up. So big for him. And who knows? Who knows? He could be coming back and playing with Carlos Correa next to him. That which would be crazy to think both of them would be there. Right, and he would be the one playing shortstop and not Correa to potentially see. But Jeremy Pena, I think even with the win yesterday, him getting out there, feeling good, not having any problems, scoring a couple of runs, running around there, as you said, swinging. I don't think he don't seem like a take pitches, take strikes type of strikeout guy. He seems like a swing and miss strikeout guy.
Well, I hope he got a few really good cuts at that, low and outside breaking pitch that he's
what he's fallen in love
ribs.
with. Really tested. Yeah, really falls in love with. By the way, if you're wondering where he got hit, a little grazed his arm right there. So nothing real serious. I watched the pitch. It barely nicked him there. So he's getting closer. And like, this is different than Jacob Melton coming back. This is different than some of the other guys, Chaz coming back. This is obviously one of your major pieces coming back. All right, Clint, before we get to Dirty's Daily, again, who knows what the hell is going on with the Dallas Cowboys. Clint, talks between the Cowboys and linebacker Micah Parsons have gone backwards, apparently. And
there it was. Glory hole.
And right now, Clint, the two sides have gone backwards, not forwards. Adam Schefter has added, I don't think they're speaking very much these days, if at all. These negotiations, when it was a negotiation, had gone sideways. It's not a negotiation right now. There's really no conversation done. And he's been out there at practice since they've had training camp. I just don't. Stevens come out there, probably said some odd things like, "Well, the players got to want to sign." This is just wild to me. What in the world is happening, Clint? Because we know the numbers. We know what T.J. Watt just signed for. Like, this seems to be very, very easy that they shouldn't be going round and round and looking like this right now, but that's what the Cowboys seem to do.
Yeah, it's what they seem to do. I would like to think that there, whether you agree or disagree, that there's some level of method to the madness, kind of like what I thought was going to happen with Dak Prescott, and then like the last minute they give him $60 million a year. Like this deal with Micah Parsons, whether you like it or you don't, or you agree with it or you don't, it would make sense if they would just say, to hell with it, we're not going to pay you, we're going to try to trade you, or we're going to, like, you don't have to agree with it, but like that would, like, the last thing that you would do is hold out until the last day of training camp and then pay the guy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like it's just the wildest thing is, it seems like the one thing that makes zero sense is what the Cowboys end up doing.
And Clint, with him deciding to just go to camp, and not sit it out the way that Trey Hendrickson has done. By the way, he's decided to come back. or the way that others around the league have done and are doing, trying to get a contract. Terry McLaurin, another one. He's gone. He's there. He's there. So, I mean, it's not like the hell out. And then Schefter saying there's not even negotiation. They're not even talking. How? What could be the haggle? You know what the price is. You've backed yourself in the corner to wait until everybody but Trey Hendrickson signed. We know the number. He's going over T.J. Watt. Now, unless Micah's out here trying to get $10 million more than T.J. Watt, which I don't think is happening, or he would be sitting his ass at home, I just don't. This makes absolutely no sense that this thing is going this long. And I know you've always said this, Clint, this feels more than just the, hey, man, Jerry wants to keep that star in the news. Like,
no question.
This seems more
than that.
Yeah, this
Don't
seems.
tell me what I'm saying.
I could not believe Steven came out there and said to those people, those cameras, yeah, hell, players got to want to sign too. What are you talking about? The hell's he out there for? What are you talking about?
Hey!
There it is.
Yep.
Stros
did it, baby.
Stros did it, got a W. They win 9-1, beat the hell out of the Washington Nationals. Big power day. And at the Daikin Park, ice cubes flying all over the place as Altuve goes deep, Hummel goes deep. Yainer Diaz for the second straight day. Yainer, he's coming on now. He hit a homer yesterday, hit one again today. He goes deep as well. 9-1. Ryan Gusto, 6 innings, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. He was really, really good today, and the bullpen closes it down. They win this series and kind of get things back together after that 5-game losing streak they had. They will head to Boston now, but they get a dub here against the Nationals, big time.
Am I crazy, or did Big Hummel did he produce again today?
Big Hummel, yeah, he hit a 2-run bomb, baby.
Big Hum, that's 2 days in a row he's producing, man. He's trying to hold down a spot, ain't he?
Hey, they know it's coming now. They know these people are starting to get here.
Trade deadline, guys getting healthy, pressure's on, baby.
Yeah, people out there, them guys holding their fingers crossed. No outfielders.
That's great.
No outfielders. All right, Clint, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, Texans fans, I got a C.J. Stroud report that you're going to like a little bit more than that one that I gave you yesterday, right? So stay plugged in right here on Sports Radio 60, and that C.J. report is next.
It's a celebration.
Well, Astros won today.
Where did the Texans stand on their offensive line? Nick Caserio gave his thoughts exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
We feel like we have a lot of depth and a lot of competition at multiple spots. So I think these next 2 to 3 weeks we'll have a better idea and better understanding. Eventually, you want to get to the point where whoever the 5 are, from a communication standpoint, you want to be able to go out there and practice as much as possible in anticipation of being ready to go for the Rams.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713. Call later by American Gun Shows. I tend to
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is, baby. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Everybody out there listening, all you watching on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate it. This hat is clean, ain't it? Boy, that HOU hat right there, it's clean, ain't it? Y'all see that on YouTube and Twitch? If you're not watching on YouTube and Twitch, I think you probably should. If you listen on the AM dial, FM dial, we greatly appreciate it, but we would thoroughly appreciate if you would download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. You can listen to us live. There's rewind features. You can go back and listen this time of year in the loop. They're out at practice every day with the Texans. They got a player fresh off the field. Yesterday, Payne and Pendergast had the general manager, Nick Caserio, on for about 40 minutes. Maybe that was Monday. Maybe it wasn't yesterday. I don't know. Anyway, they have him on all the time. It gets lost in the shuffle. But the rewind feature is big time, as well as all the podcasting that is at your fingertips on the Odyssey app. One of those podcasts we like to push around these parts is that Big Orange Wagon. That Big Orange Wagon is Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton, all things Astros. They are rocking and rolling. Some good, some bad. When the Astros are getting that ass kicked the way they are lately, it's maybe a little bit on the negative side, but it's real talk, real Astros talk any way you slice. We've got here lined up for you. The Houston Astros, they win 9-1 behind an Altuve bomb, most importantly, but also Yainer Diaz hits a bomb, and he is productive for the second night in a row, second game in a row, as well as Big Hum. Big Hummel, he had a hit last night. That was a difference maker. Had a bomb today. That was a big plus here. So the Astros, and by the way, that was Gusto on the bump. I didn't get his numbers, Tyler. You got Gusto's numbers. How long did Gusto go?
6 innings.
He gave us 6. He gave us 6
innings. Yep, 4 hits, 1 run, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk.
There you go. Gusto showed up today as well. So good day for the Astros. And by the way, on the Astros front, we are inside 25 hours, of the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And the big news of the day is the Astros are reportedly flirting with several players, but most importantly, Carlos Correa. And we will be touching on all of these topics the rest of the show. But I'm going to tell you, as you know, I am definitely into Carlos Correa a return to the Astros. I'm here for that. And for those that are interested in the Cowboys, they are currently running gassers at practice because they can't quit fighting. So not only
why work on winning games when you can fight up there,
are you kidding me, Tyler?
Get them hands
starts with discipline, guys.
There's literally video shutting down practice and saying, "Hey, you guys get to running. We're going to run some gassers." Literally in practice. Ain't nobody in 2025 is doing cardio. Nobody is doing conditioning, and while the Cowboys are out there running gassers because they can't quit fighting. Also, on a more serious note, the Cowboys have their conversations, their contract talks with star linebacker Michael Parsons they've reportedly gone backwards. They've not only halted, they have gone backwards. Again, we'll keep you posted on all of that as we move forward. The Texans today, it is Wednesday. It is day 8 of training camp. 7 practices in, and I've got some good news for all the Texans fans out there, right? Yesterday, I kicked the ant bed now. I stirred the folks up a little bit. That was not my intentions. My intentions are always to give you fair, honest, real observations of what I see at practice. And what I've seen what I saw at practice for 6 straight practices, I think it was unorthodox. It was awkward. It was not normal, to say the least, about the reps that CJ Stroud was getting and kind of how they were handling this very, very, very important install with this offense and your starting quarterback. And the good news today is, guys, it seemed like CJ Stroud, he got 4 of 10 reps in the first team period. He got 4 of 10 team reps. He had a 6-play move the ball drive in the third team period. And there was a 2-minute drive, which consisted of a lot of quarterback pressures where he's running around kind of with his head cut off. So I lost count of how many plays, but there was 4 or 5 plays there as well. So from a rep count standpoint, CJ got, I would say, decent work. I still think it's, when you do 2 team periods and you got 20 total offensive plays to rep here, and your starting quarterback gets 8 of those in your first 2 team periods, I still think that is on the low side. I think it's significantly low side, but it was a little bit more. There were no two reps and out like I have seen in training camp up to this point. So I would encourage everybody out there to rest easy in a sense of the rep count. I thought it was better today. It's still interesting to me, but I thought it was better. And on a bigger note, Ron, CJ uncorked one. I think it's the first ball that I've seen that carried more than 20 yards in the air that I've personally seen. I'm not saying it hadn't happened. That's the first one that I've personally seen from CJ Stroud. And it was a deep post that he threw early on the first team period. And surprise, surprise, Kalen Bullock was back there, made a play on the ball. It was underthrown a little bit, but the point here being is CJ Stroud did not hesitate one bit. He let that thing rip and took the deep ball. So I think both of those are a little bit, for me, a little bit closer to normal, and see the quarterback actually unleash one and let it rip.
Yeah, I know you talked about thinking something wasn't normal about the reps and everything, and a big thing that jumped out, as you said, but I hadn't really seen him throw the ball 15 yards down the field or further down the field, and to see that happen again. There hadn't been anything that looked off physically. It's just more just the amount of work he's getting, which makes you wonder they're trying to protect something potentially physically to just kind of, as we talk about with Will, maybe with Will you gotta pull him back and not allow him to just work himself to death. And maybe there's a similar situation with CJ, but that was big that he's able to go, throw the ball down the field, and we're seeing that. I do think, maybe a bigger conversation is the fact that it seems like that was maybe the thing to work on today was more down the field stuff, Clint, and that didn't seem to hit very well for this offense.
Well, it wasn't a good day overall for the offense. I wanted to get the positive out of the way first. It was not a good day for the offense overall, Ron. As I was counting reps, I was also checking results. I mean, they're in 8 plays in 2 team periods for CJ Stroud. I think they threw the ball 6 times, and 3, maybe even 4 of those reps would have been sacks, right? The pocket just collapsed around him. Protection today was suspect once again. I mean, collapsed a couple of times. So they got to get that thing. They got to get that thing figured out. Now it tightened up a little bit later in practice. Yeah. And now again, I caution because I think some of that had to do with D'Amico Ryans, and he's been. I don't think he's just flat out said it, but he has alluded to he's got to call the dogs off with Will Anderson to keep him away from his quarterback. So a lot of the stuff late in it went from going 1s versus 1s to 1s versus 2s, 1s versus 3s, kind of some reserve type defensive fronts kind of deal. So the pass protection was from an offensive line perspective was not good today. And I'll reiterate it. I think the positive here is I see a lot of it coming from the tackle positions. It's not you. I mean, all the fans out there remember watching last year. It was like, take your pick. Center, guard, right guard, left tackle, right tackle. I mean, you never knew where it was going to come from. Tight end, you never knew when it was going to come from. It seems like these edge pressure. Now, that may be a
well, that is the strength of the Texans defense.
Right. That may be a 51 and 55 problem, but I say it to say it's somewhat encouraging of hey, if Nick Caley really wanted a game plan, we could dedicate a running back and a tackle to Will Anderson. We could dedicate a tight end and a tackle to Daniil Hunter and really at least show them some different pictures, and they're not going to do that. So while the pocket was collapsing, I'm not overly concerned about it. You're installing an offense and you're not game planning. And so the pass protection was not pretty today, Ron. That was the biggest, I think, offensive takeaway that was a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, and when it's not pretty, obviously we all learned from last year, it kind of handcuffs what it is that you can do. And right now, all we're basing off what we're seeing on the field, and again, this group has just practiced together. They've had OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and now 7 days of – or 7 practices here in training camp. But right now, they appear to be a team that once you open it up, and it's more than just get it out immediately, it's going to be potentially a real challenge for them to be able to hold up in pass protection long enough for them to get deep crossers, to get, go routes, to get longer developing plays.
Yeah, we'll see how Nick Caley kind of, because I people that listen to the show know. I mean, I think a huge part of being an offensive coordinator is, like, if you're an offensive coordinator and we know, hey, we can squeeze you, we can suffocate you, and you're going to have a hard time getting the ball over the top. You're going to have a hard time protecting your quarterback. I mean, like, that's football 101. I mean, you'd rather that not be the situation, but in the NFL, especially when you're practicing against D'Amico Ryan's defense every day, that's going to be a problem. And so I think it's, early on, we're going to see, and this is great practice for Nick Caley. I just think that the creative quicks, I know it seems like tired hearing about it, but if this team is really, really, really good at the screen game, if this team is really, really, really good at the creative quicks, the rest of the stuff happens, right? So I like the challenge of this defense being, hey, man, we're going to get after your quarterback, so you better find creative ways to get the football out. And so it challenges Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud and these guys to get creative in what they're doing in the quick game and what they're doing in the screen game, which I think bodes really well for the regular season, right? You may not always need those things against lesser defenses, but when you get into a situation where you can't protect, boy, if you can lean on something that you're really good at and you're really strong and you believe in, then you got one leg up. I am just a firm believer in sure, you better be able to run the football to some degree. It doesn't have to be like ground and pound, we're going to be the best run game ever, but you have to at least run the football in a complementary fashion, right? And then I'm going to tell you, behind that, man, if you don't have a good screen game, quick game, I don't give a damn about the rest, man. I mean, I know we talk about the Chiefs a lot on this show because they've won a lot. They've won a lot in the past. I mean, the one thing that really stands out, other than certain players like Tyreek Hill's ability to get over the top, and you look at Travis Kelce's ability to work the middle of the field, and you look at Pat Mahomes' ability to kind of extend plays, kind of yada, yada, yada. I mean, they have a tremendous screen game. They have a tremendous quick game. Yeah. And Pat is like really, 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 really good at those things schematically and physically. So, these teams that win consistently are good in that category. And so hopefully this challenge of this defense, Ron, both kind of develop some things, even if you had to force it into existence.
And Nick Caley coming from L.A., Sean McVay and the Rams, they also have a really good quick game and screen game with Puka and the running backs and Cooper Kupp when he was there. So that is in his history.
Well, the other thing at practice today, just to put a bow on the practice report, is once again, surprise, surprise, Kalen Bullock. If there were a couple of interceptions that Davis Mills threw in his 8 reps in the first 2 team periods. He threw 2 interceptions. So C.J. Stroud got sacked 3 or 4 times, and Davis Mills threw 2 interceptions. The defense was pretty nasty there, but the play that Kalen Bullock made, which is on Twitter, it's all over Twitter because everybody's tagging me in it, talking about, are you happy now? He threw the ball over 20 yards. It was a deep post where he slightly underthrew it, and Kalen Bullock damn near intercepted it. Right? Kalen Bullock is out there, again, making major plays. And then if you flip it and you look at Davis Mills, the interceptions that I'm talking about, the rookie safety Reed, which, by the way, I believe Reed ends up playing at the linebacker. He's an old-school box safety type of guy. I think he ends up playing linebacker before it's all said and done. But he undercut a throw by Davis Mills and got a pick. And then I'm trying to think who got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think, got the other one. Another throw kind of over the middle with Davis Mills. So it was another good day for the secondary for the Houston Texans.
Yeah. Also want to make it clear, Clint may have forgotten to tell, nice completion to Dalton Schultz.
I told you, no, I know it's probably the text line talking. I told you that's fine and dandy. It was actually a great catch by Dalton Schultz. One-handed, kind of tapped it back to himself.
That's that, Dalton.
The problem is about 2 seconds before CJ threw the ball, Will would have planted him in the ground, kind of like I did in Foxtail Ferns last night when I got home. Would have planted him in the ground. So yeah, I mean that's great. That's fine. I mean if we want to allow the quarterback to kind of just scramble around out there after he's been sacked twice and just make a throw and then rant and rave about it, that's cool.
It was a good throw, though.
It was a good throw and it was a great catch. Great run after catch.
Good throw and
Problem
catch.
was, it would have never happened.
That boy, come on now. DC, Dalton Schultz in the building. I don't know why I said DC. Speaking of DC, the Astros, they took care of DC as they beat the Nationals. If you missed that, we'll let you know about that. And Jose Altuve, a big game as well as the Astros pull through. A player that is starting to maybe turn the corner that we need to look at with the Astros. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to talk a little bit about Ability Tree Experts, y'all. Look, there's big, beautiful, valuable trees out there. If they're on your property, if you've paid for them, you own them, I'm telling you, it's the second most valuable asset on that property. It's big time important. And here's the deal. You got to give those trees. You absolutely have to give those trees the best chance to survive whatever weather Texas throws at them next, whether it's some kind of summertime drought or it's a winter freeze, or we are dead in the middle of hurricane season. If a hurricane season bear down on us right now, you want to give those trees the best chance that may be something as simple as trimming and pruning those trees so the wind blows through instead of against them, right? It's that simple, right? You can save the trees. Hell, you may save your house and your car in the meantime. There also may be some kind of issue that your trees
You covered all the way through the preseason on your home of the Texans. Sports Radio 610. It's Texans Training Camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Astros take care of business and take care of business in a big way. If you were just rolling around today, they had a little day baseball, and they made quick work of the Washington Nationals. They beat and tapped that ass by the score of 9-1. They brought out the power today, 3 home runs, 4 hits. Shout out to Tyler. He's back.
Don't call it a comeback. What'd we do so far? I know we're 3 for 5 at least. All right, I guess you made 5. Maybe did you make more bets than that?
Here's the thing: those Astros bets are not going to be a part of our best bets at 545 because they're over and done with, and they all won, and your boy got 400 win the pocket.
That's all right.
There it is.
What'd you go on the Astros? 3 for 3.
3 for 3.
Come on, baby.
What all did you get? I know you had
celebrate small victories.
Altuve bases.
Yes, Altuve over 1.5 total bases. On that
4
same,
hits today.
Yeah, and on that same swing of the bat when Altuve hit that homer, not only did he get me the over 1.5 bases, but in that moment got me the over 3.5 runs for the Astros, and then the third bet was just the money line for the Stros winning today over the Nats.
There it is. He's hot, folks. He was in the green yesterday as well, so he's ready to roll. Every time the threat of Clint Stoerner taking over to make the bets for best bets,
we survive.
He comes alive. Tyler comes alive and staves off elimination.
I'm not gonna give up.
He's not gonna give up. He almost has, folks, but he hadn't quite yet. So be ready for best bets. T-Mill's hot now. He is smoking hot. We'll see what he has a little bit later on.
Might want to be tailing
in the final segment of the day. But Astros went 9-1. And this was big as they had dropped 5 in a row. They end up coming back one of these last 2 and win the series. After an off day, they'll take on the Red Sox, hit the road, and go to Boston. So this'll be big. Clint, you've been asking for it. We've been talking about it all year, and it is Yainer Diaz. Yainer Diaz, Clint, in the last 2 games in their wins, he's 5 for 8, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs, and he hit in a 2 spot today behind Altuve. And if Altuve wasn't clearing the bases with 4 hits, hell, he may have had more RBIs in this game. But Yainer Diaz, when he is swinging the bat, is a difference maker and somebody that you can depend on. And I don't know that he has been that guy at all consistently this year like he was the previous 2 years. And if this is a space where he has turned the corner and he is going, then this is a big thing because, it makes you feel better about that Abrams guy running on him on absolute free will yesterday. I mean, that one where he stole third and Yainer didn't even bother to throw the ball down there. It made me not even get frustrated with that because he was swinging the bat.
Yeah, look, Yainer is obviously, I think, the number one guy that we look at with the Astros and go, man, you've been healthy. Can we just get this thing rolling? If it's not Yainer, it's Christian Walker. But, I mean, Yainer maybe even more because Christian has at least given you a few reasons to get excited. Yainer's really, not struggled, but it just hadn't been that step that you'd like to see from him, this year after the last couple of years. And so, yeah, he's one of a handful of guys and then get some guys healthy. You've got a nasty ass lineup if you can do so. We'll see what happens. Ron, I've got to. There's a couple of things that are bothering me here.
Oh boy,
you obviously can't see it, but I've told you that. I feel like there was a space there for me at one point to build a website that was kind of a men's help type deal of like whether it's clothing or hairstyle or
all around.
Just all around. You need a little help, which we all do. lean into the website. I'll help you out.
Oh, God, Andy.
Well, Ryan Gusto. Have you seen Gusto?
Today?
Hard not to.
No, I have not seen Ryan Gusto today.
Gusto got a fade. He got a haircut, Ron. It looks like he is literally just got discharged from the military. He's got a little bit of a wave on top.
Is it that Jim Carrey and Me, Myself, and Irene look? Is that?
Nah, that's more flat top, like Army school. This is like he just got out of the Marines boot camp.
He's got the wave on top, a little bit of a wave on top, but the fade is so tight and so high.
Point like a tiger.
And there's a couple of things wrong here, right? It's the military look is fine if you've got the chiseled jawline to go with it. He doesn't. He's got a bit of that type of jawline that's a little puffy at times. You know what I mean?
Which is why I rock the full beard.
Yeah, and so that is not the best look. And then secondly, as I'm looking at him, man, like he's rounding his fade at the top. You know what I'm talking about? Like if you have if you're going to carry a high fade and you've got longer hair on top, like to round the fade into the hard part or the hard break is not it. It makes your head look bigger. It makes your face look bigger.
Where's your damn head at?
I mean, I tell you, it's swollen. It is. I mean,
see, I can't find it without the head on.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, Space City Home Network just had it bigger than all get out, man. Right here, looking at me.
Noggin.
The fade is when you
That's
get
what
to.
I'm trying to get when you're saying it's long on the top and see the military cut with the. That's
the part that I think you'd be able to grasp. The fade that goes straight up the sides and then it kind of curls around the shape of his head.
It's not a good look.
And then, like, it's faded, like there's a curve. Instead of just going straight up and then, like, fading it into your peacock, your top, right? It's kind of rounded.
Thick, yeah.
It's kind of rounded, and then, like, it just, I mean, come on, man. Like I just feel like I can help the guy.
I don't think – you think he wants it? Do you think he thinks it looks bad?
I don't think he cares. He's pitching in Major League Baseball, making up. I just want to shake him and say, I mean,
Framber cares about his hair, so there are guys in Major League Baseball that are pitching that care about their hair look. Well, Ryan obviously doesn't.
Look, if somebody in the clubhouse is cutting its hair, it's somebody down in Corpus Christi, and it's not in the Astros. That's not a Houston barber cutting his hair.
So you think Frank Ross is pissed when he looks over there?
Ooh,
Frank Ross who gives those free cuts. Frank could go and take care of it.
If Ross was being honest and he wanted to critique that haircut, he would. There would be some problems. I mean, I really feel like I
want to see this.
There's room for improvement there with Gusto. I just looked up and I couldn't even appreciate the fact that the guy gave us 6 innings and what was it, one earned run and 4 hits. I couldn't even appreciate it today without the butcher job there. I'm just telling you, man.
It's like you can't even focus on anything else but that with him, can you?
Not at all. That was the first time that I didn't hear it because the audio wasn't up, but that may be the first time that I zeroed in on a Gusto post game presser with no hat on. Like I'm looking at Jeremy Pena right now, clear low fade. There's no rounding at the top. Clearly, it's a lower fade, and I mean, but we're talking about 2 different levels.
I was about to say that's
we're talking about a panty dropper versus a cadet here. We have got to figure out a way to get Gusto to the right barber.
Oh man, who do you think he's going to? Right, that's not.
I think he hit Sports Clips. I think he pulled a Kirk Cousins.
Say, do you think it's great?
That's Great Clips, Clint, not Sports Clips.
Whichever one.
Don't disrespect Great Clips like that.
Well, and there's somebody over there that's. Because he doesn't seem like one that sits in there and is asking for, all right, this is what I want.
He's trusting the wrong people.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not putting much thought into it, number one. And number 2, he's trusting the wrong people. Like there's just there needs to be a little more thought. There's a little bit more. He's probably paying $25 for that fade he got.
He better not be paying $25 for that.
Well,
if
with
it's
tip.
if it's as bad as he may be doing it himself.
Listen to this guy. He better not be spending that $25.
Well, we're talking about a haircut here, right?
Nah, we're talking about a haircut.
Now, I ain't going to play with this haircut.
Talking about $25.
But I'm just saying, as bad as you two are talking about it, he better not be.
I just think it makes his face look swollen. I don't think it looks that bad.
I'm going to tell you right now, if Hunter Brown yanked his hat off and had that haircut, I'd disown him.
You'd be done? No, you
I'm out of the fan club.
You would stop. You would have stopped calling him Diesel.
Oh, no, well, I've never called him Diesel. I've called him Big Game. He is completely out. No more nicknames. I'm out of the fan club with that fade.
Yeah. By the way, I did want to run this across somebody else who has kind of a cheeky face.
It's a cheeky fellow.
Christian Javier. Christian Javier has a cheeky face.
Yes, yeah, he looks like a chipmunk. Yeah,
he's got a cheeky face. By the way, he is pitching again tonight. AAA Sugarland. They are hoping that he can go 55 to 60 pitches. And then Jeremy Pena will play shortstop and have tomorrow off. He could rejoin the Astros in Boston on Friday. So that is the latest there with those two guys getting close. Pena could be there in Boston, and another cheeky fella in Christian Javier, 50 to 60 pitches. Getting closer. Hey, something else that we're learning. I know we've been talking a lot here as they have a day off tomorrow in training camp. But something we may be learning here with the offensive line and another part, not just on the field, but another part that was disappointing from the offense's performance today. We'll discuss that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast some exclusive insight into the Christian Harris situation.
The way the rules work with NFI, PUP, if they're on one of those lists, there's certain parameters and limitations in terms of what they can participate in. So really, I would say that was more of a mechanical thing. There wasn't any funny business or anything like that. It's just sometimes can keep a player a little bit more engaged when he's not on one of those lists.
Sure. The Texans play here.
From the attorney, Steve Lee.
Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 6 Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. By the way, fellas, we lost Shannon Sharpe to ESPN. ESPN lost. They went ahead, shut him down there, Clint. Went ahead and parted ways there.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
2 weeks after settlement was made in his case, Shannon's out at ESPN.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I was wondering the approach that they would take because, I mean, it was successful for him when he and for them when he was over there on Mondays and Tuesdays with him and Shannon or him and Stephen A. and all that, but they have gone the other direction. They said that was too hot for them to continue to go on. And interesting. It is just crazy, Clint. I mean, this time last year, man, he was one of the hottest commodities out there. And coming off the Cat Williams pod he did and all of that stuff, then in a free agent and doing all kinds of things, controlling things much more. And now he's in the space he's in. He's still doing stuff, but obviously too hot for ESPN to ride with.
Well, I mean, he's one of those guys that's in the same stratosphere, I think, from a social media perspective as Pat McAfee kind of deal, where maybe he doesn't have the staying power or maybe that Pat has.
Yeah, but he was getting there. I mean,
he's definitely the same. He's definitely in that world, right? There's a handful of people that are in that world, and it's interesting to see them part ways, but usually where I was going with that is the leverage that these guys have is one of which, hey man, if you don't ultimately give me what I want, then I can go back to doing my own thing and make stupid money on my own platforms, and let me keep things quiet around me for 6 months and then watch these other major networks come calling. So that's the beauty of those guys. Again, there's a handful of them that have such a huge following that this is just a blip in the road, and they can literally tell guys, you know what, you don't like it, then kick rocks. I'll move on. And
he's get confused on the YouTube kicks rocks. He's not saying that to you. Don't get your feelings hurt.
Right. Great nickname though.
Yeah, he's as you said, he's continued to do the stuff on his own platform, but. This was definitely a blow. ESPN, that was going to be a big step for him to get to, the overall maybe McAfee in his own way type of situation. At least for now.
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm a Shannon Sharpe fan. I love the content. I'm not a big fan of him on TV. I'm more. I think the Shannon Sharpe appeal for me is. I'll go places that nobody else is willing to go, and he has the ability to go places where nobody else will go and garner an answer, right? A lot of people go there and then people say no comment. He has the ability to pull that out of people, and he has the celebrity to go out and get the Cat Williams of the world and to stir things up. Like, to me, that part is more interesting, the more interesting Shannon Sharpe than the other stuff.
Yeah, well, but he worked on TV.
No doubt. He was getting it.
Yeah, people watched him, and he worked on TV, but that situation was too hot for ESPN as they rolled through. Is Steve Smith still working? I think he's still working, isn't he? That just really died on down, didn't it?
You got to be crazy.
So I think Steve Smith just kind of rolled right through that thing, let it, as you said, die down for about 6 months, and I think I saw him with James Palmer doing some stuff.
That's that old seasonal talent, man, where you just as long as it's far enough removed from the draft or from the combine or something, he'll be all right. People will forget.
That NBA season crept up and he's rolling through that baseball season. He's able to slide through it. I saw him talking about wide receivers the other day. I said, "Oh, Steve kept his gig. Okay.
Steve made it. He survived. Old buddy didn't find him."
No, guess not, or not yet. How about this, though, Clint, with the offensive line? We talked about kind of the the musical chairs they've been having, and a lot of the competition is the word they like to use, and a lot of different guys that are lining up. It does look like, Clint, that we're at least starting to see, and maybe if you're seeing something different, but it does look like we're starting to see some continuity, at least with 4 of the spots, right? It seems like Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Titus Howard, and Ariante Ursery are the last several days in pads. They have been locked there. And then there's been more of a rotation at center with Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson. But it looks like they are starting to get to a point where at least 4 of those spots, those are the same guys that have been running out with the ones. Now, I'm not saying, as you said, pass protection was atrocious today, and overall it hasn't been great, but at least they seem to be settling on 4 of the 5 spots.
Yeah, which I think is it's about time, right? I mean, again, we're 8 days, 7 practices in to, the training camp. And look, I was having this conversation a little earlier with some guys at practice of like this notion or this thought, man, that like, oh, it's a long training camp. They got a lot of practices. I mean, if you really break this thing down and you look at it from a we are installing an offense perspective, like we're in the sweet spot. Right? I mean, once you start traveling, going to what is green? What is it? Where they're going to practice? Greenbrier. And once you start preseason games, and when you start those games, your backup quarterbacks are at some point. Maybe it's only the day before, but it is one day where you got to kind of get them ready to play. And the actual travel days associated and the off days associated and then the actual preseason games, like CJ's not going to get this. I'm using CJ just because he's a starter, but the guys you're talking about, right? The Titus Howards of the world, the Cam Robinsons of the world, the Laken Tomlinsons of the world, like those guys are going to get little to no reps on those days, right? Like, so when I'm talking about training camp and the importance of these reps, Ron, I don't mean to pull the conversation off into the weeds, but I mean it's just like this is the sweet spot, man. You've got 2 weeks essentially to before preseason games start to where you can really get a ton of reps in with your starters, and then it's going to become this juggling act of preseason games and backups getting reps and travel days and this and that, rest days and so the where I'm going with it all is just the notion of just like, oh, training camp's long, don't worry about it, which I've heard a lot when I'm talking about CJ. Like I think it's almost laughable, right? If you really break this thing down, we are in the sweet spot of the Texans being able to control how long they practice, how many reps their starters get. Do you go full speed? How physical are you? When are you repeating things? These are really the workhorse days of training camp.
And to me, when we first initially saw it from OTAs and mandatory minicamp and the first days of training camp, Clint, there was a chance, man. I thought, boy, they might be doing this competition thing for a minute.
Yeah.
There might be, because it would be from one team period to the next. Juice Scruggs might slide in. I remember one day you said Juice Scruggs did not get a first team, second team rep all day, and then the last team practice period, he's in with the ones. Like, so you thought this may be a while, which to me, I didn't love. You would hope they would get to a space where they know who the 5 are that are going to be the ones there. And they can play together because these guys have never played together. They can play together and get some continuity going. It is good to see that they have reached that point because we're not seeing as much Juice Scruggs coming out there at one of the interior spots. We're not seeing as much we hadn't seen Blake Fisher since really the pads have come on with the ones, really. And the only place we're seeing it is with Jarrett Patterson and Andrews, and I can kind of see that. So it looks like they have already arrived to that point. And to me, I like those four around him, right? I was hoping that Ursery and the upside and the physicality could find his way in the lineup. I didn't know which side, but I was hoping. It's hard to think that Cam Robinson wasn't going to get in there with the amount of money he's getting paid this year. By the way, it seemed like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, it seemed like you're a little disappointed at Cam Robinson thus far in his.
No, I'm not disappointed. Look, I'll be honest with you. When we did stock up, stock down earlier, when it comes to stock down, I think there's just few and far between. Unless you want to get into the depth guys, the John Mechie's, and boy, he's not making any contested catches. Did it again today, by the way. There's some of that going on, but really, most of the guys that have potential to help this team win, most of them that are there, not the ones like you talked about, Dameon Pierce, like the ones that are there. They're having a pretty good camp. So to me, you gotta. I'm not disappointed in Cam Robinson. I picked Cam Robinson just because I think, early on the heavy rotation with him at left tackle I thought was interesting. I thought he would be one of the Titus Howard, Laken Tomlinson, Cam Robinson. Hey, we're going with the ones consistently. So I just had to pick somebody, to be completely honest with you on that. I'm not down on. I think they'll be fine. I'm not down on either tackle, and I don't care if it's Blake Fisher or Ariante Ursery. At this point at right tackle, doesn't matter to me. I think we can help those guys. We can help them with backs and tight ends and that kind of thing, to where they'll be just fine, and CJ will be just fine behind them.
By the way, reports from John Paul Morosi of Fox that Justin Verlander is available.
To resist Crane.
Oh man, Jim's out there. He's what? We could probably get him for a hell of a deal this time.
He's fiending.
Let's go. I will be honest. Feel better about Justin Verlander than I do Jason Alexander, Colton Gordon. I was going to say Brandon Walter, but he's hurt. I feel better. I do feel better, even though he did go on a 16 game winless streak. I do feel better about him, but maybe not this time. All right, coming up, the Astros, they get the dub. We'll give you all you need to know about their performance today, and also trade conversations. I know Justin Verlander's available, but I don't think that's what we're going to be talking about. But there are two prominent names that are coming out connected with the Astros. We'll get to that. And an injury at practice today, a very serious injury. We'll tell you about that, and overall how it went. All of that as we continue. Look, 5 o'clock fire coming up live right here on The Drive.
Coach D'Amico likes the back and forth he's seen in the trenches through the first.
including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Luis Contreras trying to start the handshake line, and we get a ground ball to Altuve. 4-hit day, and he makes the play for the final out. Astros win it 9-1. And Blummer, after a rough start to this homestand, that's good back-to-back games here to wrap it up.
It is. There it is. As a little day baseball goes the way of the Astros, and they win the series against the Nationals as he sit there, started off 0-5 on this homestand with the A's in game one of this series. But the Astros get good performances from their offense. The bats wake up the last 2 days. Jose Altuve, Yainer Diaz front and center when it comes to that. But they win 9-1 today. Ryan Gusto with his haircut had a really good performance, 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned, and 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. And so he was really, really good. So that was a big step for him because they need all of these guys, especially the guys not named Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, to step up and give solid performances. And it did seem like when he got a little run support, that calmed him down and settled him down a bit. But they win the game today, 9-1. Clint, big to get these last 2 as they go on the road to face a team that is in the mix, the Boston Red Sox, in the mix for the AL wild card.
Yeah, look, I mean, huge to get to stop the bleeding, if you will, but to get back-to-back dubs and get guys rolling. You know, I mean, you talked about Yainer Diaz. Hummel obviously contributed 2 straight days. I don't want to put a ton of stock into that because I don't know how long he's going to be around and be a starter. But Yainer Diaz, back-to-back games, he goes out there and produces, and you hope that's just the beginning of him kind of turning the corner and taking that next step. And so not only do the Astros get a couple of wins, and does Gusto return to let's call it form and got us a good outing at least, but maybe you got a couple of the guys, couple of the starters that have stayed healthy all year. Maybe you've got one of them in Yainer Diaz that potentially turned the corner.
Yeah, and Yainer's a big one, man. Now, he hasn't just been downright just pathetic. I mean, he's hitting 245, 15 home runs now. He hasn't been pathetic, but clearly, Clint, he's been in a space where they got no problems throwing guys that probably you wouldn't think would be caught dead hitting in front of him based off what he has done the last 2 years, like Jacob Melton coming right in and hitting in front of him, Jake Myers hitting in front of him, and many times this year. He's hit 7th, 8th at times this year. And he just hasn't been himself and not been the offensive threat. And so then, with him not being the offensive threat, it makes his defense look even more shaky. But him to go in this series, in these last 2 games of this series, 5 for 8, going deep twice, with that big power, 4 RBIs as well to go along with those 2 home runs. If you can get him, that is a huge, huge thing that I think this offense has consistently been missing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, it hasn't. The numbers will tell you that it's been okay. Nothing to really fret about. But I think, like, for me, I'll be honest with you. Like, I was at a point last year where the power wasn't there that was there the previous year, but boy, he was clutch as hell. I mean, it just seemed like he was always in the mix, always making some kind of noise. And he's been maybe, let's just call it a little bit quiet this year, in a year when I personally expected him to step up and be somewhere in that 3, 4, 5 range, depending on how. Now that was before I knew Jeremy Pena was going to be a solid leadoff hitter, so that changes things. But I just thought he would be really push into that 3, 4, 5 spot and be basically an immovable player, right? A guy that was a staple in those spots where, as you said, he slid up and down again. So here we are, another year where Yainer Diaz just slides up and down. I expected it to be a little bit more of a solid year. Hopefully, we'll get to that as the back half of the season here unwinds.
Yeah, big one though. Big one to get and finish this thing off well after the start was so troubling. As they sit here 62-47 after getting the dub against Washington. Now, the other side of things, as we get to tomorrow around this time, the trade deadline will be passed, and we'll see what moves the Astros will make. But they are being linked to multiple players, and the 2 that are really jumping out, and I think Dylan Cease to the Astros potentially will probably happen. That's from Jim Bowden, former GM. He's the one that kind of talked about the interest level yesterday, one of the first ones to talk about the interest level of the Astros with Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease, who has been a Cy Young candidate before with the White Sox, was really good last year for the Padres. This year his numbers are not great, but he is a guy that has excellent stuff, and this could be a very similar move to Kikuchi. Let's start with Dylan Cease, Clint. The potential of bringing him in, it was the word on the street was Dana Brown said they were looking for a potential 3rd starter. I think he would fit that mold very similar to what you say Kikuchi did.
I don't know if he would land in that 3rd spot when the dust settles, because I don't know what we're going to get from these other guys. But I know as an Astros fan, I really like him being healthy. I don't care about the numbers. Him being healthy with a high ceiling in the mix with a Lance McCullers that hopefully can stay blister-free, a Christian Javier that hopefully can return to form and be maybe even better than he was before. And you got several guys that are coming back with Spencer Arrighetti, with Luis Garcia. J.P. France was even in that mix. So you got a lot of these guys coming back, and I don't know how it's going to unfold in that 3, 4, 5 spot as we roll through the backside of the season here. But I love adding a guy that immediately at least is in the conversation for that third spot, assuming he can right the ship. Maybe don't pitch up to expectation. But as an Astros fan, I am a lot more comfortable with that, with the starting rotation getting healthy. If you add that third starter level pitcher in there in Dylan Cease, no question about it.
And then the other name is the one that will really get the conversation going here, and that is a potential reunion with Carlos Correa. Bob Nightingale saying that as well, clearly. And it's just not Correa. There have been other names connected with the Astros. Nolan Arenado, we heard about him in the offseason. Suarez as well with the Diamondbacks potentially connected there. Those are all potential third basemen. Carlos Correa, would potentially move over, but those are infielders, which kind of lets you know potentially where Paredes is when it comes to an injury. But Carlos Correa who's not been great. I mean, be honest with you. I mean, 265, 317 on base, 384 slug, 7 homers, 31 RBIs throughout this year. But there is a potential that he would play third base. He has already made it clear that he would waive his no-trade clause for only one team, the Houston Astros. He's already talked to people on the team about that, which he still has guys over there. Carlos Correa, I think, would bring a ton of excitement and a lot of juice in that clubhouse. But it isn't just an easy after this year.
Yeah, look, it's not easy. There's 3.5 years left on the contract.
Yep.
It obviously would take the Minnesota Twins picking up a big chunk of that, which I think, at least what I've read, the research I've done, the Minnesota Twins are aware of having to pick up a big chunk of that. And I'm sitting here, again, as an Astros fan going, can we get Carlos Correa at a discounted rate and add him to this mix, play third base with that level of defense, add that bat to the middle of the lineup, and that level of a leader that is very familiar with all of his surroundings here in Houston, the manager, everybody involved. If you can add that level of leader back to this clubhouse, a clubhouse that most people understand, like Altuve is really the only one that you have left that was one of those original Astros that can hold this thing together. Not that they don't have young guys coming up or even vets that they've added, but Altuve is one of the mainstays. Adding Carlos Correa back to that, I think, would be a huge plus in the intangible world as well. So I'm all in on Carlos Correa returning to the Astros, and the more the Twins pick up of that contract, the better it sounds to me.
Yeah, and we'll see. But there has been a lot of talk, a lot of smoke around that situation. Obviously, there is still, 24 hours, a little less than that to go before the trade deadline. But that is something to look at. It looks like Dana Brown is on the horn. Him and Jim Crane are looking to add to this team. And first place in the West definitely needs to add some pieces.
If you don't know the facts, then you got to shut
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I do want to get to Day 7 training camp, the overall thoughts of things. If you're just getting in your car, we'll let you know what we saw today. But, Clint, there was an injury out there. Keontae Hamilton, the rookie lineman, practice kind of came to a halt there. And it's a left leg injury. They brought an air cast out there. It looks like a serious injury, which is kind of tough for that guy in his dream. Although I know for you, Clint, you watch this and think, well, it may not be as bad as you think it is if he wasn't going to make this team. But he did have a significant injury out there, Clinton. We'll see what happens with him.
Yeah, look, you never like to see anybody get injured like this. I mean, regardless of what level they are on the squad or on the depth chart. And I hope he's okay. It was a stop practice, bring out the cart.
Yeah.
Get him off the field and make sure he's safe and everything's immobilized and yada yada yada. It was not a good look and a good scene. I mean, clearly he's got a serious injury. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, when you're a rookie and you're just at the bottom of the barrel trying to scratch for any rep you can get and hopefully make the squad, this is one way to damn sure stick around for a year, make a little bit of money. That's for damn sure. Get you a year in the books in terms of your retirement. Yes, this is it ain't all bad on the back end of this thing.
No, yeah, it ain't all bad, but it's tough. The first real injury we've really seen at camp here on the field. But outside of that, Clint, the overall thought today from camp. Yesterday, it felt like some folks felt good about the steps maybe the offense made. Today was a different story.
Yeah, I think today was a rough go at it for the offense. I think particularly from a pass protection standpoint. As I was in my C.J. Stroud rep counting stance, the first two team periods, there was 20 total reps, I believe. C.J. Stroud got 8 of those reps. 6 of them were passes, and I believe there was 3 or 4. I know there was 3 or 4 pressures. There was 4 pressures, but there was 3 or 4 sacks within there. So the pass protection was a real struggle. I know I tried to chart some of the 2-minute drive that C.J. Stroud did later in practice. Pressure was a big problem there as well. He did complete a ball on Kamari Lassiter to Nico Collins down the sideline, kind of a 50-50 ball, where he threw with the lineman, right in his face where he couldn't follow through, but he made a great throw, and Nico made a great catch. I think it was Nico on Lassiter. So they were able to make a little something out of nothing, but the pass protection today really made it tough on the offense to get anything going in any particular drill.
Yeah, and hopefully that isn't something that that continues, but a little rougher day there for the offense, and we'll see. As you said, the line, very much what we saw last year during the regular season, put them in a position where there wasn't a lot of things that they could do offensively, and hopefully that isn't something that is going to be something they continue, but. They will have an off day tomorrow and be back at it on Friday and over the weekend. So much deserved off day as they've been going at it in pads. And I know Clint's laughing right now when I say much deserved off day as they've been going at it in pads for an hour and a half. But for today's day and age, 3 days in a row full pads, you need an off day.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, speaking of other news in training camp, we talked about Dallas and the Micah Parsons situation and their contract situation earlier. The other big defensive lineman situation is Trey Hendrickson with the Bengals. He is ending his holdout, Clint. He is arriving, and he believes the arrival will serve as a good faith gesture to spark negotiations with team. Both sides are near agreement on length of the deal and total value of it, but the holdup in negotiations is over the guaranteed money in the contract, sources told Adam Schefter. But he is ending the holdout and actually going to camp with the thought that this will make the Bengals push forward and make a move.
Yeah, the interesting part to that is if they don't, does he just play? Does he have 1 year left? I'm assuming if he's going to camp, he's got 1 year left. He's not going to camp with no deal.
Yeah, no, it's 1 year left.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if this is hey, to hell with it. I'll go to camp for 1 year, play my year, and then go to hit free agency just full bore, or I'll hope that these guys. Now, I'm sure if they moved and gave some guaranteed money, look, he's not going to play for no guaranteed, or for the right amount of guaranteed money. So we'll see. This is. One of the more wild deals, this one and obviously the Michael Parsons thing. You think those guys would get paid wild, pretty quickly.
Especially they went out and took care of all their guys. They took care of two wide receivers before they take care of him, which is wild. But they did finally bring in their first round rookie where they were at a standoff with him, and maybe this is something where they can get it taken care of. But Trey Hendrickson, one of the best defensive players in football, led the league in sacks last year, has had 17 plus the last 2 seasons. He has decided to return to camp. Usually these guys sit it on out, but he has decided to come back to camp. Coming up, I want to talk about one of the young players we haven't really had a lot of conversation about, and something that was maybe a bit disappointing, not just the tough day the offense had, but other things that may have been a little disappointing with that side of the ball. We'll discuss that next.
Fellas, look, if you're out there and you're constantly tired and maybe you're dealing with some
presents Sean Pendergast live from West Virginia next Monday through Thursday. Payne and Pendergast direct from the practice field every morning. Exclusive player interviews and insider updates all throughout the day. Sean's Yearning at the Greenbrier, right here on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Texans training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to our guy, Davey Young. Is Ryan Hader coming out? Or Ryan Hader. Is Josh Hader coming out somewhere? Good Lord.
Well, we come in with this music almost on the daily.
Well, I think Josh Hader must be running out here towards us. But
glad your head's on a swivel, bub.
I do. I never get him come out there. I got to experience it that game that day you left early to experience them get the lights closed and the fireman come out.
I was there for that, so you don't remember, right?
No, I didn't say you wasn't there for it. I said the game that you left early. I didn't say you left early.
The way you worded it, but it's all right.
Before Josh. It's okay. But by the way, I saw the old Ryan Gusto haircut. Shout out to Davey Young. It's just it's a tough thing because he just has such an odd shaped head.
That is precisely, Ron, why you've got to put some thought into it.
But now it's does he have the ability to grow more? Because that hairline is hiked back. It's just I don't know what all he can go with.
He's going to have to lower the fade, allow the rolled portion of the edge of to grow out so that's part of your top, and then your fade starts lower, and you've got a little bit of a chance of your actual hair.
A little bit of a chance.
Like right now, the hair on top of his head is so much more narrow than his actual head. It looks silly. Like you got to give that hair a chance to widen out so that it's as wide or maybe a tad bit wider than your dome, and then that big face don't stand out as much.
Because they turned him to the side, Clint, and now you could really see what he's dealing with.
Oh.
And the side of the head is just, I don't know, man. It's not a lot. He doesn't have that hairline is moving back, so he doesn't have a lot of time with that. But
I just think I could do wonders for him, Ron. You know,
wonders, huh?
I'm pretty positive that I could help him in a major way.
I wonder if there's a Mrs. Gusto, and this is the decision she's made, and how much she's involved in it. But as you said, Clint Stoerner, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You come up with a name for Clint Stoerner's Help Men Out company.
I'm telling you, man, it's got legs, man.
There's something there.
It is literally one of many business ideas that have died on the vine. This one I regret. Many of them I'm like, what am I thinking? This one I regret. Well, I think there could be a secret page out there for fellas to dive into every now. Yeah, just dive into every now and then. Right?
Keep it secret. Keep
like
it
a hitch.
I
mean, it's a secret. Yeah. Well, speaking of something that has legs. Two long ones. The wide receiver, the first overall selection in the draft for the Texans in the second round for them. I'm wondering what you are seeing from him thus far, because he's not the only receiver in the class, and it does seem like Noel is the one who's making a lot more noise. I remember being on or listening to Brandon Scott when he was on In the Loop. Or maybe he was filling in for Seth. I mean, he's all over the place. Check him out, all his work, sportsradio610.com. But B. Scott was saying, he is somebody who jumps off the field when you're watching and you see him. He's somebody that you're looking at, and it continued once the pads came on as well. And not to say that Higgins has been bad or anything, because there were some plays he's made. I'm sure people have seen that long one-handed catch he made in mandatory minicamp. But it doesn't seem like he's one of the performers that kind of jumped out to you on a day-to-day basis. What are you seeing from Jaden Higgins?
Well, I think there is he's very raw. I think he's a big-bodied outside receiver that's not gonna get a lot of the easy, change of direction, quick twitch, shake you out of your shoes, juke routes over the middle that the quarterback those 5 yards. All you gotta do is make yourself available. He's not gonna get those catches typically. I think what we've done around here, Nico Collins, do mid-size possession-type receiver stuff, which is a huge compliment, by the way. He is an extremely well-rounded wide receiver. And then we just expect Higgins to be able to – another big-bodied, tall, long wide receiver to come in and do the same thing. And the reality is I just don't think he's that guy. I think he is –
Right now?
Well, I don't think he's going to be that guy ever. I think, and look, I'm shooting in the dark here. I've seen the guy practice 7 times, but I think Higgins is an outside, big-bodied, 50-50 ball catcher that is going to force you potentially. If you put your number 2 corner on him, you better have a safety over the top in the red zone kind of deal. That's the ceiling. That's who I think Higgins is a true outside receiver. I was wrong on Nico Collins. Nico Collins can play anywhere he wants to. I was dead ass wrong on it. In fact, I would argue that he's better at all the other stuff than what the go ball, the 50-50 ball, the big body stuff outside. I'd argue he's better at everything else than that. So I was dead ass wrong. But I think Higgins is legitimately one of those guys. And so what you're seeing is a young wide receiver that is playing one position, which is an outside wide receiver, and it's going to take him a little time to come into his own. I think the other guys, the Christian Kirks, even John Mechie's have been moved inside. The Jalen Knoll, the kid, his teammate from college. I think they're more move guys that are going to make them. They're going to be the underneath quick stuff for the quarterback to get the ball out, and so that they're going to get more catches from a volume standpoint. They're going to get more. It wouldn't shock me at all. Higgins came in and he didn't have many catches at all, but in the first month of the season, he's got 2 or 3 plays that flip games. That's the kind of impact I'm looking for.
Yeah, maybe because didn't it feel like Will Fuller was kind of like that at first?
I wasn't around for Will's rookie. I don't think I was here for his rookie first couple of years.
Will felt like a guy that he's averaging 15 yards a catch, but like 1 year he's got 45 targets. But he's averaging 15 yards a catch. His biggest year was 53 catches on 75 targets, where he averaged over 16.6. But he gets 879 yards receiving on 53 catches because the bulk of them are big plays. The bulk of them are down the field stuff. And I can see potentially being his role, especially early, as kind of to what you're saying, not as much that he is going to be a guy that you can see catching crossers or catching slants or doing all of the route.
Well, he's not. The problem with the Fuller comp is he's just nowhere near as fast, right? Speed was just a speed guy that kept everybody on their heels. Even different. I think he is a true big body. He is what we thought Nico was going to be. I think, and we've seen this in camp as well. I think he's very comfortable with contact. He's open when he's covered. I think he's very good at the back shoulder stuff. He's very good at high pointing the ball. Like he is a big, long-bodied receiver and does those types of things. Now he's also that big target over the middle. In your basic offense, I just don't know how often we're gonna see him be the guy that they go to over the other options.
Yeah, we'll see. He's obviously going to be in the plans. He's obviously going to have a role, but like you said, his role may come out in games where he's got 3 or 4 catches, but maybe one of them was a down the field play.
The beauty in it is when you line up 6'4" on one side, 6'4" on the other, and then you've got Christian Kirk and you've got some combination of one of the tight ends, and then you've got your top couple of running backs in the backfield. You've got a complete. I think you got a complete skill set offensively. very complementary skill set. And if you're going to move anybody, you're going to move Christian Kirk, you're going to move Brevin Jordan, you're going to move Nico Collins, right? We're going to move Joe Mixon. You know, I just think Higgins is a guy that's down the list on all of that stuff. So, which is great for a rookie. And I do think he has the ability to impact games because we've seen him every third day make a catch out here that would change a game.
Yeah.
You look up and Noel has 4 or 5 catches in a practice, and you're like, damn, the ball's just finding him. Higgins hadn't had that day.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue T-Mill's best bets, folks, he's hot. He was in the green today, and already he hit all of his Astros bets, all of them today. He is 3 for 3 in the green yesterday. He's hot, so it's time to jump on the bandwagon as T-Mill's best bets are coming up. And we'll give you the latest. Big night for Christian Javier. We'll let you know the game plan with him. And when Jeremy Payne, you could return. And I want you to think about this. Is it really clear if Carlos Correa comes here that he's the one to move to third base? Is that set in stone? That's the route. That's the easy route. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, there's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident, any kind of accident, whether it's at work or on the road, and you look up and you're left not knowing what to do.
training camp. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Come back in as we continue live. It has been a fun Wednesday, as always. Coming up behind us, the two sexies, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Henry Toa. You'll hear him as you will hear the fellas interview Henry Toa live coming up right behind us.
Oh, my bad about that teasing there, dude.
What? You'll hear. You hear them. It's coming up right after we get done. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, as they've been holding it down at camp as well. Catching them in the mornings. Make sure you listen to them in the mornings as well. They'll be off tomorrow, although with an off day coming up. But behind us, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Henry Toa coming up. So you make sure you stay tuned for that. And following that, Area 45, they are back in action. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago getting after it tonight. As I'm sure they'll talk a little bit about this Astros win, and they will. And I'm telling you, I think it's really important that you stay with those bastards tonight because they will have any kind of news that may come out, trade news, anything that could come out with Carlos Correa, with Dylan Cease, with Nolan Arenado, whoever. They may have trade discussion or info, so stay tuned for those guys as they hold it down live in local 7 to 11.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
And Johnny, just with all of them tonight. Best bets coming up in just a bit as well. By the way, I threw that out. Fellas, if both of y'all can jump in on this. Is it it's already decided that Carlos Correa would be the one to play third? Is Pena the better shortstop? There's a situation to me of
I don't know about better.
There's a situation of is Pena the better shortstop, and then by the way, is it still Carlos's team if he's on it? Does he have seniority?
Oh, it picks right back up. He's back in ownership. Absolutely.
Does he have seniority over there? I guess I don't. Obviously, it's already been kind of spoken about him playing third. But when I saw that, I'm like, is he automatically going over?
Well, yeah, no, look, I think he automatically goes to third, absolutely. Jeremy Pena at third just doesn't look right to me, doesn't even add up. So, whether...
And Correa's cannon for an arm.
Yeah. Correa can make the move. Correa can Alex Rodriguez this thing and move to third and with no problem, and we can keep this thing moving forward. And I don't know how real it was, but when we were talking about the Astros possibly going after Bregman before he signed with the Red Sox, the thought was Paredes could play second base kind of deal, or Bregman could play second base. And so I don't know that best case scenario, Paredes does come back late. Can he play second time? So, look, I think Los is ideal third baseman given the scenario, and absolutely you can't keep an alpha from being an alpha. And I think he steps back in and he is immediately he's immediately that dude. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought up the A-Rod situation because A-Rod was the better was the better shortstop between him and Jeter defensively. He was the better shortstop, but it was Jeter, and it was the Yankees.
A biracial angel.
Right. This is that Pena's not Jeter right now. Well, obviously, I think he would come over and not
better.
I would assume that Carlos, you're probably right. I would assume Carlos Clint would come over and be like, "Hey, you got it. I just want to be a part of this bad boy, man. I just want to get over here and be a part and be back with the fellas and be back with the boys. And I'll play a little third base and do my thing and let you hold it down." By the way, that would be a hell of a defensive that side of the field right there at short and at third. With those arms and range that those two guys have, But yeah, you're probably right. I'm sure Carlos would roll over the third.
He's an alpha.
He is an alpha. He is. He will take over this bad boy. By the way, if you missed it with Christian Javier, he is going to go and make another start with AAA Sugarland.
Big cheeks
tonight. Yes, I wouldn't say big cheeks, but a little puffy.
Yeah, that is the best one, puffy.
A little puffy. But the Astros hope to get 55 to 60 pitches out of Christian Javier today as he takes the mound for the Space Cowboys. Jeremy Pena, he's going to play shortstop, have the day off tomorrow, and hopefully at that point he could potentially rejoin the club, and maybe he is playing next to Carlos Correa. Maybe Correa is already there as when he comes back from his IL stint with those ribs. Again, if you missed it, he did get in, played with the Space Cowboys yesterday, went 0 for 2, but he did have a walk, hit by pitch, scored 2 runs, and those 0 for 2 were strikeouts there. But as we talked about earlier, Clint, for him, it's not really about performance. It's more about him getting his work in, him feeling good, no pain when he swings, no pain when he lets it all out, and if he can just push it 100%.
Hell, I would argue him getting off balance or out in front of a pitch or behind a pitch and having some awkward swing is more beneficial, and obviously not having any kind of pain during that is more beneficial than him getting up there and just raking on the first couple of pitches every time he's at the plate. So, it doesn't matter. Jeremy Pena can be 0 for 5, 0 for 6. He can be 4 for 4. I don't give a damn. It's just a matter of getting out there, getting the game reps, pulling the trigger, letting it rip a few times, and then how the big leagues with the Astros, whether it's at home or it's on the road, how quickly can he get back here?
Yeah. From the text line, of course, Pena is the better shortstop. Stupid question. Well, then it would be stupid to not play him at shortstop then.
Did you see my reply to that texter?
That's a stupid question.
Stop wasting my time with a dumbass text, listener.
It could be a stupid.
Love you, buddy.
Answer. Shoot.
Thanks for listening.
I'll be honest with you. I think Pena could play third base. I'll be honest with you. I think they both could play third base. Third base is easier.
But you know what I'm saying with Correa's arm. I mean, we've seen it. That thing is I mean, he can throw a frozen rope.
I just think it's more about both of them are above average fielders at short, and you would just not rock the boat. And he is going to be your future at short. And so you rolled there. But we'll see. Let's not get too carried away. It has not occurred yet. But tomorrow is a big day. By the way, you fellas think we're talking about big moves for the Astros when we get in tomorrow? They're off tomorrow. The Astros and the Texans. You think we're talking about big moves already by the time we get on the air?
Man, that'd be fun.
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah. I think we are. There's too much smoke out there right now for there not to be some level of fire somewhere. So yeah, I think Dana Brown got me good and worked up in that damn booth last night. When them boys were talking to him about, I mean, he was super transparent. Hell yeah, we're working. In fact, I break. I'm boys. Got to go back to work.
The beginnings of a baseball boomer.
Yeah, man.
When you say good and worked up like that, it really sounds like you really did get good.
Well,
worked up.
hell, I didn't make it up. I did. Turn me on. Like
you were in there in a sweat and got it and ready to get after it. All right, Tyler, give us. He's hot, folks. In the green yesterday,
and I'm always sweaty, ready to get after it.
Okay. In the green yesterday,
I didn't feel right.
Hit all 3 of his Astros